Transmigrated into a ruthless world where human treachery and eerie anomalies run rampant, Shen Yi awakens in the body of a man forsaken by all. Despised as the lowest form of trash, little do they know that this shell is now inhabited by a soul harboring an earth-shattering secret. Armed with a mystical gate that connects 10,000 worlds and a divine eye capable of peering through the fundamental laws of reality, Shen Yi embarks on his fate-defying journey. In a world where noble clans treat human lives as mere dust, slaughtering thousands out of blind jealousy, the one once branded a failure will rise from the shadows and force them all to kneel at his feet. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Today, join us as we explore the legendary and overpowered path of the gatekeeper of 10,000 worlds, Shen Yi. Let's dive right in. A haggard young man, his face a mask of utter bewilderment, stood frozen before a scene that defied all logic. Before him hovered a mysterious, eerie door, suspended in midair as if challenging the very laws of physics. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" the boy whispered, his voice trembling. A door just floating there. Driven by a mix of curiosity and skepticism, he crept toward it. He tilted his head, peering behind the door. Strangely, there was nothing, no cables, no supports, just a door hanging in the air as if fixed by a freezing spell. His hand brushed against the handle. It gave slightly, so he tried to turn it. The door swung open abruptly, and he pitched forward, but a true miracle was waiting on the other side. It wasn't the familiar hospital ward he had just left, it was a cold, hazy void. A pitch-black tunnel stretched out before him, so deep it seemed to swallow all light. The boy was so shocked that he was speechless, managed only to mutter, "Wait, why is there an entire space inside the door?" Faced with this impossible phenomenon, he weakly croaked out, "It's too dark. Where am I? Is anyone there?" There was no echo. The silence was so absolute it made his skin crawl, until a series of bizarre noises echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Crack, thud, creak, thump. It sounded like the mastication of some horrific creature. Then out of the darkness a terrifying skeletal monster emerged, its deformed skull gleaming with 3 crimson eyes. It let out a piercing roar and charged straight at the boy. Overcome by sheer panic, his body began to shake uncontrollably. His terrified screams echoed through the frigid space. Faced with such a grotesque creature, his face turned deathly pale. With no other choice, he summoned every ounce of strength, screaming as he bolted back through the door and slammed it shut with everything he had. The monster was still bashing against the wood, but he gripped the handle with white knuckles, shouting, "Sorry, my mistake, have a nice life, goodbye." He gasped for air, heart hammering against his ribs. "This world is too dangerous," he muttered to himself, terrified the monster might burst through. Before he could even catch his breath, the door in front of him vanished instantly. "The door? It's really gone," he exclaimed as his mind raced. An eerie voice suddenly resonated in his head. "Congratulations, human. You have awakened the ability to link worlds. I have finally found you." Terrified, the boy scrambled back, looking around wildly. Who's speaking?" the mysterious voice spoke again. "Calm down. Don't be nervous. I am trapped in another world and am communicating with you through telepathy. Listen carefully. The time for our worlds to communicate is limited. If you don't want to die, do exactly as I say." Facing this bizarre situation, the boy blurted out, "Telepathy, what on earth is going on?" The voice didn't answer, but instead commanded, "Open your backpack first. Look for a strange little statue." Dazed, he complied. After rummaging through the bag, he found a peculiar figurine. "There really is a statue," he whispered. "Is it this one?" the voice replied. "Yes, that is the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen ghouls. Someone placed it near you intentionally, intending to use the curse to kill you and claim your soul, but you survived." As the voice fell silent, a bolt of mental lightning struck him, and a flood of memories rushed into his consciousness. He realized with a shock that he wasn't the original owner of this body. This body belonged to a middle schooler named Shen Yi. His soul had already been extinguished by the cursed statue, and at the same time, I had died from overwork at my job, and my soul transmigrated from Blue Star to take over this body. Suddenly, the statue in his hand emitted a malevolent aura before crumbling into fine powder. The mysterious voice continued, "Human, if a curse fails to kill you, it bestows upon you unprecedented power. For millions of years it has accumulated the strength of every soul it took. Now call upon that door once more." Shen Yi was stunned. "The door?" Even though the statue was gone, the voice echoed firmly, "Yes, that door belongs to you now. It is your world-linking ability." Suppressing his fear, Shen Yi followed the instructions and called out in his mind. The door manifested instantly. To his surprise, a line of text appeared before it. "Due to your extremely polite behavior during your last entry, you have received the item, the polite person, quality, gray damaged, effect. When equipped, people will have a slightly better impression of you if you act politely." Shen Yi reached out to touch the ethereal item. It felt like an equipable passive skill. Suddenly, the mysterious voice became intermittent. "My power is fading, human. You must be careful. The one who used the cursed statue to harm you will attack the moment they realize you are still alive." Shen Yi asked frantically, "Wait, who are you?" Under Shen Yi's bewildered gaze, the voice left only a few blurred words as it dissipated into the void. "Because I need you." The voice then revealed a terrifying secret. The world he had entered today was known as the Nightmare World. "It is also the world where I am imprisoned." As soon as the voice stopped, a line of brilliant yet cold text appeared before the mysterious door. "Nightmare World, human, grow stronger and come to the depths of the Nightmare World to rescue me. I will surely repay you then. Until then, whatever you do, do not die." The voice grew weaker and weaker, finally vanishing into the silence. Shen Yi stood there, stunned. "The voice is gone," he murmured, trying to untangle the chaotic thoughts in his head. Anxiety surged within him. He realized that someone was trying to kill him the moment he arrived. But why? He searched through Shen Yi's memories but found no clues of any enemies or grudges, no traces, no hints. He sighed helplessly and whispered, "Regardless, I have to hide from whoever is looking for me." Currently, he had no way to defend himself. His only option was to step through the door and explore, even though the image of that horrific skeleton still haunted him. Screw it, he thought. I'll go in first. At worst, I'll just run back out. As long as I stay near the door, it shouldn't be able to hurt me. After much hesitation, Shen Yi summoned his courage and decided to open the door again. The skeleton's terrifying appearance didn't make him back down this time. He reasoned, "It looks strong, but I don't necessarily have to fight it. Communication is the ladder of human progress. Skeletons used to be people, right? If we can negotiate, maybe it could become an ally to help me deal with that mysterious enemy." Clutching the polite person item, he hoped for a breakthrough. The moment he stepped inside, the massive skeleton appeared again. Shen Yi took a deep breath and mentally activated the polite person skill. Suppressing his terror, he looked the monster in the eye and greeted it with a smile. "Hello, my name is Shen Yi." The skeleton opened its jaw wide and let out a bizarre sound, seemingly in response. Shen Yi was secretly delighted. "Great, it looks like the item is working." His confidence surged as he continued. "I'm sorry for interrupting your meal. Actually, I'd like to be your friend. I'm just—" Before he could finish, the monster's massive bony hand swung toward him. Shen Yi leapt back in terror, narrowly avoiding the blow. He shouted, "There's no need for such violence, I just want to talk." His response was another fierce, ruthless swing. Shen Yi scrambled for the door and retreated into his room. But at that exact moment, the monster smashed the door to splinters. He tumbled onto his bed. "That was close," he muttered, drenched in sweat. Seeing the door vanish after being destroyed, he sighed in frustration. If the door broke, it disappeared immediately. That gray quality item really was trash. He hoped to get a new one, but a prompt appeared. "Evaluation items can only be claimed once per day. Today's limit reached. Please try again tomorrow." Shen Yi gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue. He couldn't farm items infinitely. He was forced to reconsider. If that monster kept camping the door, he wouldn't be able to get a better item tomorrow either. The mysterious enemy could attack at any moment. He had no time to waste. Channeling the spirit of a top-tier salesman from his past life, he thought, "I will win you over." Shen Yi politely pushed the door open again and said, "Sorry to bother you. I'm back." He was greeted once more by that massive skull. The door was instantly smashed again and the monster even angrily crunched the fragments. But a second later, the door reappeared next to Shen Yi. He said calmly, "It's no use, you can't eat me. I can travel between these two worlds at will. All we can do is communicate." Infuriated, the skeleton continued to destroy the door, but to no avail. A second later, Shen Yi would reappear, leaving the monster stunned and eventually silent. The skeleton stood there, seemingly in deep thought. Shen Yi seized the chance and smiled. "Want to hear my suggestion?" But the skeleton suddenly turned to leave, and the smile froze on his face. He shouted, "Hey, don't go, I noticed something just now. You're injured, your left hand is broken and new bone is growing in. You have injuries on your skull, ribs and spine too, don't you?" The skeleton stopped and slowly nodded. Excitedly, Shen Yi pulled out his phone and showed the skeleton pictures of various calcium supplements. "I can't let you eat me, but my world has plenty of things that are great for bones. For example, these calcium tablets can treat bone diseases, and there are supplements way more nutritious than I am. If we're friends, I can buy them for you. In my world we have a saying, stab your own ribs for a friend. Buying a few calcium tablets is nothing compared to that. Of course for you, sacrificing your ribs is probably literal." He continued to apply his persuasive genius. The skeleton listened quietly. Shen Yi asked patiently, "So what do you think?" Suddenly the monster turned around, and a strange ball of energy began to gather in its hand. Shen Yi flinched back, thinking it was an attack. But a piece of paper covered in eerie symbols unexpectedly appeared in his mind. A prompt sounded, "You have received a contract." Shen Yi cheered in surprise and joy. "Oh, it's a contract, it worked." Through the skeleton's explanation he understood the terms. The monster called itself the Gloombone Mother, Combat Ghost King, Master of the Vanquished. Its name was cut off by a string of mysterious ellipses. Shen Yi frowned. "Wait, why are there ellipses after your name?" The skeleton's ethereal voice explained its background. It was a subordinate officer under the Master of the Vanquished in the 5th Company of the Skeleton Army. Shen Yi thought, speechless. "So it's just a low-level official." It continued to explain the contract. "An exchange of equals. I remember 7,000 years ago, humans used their talent to create culture, art and science, causing the eternal bell of destiny to toll. That sound even drew the gaze of the gods." The skeleton looked at Shen Yi with anticipation. "I hope you can help me recover my strength. I have never signed a contract with anyone other than a deity, so you had better understand its value. This is a fair contract. If either party is unsatisfied, either can cancel it at any time. Sign your name on the line below, and the pact will be sealed." Shen Yi's finger traced the signature line. As he signed, a personal description of him appeared on the contract. Shen Yi, the human who conquered the curse of the 10,000 fallen ghouls, gatekeeper of nightmare and reality, the only one with mastery over the space between two worlds. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I actually have titles like that?" The moment he finished the signature, the contract was formed. A mysterious connection took hold, allowing Shen Yi and the skeleton to clearly feel the invisible bond between them. That afternoon at his parents' house, a warm atmosphere enveloped everything. His parents hovered around him full of concern. "Xiao Yi, you just got out of the hospital. If you feel unwell, you must tell us immediately. Just rest at home these next few days and don't stress yourself out." His mother gently handed him a bottle of medicine. "Son, this is a tonic. It's good for your health to drink it on an empty stomach." His father stood nearby holding a bag. "And the calcium tablets you asked for, I've already bought them," Shen Yi answered obediently. "Thank you." "Thank you, Mom and Dad." His mother patted his shoulder and smiled. "There's no need to thank your family. As long as you are safe and healthy, nothing else matters." His parents' love caused a strange warmth to surge in Shen Yi's heart. He thought back to his past life as an orphan. This feeling of being cared for by family was wonderful, but this tender moment was interrupted by a knock. Knock, knock. 2 police officers appeared at the entrance of the alley. "Hello, we are officers from the East City branch. We are here regarding a case involving Shen Yi." The officer forced a strained smile and explained, "Many cases like this happen every year. They're completely unpredictable. When something like this occurs, all you can do is accept it as a stroke of misfortune." The other officer chimed in. "Exactly, there's nothing we can do. Fortunately, student Shen has recovered, which is a silver lining in this tragedy." Shen Yi remained silent, inwardly refuting them. "No, it's not lucky at all." He knew all too well that the original Shen Yi had been killed by the monster summoned by the curse long ago. With a calm expression he asked softly, "Will others encounter similar things in the future? Is everything just left to fate?" This question left the officers visibly embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a young officer who had been leaning against the doorframe spoke up. "Student Shen, I know you're upset, but I have something to tell you. Higher-ups have already approved it. That hospital will soon be abandoned, and no one will be allowed to enter. Rest assured there won't be any new victims." Shen Yi quietly observed the young officer. The badge on his chest gleamed with 3 stars. He was a young and promising sergeant. Shen Yi gave a slight smile. "Thank you for telling me that. I was just afraid someone might be targeting me." The sergeant's expression darkened slightly as he receded into the shadows, muttering, "You're just a middle schooler with an extremely simple social circle. We haven't found any evidence of such an enemy." He concluded, "That's all for now. We have official duties to attend to, so we won't disturb you further." As he watched the 2 officers walk away, Shen Yi fell into deep thought. The curse of the king of 10,000 fallen ghouls possessed such terrifying power that even the police and the government were helpless against it. They even seemed to fear it, not daring to approach it lightly. But Shen Yi was just an ordinary middle schooler who would use such a horrific thing against him. At dusk, a sergeant suddenly returned. Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. "Officer, didn't you already leave? Why are you back?" The sergeant looked around cautiously before slipping a card to Shen Yi. "Here, this is my business card." Stunned, Shen Yi took it and replied, "Thank you." The sergeant turned to leave, offering a final instruction. "If anything unusual happens, remember to call me." With that, he walked out and closed the door. From the card, Shen Yi learned his name was Luo Feichuan. He thought to himself that it seemed the police force wasn't entirely composed of mediocre people, but could he trust him? What could a young officer like him do when the entire department and government were at a loss? Most worrying was that the news of his survival had surely spread. The mastermind behind the curse would never let it go. Thinking of his parents, Shen Yi's expression became grim. If he didn't handle this well, his family would be dragged into it. A fighting spirit ignited within him. He stood up abruptly, reached out and shouted, "The door!" The door connecting the 2 worlds appeared instantly. Wearing the confident smile of a top-tier salesman from his past life, he stepped inside and called out into the dark corridor. "Hey Big Bones, are you there?" The skeleton emerged silently from the darkness. Shen Yi smiled and held up a plastic bag. "I brought you some calcium tablets." Suddenly, the skeleton extended a long finger pointing at his bulging pocket. Shen Yi pulled out the bottle of tonic. Curiously, he asked, "What's wrong? You want this tonic too?" The skeleton didn't answer, but summoned an ancient piece of paper. The contents explained that it craved the high-potency tonic in Shen Yi's hand. As a battlefield scavenger, it wanted to trade spoils of war for the tonic. An item description appeared. Introductory Nightmare Crystal. An item crafted by High Elves, the skeleton's archenemies that can transmit knowledge, skills, or intelligence to the user. In the Nightmare world, war is the eternal theme, and the knowledge of all civilizations revolves around increasing combat power. Holding the magical crystal, Shen Yi smiled. Gaining knowledge and skills from a crystal? Sounds interesting. He crushed the crystal with force, and countless green beams and fragments swirled around him, creating an eerie and magnificent scene. Instantly, a massive amount of information flooded his mind. A prompt sounded. He had learned Moonlight Deer Walk. Moonlight Deer Walk was an exquisite movement technique of the elven soldiers created during long years of war against the undead race that the skeleton once served. This technique allowed the user to dodge flexibly, move with divine speed, and harmonize with the mysterious energy flowing within the body. As the new knowledge surged through him, Shen Yi couldn't contain his excitement. Moonlight Deer Walk. I didn't expect to trade a bottle of tonic for an elven movement technique. Now I finally have basic self-defense capabilities. Just then, the calcium tablets and tonic in his bag were lifted by a circle of invisible energy, floating toward the skeleton. It took the spoils and retreated silently into the darkness. Its footsteps grew fainter until they vanished completely. Shen Yi looked toward where it had gone, shrugged, and sighed. Hiding in the dark again, what gives? We signed a contract, yet you're still acting so mysterious. He muttered, whatever, I'd better study this moonlight deer walk I just got. Returning to the living room, Shen Yi was looking around when footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. He thought it was probably his parents coming back and decided he should head to his bedroom first. Once inside, he leaned against the door to focus on studying the new technique. A prompt appeared. Moonlight Deer Walk First Form Evasion required agility 3 points. Assessing physical stats. Your agility is 2. You need 1 more point to use evasion. Shen Yi sighed. This is just like a game. What do I have to do to increase my agility? Before the door could provide an answer, a cold voice rang in his ear, freezing him in place. I didn't expect you to still be alive. How is this possible? Shen Yi spun around and saw a mysterious dark figure standing by the window, having appeared out of nowhere. What met his eyes was a face as grotesque as a demon's. The stranger roared, "Let me see what you're really capable of." As soon as the words left his mouth, the freak lunged forward, a strangely shaped short blade gleaming with the light of death. Relying on his instinctual physical stats, Shen Yi twisted his body like a gust of wind, narrowly dodging the attack. The assassin landed and remarked approvingly, "Good moves, kid." But Shen Yi's heart was heavy as he thought to himself, this is too dangerous. How did the assassin get here so fast? He forced himself to stay calm, activated the polite person item, and looked at the killer with a smile. "Hello, can I help you with something?" However, he was met only with a cold strike. The other roared, "Fool, die!" Shen Yi was stunned, blurting out it didn't work. While dodging the danger, he received a prompt from the door. The crystal had granted him knowledge, skills, and equipment from the nightmare world. These all had their own grades from low to high. Gray damaged, white common, green excellent, blue superior, and purple unique. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect. His polite person item was of the gray damaged grade. He sighed inwardly. It was a low-level item. No wonder the effect was hit or miss. Damn it, he still couldn't use Moonlight Deer Walk. The assassin closed in, mocking him with a cold snort. HMPH, slippery as a loach, but it's all just fancy footwork. No matter how fast you aren't faster than a bullet. He pulled out a handgun. A cold sweat broke out on Shen Yi's forehead. This is bad, but just then another prompt sounded. Many items can provide attribute points through devouring. The higher the item grade, the more attribute points gained. He was shocked. What? Items can be devoured? Why didn't you say so earlier? He immediately chose to devour polite person. The prompt sounded. Devour successful. Without hesitation, Shen Yi commanded, "Quick, add it to my agility." His agility instantly rose from 2 to 3 in that moment. Moonlight Deer Walk First Form Evasion was activated. His speed exploded, easily dodging the assassin's shots. At the same time, he summoned the portal and rushed inside with his godlike speed. The assassin stood stunned in the dark tunnel. Is this a secret passage? Meanwhile, Shen Yi hid behind the door, poked his head out, and whispered, "Goodbye, Mr. Assassin." The other spun around in shock and charged. "Got you." Die, however, what greeted him was the massive gaping maw of the giant skeleton. In an instant, the assassin fell into a desperate trap. Terrifying bone-crunching sounds echoed through the tunnel as the skeleton enjoyed another fine meal outside the room. Shen Yi leaned against the cupboard door, panting heavily as sweat poured down like rain. Still shaken, he muttered to himself, "Damn, that was too close. I'm afraid more assassins will come looking for me." He told himself he couldn't waste a moment. He had to find more skills to protect himself as soon as possible. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared along with the contract. The prompt showed, "Your living sacrifice has left the other party extremely satisfied. Based on the principle of equivalent exchange, the other party has provided items for trade and the contract has been recognized." 2 items emitting a green light appeared before Shen Yi. Stone White Shadow Crown and Silver War Medal. Shen Yi was overjoyed. What, 2 at once, and they're green quality items? He checked the attributes. Stone White Shadow Crown, green excellent grade equipment. High-level sorcery from the dark depths. Wearing it allows one to disguise themselves as an elf or wind spirit lifeform. Silver War Medal, symbolizing glorious military achievements of the elven forces in the nightmare world. Only soldiers who have performed meritorious service can obtain it. Wearing this medal allows you to teleport to the elven sphere of influence. Shen Yi excitedly placed the stone white shadow crown on his head. Haha, this skeleton is pretty practical. At first it wanted to eat me, but now that it sees the trade value, it keeps giving me the good stuff. As soon as the crown was on, an emerald light enveloped his body. He instantly transformed into a blonde elf with a pair of pointed ears. He cheered, "Whoa, I really turned into an elf. This is awesome. Tomorrow when the door's ability refreshes, I definitely have to go see the elven territory." Just as he was admiring his new look, a knock came from the door. "Knock, knock, knock," a voice called out. "Hello, is Shen Yi there?" His expression turned sharp. Another assassin, he wondered. He responded cautiously. "Who is it?" The voice outside shouted excitedly. "EGE, is that you? It's so good to see you're okay." "It's me, Chen Haoyu." Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief and reverted to his original appearance. He remembered that Chen Haoyu was his best friend. He was the one who went to the hospital to visit him that day. He walked over to open the door, coming. Chen Haoyu lunged forward and hugged Shen Yi, saying with a sob in his voice, "Ege, you scared me to death. I'm sorry, it's all my fault that such a big thing happened to you." Shen Yi comforted him helplessly. "It's not your fault, I just had bad luck, alright, it's fine now. See, I'm perfectly healthy." Just then, Shen Yi's mother walked in and looked at the two boys. "Oh, isn't this Haoyu come to see Xiao Yi?" Shen Yi poked his head out to look at the hallway and asked in confusion, "Mom, you're back, you're alone. Where's Dad?" His mother replied as she entered the room, "Your father went to find your grandfather to see if he could use his connections to buy more tonics. Did you take your medicine?" Shen Yi hadn't taken it because the medicine was given to the skeleton, but to ease his mother's mind he nodded and replied, "Yeah, I took it." Chen Haoyu looked surprised. "A great tonic pill, that medicine is a rare commodity. You can't always buy it even if you have money. E.g., your family really has some hidden depths." His mother smiled awkwardly. "Hee, it took a lot of effort." Chen Haoyu continued, "E.g., your parents are so good to you. You have to get well soon so you can take the high school entrance exam." Shen Yi froze. Entrance exam? He then remembered that the original owner was a middle schooler facing an important talent selection exam. Because of the curse, he had already missed the first test. Chen Haoyu added dejectedly, "With your rank as first in the grade, you definitely would have gotten into a top high school." Shen's mother quickly patted Chen Haoyu's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't blame yourself, Haoyu. Even though Xiao Yi missed the first strength test, as long as he performs well in the upcoming agility test, he can still get into a regular high school." Shen Yi remained silent, inwardly sensing the changes in his body and the information he had gathered. The entrance exam in this world was completely different from what he knew. In addition to academic subjects, students had to test basic human attributes like strength and agility. He thought to himself, no wonder Moonlight Deer Walk requires agility. But now that he was being hunted, going to school was no different from exposing himself to danger. This sense of confusion left him wavering, unsure of what to choose. His mother watched her son quietly, her eyes full of concern. After a fierce internal struggle, Shen Yi sighed like a deflated balloon. "Maybe I should just give up." Just then his mother walked over and hugged him tightly, her gentle voice saying, "If you don't want to take the exam, it's okay. Your father and I only want you to be healthy and safe." This hug made Shen Yi, who was an orphan in his past life, feel both warm and a bit unfamiliar. He felt like he was in a dream, but his gaze gradually softened, and his eyes glistened with tears. Suppressing his chaotic emotions, he gave his mother a bright smile. "Don't worry, Mom. Don't I know my own strength?" Looking at the expectant look in his mother's eyes, Shen Yi thought, if I skip the exam, Mom would surely agree, but I can't do that. He said seriously, "Tomorrow I'll go to school for the intensive training." Memories of the original Shen Yi churned in his mind, and he realized that Shen Yi's grandfather and family seemed to have an extraordinary background with vast resources. However, the relationship between his parents, his grandfather, and the rest of the clan was strained. For years, his parents had never asked his grandfather for help, choosing instead to be self-reliant through their own hard work. Although their lives were simple, they were happy and fulfilled. It would have been impossible for his parents to easily afford those expensive tonics. They must have gone to great lengths, perhaps even swallowing their pride to beg his grandfather to obtain them. The real Shen Yi was gone, and I absolutely cannot let their painstaking efforts go to waste. He gave his mother a slight smile. "Mom, I'm hungry. Could you make me some late-night snacks?" As his mother brought over a bowl of steaming noodles, Shen Yi felt the warmth of family more deeply than ever. "These are probably the best noodles I've ever eaten." The peaceful night passed quickly. The next day at school, Shen Yi sat in his seat, leafing through an introductory textbook on physical attributes. Mental power, strength training, the subjects in this world were indeed strange. He thought to himself that in a crowded place like a school, an assassin wouldn't dare strike openly. If he could get into a prestigious key high school, he would have even more elite teachers to protect him. While he was lost in thought, a classmate walked over. "Shen Yi, Zhao Yibing is looking for you in the hallway." He was slightly surprised. "Oh, Zhao Yibing?" Memories surfaced. Zhao Yibing was Shen Yi's classmate, and she used to pester him every day to discuss their studies. He walked into the hallway and asked softly, "You were looking for me?" The beautiful girl turned around, her tone gentle. "I heard you're back and preparing for the exams. I performed very well on the first day, and I'm confident about the remaining subjects. Getting into a provincial key school shouldn't be a problem." Shen Yi smiled slightly, sensing nothing amiss. "That's good, congratulations." Zhao Yibing was silent for a moment before revealing a hypocritical smile. "What I mean is, don't come looking for me anymore." These words caused a stir among the surrounding students, who excitedly crowded around. "There's drama. Look, the school beauty is dumping Shen Yi." Facing Shen Yi's bewildered expression, the girl continued calmly, "Shen Yi, I mean that from now on we'll go our separate ways. Sooner or later we'll lose common ground because we won't be in the same class, so there's no need to take things further. But we can still be friends. I've already deleted your contact information. I hope you have a good life." With his mature soul, Shen Yi instantly saw through her malicious intent. "You know full well I missed an exam, and yet you run over here to play this kicking a man while he's down game. Enough is enough." He calmly rubbed his forehead and spoke the truth. "I recall that over the past few years you were always the one coming to our class to find me. I never once sought you out first. Zhao Yibing, I never intended to be your friend. The exams are almost here. I hope you keep your word and stop pestering me so I can focus on my revision." These words left Zhao Yibing stunned, and the murmurs of the crowd made her face flush with shame. Previously, when Shen Yi was first in the grade, Zhao Yibing had always been the one chasing him. Now that he missed an exam, she wants to draw a line in public. That's just too much. One of Zhao Yibing's friends stepped forward to accuse him. Wait a minute, Bingbing gave you so many gifts before and you actually talked to her like that. Shen Yi, you're such a disappointment. Zhao Yibing shed tears, putting on a pitiful act. Shen Yi, I always thought we were friends, the crowd jeered excitedly. Shen Yi rubbed his temples wearily, thinking, trying to use moral kidnapping by playing the victim? It seems you're dead set on stepping on me. But you've underestimated my level as a former star salesman. He fired back coldly. Zhao Yibing, I did receive your gifts, but that doesn't mean I have to accept you. If you truly wished me well, you wouldn't use gifts to bind me. I have the right to pursue someone better. And as for you, don't even dream of being my friend. After finishing, he provocatively gave her the middle finger. Zhao Yibing's friend shrieked in rage, Shen Yi, you scumbag. The people around them joined in the jeering. How cruel, he's a total jerk. I used to think he was okay because of his grades, but I didn't expect him to be so heartless toward a lady. Shen Yi, come back, don't waste her sincere feelings, Zhao Yibing whispered awkwardly. No, it's not like that. Shen Yi, we haven't finished talking. The friend beside her comforted her. Forget it, Bingbing, a guy like that isn't worth it. But Zhao Yibing was filled with resentment. She was clearly the one who came to dump him, so how did it turn into her being dumped? With so many eyes watching, how could she show her face again? Suddenly, a large guy appeared, gloomily blocking Shen Yi's path. Stop right there, Bingbing didn't give you permission to leave yet. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes at Sun Ming, his tone challenging. A dog blocking the road? Isn't this Sun Ming ranked 3rd in the grade? Classes are about to start, move aside, don't block the way. Sun Ming was provoked and immediately brandished a fist in threat, his eyes cold. You've been gone for a few days, so you must be behind on the news. My strength has increased by leaps and bounds. You are no longer the top student. If you don't want a few broken ribs, go apologize to Bingbing right now. Hearing this, Shen Yi feigned fear, immediately lowering his head in a repentant manner. Student son, you've got it all wrong. Zhao Yibing called me over. I wasn't pestering her. Then, with an exaggeratedly melancholy expression, he turned to Zhao Yibing and said in a sorrowful voice, I'm sorry, you win. Zhao Yibing, you can continue to harass me. Are you satisfied now, having delivered an Oscar-worthy performance? Shen Yi spoke with a pitiful air, even squeezing out a few tears. He then turned and ran away while sobbing, leaving the stunned crowd whispering behind him. Shen Yi cried, he must be heartbroken. However, Zhao Yibing, witnessing all this, felt even worse. She hurriedly shouted a defense. Wait, I didn't mean to force you, don't listen to Sun Ming's nonsense, though she acted pitiful on the outside. Zhao Yibing was having a breakdown internally, screaming in her mind, what on earth am I saying? Why would I say I didn't mean to force you? That idiot Sun Ming has scrambled my brain. Seeing the situation turn against him, Sun Ming flared up in embarrassment and rage. Damn it, I came to back Bingbing up, how did it turn into this? Furious, he swung a punch at Shen Yi. You little brat, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Although Shen Yi didn't look back, the moment Sun Ming's fist approached, his gaze became incredibly sharp. He skillfully tilted his head to avoid the attack, using the momentum to execute a magnificent mid-air flip. The crowd looked up in unison, watching in astonishment as Shen Yi spun in the air and landed a precise kick on Sun Ming's head. Like an elegant dancer, he landed gracefully with a beautiful posture. The murmurs exploded instantly. Did you see that? What kind of move was that? What's with that speed? I think he's way faster than before. Sun Ming didn't even have time to react. If Shen Yi had used his full strength just now, Sun Ming would likely be unconscious. It turns out Shen Yi had just used the Moonlight Deer Walk technique. He stood up coldly and asked softly, I've already apologized. Why are you still being so aggressive? Just then, a female teacher appeared and shouted sternly, What are you all gathered here for? The mock exam is about to start. Get to the gym immediately. Seeing the teacher, the students scattered like startled birds. Run, run, or we'll get lectured again. Some felt it was a pity. Too bad we didn't get to see those two fight it out, it would have been exciting. Sun Ming left unwillingly, gritting his teeth as he threatened Shen Yi, this isn't over. A moment later in the school gymnasium, Chen Haoyu ran over. Seeing Shen Yi warming up, he shouted, EGE, this test is going to take a long time. With so many people in line, it won't be our turn for a while. A new manga shop just opened on the street behind the school. How about we go check it out and then come back? Shen Yi clutched his stomach, feigning pain. I won't go. Keep my place in line for me. My stomach hurts. I'm going to the bathroom first. In reality, Chen Haoyu's words had reminded him of something. He had been too tired yesterday and had slept in, missing the chance to claim his items. This was the perfect opportunity to grab today's gear. Thus, Shen Yi headed to a restroom in a secluded area of the school building. After looking around to confirm no one was following him, he rushed inside. At the exact moment Shen Yi's figure vanished, a dark shadow poked its head out from around the corner, whispering. He appeared. The mysterious person, holding a pen emitting dark energy, stepped silently into the restroom. But in an instant his gaze turned solemn, and he blurted out in shock, where is he? I clearly saw him come in. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had already put on his crown, transformed into an elf, and stepped through the door into the mysterious corridor. As he walked deeper, he asked in confusion, Big Bones, you're not here? Just then his foot stepped on something. Looking down, he was startled. It was the assassin's gun. He quickly picked it up to inspect it, nodding with satisfaction. Still has bullets, good stuff. Now he had another self-defense weapon for his trip to the elven territory, even though he'd never touched a gun before. And didn't know where that skeleton had gone. Whatever, time waits for no one. He had to move fast. He took out the medal he had received last time, the item that would help him teleport to the elven realm. Just as the blue light enveloped him, a mysterious voice spoke, flickering like signal interference. Shen Yi was startled. Is that you? Though the voice was harsh, he recognized the message. I truly have no strength left to do more for you. Take this, it is a human keepsake. Before he could see what the keepsake was, Shen Yi was wrapped in light and vanished from the corridor. When he reappeared, he was in a lush forest where sunlight filtered through layers of leaves. Shen Yi rubbed his head and whispered, "Wow, it's like a painting. Was the teleportation successful? Is this the elven territory?" He examined the item in his hand. It was a short sword. Why did that mysterious voice give me this? Suddenly, a figure appeared and shouted, "Who goes there?" Shen Yi jumped and immediately went on guard. 3 other elves appeared before him, after seeing Shen Yi's face clearly. They shouted in unison, "When?" Shen Yi murmured to himself in silence that name. Before he could grow more confused, the 3 elves spoke again. "HMPH, you're finally here. You're far too slow. If you hadn't shown up, we would have had to declare the mission a failure and return to report." Shen Yi struggled to remain natural, answering without revealing any flaws, ran into some trouble and came late. He secretly theorized that these 3 also wore the exact same stone-white shadow crowns as him. They weren't real elves either. One of the elves clenched his fist and said, "Fine, regardless, you're here now. We've already gained the trust of the elves. They think we're heroic soldiers returned wounded from the battlefield. Tonight we take action to assassinate their chief and seize the treasure. When are you ready?" Suppressing his internal shock, Shen Yi reached up to adjust his crown and replied, "Of course, my hands have been itching for a fight." Seeing him touch the crown, the 3 elves' faces changed drastically as they roared. "Don't be reckless, you idiot. How can you take off the stone-white shadow crown? If your true undead identity is exposed, we're all finished." Hearing this, Shen Yi scratched his head awkwardly. "I just wanted to adjust it. It's not very comfortable to wear." Sorry. Through their reaction, Shen Yi's suspicions were confirmed. Sure enough, the medals were the same and the crowns were identical. These 3 were all undead. That scammer skeleton, you're the one who's a fan of me, actually dumping this kind of mission on me. Despite the internal ranting on the surface, Shen Yi tried to cooperate. "Rest assured, I won't make any mistakes." One of the disguised elves nodded with a sharp, satisfied look. "Better be. Let's head to the elven village immediately. Move it. We've already wasted enough time because of your lateness." With that, the 3 of them bolted forward at incredible speed. Shen Yi could only use every trick in the book to desperately catch up. Too fast. I have to push myself to the limit just to barely keep up. The abilities of these undead are truly extraordinary. After passing through the dense forest, they stopped near a faintly visible village. One of the disguised undead whispered, "We're here. The village is just ahead. As long as we have the leader's permission, this checkpoint poses no danger. You just need to show him your medal." Hearing this, Shen Yi thought to himself, "Then what part is dangerous?" He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. They had finally arrived. If he had to run for another 10 minutes, he likely would have been exposed. One of the disguised elves stared at Shen Yi with a serious expression. "The dangerous part is tonight's assassination, of course. The 3 of us will cover you from the outside. You're responsible for the main attack to kill the chief." Shen Yi froze, pointing at himself with a hesitant tone. "Me?" Seeing his stiff expression, the faces of the 3 darkened, their eyes filled with scrutiny. "That's right. What's wrong? Are you backing out?" Facing immense pressure, Shen Yi feigned composure, picked up his dagger and lightly licked the blade, putting on a confident front. "Backing out? HMPH, impossible. My blade is already impatient for the taste of blood. Leave this mission to me." The 3 undead immediately clapped and cheered him on. Very good." But behind Shen Yi's awkward smile, his back was already drenched in sweat. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, if I had dared to say no, I probably would have been killed on the spot by these 3. But a mission to assassinate the elven chief in their own camp felt like a suicide run no matter how he looked at it. He raged in his mind at cursed skeleton. Is he trying to use me as a scapegoat? While Shen Yi was lost in thought, the 3 undead had already led him to the guards. One of them spoke up, "Our comrade has arrived. Please let him into the village." After inspecting the medal, the guard nodded and shouted toward the interior, "Silver war medal, open the gates. A warrior from the front lines has returned." Facing a soldier bearing a silver medal, the guards were exceptionally polite and respectful. "Come, please follow me to see the chief." Shen Yi had no choice but to follow, venturing deep into the elven village. The surrounding villagers waved in greeting, their eyes filled with admiration for the frontline soldier. Beautiful elven girls even threw him flirtatious glances, making the atmosphere even more lively. Arriving before a massive tent, the guard stopped and said, "Please enter. The chief already knows you are here and is waiting for you." One of the disguised undead signaled, "Go see the chief, brother. We'll rest here and wait for you." Shen Yi could only nod, though he had long since seen through their intent. "HMPH, you're just staying here to make sure I don't run away, aren't you?" Getting dragged into a conflict between the undead and elves for no reason was truly rotten luck, but then he comforted himself. If the assassination succeeds, maybe I'll get a powerful reward. Stepping inside, Shen Yi was stunned by the vast space before him, covered in lush greenery and shimmering with a dreamlike glint. In the center of the room, illuminated by the faint glow, a tall and slender figure stood holding a scroll. Sensing someone's entry, the elf gently closed the book and turned to look at Shen Yi. "Welcome, soldier from the front." When he saw the elven chief's exquisite face, Shen Yi couldn't help but gasp in awe, using the evaluation ability granted to him by the door. He saw countless item names manifesting around the chief, all of them deep purple, swirling and sparkling like a sea of stars. Do all these items belong to the elven chief? Shen Yi looked up at the dull gray polite person item above his own head and felt a surge of despair. He had been too naive to even dream of a successful assassination. Those 3 undead outside were far stronger than him, yet they didn't even have the courage to face the chief. A string of the chief's titles flashed in his mind: heir to the ancient tree throne, nature sovereign of 10,000, grand archmage of the robes, guardian of nightmares, 5th realm of the world skull. Shen Yi cursed under his breath. "Man, this is insane, skeleton bro. I'm definitely remembering this one." Just then, the elven chief spoke gently. "Young and heroic soldier, thank you for your service. Please stay in our village and rest well. We are currently holding a celebratory banquet. Go and enjoy yourself to the fullest." Before Shen Yi could even respond, the chief cast a teleportation spell. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yi appeared beside a banquet table. The 3 disguised undead were sitting nearby. Seeing him, they whispered, "You're here, eat up, it's still early, we can rest for a bit. You saw the assassination target, right? Later, when he lets his guard down, make your move. We'll cover you from the outside." The words sounded nice, but Shen Yi sneered in his heart. "Hey, cover me, you guys just want to use the chaos to run away." While he was lost in thought, a small and beautiful elf girl walked over, her voice crisp as she asked, "Sir, may I have this dance?" "It is a great honor to dance with a hero from the front lines." After a moment's thought, Shen Yi stood up and smiled. "Of course, though I'm a terrible dancer." The elven girl shook her head happily and took his hand. "It doesn't matter, I'll teach you." And so they joined the others on the banquet's dance floor. Despite the immense pressure he was under, dancing with this beautiful girl allowed Shen Yi's anxious heart to soothe slightly. Looking at her bright smile, he thought to himself that it seemed all elves possessed extraordinary looks. A pity he was about to go to his death. If it weren't for all this mess, how happy it would be to sing and dance with an elven lady. Standing face to face, the elven girl seemed to sense the soldier's unstable emotions and asked with concern, "Why is the sir so quiet? My brothers are the same. Has the fighting at the front been so cruel that it's affected your mood?" Shen Yi smiled tenderly and shook his head. "No, I was just thinking that my dancing is so poor that I've failed your invitation. May I ask your name, miss?" The girl replied with a smile. "My name is Lan." Shen Yi suddenly had an idea and said, "Miss Lan, I'd like to perform a magic trick for you as an apology. Would that be all right?" The girl cheered excitedly. "Haha, really? That's wonderful. Show me quick. Actually, your dancing isn't that bad. Here, take my bracelet as a return gift for the magic." With that, she pressed a delicate tiny bracelet into Shen Yi's hand. "But I'm warning you, if your magic isn't impressive, I'm taking the bracelet back." Shen Yi puffed out his chest confidently. "No problem." He stepped directly onto a table, loudly drawing everyone's attention. "Dear friends, please look at me. Next, I shall perform a magic trick the likes of which you have never seen, a true body transformation. I can turn myself into a human." Lan took the lead in cheering with the crowd. "Really? Change and let us see. I've never seen a trick that turns someone into a human before. How interesting." Meanwhile, the 3 undead were privately bewildered. "What is that guy Wen doing, turning into a human? Do you know this kind of spell?" One undead whispered, "I didn't expect Wen to be so clever, coming up with a method like this to quickly blend in with the elves." Under the gaze of the crowd, Shen Yi reached up and touched the elven crown on his head, tossing it down to Lan as a gift. Simultaneously, the moment the crown left his body, he reverted to his human appearance. This transformation instantly made the surrounding elves cheer with delight. "Wow, look at his ears and eyebrows." Shen Yi's magic performance captured the attention of the entire elven village, and the elves shouted in succession. "He really turned into a human, and a human youth at that. Haha, amazing, well done." Lan also cheered happily. "Thank you, sir. Now change back quickly." Shen Yi spoke loudly with an air of mystery. "The truth is, I can turn into a human because I took off that crown. My 3 brothers here also know this magic." He pointed his finger directly at the 3 disguised undead below. "As long as they take off the crowns they are wearing, they will turn into undead." The word undead was like a massive boulder dropped into a calm lake, causing the entire scene to freeze instantly. The gazes of all the elves became as sharp as blades, staring intently at the 3 imposters. Someone shouted a warning and grew instantly alert. Countless weapons were immediately leveled at the trio, catching them completely off guard. What is the meaning of this?" At the same time, a mysterious door appeared behind Shen Yi. An elf sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Stop, change back into an elf immediately." When did that door appear? But Shen Yi was slowly backing toward the doorway, smiling. "Once my 3 brothers finish their transformation, I'll be right back. Goodbye, Miss Lan." He waved his hand and vanished before everyone's eyes along with the door. But the elves could no longer afford to investigate that. Someone barked an order. "Seize those 3 undead first. Careful, who knows what other tricks they have up their sleeves." The 3 undead tried to flee, but a bizarre power enveloped the area, and they were quickly bound tight by elven vines. A figure manifested, a mocking voice ringing out, "I was just planning to play along with you. What a pity. You undead thought you could infiltrate my village, yet you didn't notice that a human had long since joined your ranks and was even leading you through your mission. How utterly ironic." The 3 restrained figures were still playing dumb. Is there some misunderstanding? We have medals. The elven chief personally snatched the crowns from their heads, revealing their true undead faces and exposing the lie. The chief gazed at the crowns in his hand, his eyes deep. These crowns carry high-level shadow magic from the dark depths, which is indeed beyond my expectations. Every village has undead spies lurking within. With these we can find their weaknesses and counterattack. Having said this, he looked toward where Shen Yi had vanished and murmured softly, I owe you a favor this time. Lan also stared silently in that direction, whispering to herself, will he ever come back? Returning to the dim corridor, Shen Yi reminded himself inwardly he hadn't expected the door to have the ability to adapt and take a form suitable for the environment. The situation just now was too dangerous. He had to remember this lesson for the future. No sooner had he spoken than he saw a skeletal shadow ahead gnawing on something. Shen Yi walked up angrily to confront him. You stinking skeleton, I'm out there working myself to the bone in the elven territory, facing death at every turn. And here you are, peacefully enjoying a meal all to yourself? Seeing him, the skeleton seemed quite surprised. You're actually still alive? Hearing this, Shen Yi roared with even more fury. So you can speak, you eccentric freak, you gave me that stone-white shadow crown on purpose just so I'd go to my death, didn't you? The skeleton pondered for a moment. He asked, how did you survive? Tell me the details and I will pay you accordingly. Shen Yi raised a finger in refusal. Do you think I'd tell you? It's not about the reward now, it's about the fact that you nearly cost me my life. I'm the type to hold a grudge. The skeleton fell silent, and then a contract appeared before Shen Yi stating the other party is very sincere and according to the principle of equivalent exchange is prepared to give you a powerful undead spell. The value of the spell before the text could even finish displaying. Shen Yi angrily tore the paper to shreds. He shouted, you think you can buy me off with a few scraps? You are insulting my character. In helplessness, the skeleton brought out a crystal ball shimmering with dreamlike light and tried to explain. The reason I gave you the stone-white shadow crown was because you are human. Elves and humans are allies. Only by going there did you have a chance of survival. If it had been me, there would have been nothing but death. The crystal ball hovered before Shen Yi as the skeleton continued, as an apology I have decided to break the principle of equivalent exchange and give you this nightmare crystal inheritance. It contains 3 top-tier evolutionary undead talents. You can choose one to merge with your soul and possess its power. Fearing Shen Yi didn't understand its value, the skeleton added, talents are special abilities that require no energy to cast. The Nightmare Crystal inheritance is the very foundation of the undead race and is extremely precious. The reason I've been able to survive after being injured is because they want this crystal, but I've decided to give this opportunity to you. Hey, they surely won't expect me to hand it over to a human. Shen Yi felt a bit sheepish, but he quickly took the crystal and crushed it. I'm a man of principle. Since you're being so sincere, I'll forgive you this once, but remember, don't let it happen again. As the crystal shattered, the inheritance sequence began. The space around Shen Yi shifted and he appeared on a dark plot of land facing a massive skeleton seated on a stone platform. Strange flames flickered in its eye sockets and a cold voice echoed out, choose. You may select any one of these 3 ancient inheritance talents. 3 spheres of light hovered nearby, each a different color. The green one was Dark 5th Novice, evolutionary. It allows the summoning of corpses from hell to reveal everything they know and lay their souls to rest. Death is the most profound teacher. The orange one was Sacred Skeleton Body Novice, evolutionary. It can convert a fatal attack into 5 seconds of temporary invincibility, with a 1-day cooldown. The third was Scepter of Undead Resurrection Novice, evolutionary. It can generate soul fire to place upon fallen undead and bring them back to life. This resurrection art has a highly mysterious and ancient origin and is the source of the undead race's power. Shen Yi pondered. Undead resurrection was useless to him right now. Sacred Skeleton Body provided 5 seconds of invincibility, but what then? He'd still be dead. Dark 5th seemed useless on the surface, but it was exactly what he needed most right now. Only by gaining intelligence could he hunt down the person who wanted him dead. Having decided, he tightly gripped the green crystal. The inheritance power activated, and green light enveloped his entire body. When he opened his eyes, Shen Yi had returned to the corridor standing beside the skeleton. It was a success. He seemed to be able to feel the whispers of the undead. Seeing the green energy, the skeleton was shocked. You chose this one, Shen Yi asked in confusion. What's wrong, is it not good? The skeleton slowly shook its head. Not exactly, it's just that it cannot form immediate combat power. In my memory, past sovereigns usually chose the third, and a very few chose the second. No one has ever chosen Dark 5th. Having received this precious gift, Shen Yi stopped making things difficult and recounted the events. It went like this. After listening, the skeleton fell into a long silence. The skeleton let out a long sigh of realization. The original assassination target was supposed to be an elven priestess. The man you encountered is actually the strongest Grand High Priest of the elven race. This news sent Shen Yi into deep thought. No wonder he held such illustrious titles as Spirit of the Myriad Forests, Heir to the Ancient Tree Throne, Nature Sovereign of 10,000, Grand Archmage of the Robes, Guardian of Nightmares and 5th Realm of the World's Skull, the skeleton continued. The 3 nightmare knights of the undead race have been captured by the elves. They can no longer monitor or threaten me. This is my only chance. With that he bolted toward the depths of the tunnel. Shen Yi shouted after him, "Hey, where are you going?" But then he muttered to himself, "Forget it, let him go. I'd better look out for myself first." Everyone has their own cross to carry. Using the door, Shen Yi returned to the school restroom. A line of text appeared. "This trip has earned you the skill one of us, quality. Green excellent. After equipping this skill, when you say I'm one of us to a target, they will perceive you as an ally for 10 seconds. Afterward, they will forget everything that just happened. The skill can be used once per day and the target's total attributes must not exceed twice your own. Otherwise, they will develop resistance." Shen Yi murmured, "Green quality, this skill is actually quite practical." But that wasn't all. He found another evaluation item, the Nature's Blessing bracelet. This was the one Lan had given him, a rare piece of green quality excellent jewelry. While wearing it, his mental power would slowly increase. Highly satisfied with the trip, Shen Yi walked out of the restroom nodding repeatedly. Not bad at all. A short sword, a green skill, a green bracelet, and a gun. Quite the haul. He carefully stowed the items away, warning himself not to let anyone see them. On the school playground, students were undergoing the movement and agility test according to the instructor's commands. At the sound of the whistle, Chen Haoyu immediately sprinted forward, nimbly dodging the colored water jets spraying from the ground. In the crowd, Shen Yi cheered loudly for him. "Haoyu, go for it, stay calm." Hearing the shout, Chen Haoyu responded while running. His voice was brimming with confidence. "Thanks Yi, this is a piece of cake for me, just watch." But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a jet of colored water smacked him right in the face, sending the onlookers into fits of laughter. "Haha, Chen Haoyu got headshotted. Look at that idiot. That's what he gets for showing off." The coach quickly announced the results. "Chen Haoyu, 71 points. You should be glad this isn't the actual entrance exam." Next up, Shen Yi. Shen Yi stepped forward and took his stance at the starting line. As the command was given, bursts of colored water erupted from the holes in the ground. Shen Yi kept his hands behind his back, moving with staggering speed. His movements were light and composed, as if he were strolling through a gentle breeze. He was too fast. The water jets couldn't even keep up with his pace. "His movements are so natural, it's like he's gliding on ice," one student marveled. How did his agility explode like that after leaving the hospital? With his wealth of training experience, this test was child's play for Shen Yi. By employing just a fraction of the elven footwork, he easily avoided every single water jet. His perfect performance caught the attention of a mysterious man watching from the shadows. The man offered a soft word of praise. "That kid's footwork is interesting." The teacher standing nearby introduced him excitedly. "That's our top student, though unfortunately he missed the first exam. That's why I asked you to come over, to see if you could give him a chance." The man wearing sunglasses and dangling a cigarette from his lips answered slowly, "Good footwork. He has talent. If he gets a perfect score on the mental power test as well, I'll give him a chance." The teacher couldn't hide his surprise. "A perfect score in mental power? Supervisor Qian, isn't that requirement a bit too high?" The teacher worried inwardly. He remembered Shen Yi's mental power was only average. He tried to smooth things over. "Let's wait for the mental power results then. Maybe he can get a high score." Supervisor Qian shook his head firmly. "A high score isn't enough. Only a perfect score meets the requirements." After Shen Yi finished his test, the PE teacher was visibly thrilled. His pride was tinged with regret. "Perfect score on the agility test. Ah, Shen Yi, if only you hadn't missed that first exam." Shen Yi simply smiled. "Thank you, teacher. I have no intention of giving up on the exams." The teacher then announced a lunch break, telling everyone to go eat and return for the afternoon tests. Covered in paint, Chen Haoyu ran excitedly toward Shen Yi. "Whoa, as expected of Yi, that was incredible, a perfect score. Come on, let's go grab some stir-fry." Shen Yi nodded. He waved a hand and said, "Go wash your face first. I'm going back to the classroom for a bit." Chen Haoyu nodded repeatedly. "Sure thing, Yi, wait for me in the classroom." "I'll be done in a second, wait for me." Back in the classroom, Shen Yi leaned over a pile of books and sighed. "What is all this? Physics and chemistry are fine. They're similar to my old world, but what's with this Chinese and science? The historical figures, events, and even literature are completely different. It feels like my memories are fighting each other. My head hurts." While he was feeling frustrated, a violent kick sent Shen Yi's desk flying into the air. It was Sun Ming wearing a malicious grin. "I told you, Shen Yi, things aren't over between us." Facing this provocative attitude, Shen Yi looked up and asked coldly, "Did Zhao Yibing send you?" Sun Ming let out a cold laugh and snapped his fingers, signaling his lackeys to surround him. "That girl Zhao Yibing can't be bothered with you. While you were away from school, my strength broke through to 2 points. Let's see, which is stronger, your 2 points of agility or my 2 points of strength? Let's find out who the real top student is." Shen Yi secretly activated the one of us skill and said calmly, "What's the point? We're all on the same side here." Sure enough, the excellent quality skill worked instantly. Driven by a mysterious power, the aggressive group's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Sun Ming scratched his head, sounding a bit bashful. "Well, I didn't have a choice. Zhao Yibing begged us with tears in her eyes to get even for her." The lackeys behind him also chimed in. "Exactly. We didn't really want to lay hands on our own brother. It puts us in a real awkward spot." Another added, "It's all because I liked her too much. Plus, brother, you're usually so arrogant. That's why I wanted to hit you. Since we're family, I'm not fighting." Faced with this, Shen Yi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Luckily this was just student drama and no one here actually wanted him dead. However, the effect of one of us only lasts 10 seconds, and time was almost up. Once the 10 seconds passed, these guys would surely flip their lids again. He grumbled to himself. A skill that could only be used once a day for such a short duration was quite useless. Having tested the skill, Shen Yi decisively chose to devour it. Devour successful. Consumed green skill obtained 3 attribute points, he thought to himself. Put it all into strength. A prompt appeared. In addition to the 3 points just gained, you can freely reset the 1 point previously assigned to agility. Add it to strength as well? Shen Yi was shocked. What? Attributes can be reallocated at will? Doesn't that mean I can switch from an agility-based assassin to a strength-based warrior whenever I want? He decided to invest all 4 points into strength. The enhancement was successful, and his strength soared from 1.2 to 5.2. Just then, a student with messy hair locked Shen Yi's arms from behind. Don't think you're escaping like last time, Shen Yi. Fight Sun Ming fair and square. Opposite him, Sun Ming threw a heavy punch, shouting, "Get ready for some broken ribs, you piece of lunch meat." The punch flew straight for Shen Yi's abdomen, but Shen Yi didn't even flinch. His expression remained calm, and instead it was Sun Ming who let out a pig-like shriek of agony. He clutched his deformed hand, howling like a beast caught in a trap. For an average adult without special training, strength and agility average at 1 point. Faced with Shen Yi's 5.2 strength, Sun Ming was utterly crushed. The group of delinquents watched in horror as Shen Yi took Sun Ming's punch without a scratch, and even broke free from the restraint of the student behind him. In reality, strength wasn't just raw muscle power. It was a comprehensive reflection of bone density, organ health, the resilience of the meridians, explosive power, and cellular activity. This was the benchmark of life itself. Sensing this terrifying power, the thugs began to panic. His strength has likely surpassed Sun Ming's. How is that possible? Shen Yi looked coldly at Sun Ming rolling on the floor and sighed. I already missed an exam, yet you still came to attack me. With the entrance exams right around the corner, you all banded together out of nothing but jealousy, recklessly trying to ruin someone's life. Sun Ming growled defiantly. Ah, damn you, Shen Yi, you deserve to die. Shen Yi coldly hoisted Sun Ming high into the air. If this had been another student, or the old me, we probably would have been severely injured by you. Hearing this, Sun Ming lost his nerve and quickly begged for mercy. Shen Yi, we were wrong today. Please let us off just this once. But Shen Yi's voice grew sharp. You insult people, beat them, and try to destroy their futures, and you actually expect me to forgive you? With that, Shen Yi turned and slammed Sun Ming violently onto the floor behind him. The sounds of kicking, punching, and pleas for mercy echoed through the room. Ow, help! The shrill cries for help rang out across the playground. The lead teacher burst through the classroom door and roared, "What are you all doing?" The scene in the classroom looked like a gruesome battlefield. Several students were knocked out on the floor, faces bruised and swollen. Shen Yi, however, stood leaning against the wall saying weakly, "Teacher, you're finally here. They were bullying me." Hearing this and looking at Shen Yi's innocent face, the teacher was stunned. He asked in bewilderment, "What did you say? You beat them into this pathetic state and you're saying they bullied you?" The crowd of onlookers was so shocked their jaws practically hit the floor. Zhao Yibing's heart was in turmoil. She realized she had miscalculated. Even together, this group was no match for Shen Yi. Just how strong was he? "No, it's fine, it's fine." As she tried to calm herself, her best friend beside her suddenly asked, "Bing Bing, do you regret it?" The question caught her off guard, and a surge of regret washed over her. If she had encouraged him on the stairs, asked him to keep working hard, and promised to stay in touch after getting into high school, would the outcome have been different? But immediately after, she dismissed those thoughts. No, there's no going back. He had caused such a scene and injured 7 or 8 students. He would likely be disqualified from the entrance exams. Her goal was achieved. Now, Shen Yi was just a failure, while her future remained bright. Clearing her chaotic thoughts, Zhao Yibing said decisively to her friend, "I only regret that I didn't see what a rotten person he was sooner." But just then, all eyes suddenly converged on Zhao Yibing. "Bing Bing, look over there," her friend cried out. Zhao Yibing turned in confusion, shocked to find Sun Ming staring intently at her as medical staff carried him out on a stretcher. When he passed by her, Sun Ming's eyes were locked on her. Zhao Yibing panicked, her eyes widening as she screamed internally. "No way, why is this idiot staring at me? Is he planning to drag me down with him? Hey, don't look at me like that, you bastard." Seeing Sun Ming's lips move, Zhao Yibing's heart raced as she prayed. "Don't speak, whatever you do, don't speak. Shut your damn mouth, go to sleep, go die, just don't ruin me." Despite the storm inside her, Sun Ming weakly called out her name. Bing, bing. In an instant, every eye in the place shifted to Zhao Yibing. Those curious, gossiping, and even malicious gazes made her feel like she was suffocating. Suddenly, her body trembled. Tears welled up, and she put on a heart-wrenching performance. She burst into tears, crying out as she ran. "Wah. Sun Ming, I can't believe Shen Yi bullied you like this. I'm going to call the police right now." Watching Zhao Yibing's hypocritical retreat, Shen Yi had to admire her escape through diversion tactic. In a flash, she had not only cleared her name but also dealt him a heavy blow. As for the teacher, he was gritting his teeth in rage. Why would a student call the police? This just made everything complicated. "Fine, everyone disperse and go back to the classroom to study. Shen Yi, come to the office with me." Shen Yi could only nod and comply. "Yes, teacher." At that moment in the hallway, the principal was speaking with a man referred to as Supervisor Qian. "Old Qian, the students at our school are all very talented. See if you can sign a few of them." Supervisor Qian shook his head. "Old friend, it's not that I won't help, but if they don't meet the group's basic requirements, I'm powerless. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Suddenly, a female teacher ran up breathlessly to report, "Principal, Shen Yi and Sun Ming's group got into a fight and the police have arrived." Hearing this, the principal blurted out impatiently, "What? I have to be informed about every student brawl now." Before he could finish, the teacher hurried over and handed him a video. "Principal, you really need to see this." It was a recording of the fight. Initially, both the principal and supervisor Qian Lao Qian acted dismissively, thinking a middle school scrap was nothing special. But after watching the video, their expressions turned grave and they stared intently at the screen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the police had also finished reviewing the footage of the incident. One officer turned to Shen Yi and asked, "Were you prepared to film this from the very beginning?" Shen Yi put on a harmless, innocent expression and nodded. "Yes, I was afraid of being beaten by them." Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had the foresight to record it. The officer watching the video looked speechless. "You clearly almost beat them to death." After a moment of silence, the officer said sternly, "Even with the video, you still need to come back to the station with us. The final outcome depends on the results of their injury assessments." The teacher immediately stepped in to defend Shen Yi. "This boy just survived a major accident and already missed one of his exams. If you take him to the station now, won't he miss another one? Since the video proves everything, what else is there to investigate?" The officer shook his head firmly. "Rest assured, teacher, it's just for an investigation at the station. It won't take several days. If the injuries aren't severe," the teacher still disagreed, retorting vehemently, "what you're doing could ruin this child's future." While they argued, Shen Yi stood in the back, silently trying to adjust his attribute points to help his body adapt to the changes brought about by the attribute shift. Just then, the principal pushed open the door and walked in. He said, "Shen Yi, it's a good thing you recorded the whole thing on your phone. Otherwise, given the severity of those students' injuries, you'd certainly be expelled." Seeing the principal, the teacher breathed a sigh of relief. "Principal, you're finally here." But it wasn't over. Supervisor Qian looked at Shen Yi with a smile. "Indeed, your physical attributes far exceed theirs. Fighting them really is meaningless. I watched the video of the fight, even though it was only a part of it. You lowered the force of your strikes, didn't you?" Shen Yi smiled slightly, took the business card handed to him by the man and nodded. "Yes, I was afraid I'd kill them." Lao Qian praised him. "Good boy, noble character. Your performance in the agility mock exam earlier was also a perfect score, which is enough to earn my recommendation. I'd like to have a talk with you." Looking at the business card, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Human Martial Arts Group, Regional Supervisor, Qian Rushan. The Human Martial Arts Group was an organization that held a vast treasure trove of martial knowledge and a wealth of secret technique copyrights. For an ordinary person, joining this group was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It meant leaving the commoner class behind and stepping onto a path to the heavens. Realizing the man's identity, Shen Yi marveled at the aura he radiated. He was just standing there. Yet Shen Yi felt that his entire body was completely devoid of flaws. No matter how he allocated his attributes, it seemed he wouldn't be able to inflict even a scratch on him. Qian Rushan continued, "Student Shen, the brain-computer system analyzes your strength to be at least 4.5. May I ask what your specific strength attribute is?" The brain-computer system he mentioned was this world's high-level AI, capable of precisely evaluating an individual's various metrics. Shen Yi thought to himself, "He's so strong. If I have his protection, do I even need to fear assassins?" Thus, he revealed the maximum value of the strength he could convert. 5 points. The moment that number left his mouth, looks of incredible shock appeared on the faces of both the teacher and the principal. Although Qian Rushan had anticipated something high, he was still surprised, praising him. "Well done, truly remarkable." Their reaction made Shen Yi wonder, was 5 strength a lot? Qian Rushan nodded and explained, "At the middle school level, reaching 4.5 strength already exceeds our group's assessment standards. If you reach 5 points, you can pilot certain combat-type mobile armors and utilize conventional destruction-grade weaponry. Furthermore, since you got a perfect score on the agility mock exam, it's enough for me to recommend you for the group. I will arrange a makeup exam for your strength subject." Shen Yi asked in surprise. "I can take a makeup exam?" Qian Rushan nodded with a smile. "Normally no, but to ensure we don't miss talent like yours, our group has the right to propose a retake to the Ministry of Education." Understanding the situation, Shen Yi's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. "I'm certainly willing. Thank you, Supervisor Qian." Having received a satisfactory answer, Qian Rushan waved his hand. "Then it's settled. Someone will come to arrange it for you. As for this fight, handle it however you like. The makeup exam time will be coordinated with your progress." Suddenly he paused and added a question. "By the way, what is your mental power? I'm just curious. Your strength and agility have already met the standard, so this won't affect the assessment." Facing the inquiry about mental power, Shen Yi weighed his options carefully. He couldn't act like everything about him was too godlike. 3 points of mental power should be about right, so he held up 3 fingers. 3 points. Unexpectedly, this answer stunned Qian Rushan, while the principal and the police were also dazed. 3 points? That high? Hadn't Shen Yi's mental power always been at an average level? Qian Rushan pondered for a moment and proposed, "Student Shen, can you demonstrate it? 3 points of mental power is enough for telekinesis. Try moving this chair." Shen Yi didn't hesitate and nodded. "All right." He quietly shifted 3 attribute points into mental power, utilizing the burst of mental energy to levitate the chair in midair. As long as he increased his mental attributes, he could reach 3 points. Seeing this scene, the police captain turned to leave, telling his team, "Let's go," one member asked in confusion. "Captain, we're just leaving like this?" The captain replied helplessly. "What else? That student Shen Yi has a strength of 5, a perfect score in agility, meaning his agility is at least a 4, and 3 points of mental power. Do you know what that means?" the member asked curiously. "What does it mean?" "It means he's about to soar to the top. A genius like that isn't for our level to handle. Let's go." Meanwhile, Shen Yi lowered the chair back to the ground and let out a long breath. "I can only sustain it for this long." Suddenly, Supervisor Qian cheered excitedly. "Ha, who would have thought, a former street wretch. Today a song reaches the immortals, the time has come. Heaven and earth shift positions. Working together, our generation shall rise straight to the blue clouds. Master Shen, you have found your fortune and so have I." Lao Qian cheered while the principal and teacher nearby also clapped excitedly. They praised him in unison. "Great singing, Lao Qian, I've never heard such a beautiful melody." Facing everyone's excitement, Shen Yi felt somewhat awkward, thinking to himself uneasily, Sorry, do I have to sing too, but I don't know how." Immediately after, Supervisor Qian regained his composure and said seriously, "Would you two please step out for a moment? I'd like to speak with Shen Yi alone." Upon hearing this, the principal immediately pulled the teacher outside, responding cheerfully, Right, you two take your time." Once they were the only 2 left in the room, Supervisor Qian fell into deep thought. While waiting for the principal and teacher to walk away, he lit a cigarette. He looked into the distance and asked, "Student Shen Yi, what is your greatest ideal in life?" Shen Yi answered excitedly, Supervisor Qian Rushan, your name is my ideal." Note, Qian Rushan literally means money like a mountain. This answer stunned Qian Rushan, who quickly corrected him. "No, that's just the foundation. I mean, what does your heart desire most?" "Desire?" Shen Yi pondered for a moment, recalling all the dangers he had recently experienced, and answered softly, "To at least not be bullied by others and to be able to protect myself and my family." Qian Rushan nodded and praised him with a smile. "Haha, very good. Then right now is the moment you are closest to your dream. Come attack me." Hearing this, Shen Yi pointed directly at him and said loudly, "Hey, you long-haired, creepy, perverted old uncle." Qian Rushan almost choked and waved his hands frantically. "Not a verbal attack with your fists, hurry up and strike." Although he didn't understand why he was being asked to do this, Shen Yi decided to comply. Okay, then pardon me." He secretly shifted his attribute points, concentrating all his power into 5 points of strength and threw an earth-shattering punch. The moment Shen Yi charged forward, Qian Rushan's eyes flickered. Instantly, a strange energy enveloped Shen Yi, rendering him unable to move. Qian Rushan explained, "This is a technique that can lock down an attacker. If you learn this, you'll be able to protect yourself well." "Want to learn?" Shen Yi blurted out in shock, then nodded repeatedly. "That's amazing, I want to learn." Suddenly, Qian Rushan pulled a gun from his pocket and said, "Watch closely, it's not over yet." Under Shen Yi's terrified gaze, he pointed the muzzle at his own head and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. Shen Yi even saw the sparks from the bullet's friction, but a miracle occurred. Qian Rushan was completely unharmed. He explained plainly, "This is another secret technique hidden within our group. It can defend against all hidden weapons, even a bullet is no problem." This scene deeply shocked Shen Yi, and he unconsciously uttered a famous line from his past life, "In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. As long as you are fast enough, you are indestructible." Qian Rushan nodded in approval. "Oh, quite the imposing words. Where did you learn that?" Shen Yi just smiled. "Came up with it myself. Haha." Qian Rushan continued seriously, "Student Shen, I officially invite you to join the group's Hidden Dragon Plan. It is a program designed to cultivate supernovae. We will recommend you to the top 3 high schools in the world, but before that you must pass an extremely rigorous entrance assessment. Those aren't ordinary exams. They are independently set by these 3 schools. Such exams are hard for ordinary people to even encounter, as they have long been monopolized by the children of the great families." Shen Yi tilted his head in confusion. "Great families?" Qian Rushan explained softly. "Some families possess mysterious knowledge and bloodline contracts left by ancient gods. The martial legacies these families hold far exceed our group, and they control most of the land, people, and resources. They occupy high positions, and it is very difficult for mortals to cross that chasm." Shen Yi was shaken. "Could my grandfather belong to one of those families?" Qian Rushan continued, "The Hidden Dragon Plan aims to find civilian geniuses like you. We will help you enter the top institutions. Even if you fail the assessment, we guarantee your admission into a key high school. But if you can successfully enter one of those 3 schools, the group will support you in every way to compete for resources and plan your career based on your specialties. When you reach the peak, you return to serve the group. The treatment will be very generous. Think it over." Shen Yi's mind was racing. So that was it. This was a world where strength was everything. He remembered that in the past his family had belonged to a great clan, but for some reason his father was kicked out by his grandfather. Because their family was mediocre, the police wouldn't even handle supernatural incidents for them. His parents had to scramble just to get one tonic, which was likely nothing to his grandfather's clan. Today he had injured people yet didn't have to face the consequences because his abilities had already surpassed the rules of this social class. Shen Yi didn't hesitate for long and nodded. I accept the invitation. Qian Rushan handed over a file. If there are no issues, sign here and enter your fingerprint. Taking the electronic file, Shen Yi thought, no wonder the teachers always emphasize that humans must attach themselves to the strong for civilization to continue. Qian Rushan added, you can consider it a bit more. Other organizations will surely come looking for you soon. But Shen Yi shook his head. You were the first to find me, and you helped me out of a jam. I'm willing to join. Qian Rushan was very happy. Good, you're a straightforward kid. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Since you're still a minor, I need your guardian to sign. Shen Yi replied softly, okay, my parents should be at home. Qian Rushan walked out and waved. All right, I'll head over now. It would be bad if another organization beat me to it. I'll come back for you after the signing. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yi rushed to the door only to find that Qian Rushan had turned into a breeze and vanished in the blink of an eye. He really was strong. The principal walked over and asked quietly, Xiao Shen, how did it go? Shen Yi replied honestly, Principal, I signed. Now Supervisor Qian has gone to talk to my parents about the signing. The principal and the teacher jumped for joy. Wonderful, now our school is going to be famous in the whole city. Suddenly, the phone in Shen Yi's pocket rang. He pulled it out to see an unknown number. Who could it be? Despite his confusion, he pressed the answer key. A familiar voice came from the other end. Shen Yi's expression turned grim. Student Shen, this is Luo Feichuan. I just found something over here. I hope you can come to the station. Inside the police station, Luo Feichuan led Shen Yi in and said softly, have a seat, Student Shen, and take a look at this. Shen Yi nodded. All right, Officer Luo. But he secretly observed his surroundings. For some reason, from the moment he stepped into the station, he felt an indescribable sense of dread. Luo Feichuan brought out a device to show Shen Yi a photograph. This photo was taken accidentally by a passerby. There have been some rumors about the hospital lately, so someone sent it to us. It was taken the day of your accident, in the building across from the hospital. There is a suspicious man. Do you recognize him? Shen Yi took the iPad and zoomed in to carefully observe the man in the strange posture. He shook his head. I don't. I've never seen this person before. Luo Feichuan's tone was serious. According to expert identification, this person appeared to be activating something at the time. Shen Yi, were you carrying anything unusual on you that day? Hearing this, Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat. If it was truly as the police said, he already understood a few things. What that man had activated was precisely that cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen ghouls, but that statue had already turned to ash. The trail had gone cold. He couldn't reveal anything about the statue. After all, it was a curse that had caused multiple deaths, and he was the only survivor. Speaking up now would only invite trouble. Thus he answered calmly. Officer, everything was the same as usual that day. Nothing special happened. Luo Feichuan pondered for a moment before pressing further. Truly nothing. He stared intently at Shen Yi, continuing. No feeling of suffocation, no loss of control, or even a loss of consciousness, none of that? Shen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he insisted there was nothing. However, suspicion began to grow in his heart. Luo Feichuan's line of questioning seemed as if he knew something, and furthermore, from the moment he entered the office he had felt restless, as if something were hidden in the shadows around him. It felt as though if he were to shout, something unprecedented would occur. An eerie atmosphere weighed on him so heavily he could barely breathe. Suddenly, seeing Luo Feichuan raise his hand, Shen Yi's heart rate spiked. He realized he couldn't remain silent any longer. Deciding to disrupt the other man's investigative rhythm, he said loudly, I just remembered. The zipper on my backpack wasn't closed properly, but I clearly remember zipping it up when school ended. Hearing this new detail, Luo Feichuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in a calm tone, have you checked your backpack yet? Shen Yi shook his head, feigning flustered confusion. Ah, not yet. I really should check it. Internally, he was filled with anxiety. What did Officer Luo mean by raising his hand just now? It looked like he was about to make a move. Shen Yi secretly dumped all his attribute points into agility, preparing to react to any sudden emergency. No matter what happened, he had to be ready to flee at a moment's notice, yet he doubted whether he could even escape. Luo's attributes were surely enough to crush him. Meanwhile, the tips of his toes subtly pointed toward the floor, shifting into a ready stance. He couldn't worry about the consequences anymore. Shen Yi was prepared to open a portal right beneath his feet. If things went south, he would burst through the door and run. Just then, the landline phone on the desk suddenly rang with a sharp brring, causing Shen Yi to jump. The already oppressive and eerie atmosphere became even more suffocating. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his heart hammered like a drum. It was a false alarm. He had almost opened the door and bolted. He quickly realized this was a chance to get away, so he offered a stiff smile. Officer, you have a call. Perhaps I should step out for a moment. Luo Feichuan waved him off as he picked up the receiver. No need, just stay seated, he answered. Hello, this is Luo Feichuan. Suddenly his gaze turned sharp and cold. Upon hearing the mysterious voice on the other end, his entire body froze. Luo Feichuan, your time is up. Instantly, an eerie light erupted from within Luo Feichuan, spreading rapidly across the surroundings like a spiderweb. Shen Yi watched the scene in horror, wondering what on earth was happening. An assassin? No, wait, this was clearly aimed at Officer Luo. Was this the mystic art supervisor Qian had mentioned? Luo Feichuan's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, HMPH, he let out a roar. Right outside the police station, then like an arrow released from a bow, he charged forward, smashing through the window and leaping outside. The station's alarm blared instantly. An announcement echoed, intruder detected. Attackers have infiltrated the station. Non-combat personnel, please find a safe place to hide immediately. Meanwhile, Shen Yi stared out the window dumbfounded. He thought to himself, why did the outside turn into the ocean? How is that possible? I was clearly in the middle of the city. The view outside had transformed into a bizarre beach dotted with jagged rocks that looked like tombstones. The entire sky was shrouded in an eerie blood-red light. Looking like the end of the world, officers rushed toward the perimeter only to find a strange figure standing proudly atop a tombstone. It was the man who had just called, but he wasn't the man with sunglasses from the photograph. All this chaos was his doing. Just then they heard the mysterious man's low voice. Luo Feichuan, you killed so many members of our cult. We're here to make you pay in blood. Seeing the situation grow dire, the police chief ordered the officers to charge, but Luo Feichuan stopped them. He looked coldly at the enemy and replied, whatever you have to say it later. I'll give you an explanation, but right now I'm busy. The young people wearing bizarre pajamas raised their staves, which erupted with light. Your life is the only explanation we need, the man roared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shen Yi felt the surrounding scenery shift abruptly. In the blink of an eye he found himself back in reality, standing in the police station office. I'm back, those two are gone. Shen Yi blurted out. It seemed Officer Luo had been trapped by that man in that eerie sea domain. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but Shen Yi felt a suffocating sense of dread hanging over the room. Damn it, that weird feeling is back. What's wrong with me? Is this office haunted? He shouted. Man or ghost, show yourself. Just as he spoke, a dark glint flashed in Shen Yi's eyes and several lines of mysterious prompts surfaced in his mind. The prompts helped him see the problem clearly. His talent, Gloom Whisper, had been activated after his outburst. Based on the presence of a corpse in this room, the soul would be forced back into the body to answer his questions. If it failed to answer, that soul would never find peace. Shen Yi cried out in alarm. What? Gloom Whisper based on a corpse? There's a corpse in Luo Feichuan's office? Just then, a distant voice echoed in his ear. Thank you, Shen Yi. The voice startled him. He spun around wildly to look behind him. Who's there? A faint voice responded. I didn't expect to be able to return to my body, relying on this undecayed husk to answer your questions. Shen Yi stared helplessly at a locker in the room. The voice was coming from exactly there. Is the body in there? He whispered to himself, feeling the voice was terrifyingly familiar. Wait, could it be? A horrific thought flashed through his mind, and with a trembling hand he threw open the locker door. The voice, filled with indescribable resentment, continued to ring out. Clearly the hunter had been murdered by the prey, who then used their appearance as a disguise. It was a tragedy. The locker door swung open, revealing a blood-stained corpse covered in knife wounds. Overcome with terror, Shen Yi's voice shook. Officer Luo, is that you? Luo Feichuan's stiff corpse replied, it's me. I can't believe such a bizarre thing has happened. Once the shock passed, Shen Yi tried to untangle the mess. With wide eyes he asked Luo Feichuan, what exactly is going on here? Luo Feichuan's corpse answered urgently. The man with sunglasses in the photo, he killed me. He is an assassin, and I am a special operations soldier with a balanced build of strength and agility. I need powerful equipment to unleash my true power. But he took advantage of my lack of preparation to strike. At the critical moment, my weapon malfunctioned. After I died, he assumed my identity to lure you to the station. Luo Feichuan's police cap fell to the floor. Shen Yi's mind was in a whirl as he stared at the cap, wondering what the man's motive was. The ghost of Officer Luo answered, I don't know what he was looking for, but he was definitely chasing an answer. Shen Yi fell into thought as the truth gradually became clear. That's right. In history, the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen ghouls has never failed. He must want to know why I'm the only one who survived. Fortunately, a madman had attacked the station, disrupting the assassin's plan. Realizing that Officer Luo's soul didn't know what had just happened, Shen Yi hurried to tell him, by the way, Officer Luo, that killer who was impersonating you was taken away by someone in flashy pajamas using a mystic art. Luo Feichuan's soul was confused. Mystic art? What mystic art? Shen Yi described the strange experience. The outside of the station suddenly turned into a blood-red sea, but it soon returned to normal. That fake and the attacker haven't come back. After hearing this, Luo Feichuan's corpse let out a raspy laugh. Ha! The prey disguised himself as the hunter, never knowing there was even greater danger hidden behind the hunter. He explained, what you saw wasn't a mystic art, it was an anomaly. Other worlds suddenly connecting to ours. Phenomenon that surround, occupy, and plunder an area or directly take away certain creatures are known as anomalies. Among them, there is an even more dangerous situation known as a catastrophe. For some reason, hearing the word catastrophe made Shen Yi's blood run cold. He asked quickly, what is a catastrophe? Luo Feichuan's soul replied, it is a powerful monster from another world that uses a mysterious method to launch a surprise attack on our world. Such situations usually trigger horrific disasters. He followed up with a question. Do you know about Zhongnun City? Shen Yi nodded gravely. I do. He had heard an unprecedented earthquake had occurred there, leveling the entire city. Luo Feichuan's soul gave a bitter smile, revealing a shocking secret. Earthquake is just the name you commoners use. In reality, that was the most textbook example of a catastrophe in history. Over 13 million people in that city, not a single survivor. Shen Yi turned pale, stunned by the horrific truth. It was too terrifying. After explaining this, Luo Feichuan's soul gave a desperate warning. Our time is running out, we can't talk much longer. That anomaly was only low level and had a time limit. That assassin might return very soon. Shen Yi was panic-stricken. Then isn't my situation extremely dangerous? Luo Feichuan sighed and after confirming the danger, gave his final guidance. You must go to the weapon storage room on the 3rd floor immediately. Enter the code on the silver wall outside the room. Take a pen and paper from the drawer and remember this password. Luo Feichuan recited a long complex password filled with countless strange symbols. Shen Yi hurriedly wrote it down. Luo Feichuan's voice grew smaller and weaker. There is a special pen outside the storage room. When the time comes, write the password on the wall and report the truth. Then you will receive protection. Time is short. This is your only way to save yourself. Go now. With that, his voice stopped abruptly. A prompt appeared before Shen Yi's eyes. The other party has finished their explanation. The soul has departed. Staring silently at the wretched corpse in the locker, Shen Yi felt a pang of sorrow. No wonder the other police didn't want to touch his case. It turned out even an officer could die so pointlessly. In this world, if you weren't strong enough, you were at the mercy of others. Should he expose that killer's identity? No, that was already meaningless. Shen Yi slowly crouched down, picked up Officer Luo's cap with both hands and solemnly placed it on the corpse's head as a final farewell to this policeman of unyielding conviction. He whispered softly, "There might even be accomplices of his in the station. With that assassin's strength, killing me would be as easy as flipping a hand. Life is but a dream." The only thing he could do was follow Officer Luo's dying wish and seek asylum on the 3rd floor. With that thought, Shen Yi gently closed the locker. With his current strength, he didn't even have the right to seek revenge for Luo Feichuan. His face was grim as Shen Yi pressed his forehead against the locker in anger and pain, gritting his teeth. Seeing someone die so miserably because of him, he swore in his heart, "I will settle this debt." He tremblingly clutched the slip of paper with the password. "Officer Luo, I will let you rest in peace." Just then a knock came from the door, startling Shen Yi. Thud, thud, thud. "Student Shen Yi, are you in there?" A voice called out. An anomaly had occurred. Everyone was ordered to gather downstairs for inspection. Captain Wang pushed the door open and walked in. He said in a calm tone, "Shen Yi, come out. There has been an attack. Everyone must immediately undergo an inspection by the central brain computer." He closed the door and ordered those behind him, "You all head down first. I'll talk to Shen Yi on behalf of Officer Luo." The people outside replied, "Yes, Captain Wang." Once inside the room, he slowly looked around, his sharp gaze missing no detail. He advised in a leisurely manner, "Officer Luo was taken away by a mystic art. You're safe now. We're all police. We'll definitely take good care of you." But his cunning eyes seemed to hide something. After a few steps, he stopped and asked suddenly, "You're the one who touched the corpse just now, aren't you, Shen Yi?" With that, Captain Wang lunged forward, meticulously searching every dead angle of the room. After a fruitless search, he sat at the desk in disappointment, muttering, "I searched everywhere. Is there really nothing?" Did he run? Tisk, after killing so many people, he actually failed multiple times in front of a 15-year-old brat. How embarrassing, but I won't be as useless as them. After a moment's thought, Captain Wang hesitated before walking out of the room, simultaneously opening his radio to give an order. "All units attention. I suspect Shen Yi is related to this incident. Issue a warrant immediately. Arrest Shen Yi on sight." The other end responded quickly. "Understood, Captain Wang." The door slammed shut, and a broadcast echoed through the building. "The central brain computer system has completed the environmental assessment. Everyone, please gather at the plaza outside the main hall for inspection." A moment later, in the silent room, a door radiating an eerie light suddenly manifested. Shen Yi pushed the door open slightly, peering out warily as he thought, "Is he far enough away?" Sure enough, the assassin had accomplices. He walked over and smashed the window glass, whispering to himself, "I could hide in the nightmare world until it's safe, but that would mean missing the chance to punish these killers. I must go to the 3rd floor and report everything." No longer hesitating, he jumped out the window and entered the 3rd floor corridor. Shen Yi moved forward cautiously, and a moment later he arrived before an office. Clutching the paper, he thought urgently, "This is the place." He scrambled to write the password on the wall. Suddenly a voice from behind made him jump. "No wonder I heard movement upstairs. So it's you, student Shen Yi. What exactly are you doing here?" It was Captain Wang who had tracked him down. He stood there with a cold, menacing expression, gripping a baseball bat. Although panicking, Shen Yi fought to remain calm and replied, My entrance exams are coming up. My teacher assigned a math problem today, and I have to solve it quickly." With trembling hands, he continued writing the password, an inexplicable sense of anxiety mounting in his heart. "Why is this password so long?" Captain Wang's brow furrowed as he seemingly realized something. "That's the emergency activation device for the World Government Central System," he thought. How could he possibly have the password? Without hesitation, he lunged forward viciously, swinging the baseball bat toward Shen Yi's head. Damn it, I cannot let him finish that code, but in the next instant, a shimmering door of light manifested, blocking the path behind Shen Yi. The baseball bat struck the door and was sent flying back. Captain Wang stood stunned, blurting out, "What is this, your awakened ability?" He lunged forward excitedly, but was repelled by the aura radiating from the door. What terrifying power, Shen Yi thought. Fortunately, this door adapts to its environment. If it were an ordinary door, my head would be gone by now. Captain Wang did not give up. He launched a fierce flying kick, roaring, "Die!" But just like before, he was violently repelled. Furiously, he charged forward headfirst, snarling that he would kill Shen Yi. This time he wasn't repelled, but his head slammed heavily against the door, and blood began to pour down his face. He clutched his head in agony, groaning, "Damn it! This summoned door was actually bolted firmly to the floor." At the same time, Shen Yi finished writing the password and shouted in delight, "Finally finished." Instantly, an alarm blared, "Password verified. I am Gurren, the world government's strongest AI, beginning processing of emergency requests and assessment of the situation. Luo Feichuan's corpse has been discovered and Captain Wang has been identified as the imposter Wang Shuimu. The Major Crimes Unit is mobilizing the nearest high-level personnel. Human Martial Arts Group Regional Supervisor Qian Rushan has been ordered to the scene, given the severity of the situation. Execution of the perpetrator is to commence immediately." Shen Yi gasped, "Supervisor Qian?" Before he could recover from his surprise, the prompt continued. 30-second countdown until the imposter Wang Shuimu is executed on the spot. Countdown beginning 29:28 on the other side of the door. The fake Wang Shuimu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He glared at Shen Yi and threatened, "Mobilizing troops. Hey, you think you can kill me? Keep dreaming. 30 seconds is more than enough time to finish you and make a clean escape." Terrified, Shen Yi ducked behind the door, trying to control it. But for some reason, the imposter managed to pass through the door, grabbing his hand with a vicious grip and laughing triumphantly. "You think I'd let you escape?" Time flew, only 26 seconds remained. Looking at the incoming fist, Shen Yi thought in despair, "I'm finished." The imposter's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he threw a punch, roaring, "Die!" The clock hit 25 seconds, and at that exact moment, Qian Rushan appeared instantly. Delivering a heavy punch to the imposter, the two forces collided violently, and with overwhelming superiority, Qian Rushan quickly claimed victory. The imposter was instantly annihilated, fading into nothingness. Shen Yi had narrowly escaped death, having handled the threat. Qian Russian's powerful aura surged as he remarked casually, "In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. Hey, foolish, did you really think I would wait for the full 30-second countdown?" He turned to Shen Yi and asked proudly, "Am I cool?" Shen Yi replied excitedly, "You're incredibly cool, peak-level cool. Thank you for saving my life, Supervisor Qian." A moment later, the two were talking in Qian Russian's office. He asked about other matters with a hint of confusion. "I can help you deal with the fallout, but regarding the password, you must tell me the truth." Shen Yi answered honestly, "Luo Feichuan gave me the password earlier. He said I was being hunted and told me to use it immediately if I encountered danger." Upon hearing this, Qian Rushan blurted out in surprise, "Oh, so he already knew the Silent Church and those assassins were targeting him?" Shen Yi asked in confusion. "The Silent Church," Qian Rushan explained slowly. "That's the organization behind the recent anomaly. They're a bunch of madmen with fractured minds. Perhaps Officer Luo made an enemy of them." While investigating a case, Shen Yi sat to the side and let out a sorrowful sigh. "It's a tragedy that Officer Luo died." Qian Rushan slowly took out a cigarette, contemplating. "A tragedy indeed. Although I didn't know him long, I could feel the flame of justice burning within him. It was likely that very passion that brought about his demise." He glanced at Shen Yi and continued, "You're lucky. If not for these coincidences, you would have been eliminated by that assassin impersonating Luo Feichuan. Gurren has already identified your pursuer. He is an assassin from the Assassin's Guild. They specialize in taking contracts through the network, but it's still unclear who the employer is." Shen Yi speculated that since the assassin was capable of taking down an officer like Luo, his skills and price must be very high. Therefore, the employer had to be extremely wealthy. Qian Rushan responded calmly, "Smart, but the question remains, why would someone go to such lengths to kill an ordinary middle schooler like you?" "We're still investigating that," Shen Yi asked curiously. "Who exactly is Gurren, the voice that appeared after I used the password? Why didn't Officer Luo just call her to deal with the assassin?" Qian Rushan answered quickly. "Gurren is the world government's central AI system. She arranged this support mission for me. Ordinarily, she doesn't interfere in such events unless you use the password set she provides. Only then will she step in to assist." He paused, then added, "As for why Luo Feichuan didn't call her." Just then, a girl walked in holding an iron prosthetic hand, picking up where Qian Rushan left off. "That's because he didn't know there was a problem with his weapon. This is Luo Feichuan's iron prosthetic, which was also his weapon. Its internal core was infected with a virus and couldn't be activated. But after Luo Feichuan died, it began working normally again. It's obviously a calculated conspiracy, and it must have been done by someone very close to him." The girl looked at the prosthetic hand and asserted, "Gurren has handed the mission over to us. We will continue the investigation." Looking at the prosthetic hand, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. No wonder Luo had said there was a problem with his weapon. Such an excellent and capable officer who even went so far as to leave his business card at my home to investigate. Even after death he was still guiding me. A man like that, unable to use his weapon when facing his enemy, finally gone forever. Seeing Shen Yi lost in thought, Qian Rushan spoke up. Shen Yi, you are now one of our group's members. Today I will teach you your first lesson. Remember it well. No matter the environment, always be on guard against those with malicious intent. They are far more terrifying than monsters. Shen Yi's gaze was firm as he replied, I will remember those words. Qian Rushan stubbed out his cigarette and said with satisfaction, Good, now come with me. I've already arranged to meet your parents. The two left the room chatting as they walked. Shen Yi asked worriedly, What if my parents are still in the anomaly zone? Qian Rushan reassured him that more specialized personnel would handle that. This place is about to be locked down, we must leave immediately. Shen Yi was still somewhat puzzled and asked why they weren't staying at the station to resolve everything. With Qian Rushan's strength, dealing with those two should have been child's play, right? Qian Rushan replied sternly, Don't hold on to such naive thoughts. Who knows what they might have brought back from the anomaly, he continued pensively. I remember a kid who escaped an anomaly created by the Silent Church. On the surface, everything looked normal, but in reality, he was nothing but a layer of human skin hiding a monster that had never been recorded. That monster slaughtered half a city before its weakness was discovered and it was destroyed. So, I'd rather face a murderer than get involved with an anomaly or the church. Everyone feels the same way, he comforted him. But don't worry, those two will meet an end far worse than being nailed to a wall. Suddenly, Qian Rushan remembered something. He quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. Hey, it's me. Help me check someone named Xiao Mengyu. Look into her relationship with Luo Feichuan. Shen Yi followed behind, completely baffled. Suddenly, Qian Rushan cried out in surprise. What? That's terrible. He turned around with a serious expression. Shen Yi, things have come to this. You need to know the truth before you can make a decision. He paused, then continued. We will review this contract in detail. I'm going out for a smoke. Call me in later. At this point, Shen Yi's mother spoke up. Xiao Yi, we won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, you are the descendant of a prestigious clan. Your father originally belonged to a branch of the great Sampu Shen family. Shen Yi was stunned. The Sampu Shen family? A cold sweat broke out as he realized his family background was indeed extraordinary. His history books had mentioned that the Sampu Shen family was one of the clans possessing divine inheritance and artifacts. His mother looked toward his father. She continued, Back then, your father was a once-in-a-generation genius. Unfortunately, while practicing a family technique, he suffered a cultivation accident and lost all his power. Later, your grandfather arranged a political marriage, but because of me, your father refused. This enraged your grandfather and led to your father being cast out by the family. When your father was disheartened and discouraged, he came to live in this city and met me. Then we had you, living a simple but complete life. His mother gave a little giggle. Are we being too lovey-dovey in front of you? His father gave a serious instruction. Xiao Yi, the reason we're telling you this is that your current talent has already far exceeded that of ordinary people. If we go back now and entreat your grandfather to let us return to the clan, he will surely agree. At that point, you would become an official disciple of a prestigious family, enjoying abundant resources and benefits. Shen Yi felt as if he were waking from a dream. The inheritance of a prestigious family was something countless people craved but could never obtain, his father continued. Xiao Yi, if you join the human martial arts group, you won't be able to touch the family's inheritance secrets. We'll let you decide for yourself. Whichever path you choose, we will support you with everything we have. Shen Yi lowered his head, a flash of sorrow crossing his face. He looked at his parents and said decisively, I've decided. I want to join the human martial arts group. His father asked, Have you thought it through? We can go beg your grandfather. If he agrees, you'll never have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Shen Yi shook his head. No, I don't want you to beg anyone. If you can support this family, so can I. Please believe in me. This is my life. His parents were deeply moved. Xiao Yi, you've really grown up. Now go call Supervisor Qian in. Shen Yi looked back on the past. Every time they visited his grandfather, the man never had a kind word for them. The other relatives were even colder and more distant. Over the years, the number of times they had gone back could be counted on one hand in his memory. The only joy was the brief moments playing with the other children. I was used to hardship and loneliness in my past life, and it's only in this life that I felt true familial love. Once the family reached an agreement, Shen Yi made his final decision. Qian Rushan announced the successful signing. Welcome Shen Yi to the human martial arts group. A cold-blooded family like the Shen family is better left behind anyway, he continued. In a few days, Shen Yi will take the entrance exams for the 3 prestigious schools. I want him to stay with the group for a while. What do you two think? His mother smiled brightly. That's wonderful. Those are the top 3 high schools in the world. Don't feel pressured, Xiao Yi. Just perform as you usually do. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the girl who had previously rejected Shen Yi was looking at a message on her phone, a flash of malice in her eyes. Maliciously burying a classmate's talent. The top student in the grade, psychologically warped by missing an exam, seeks revenge on society and harms his classmates. The police have intervened. This is bound to have an interesting ending. She laughed triumphantly. The video she posted was working. The video of Sun Ming's pathetic state had attracted a massive amount of attention and comments. It was worth the trip to the hospital to snap that pig-face photo of him. Soon, Shen Yi would be dealt with, his reputation ruined, and she would still be the pure and innocent goddess of the Shen family. Don't blame me, this is just your fate. From now on you won't be able to go to high school. You won't learn techniques, you'll have no weapons, armor, ammo, or evolutionary drugs, and you won't get an inheritance. You'll become a useless person just like Sun Ming, and I will be a chasm you can never cross. Suddenly, she read a new notification. The content you posted is suspected of spreading rumors and has been locked. The police have released an official report regarding the incident. Please stop spreading false rumors or the platform and the Human Martial Arts Group will pursue legal action. Her pupils contracted in shock. Suspected of spreading rumors? Impossible. There's evidence that the boy acted in self-defense. I don't believe it. Why didn't they clarify? What does this have to do with the Human Martial Arts Group? She wondered what the school would say. At that moment, the school principal was happily hosting a banquet. Congratulations to student Shen Yi. Our school's star student has signed with the Human Martial Arts Group. All 3 of the province's key high schools have sent him invitations for admission without exams. The girl slumped to the ground, completely broken, muttering to herself, "Impossible. I was so close to succeeding." Just then a voice rang out. "Yibing, are you still there?" Her heart was like cold ashes, her face a mask of disbelief. How could he have signed a contract with the Human Martial Arts Group? On what possible basis? The scene shifted to the Human Martial Arts Group, where a subordinate reported news from the police station. It's over. A massive battle broke out with significant casualties, but 1 survivor was captured. Qian Rushan replied, "Oh, I took that guy out and earned 5 points of military merit." Shen Yi looked on in surprise. Regarding military merit, Qian Rushan explained, "Think of it as currency. It can be used to purchase special items like cultivation techniques, materials, intelligence, and weapons. Although the whole incident was reported by you, since you don't have a professional rank yet, I'm afraid you won't receive any military merit." Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. However, a notification he saw shortly after left him stunned. "You have made a significant contribution in this battle. For minors, the government provides more appropriate forms of reward. Your items have been dispatched. Please visit the Human Martial Arts Group lobby in the coming days to collect them." Merit and Rank Management Department, World United Government. Shen Yi exclaimed, "Wait, I have a reward too. What could it be?" Qian Rushan said, "Middle schoolers only focus on laying a foundation. You won't start learning specific moves until high school. You currently have no professional rank or offensive skills, yet you've been subjected to a string of assassinations. If luck wasn't on your side, I'd guess this reward should be a decent cultivation technique. You'd better stay indoors for a while. I'll start investigating this matter." As Shen Yi stepped into the lobby, the principal spoke up. "Well done, Shen Yi. The rumors about you have been completely silenced. This month's stipend has been transferred to your account. Spend it as you see fit." Qian Rushan picked up the conversation. "Please follow me. I'll show you to your room." Shen Yi thanked him. "Thank you, Director Qian. Feel free to move about. Treat this place like your own home. I have matters to handle at the Spatio-Temporal Institute and can't be with you at all times. Just call me if you need anything." Just then, a woman in a deep V-neck gown walked over. "Hello, Shen Yi. I'm Shu Mulan. Congratulations on joining the Human Martial Arts Group. You're truly remarkable. Since you're younger than me, I'll call you little brother." Watching the interaction on the screen, she said, "Big sister really appreciates your constant support and affection. I hope you study hard, increase your strength, and become a person who can stand on their own. The world is vast and worth our collective effort. Keep it up, by the way. Big sister has prepared VIP concert tickets for you. I'll be waiting." Shen Yi was beyond shocked. Shu Mulan, she was his favorite female celebrity from his past life. From flowers, photos, and books to snacks, drinks, sports hobbies, and even his favorite star, everything in this room hit precisely on Shen Yi's personal favorites. He stepped out onto the 105th floor terrace, thinking that if the group would go to such lengths for a newcomer, it meant every detail was precisely calibrated to his preferences. This was the fame and fortune that came with strength. Who wouldn't want to ride the wind and waves rising straight to the clouds to look down upon the magnificent scenery? As dusk fell, the view was heart-stirringly beautiful. But Shen Yi warned himself not to let his guard down. "At midnight tonight, I have to make a trip to the nightmare world and try to get an item evaluation. I must become stronger. I cannot afford to be eliminated in the entrance exam the day after tomorrow." The clock struck 12. Shen Yi pushed open the rusted iron door. The scene before him was horrifying. Shattered bone fragments were scattered everywhere on the ground. What on earth had happened? A voice rang out, stopping him from charging in recklessly, warning that it would affect his evaluation. A skull with eyes flickering with a desperate green light looked at Shen Yi with anticipation. "Oh, Shen Yi, is that you? Help me quickly. I'm dying." Shen Yi hurriedly looked at the massive skull and asked, "Big Bones, how did you end up in such a wretched state?" In agony, the skeleton answered, "Do you have any more of that high-potency tonic from last time? Quick, give me a few more pills." Shen Yi replied with an awkward and anxious face, stammering, "I'm so sorry, I don't have that medicine on me right now." A look of utter helplessness filled the skull's eyes. "It's over. To think I'd die in a place like this. How ironic, haha." Shen Yi's expression turned resolute and he spoke decisively. You must be looking for that supplement. Just hang in there, I'll find a way to save you. Wait for me. It seemed the giant skeleton was still testing Shen Yi. He thought to himself that this kid was at least a reliable partner, so he'd try asking him this once. Thus, the skull waited in torment for 2 full hours, finally falling into despair. I'm dead for sure. But just then the rusted iron door opened again. Drenched in sweat and looking exhausted, Shen Yi appeared at the entrance. Big bones, I'm back. Hope reignited in the skeleton's eyes. You finally arrived. What took you so long? But immediately after, something unexpected happened. Shen Yi pointed to a tank behind him and sighed. Bad news. The door isn't big enough. I can't get it inside. He then proudly pointed at the tank and told the skeleton, to save you, I've gone completely broke. I bought a massive fish tank filled with calcium gluconate, liquid calcium, plus magnesium and zinc. It cost me every bit of my pocket money. As long as you soak in this, you'll recover your status. Do you have a way to bring it in? The skeleton answered without moving. What could I possibly do? Shen Yi stepped through the door and the sight before him left him stunned. What exactly was going on? The giant skeleton explained. Damn it, they're about to burst in. The humans and the elves. Shen Yi asked a question in surprise. The skeleton continued. Actually, there's a secret passage here. Beyond it is the undead territory. The humans and elves are launching a joint assault against them. Having said that, the skeleton handed Shen Yi a peculiar ring. Listen, the battle isn't over yet, but I'm too weak now. Take this, it's a space ring. Put it on quickly, I need to hide. As soon as Shen Yi put on the ring, the skeleton's soul and remains were instantly sucked inside. He looked back at the door and commanded, dismiss. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door vanished. Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If I'd been hit by that shockwave, I'd be in a bad way. He looked at the ring and asked, hey, you jumped into the ring? The skeleton replied, that's right. This space can't hold living things, but luckily I'm not living, I'm undead. Shen Yi thought to himself, HMPH, I knew this guy had treasures on him. He refused to bring them out at first. What an old fox. The skeleton guided him. Raise your hand. Aim at the tank and pull it into the ring. I want to jump in and soak. Shen Yi nodded, thinking that this skeleton's background was definitely unusual. I've suspected it since the elven village. What kind of lowly official gets captured by 3 of his own kind to assassinate an enemy leader? But I have no interest in prying into your privacy or interfering in your business. However, since I saved you, you have to repay me. The skeleton asked, what is your wish? How do you want me to repay you? Shen Yi immediately demanded. I want to take a trip into your world today. You must cooperate with me fully, the skeleton said in surprise. Didn't you see how fierce the battle was just now? Are you going there just to die? Fine. Since you respect my privacy, I'll respect yours. But the powerful treasures I had on me were used up long ago. I can't help you much. Just then, a voice asked the skeleton, aren't you a battlefield scavenger? Soaking comfortably in the basin, the skeleton replied, I am indeed responsible for collecting spoils, but don't think I've picked up anything amazing. Powerful treasures are snatched away the instant the original owner is defeated. Shen Yi thought to himself that since the secret passage led directly to the undead battlefield, he could just disguise himself as an undead soldier, take a look around, and come back. Wouldn't that earn him an evaluation? He asked, do you have any undead soldier equipment? Ideally something that can mask a human scent. The skeleton pondered, masking a scent, let me look. Shen Yi rummaged frantically through a pile of junk, muttering, it's all scrap and trash. Are you a professional junk collector? The skeleton advised him that these broken pieces of armor witnessed the cruelty of war. Keep looking, maybe there's something usable. Finally, Shen Yi pulled a set of tattered armor from the ruins and put it on, thinking, phew, managed to scrape together a set. This horse token isn't bad either. It can summon a skeletal steed. The skeleton praised him. Well done. You're radiating the aura of death now. Here, take this centurion mask. Shen Yi asked curiously, what does this mask do? The skeleton explained that it carried a high-level aura of death. Wearing it with this gear, no other undead would ever discover the truth. It looked Shen Yi over with satisfaction and commented, now you look like a true undead warrior. If you move fast enough, you can even use the horse token to summon a skeletal steed. Shen Yi excitedly fantasized about riding a skeletal steed across the undead battlefield in all his glory. If he ran into danger, he'd bolt. Maybe he could even snag a ghost knight evaluation while he was at it. He shouted, all right, I'm heading over now, the skeleton warned cautiously. Don't die out there. If you die, the ring on your finger will be stolen, and it'll be the end of me too, Shen Yi answered confidently. I'll do my best to stay alive. He entered the heavily damaged cave, climbing over every rock, recalling that on his last trip to the elven territory, he had brought back a sword. This was the perfect time to carry it for self-defense. Shen Yi found a gap between the rocks and struggled to climb up, but as soon as he looked up, a dozen spears were already pointed at him. A group of soldiers rushed forward, their gazes sharp and cold, whispering, there's another straggling undead here, kill him. Shen Yi was startled. Humans, isn't this undead territory? Did the undead lose the war? He quickly flipped up his mask and shouted, don't move, I'm one of you, look, I'm human. But a soldier had already raised his blade, barking, a spy working for the undead. Die? Fortunately, Shen Yi raised his sword just in time to block the strike. The opponent suddenly stopped, staring in shock. This sword, it's nightfall. This was a white-quality short sword belonging to the human elite scouts with the attribute of extreme sharpness. It was an assassination blade blessed by human holiness and silence, and only a scout whose soul had never fallen was worthy of owning it. He put away his sword and grabbed Shen Yi's hand. Being able to hold Nightfall proves you are a trustworthy human compatriot who can deliver intelligence. You're one of us. He commanded, enough, there's nothing more for you here. Continue the pursuit and eliminate the remaining undead, the soldiers replied in unison. Understood, Commander. The commander made a two-fingered gesture and asked this brother, do you need support? Shen Yi chuckled inwardly. Isn't that the universal I love you gesture from Blue Star, confessing his love the first time we meet? Is the nightmare world really this trendy? But he noticed the commander was staring intently at his mask. No, that gesture must have some mysterious meaning. Does this mask represent some special status? This chaotic mess of randomly picked up items turned out to be all special props. Shen Yi returned the gesture and replied, as you can see, I'm in a difficult spot. If there's support available, I certainly won't refuse. The commander nodded. Understood, I'll give you a soldier's combat pack. Shen Yi thought to himself. That fooled him. He thanked the man and asked his name, saying he would surely repay him in the future. The commander replied, Roman. Suddenly, a team of carriages sped past and a roar rang out, make way for the Baron. A Baron rode his horse up to the two men. Roman, you've delayed here for too long. Do you intend to sabotage the war effort? Roman explained. Not at all. I discovered a scout by the ruins of the secret passage. The Baron grew suspicious and ordered. A scout, a secret passage, men seize him. I suspect he is a spy sent by the undead. Roman argued. Wait, he has the Nightfall short sword in his hand. The Baron interrupted him. Shut up, I know he has Nightfall and hasn't sold his soul, but I want to see exactly what his mission is, Shen Yi countered. And who are you? By what right do you question my mission? The Baron replied arrogantly. I am Baron Valen of the Southern Eagle Fortress. A mere scout dares to ask my name, I'll peel the skin off your back and give you a few lashes until I interrogate your secrets out of you. Shen Yi gritted his teeth inwardly. Valen, you sadistic bastard, I'll remember you. He then signaled to open the portal. The Baron roared at his subordinates. A scout dares to threaten this Baron, he's asking for death, but Shen Yi was one step ahead, quickly utilizing the portal to escape to another space. The soldiers were pale with shock. Where did he go? The Baron froze in place. Strange, he vanished into thin air. That's impossible, he shouted frantically. My lord, there are no secret passages or traps underground. A serious-looking commander stood with his arms crossed and explained, I heard a mysterious masked assassin was involved in this operation. They are masters lurking in the shadows, specialized in assassination missions. Valen, you've got some nerve daring to announce your name publicly like that. Upon hearing this, the Baron turned deathly pale, overcome with terror. Assassins on the battlefield were always unpredictable. What if that guy takes a shot in the dark during the chaos? And if we order a retreat, what then? Meanwhile, Shen Yi had returned to the lounge grumbling, damn it, Baron Valen, right? Attacking without a word, I'll remember you. Luckily I left a door underground in advance, or I would have been in real danger. Shen Yi pointed an angry finger at the giant skeleton before him. You stupid pile of bones, there's something wrong with that mask. Didn't you see that guy making hand gestures at me? The skull replied. You can't blame me. How was I supposed to know about the petty squabbles and internal politics of human armies? And didn't you make it back in one piece? No sooner had the words left the skeleton's mouth than the system prompt rang out. For opening the door this time, you have received the item evaluation. One of us, this green excellent quality item, was described as an ordinary human. Previously, the highest grade evaluation you had received was only white. However, the fact that you managed to use your enemy's strength against them, neutralized a crisis, and successfully escaped a situation where you couldn't defeat any opponent is why you were exceptionally awarded this item. Shen Yi was slightly displeased upon hearing this and grumbled. Why is it the one of us green item again? The system immediately explained. Attention, this is the second time you have exceptionally obtained this item. A special event is currently being triggered. If the next item evaluation you receive is also the green one of us, you will obtain a special honorary item. This honorary item would trigger a powerful resonance, summoning a hidden ability. You have only this one chance to obtain this hidden ability. Please act with caution. Shen Yi pondered based on his own understanding. So, collecting 3 identical items activates a hidden ability, right? In other words, if the next item is also one of us, I'll succeed. But if it's not, the chance to get that hidden ability will slip away. Looking at the bag Roman had given him, he muttered to himself, how can I get another green one of us item? According to the item guide, I need to be in a life-threatening situation and use borrowed strength to overcome the difficulty and escape. Shen Yi tried to recall what had happened before. Both times he obtained one of us, whether in the elven village or on the undead battlefield, he had been deep in enemy territory, facing a test of life and death, and eventually made his enemies drop their hostility or even willing to help. That's right, that's the unlock condition. He nodded. Understood, but then he shook his head helplessly. The requirement was too harsh. It was essentially dancing on the edge of a blade, and with only one chance, even the most careful person could slip up eventually. If the situation became too dangerous, he'd rather give up the hidden ability to save his own life. Suddenly, a sharp ding-dong of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. A small screen by the door lit up and a woman's voice came through. "Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. She claims to be a relative of Luo Feichuan. Her identity has been verified by the group. There is no problem. Do you wish to see her?" Hearing this, Shen Yi was stunned. He thought to himself, a relative of Luo Feichuan. He sacrificed his life for nothing while investigating a case related to me and even saved me after his death. If his family wants to see me, I can't refuse no matter what. He immediately replied, "Okay." The woman informed him that a meeting room had been arranged on the 50th floor. With a trace of anticipation, Shen Yi secretly hoped he could do something to repay Luo Feichuan's family. Upon reaching the designated location, he saw only a girl in white standing with her back to him. Hearing him speak, the girl turned around. "Pardon me, were you looking for me?" Seeing that the newcomer was a young teenager, the girl asked in confusion. "Shen Yi," he answered readily, "yes." At that exact moment a green light flashed in his eyes. The girl extended her hand and introduced herself frankly. "Hello, I am Xiao Mengyu, Luo Feichuan's younger sister. I've come this time because I want to learn a few things from you." Shen Yi shook her hand, but his body instantly went stiff, a look of shock appearing on his face. He thought in panic that he had met so many people. Even Supervisor Qian didn't have an item evaluation. In the nightmare world, from humans and undead to elves, only the elven high priest possessed a long string of item evaluations. This girl was the second person he had seen in reality with an item evaluation. Recalling Supervisor Qian's pale face earlier, he suddenly realized that the person who had made him so terrified was none other than Xiao Mengyu. She took the initiative to let go of his hand and continued, "I've already found the assassin who was hunting you. He was a fellow in sunglasses. During their encounter, my brother's weapon failed, which led to his murder. I also discovered that the ones who sabotaged the weapon were two of his classmates, out of jealousy for the honors my brother received." She stated plainly, emphasizing each word, "I have already killed them all." In an instant, the string of critical information provided by Xiao Mengyu left Shen Yi dumbfounded. Unsure of how to respond after calming down, he asked in confusion, "But Supervisor Qian said the murderer was only caught yesterday." Xiao Mengyu replied, "That's correct, so I went and killed him." He continued, "You also killed the two who sabotaged the weapon?" She nodded without concealment. "Yes." Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "So this is the way a great swordsman operates?" Xiao Mengyu lowered her head slightly. Her voice grew softer. "My brother's talent was limited, so I recommended him to a good school. I hoped he would graduate smoothly, find a stable job, marry a good wife, and carry on the Luo family line. Everything was supposed to go as I planned. I only wanted him to be protected and spend his life in peace." She sighed, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "But in the end he was framed by petty people and his body was hidden in a locker." Listening to this, Shen Yi could only remain silent, but a trace of doubt grew in his heart. Wait, I felt Luo Feichuan was clearly an outstanding person. Why, in his sister's mouth, was he just someone with limited talent? Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Xiao Mengyu looked up and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Is it only permitted for others to bully him? Is he not allowed to let me take revenge for him?" Shen Yi jumped and waved his hands frantically. "No, I was just wondering if someone would come to arrest you for killing people like that." Xiao Mengyu's expression relaxed and her gaze softened slightly. "I see, even though your surname is Shen, you've never lived in a great clan, so you wouldn't understand no matter how ordinary my brother was. He was still a descendant of the Luo family. His death at the hands of an assassin is a crowning disgrace. I represent the Luo family in reclaiming justice. No one dares to say a word against it." In the quiet space of the late night, Shen Yi's voice rang out softly. "I understand, please continue." Xiao Mengyu went on in a flat tone, "My mother's surname is Xiao and I take after her. I interrogated that assassin, but he didn't know who the mastermind behind your life was, nor did he know he had killed a Luo descendant. Now they are all dead and the trail has gone cold." Suddenly her tone turned sharp and a fierce light gleamed in her eyes. "I've come to find you this time because I want to ask about the person who wants you dead. Do you have any leads, any suspects? Even if it's just a vague guess, please give me some names." Shen Yi replied with a regretful look. "To tell you the truth, I have no clues at all about the mastermind. But since you've already eliminated those killers, you've essentially avenged Luo Feichuan." Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu reached for her sword hilt and said deeply, "It's not enough." A flash of resolve crossed her eyes as she suddenly drew her blade, her voice low. "I will definitely find the person who hired them to kill you. He caused my brother's death. I will root out both the assassin and the mastermind." A piercing screech of a sword cutting through the air rang in his ears. Shen Yi looked up, staring in shock at the rift torn through the void. Did she do that with just a swing? I didn't even see her draw the sword." Sweat rolled down his face. He couldn't help but feel terrified, thinking that just one strike was this horrific. It was truly meant to intimidate the weak. Xiao Mengyu lightly brushed her hair and said calmly, "Shen Yi, I hope you'll think carefully again. Are there any missed details? You are a Shen family disciple. Have you made enemies with anyone in the great clans before? Don't give up on investigating just because the opponent is too strong or their influence is too great. You can ask me for help at any time." Shen Yi lowered his head and sighed softly. "My family's relationship with the Sampu Shen family is quite bad. We almost never communicate. Whenever we went back occasionally, I only played with kids my age. I never offended anyone." As if remembering something, he suddenly looked up. Wait, I think when I was first attacked in the hospital, I vaguely heard a terrified scream. Could someone have witnessed something? Xiao Mengyu's eyes lit up. It was as if she had caught a spark of hope. I will go investigate immediately. Wait for my news. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a note. This is my contact information. Thank you. Shen Yi, I'm going now. Farewell. Shen Yi waved goodbye. Safe travels. Just then, Supervisor Qian leaned against the wall and suddenly spoke. Her swordsmanship is terrifying. When she arrived, I specifically asked if she intended to lay hands on you. I was worried she'd take her anger over Luo Feichuan's death out on you, but it seems everything is fine. He continued with satisfaction. She is the most outstanding talent of this generation in the Luo family. Among all the disciples of the great clans, she is regarded as a rare genius. Shen Yi asked curiously, is she in school or already working? Supervisor Qian answered casually. She's also taking the high school entrance exam this year, in the same grade as you. Shen Yi couldn't hide his surprise. Ha, Supervisor Qian explained with a smile. Don't be surprised, clan children receive special training from a young age and possess secret inheritances. It's common for their abilities to far exceed those of their peers if you had grown up in the Shen family. I'm afraid you wouldn't be much inferior to her. Shen Yi stretched, let out a long yawn and said listlessly, I'm just glad she's on my side. If we find the mastermind, she'll help. I'm going back to sleep. Supervisor Qian nodded and instructed, go on then. Tomorrow I'll arrange for several teachers to come and brief you on the key points to watch out for in the exams. Back in his room, Shen Yi collapsed on the bed, sighing repeatedly. As expected of a clan disciple, way too strong. The great clans really are the elite tier of human civilization. If someone from a clan really wanted me dead, they could easily hire the Assassin's Guild to take my life just by tossing a coin, but Shen Yi is still Shen Yi, always bold and reckless. He told himself he must learn a few offensive skills as soon as possible. After all, a great swordsman can't always be by his side. In the end, one must rely on oneself. He called out, looking at the shimmering ring on his hand. He asked, Big Bones, do you have any more nightmare crystals, the kind with skills? A response came from the ring. Everything I have here are undead skills. You're not undead, you can't use them without soul fire power. Shen Yi curled his lip and asked, then where did the moonlight deer walk you gave me before come from? The ring answered vaguely, just an accident, picked it up by chance. Shen Yi sighed in frustration. Do I really have to wait until high school to learn attack moves? But I can't wait that long. Don't forget, someone is still hunting me and the exams are coming up soon. Those clan kids definitely won't be pushovers. Suddenly he remembered, that's right, I haven't checked the combat pack Roman gave me yet. Shen Yi rummaged through the bag, finding only dry rations and an emergency kit, nothing but useless junk. It wasn't until he felt the bottom of the bag that he discovered a green crystal. He secretly prayed, hoping it contained a powerful skill. There was also a note inside that read, the Brotherhood of the Hand of Shadow has established an intelligence relay point in the camp. If you see a tent with 3 longswords planted in front, go deliver the mission. The Hand of Shadow is waiting for your news. Shen Yi was utterly disappointed. It's not a skill. It seemed the other party had mistaken him for a member of the Hand of Shadow. He grumbled, I've already collected an item today. Even if I enter the nightmare world now, I won't get a repeat item evaluation. Might as well use this time to scout around. He turned to ask the ring, Big Bones, where did you pick up that Centurion mask? Can you still find that place? The undead position outside the secret passage has already been taken by humans. I want to disguise myself as a human soldier and enter the nightmare world again. Do you have any human equipment? After rummaging through the scraps in the ring, Shen Yi finally found a set of human soldier armor and a shield. The ring whispered, see that hound insignia on the shield? That is your mark. The humans of D's territory have been wiped out by us undead. If you disguise yourself as a lucky survivor, no one will suspect you. As for that crystal, the ring explained, that is a distress letter from a lord's house. It can serve as a token. You'll need it when you go out. Shen Yi asked in surprise, why are you suddenly so concerned about my business? To be honest, if I hadn't used the calcium water to save you yesterday, you'd be finished, right? The ring didn't deny it, admitting frankly, I must help you gain a certain status in this nightmare world. Only then can you buy high-grade materials to heal my wounds. In the nightmare world, after the great battle, the ground was littered with the bodies of countless human soldiers, some severely wounded, some already dead. A voice rang out, hang in there, brother, stay conscious. The base camp is nearby, you'll get medical help soon. Shen Yi observed secretly from a distance, seeing several surviving soldiers clearing the battlefield. He thought to himself, I can't act recklessly. It'll be trouble if I run into someone who's seen me before. Looking at the corpses everywhere, he thought the mountain of bodies was the perfect place to gather information from them. Shen Yi quietly crept toward a massive corpse that looked like an elephant, must be an undead giant. He activated Gloom Whisper. Hey buddy, wake up. I want to ask if you know the origin of this mask. The giant glanced at the mask in Shen Yi's hand and shook its head. I don't know, Shen Yi answered undeterred. Fine, go back to sleep. He immediately moved to a new spot. He wandered around the battlefield, waking the undead to ask about the mask whenever he saw a corpse. But after asking over a dozen, no one knew. Shen Yi sat behind a rock, exhausted and panting. Damn it, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just then he spotted a werewolf corpse nearby. Great, werewolves have a keen sense of smell, maybe it can help. He called out, "Good doggy, have you ever seen or smelled the scent of this mask?" The werewolf replied, "I have seen this mask. It belonged to a centurion. He was over there, with only one arm remaining. And for the record, I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf." Shen Yi hurried toward the centurion's severed arm. He muttered to himself, "It looks like he took a direct hit from a massive spell to end up in this state. I wonder if my gloom whisper will still work." He tried calling out, "Centurion brother, are you still there?" The arm twitched slightly and then made the "I love you" hand sign Shen Yi had seen before. It was the specific secret code of the Hand of Shadow. He had found the right person. He continued, "Brother, do you have any final words or instructions?" The arm extended a finger pointing not far away. Shen Yi followed the direction and found a pool of blood and a single boot. As he approached, a foul stench wafted from the boot, making him gag. However, something seemed to be hidden inside. He poured the contents out, discovering a note and an item. A system prompt appeared. "You have discovered multiple special items. System prompt, item identification support has been unlocked. You can now view detailed descriptions of special items. Dark shadow metal, blue superior grade item inscribed with sophisticated runic arrays." The metal possessed the ability to activate designated weapons. Without a matching weapon, it was merely a useless decoration. A weapon, Shen Yi immediately unsheathed the wild color short sword. In an instant, the dark shadow metal merged with the blade. System prompt, item upgraded. Wild color short sword has been upgraded to Nightfall. This Nightfall short sword was a blue superior grade weapon for human assassins, possessing attributes of high-level sharpness, high-level penetration, and high-level bleeding. It was a perfect blade for assassination. Furthermore, the sword had received the Shadow Blessing of the Hand of Shadow Brotherhood, a distinction only high-level assassins were eligible to carry. The blade emitted a unique energy resonance that represented his status and would assist him in completing Hand of Shadow tasks for corresponding rewards. The shadow protects those who manifest justice. Shen Yi hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. The upgrade from Wild Color to Nightfall was simply fantastic. He then looked at the letter, which mentioned a notice regarding the mandatory investigation into the truth behind the undead's anomalous movements. This was a large-scale mission jointly issued by the Human Empire and the Elven Kingdom. Any intelligence gathered regarding the undead's movements would yield a generous reward. Go to the battlefield. The survival of our races requires us to bleed together. May the shadow shield us. Hand of Shadow. It turned out this letter was the mission briefing for the Hand of Shadow. Shen Yi recalled what was mentioned in the crystal. "The place in the camp with 3 long swords planted in the ground is the Hand of Shadow's base," he said to himself. "Roman must be a member too. He decided to help me because he saw my mask. He planned to use the intel on the undead's movements to claim the reward. This is simple." He woke up a nearby undead. "Stand up and tell me what you know about the undead's movements." The undead shook its head. "I don't know, I'm just a foot soldier." Undeterred, Shen Yi continued wandering the battlefield, questioning every undead corpse, but they were all common soldiers who knew absolutely nothing. He thought irritably, "This is a hassle. Do I really have to search through them one by one like this?" Just then, the ring spoke up. "Actually, I can provide you with intelligence as well." Shen Yi jumped. "Right, wasn't there an undead right here? But you're one of them. Are you going to betray your own kind? You're not planning to screw me over, are you?" The ring gave a dry chuckle. "The undead are indeed my kin, but those guys don't exactly welcome me." Shen Yi nodded, vaguely guessing that the ring's standing within the undead race wasn't very good. "Then what kind of intel do you want? Something world-shaking or just ordinary?" the ring asked. Shen Yi weighed his options. He couldn't take intel that was too shocking. "I'm just an ordinary person. If the news is too explosive, I'll face risks once my identity is verified." The ring agreed. "I have something just the right weight. The Wind Spirit Tribe has adopted a new auxiliary cannon component that increases the power of soulfire cannons by 20. The firing frequency has also increased by 10. Shen Yi worried if this intel might be too high-end. The ring replied, "Not necessarily. Considering the ongoing war, the human high command likely already has suspicions, they just haven't confirmed them yet." Shen Yi was satisfied. This intel was perfect, enough to earn a reward without attracting too much unwanted attention. Shen Yi observed the human military camp from a distance. That was where the Hand of Shadow handled their missions. "But how do I get in?" the ring suggested. "Aren't they looking for the wounded? You can pretend to be injured and let them carry you in." Shen Yi thought it was a good idea, but worried about the medical standards on this battlefield. The ring explained, "Humanity's holy healing is top tier, even surpassing the elves. If you have the money, they can even regrow severed limbs." Shen Yi asked, "What about you, undead?" The ring replied, "The undead usually abandon dying soldiers. While they can be saved, it requires special incantations and the construction of an altar to drain the life force of other creatures. Only high-level undead who know the secrets can do it. In comparison, humans are more efficient. Pity you have no money." The ring laughed. "Don't worry, I have money." Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, now I just need to get myself a bit injured." He shifted his attributes to strength and used all his might to lift the undead giant's massive hammer. Boom, the hammer fell, striking him. If he was going to play a wounded soldier, he had to make it look convincing. Shen Yi went all out this time, and his cries for help drew a group of humans running over. Would this plan work? A cleric dressed as a nun held a cross, chanting a divine healing spell with every line of the incantation. Shen Yi's wounds gradually closed. She reported, "My lord, the treatment is complete. His wounds have healed." The commander beside her nodded without speaking. An old mage spoke up, "You may withdraw. Someone will pay the fee." Shen Yi groaned faintly. Ooh." Then he sat up, acting terrified. "Who are you? Where am I?" The man supported him. "Child, you are safe. This is a human military camp, and I am Prince Newt. You have the Hound Medal on your shield. You are a subject of this territory, aren't you?" Shen Yi was moved to tears. "I've finally found you, my lords. Dee's territory has been invaded by the undead. Please, you must send support. This is a letter the Lord entrusted to me." The old mage took the gemstone from Shen Yi and activated a special message spell. A voice rang out. "Lords of the Empire, I am Lord Valen. If anyone leads troops to liberate my territory, I am willing to pay 300 gold coins and offer the land deeds. Please, you must save us." The old man nodded. "It is indeed Valen's voice. There is no problem with this crystal stone," Prince Newt continued. "Child, you are indeed a subject from there. But I must tell you some bad news. Dee's territory has been completely destroyed by the undead. You may be the sole survivor." Shen Yi feigned horror. "What? How is that possible? My parents, grandmother, and brothers, are they all gone? This can't be." The prince comforted him. "You have endured untold hardships and escaped from the stone hammer of an undead giant. That in itself is remarkable. You are the surviving spark of Dee's territory. Rest for now and don't worry. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to be sent to a safe zone within the Empire to live." Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "This won't do. I haven't found the Hand of Shadow's tent to turn in my mission for skills yet. I can't just be sent away." He hurriedly replied, "I am grateful for your kindness, my lord, but please let me stay on the battlefield. I want to become stronger." Prince Newt asked in surprise. "Why?" Shen Yi immediately went into character, tears streaming down his face. "I want to avenge everyone. I will never let those undead go. I want to fight to the end until they are all wiped out." As the only youth to survive the undead's clutches, his passionate words deeply moved those around him. The prince sighed, a look of approval in his eyes. "To have such courage at such a young age. It seems the reason the Lord chose you for the heavy responsibility of delivering the letter was because you have extraordinary abilities, right?" Shen Yi stood up abruptly and said urgently, "I run very fast, my lord. In all of Dee's territory, no child my age could outrun me." As he spoke, he secretly activated the One of Us skill and put all his attribute points into agility. System prompt. One of Us skill successfully triggered. 3 attribute points obtained from a green item. According to your will, all points have been converted into agility. His agility index soared from its original value to 9.9. Putting his words into action, Shen Yi stepped out of the tent, determined to show Prince Newt his speed. Whoosh! One moment he was standing in front of the tent. In the blink of an eye he had bolted to the other end of the camp hundreds of meters away, and then returned to his original spot like a lightning strike. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. He asked, "My lord, do you think I am qualified to stay on the front lines now?" The crowd was stunned by Shen Yi's extraordinary speed, and they began shouting, "My lord, this kid is incredible. Let him stay. Let us take our revenge together. Send him to my squad. I'll look after him." While the crowd was marveling, an elven woman beside the prince noticed Shen Yi's bracelet. She stepped forward and asked, "Child, where did that bracelet come from?" Shen Yi answered, "Oh, it was given to me by an elven girl named Lan." He didn't hesitate to reveal the truth, knowing that because he had previously exposed the undead's infiltration plot, the elves were grateful to him and certainly wouldn't give him a hard time. The female elf touched the bracelet with her fingertip and chanted a peculiar spell only elves could understand. Then the image of the little elf Lan appeared. "May I ask who is using elven magic to call me?" The female elf replied. "Lan, I am Udia, the Grand Mage of the Royal Court. Why is your bracelet in the hands of a human boy?" Lan was overjoyed. "Have you seen him? Where is he?" She looked at Shen Yi. "Oh, it really is you. When are you coming back to our village to play?" Udia interrupted her sternly. "Lan, answer my question first," Lan said hurriedly. "Last time an undead spy was lurking in the village, he was the one who exposed the shadow plot. The High Priest is very grateful to him and has been looking for him." Udia nodded. "Good, we'll talk later." After Lan's image vanished, she turned to Prince Newt and said, "This child is young but agile, has escaped death multiple times and has connections with the elven race. I suggest sending him to the imperial capital for further training." The prince agreed immediately. It was rare to find a human held in high regard by the elves, so the matter was settled. Men, prepare identification documents for him, and arrange for him to stay and rest for a few days. He turned and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" Shen Yi pondered. He didn't know the local naming customs, and to avoid exposure, decided to fake amnesia. He clutched his head and cried out, "It hurts so much. What was my name again? Ah, my head hurts terribly. Maybe the giant stone hammer caused a brain injury and I have temporary amnesia." The old mage was surprised. "Oh, is that so?" Prince Newt patted his shoulder. "It's all right, get some rest first. We'll see you later." Just then, a system prompt appeared. "You have gained a certain amount of prestige and have a chance to obtain a self-created keyword, the boy who lived." Shen Yi jumped in shock. "What, the boy who lived? What kind of ghost keyword is that? It's too bizarre. I don't even have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead like Harry Potter." He asked the system if there was a way to delete this keyword. The system replied, "Unformed keywords need to be continuously spread to become fixed. There are 2 ways to eliminate it. First, become a hermit and let time fade it. Second, do things that contradict the keyword's meaning, but this will drastically change people's perception of you. Shen Yi nodded. Fine, once things were done he would just go anonymous for a while. He used his mind to ask the ring, hey, what's this Prince Newt's background? My prestige went up this much just from talking to him. The ring replied, Newt is the eldest son of the royal family, the heir to the throne, the crown prince. He is currently leading the allied forces of humans and elves to repel the undead. Now you understand why he's here? The old mage commented that the boy was interesting. To possess a high-level token of the Hand of Shadow at such a young age meant he was definitely not simple, Yudia gasped. You mean that Nightfall short sword? Prince Newt nodded. Exactly, only high-level assassins can own one. It is truly lucky to encounter such a talent. I award him the Medal of Bravery in my name. Taking advantage of the crowd, Shen Yi ran to the Hand of Shadow's mission tent. This is it. He entered and made the signature hand gesture, may the shadow shield us forever. The person inside returned the same gesture. Brother, what intel do you have? Shen Yi tossed out the information gemstone. I got this from an undead soul fire cannon. Their artillery is much stronger than before. The other party was very satisfied. Well done, very valuable. What would you like in exchange? We have plenty of good stuff here, I guarantee it'll open your eyes. He pulled out a tactical dagger with camouflage coating. It's coated with a special toxin. Just one lick and you'll enter a state of feigned death. Perfect for battlefield assassins. This is new stock from the last 2 years. If you have insomnia, just take a lick. I guarantee you'll sleep soundly and be full of energy the next day. Shen Yi looked at the dagger with dissatisfaction. Do you have anything else? The bald man saw his displeasure and blew a whistle. A majestic warhorse appeared, let out a whinny, and suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The bald man explained, this horse can play dead. With just a look it'll go down immediately. Shen Yi looked at it suspiciously. Is this horse part of a set with that dagger? Anything else? The bald man pulled out a pair of glasses. They were light-penetrating lenses inlaid with 2 pieces of shadow crystal. Once worn, you could see the money and treasures hidden beneath someone's clothes. Shen Yi tried them on but remained unsatisfied, sighing as he returned them. Do you have any nightmare crystals? I want to learn skills. The bald man said that because the situation was tense and resources were scarce, he only had 2 skills available. Blood Seal, which causes an enemy to bleed uncontrollably and is applicable to blades and daggers, or Whirlwind, which can kick away an enemy's weapon. Which one have you learned? What am I lacking? Shen Yi muttered inwardly. I'm lacking everything. I haven't learned a single thing before this. Suddenly, that mysterious voice rang out again. Human, choose Skeletal Wind. Shen Yi recognized it as the same voice that had guided him before and gifted him the wild color short sword. Why choose Skeletal Wind? The mystery man explained that it was because it didn't belong to this world. He continued, next you need to acquire the undead race's Shadow Art and the Beast King race's Thunder Palm. Combine them with Moonlight Deer Walk and Skeletal Wind, and you will discover the true secret. Although surprised, Shen Yi decided to follow the advice and selected Skeletal Wind. As he gripped the Skeletal Wind skill crystal, images like a revolving lantern flooded his mind. The bald man said, Skeletal Wind is just a basic skill. Your reward is actually worth much more. Do you have any other requests? Shen Yi shook his head. Not for now. The bald man handed over a pouch of gold coins. Then I'll use these to make up the difference in value. After leaving the tent, Shen Yi asked the ring, Old Bones, do you have the undead race's shadow art? The ring was shocked. How do you know about that technique? Shen Yi barked. Don't ask questions, just tell me if you have it or not, Fei Lan replied. I do, but it's just a basic illusory art, it's not very useful. It can be cast as long as you have enough agility and mental power. It handed over a gemstone containing the shadow art. System prompt. Shadow art requires 3 mental power and 5 agility. When cast, it releases a dark shadow to confuse the opponent. Shen Yi did a quick calculation. He had 7 attribute points. He allocated 3 to mental power, bringing it to 3.9, and 4 to agility, bringing it to 6.9, perfectly meeting the requirements. Shen Yi didn't rush to use shadow art immediately. Instead, he decided to find a secluded, deserted corner. If a human were discovered using an undead technique, he'd certainly be dead meat. After confirming the coast was clear, he began to cast shadow art. Instantly, a dark figure that looked exactly like Shen Yi dashed forward. So this is shadow art? Other than giving someone a fright, it doesn't seem to have any practical use. Shen Yi evaluated disappointedly. The ring roared, You actually like this kind of trash technique? I thought you had high standards for skills, but I guess I misjudged you. Shen Yi ignored the ring's cold mockery. While muttering to himself, he clenched his fist. Moonlight Deer Walk, Skeletal Wind, and Shadow Art are all in hand now. All that's left is Thunder Palm. Let's see what happens once I gather all these skills, and find out exactly what secret they're hiding. Just as he returned to the camp, a guard ran over excitedly. I finally found you. The boy who lived. Congratulations, he continued. In light of your heroic performance, His Highness Prince Newt has decided to award you the Medal of Bravery and this letter of recommendation. Shen Yi was surprised, not understanding why he was receiving a medal. He replied, My thanks to His Highness. I will do my utmost to serve humanity in the future, the guard added. You can return to the Imperial capital with the army or travel there on your own. Just take this letter to the Imperial Military Academy to report in. Good luck, the boy who lived. Shen Yi was grateful for the prince's kindness. He figured the gold coins he got from the Hand of Shadow would be enough to cover his expenses in this world and even help support his family. He decided that his goals for this trip to the nightmare world were met. It was time to go back. Early the next morning, the AI system notified him. Student Shen Yi, your gold coins have been converted to 65 yuan and 44 fen and transferred to your designated account. Shortly after, Shen Yi's phone rang. It was his parents. Xiao Yi, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to us? Where did all this money come from? Shen Yi replied that it was a stipend issued after joining the group, and since he had no use for money there, they should just spend it. To avoid further questioning, he hung up. He realized that since going to the nightmare world, he had forgotten to check his phone. He hadn't expected so many messages, mostly from classmates congratulating him on being accepted by the human martial arts group. One message caught his eye. Zhao Yibing wrote, "It was all my fault. Shen Yi, can you forgive me? Let's go see a movie together tonight." She even attached a photo. Shen Yi looked at it carefully. He admitted to himself that Zhao Yibing was indeed good-looking, but her personality was simply atrocious. He replied directly, "Face reality, Bingbing. I'm a swan, a world away from anything you could ever touch." The phone rang again. This time it was Haoyu. "EGE, congrats on signing with the human martial arts group. Let's have a celebratory dinner tonight." Shen Yi remembered he had been promising Haoyu a meal but had been too busy to follow through. Although he was worried about being hunted by the Assassin's Guild and that going out might be unsafe, Haoyu's congratulations were sincere, even though the original owner was gone. The friendship with Haoyu remained in this body. This pure bond from childhood was something he had never experienced in his past life. Despite the growing gap between them, he still wanted to cherish this friendship. Haoyu then sent another message. "EGE, how about giving me a tour of the Human Martial Arts Group headquarters today? It's my dream to see it just once." Shen Yi suddenly remembered that the group allowed visitors, and it was extremely secure. It could satisfy Haoyu's wish while they celebrated. He replied, "Come on over. You can have dinner here too. I'll wait for you in the lobby." Just as he went down to the lobby, Shen Yi saw a group of awakeners gathered together radiating a terrifying aura. These must be the professionals Supervisor Qian had mentioned. A 2-meter-tall giant of a man walked over. "You're the newcomer this year?" Shen Yi felt a bit cramped. "Yes, sorry, was I not supposed to stare?" The giant laughed. "It's fine, when I first joined I stared at the professionals just like you." Shen Yi had assumed they would be ill-tempered, but that didn't seem to be the case. He asked, "You must have been full of longing for the future back then, right?" The giant's face shifted. "No, I thought they were too arrogant. I just wanted to tear them all apart." Shen Yi was speechless. Why are professionals' personalities so eccentric? Just then, a girl with orange hair wearing denim walked over. The giant quickly stepped up to flirt. "Hello there, Wu Na. Are you on duty today? Want to grab dinner tonight?" Wu Na pulled out a handgun and pressed it against his face. "Get lost right now. If you dare harass me again, I'll skin you alive just like I did those other creeps." She turned to Shen Yi and said, "A boy named Chen Haoyu is looking for you outside. His identity has been verified. Shall I let him in?" Shen Yi was still in a state of shock and stammered, He's my classmate. Please let him in." Wu Na gave a gentle smile. "I can't do that, little brother. Supervisor Qian gave instructions that you're in trouble right now, so we have to protect you. I'll personally go fetch him." When Haoyu walked in, his eyes went wide. "This place is magnificent, EGE. You've really hit the jackpot. It's incredible that you actually signed with human martial arts. The whole school is buzzing. Can I still come visit you in the future?" Shen Yi smiled. "All right, let's go. I'll show you my room and then we'll eat." He led Haoyu into the elevator. In the elevator, many group members were patrolling to prevent assassins from entering. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Xiao Mengyu had sent a message. "The nurse from when you were attacked at the hospital has gone missing. I found a corpse with a different face. Identity is unknown, currently verifying. I also found this. Take a look." She sent a video. "I suspect this person was killed to silence them because of you. I've re-investigated those close to you." The video clearly showed someone with a familiar hairstyle walking down the hallway with a knife. Yesterday morning, this person was acting suspiciously at school, seemingly looking for something. Shen Yi froze. "Chen Haoyu, he was looking for me. Yesterday morning I was in the nightmare world, so he didn't find me, but what was he looking for me for?" Seeing Shen Yi staring at him, Haoyu asked in surprise, "What's wrong, EGE?" Xiao Mengyu's final message issued a warning. "If you encounter him, be careful." The elevator reached the 105th floor. Haoyu ran out excitedly. 105 floors, I've never been this high up. EGE, where's your room? I can't wait to see the view." Shen Yi remained silent, walking quietly behind him. Haoyu pointed to the room ahead. "Oh, we're here, right? Is it this one?" Suddenly, Haoyu spun around and launched a surprise attack. Peeved, a pen pierced through Shen Yi's head, blood spraying everywhere. But his body dissolved into a cloud of purple smoke and vanished. Haoyu was horrified. "An illusion? How is that possible? How could this kid have a high-level movement technique?" Boom! Shen Yi suddenly appeared and landed a kick squarely on Haoyu's face. System prompt. By continuously allocating attribute points and combining the 3 skills Moonlight Deer Walk, Shadow Art, and Skeletal Wind, you have temporarily unleashed the move. Skeletal Moon True Heaven Remnant. Effects: 1. Knockback. 2. Create a phantom decoy to deceive the opponent. 3. Movement speed increased by 30 for 10 seconds. Due to the successful execution, your physical stats have been remarkably enhanced. Shen Yi's strength increased by 0.1, agility by 0.2, and mental power by 0.1. Shen Yi stared intently at the enemy before him, his gaze icy. "You aren't Chen Haoyu. Where is he?" "Haha," the fake suddenly burst into laughter. His face, struck by Shen Yi's kick, began to peel away, revealing his disguise was failing. "He's dead. Soon you'll be going down to join him." With that, the assassin ripped off his mask to reveal his true face and immediately lunged at Shen Yi. Shen Yi instantly entered a defensive stance, using a high kick to block the opponent's powerful beast-like attack. "Haha," the assassin easily blocked the kick. "With a kick this weak I can block it with one hand." Knockback activated. The moment Shen Yi activated the skill, the assassin was suddenly caught in a whirlwind and sent flying, completely powerless to resist. Shen Yi had a sudden realization. So this was the secret behind the skills. He hadn't expected the combination of low-level skills to produce such formidable power. Shen Yi quickly pulled out the handgun he had taken from the previous killer and fired repeatedly at the enemy. But this assassin was no amateur. He evaded the bullets with ease. "You treacherous little brat, hiding a gun on you. Too bad your aim is garbage, you can't hit a thing." Seeing that Shen Yi's gun was empty, the assassin approached menacingly, step by step. Beep beep beep. The 105th floor system issued a gunshot alarm. Professionals were immediately mobilized to check the situation. The headquarters of the Human Martial Arts Group immediately broadcast an emergency alert to everyone. This was precisely Shen Yi's intent in firing the gun. Just 2 seconds after the alarm stopped, the assassin's limbs were suddenly severed from his body. It all happened so fast he didn't even have time to react. The one who had struck was Wu Na, HMPH. To think this kind of disguise technique actually fooled even me. I clearly performed a body check. I didn't expect a pen to be used as a weapon. Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. He thought he'd have to stall for a while longer, but he hadn't expected reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Bang! The assassin was slammed hard against the wall by Wu Na. "Talk, what is your objective? Who sent you? Why are you trying to kill Shen Yi? If you don't talk, I'll skin you alive and make you beg for the release of death." "Ha ha ha." The assassin showed no fear even under threat, instead wearing a crazed expression. "You won't get a single word out of me." Crunch! Immediately after, he bit down on a poison capsule hidden in his tooth and committed suicide. Wu Na could only watch helplessly as the enemy died and the trail went cold. "Damn it, I should have knocked him out first," Wu Na blamed herself. She had never heard of anyone being able to master a skin mask to such an extent that it could deceive both her and the AI brain defense system. "This is bad. I let him die. This is a huge mess. I'll have to wait for the autopsy to see if there are any leads." Shen Yi was slightly panicked, thinking he had to be even more careful and absolutely could not provoke Wu Na. A while later, a report came from the morgue. "Ma'am, the technical department has finished the dissection. This guy was a top-tier expert in killing techniques. He had nothing on him to prove his identity, and there is no matching information in the AI database." Wu Na lowered her head, her face full of guilt. "Your subordinate is incompetent. I failed to prevent his suicide." Supervisor Qian patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying it wasn't her fault. In truth, his disguise was incredibly sophisticated. Even the group's security system hadn't detected his true identity. "Let's go. This corpse is of no more value. You all head out first, I'll stay a bit longer." Shen Yi decided not to leave immediately, wanting to stay and investigate further. "Fine, then come find me on the top floor in a while." Supervisor Qian didn't stop him. This kid could sense approaching danger. Perhaps he could see something others missed. After Supervisor Qian left, Shen Yi immediately activated the Gloom Whisper skill, summoning the assassin's soul back. "Stand up and answer my questions." The assassin's soul was forced back into his body. You can actually speak with souls? Haha, but it's useless, I won't tell you anything." Shen Yi found it interesting. He had never seen someone so stubborn after being awakened by Gloom Whisper. What would be the consequence of not speaking? "Ha, the ring." Fei Lan let out a sinister laugh. "I don't know either, but I can guarantee it'll be a good show." The scene around Shen Yi and the assassin suddenly shifted. The assassin was hung upside down on a horrific rack of chains. Before he could understand what was happening, hellfire surged upward, accompanied by countless vengeful spirits gnawing at his soul. This agony was beyond words. Soon, the intense flames burned the assassin until only a blackened skeleton remained. But it wasn't over. Just when he thought it had all ended, his body suddenly regrew its flesh, only to immediately experience the soul-piercing pain of the burning once again. As the agonizing screams continued to echo, the ring finally spoke. "I remember now. Any soul from the Ghost Emperor's edict who defies an order will suffer the persistent torment of the blazing flame curse. These flames will last for a century, but that is only the beginning. Next come 3,600 types of torture, each lasting 100 million years, rotating in succession until the sinner's soul is willing to speak. If it remains stubborn, it will attract even more powerful malevolent spirits. Those spirits would be very interested in such a tough nut to crack. They are masters of their craft, capable of keeping a soul conscious and intact while it endures the height of agony. By the way," the ring added, "this vast stretch of time is only felt by the one being tortured. What feels like 10 billion years to him is but a fleeting moment to us." "Enough, enough," the assassin shrieked in terror. I'll tell you everything." The moment his soul surrendered, the horrific vision of hell vanished instantly. Shen Yi and the assassin were back in the morgue. Good. Now it's time for you to come clean about everything from beginning to end. Rewinding time to a few minutes prior on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, Mr. Han was speaking into his phone. How is the situation being handled? Zhao Yibing replied. I've done exactly as you instructed. Unfortunately, Shen Yi didn't fall for it. He signed a contract with the Human Martial Arts Group. I'm just a lowly elementary student. Nothing I do seems to have any effect. Mr. Han continued. Tonight at 8 p.m., Fanglin Hotel in the western suburbs. Don't be late. With that, he hung up. Zhao Yibing hesitated, wondering if she really needed to go. Just then her phone rang again. Really? I've been granted a guaranteed admission spot to the top-tier high school. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Han. I will definitely be there on time today. Zhao Yibing wept with joy when suddenly a figure appeared behind her. It was Xiao Mengyu. Give me your phone. Who were you just talking to? Who are you? Are you crazy? Zhao Yibing snapped, her voice loud to mask her guilt. That's my private business. Why should I tell you? Xiao Mengyu unsheathed her sword and rested it against Zhao Yibing's neck, turning the girl's face deathly pale. Zhao Yibing, I know the thing you're most proud of isn't your grades but your beauty. I'll say it one more time. Give me the phone or I'll start by cutting off your nose. HMPH. Although Zhao Yibing tried to act tough, she obediently complied. I don't care who you are, this won't be forgotten. Just wait until the police take you away. At that moment, Xiao Mengyu's phone rang. It was Shen Yi. Come to where I am. I've caught an assassin and I'm interrogating him. He's confessed to everything. Shen Yi? Zhao Yibing trembled when she heard his voice. Are you an assassin Shen Yi hired to get revenge on me? Shen Yi didn't answer her. Instead, he had the assassin explain directly to Xiao Mengyu over the phone. We are assassins from the Assassin Alliance, the man began. Not long ago, we received a joint mission. The primary objective was to kill you, but it had to look like an accident. We staged the scene to look like a disaster at the hospital. My partner was responsible for the strike. Initially, I killed Chen Haoyu and took his form to lure you to the hospital. When that thing was triggered, you were supposed to have died there. But not only did you survive, there were witnesses at the scene. Therefore, we didn't just have to kill you. We had to investigate why the technique failed and retrieve the ritual tools. A policeman discovered us then, but he was too young. We used him to learn about your relationship with the police force. Then, playing along, we killed that young officer inside the station, assumed his identity to fish for intel, and planned to dispose of you afterward. Unfortunately, every attempt failed. Until today, when I took action personally. Shen Yi asked angrily. You hid the policeman's body in a locker at the station, but where did you hide Chen Haoyu's body? The assassin replied. I hid Chen Haoyu's body in the school sewer system. Xiao Mengyu spoke up. Shen Yi, the body I mentioned earlier is the one found in your school's sewer. Shen Yi clenched his fist, suppressing his rage as he continued his questioning. Speak, who is the person who hired you to assassinate me? Just as he thought he would unmask the mastermind, the assassin replied. Only the mission coordinator knows the full details of the assassination contract. Then who is the coordinator? Where is he? Shen Yi pressed. He is known as the Skinner, a very famous assassin in the underworld. He was the one who performed the skin painting art on me. He's at the Fanglin Hotel near the western suburbs. The nurse you saw is there, and he intends to silence her. What kind of assassin is the Skinner? Does he have any weaknesses? Shen Yi asked. His strength is unfathomable. I couldn't see any weaknesses or his true standing in the assassin world. Killing a middle schooler like you is a stain on his professional career, which is why he didn't act personally. He believes that masterminding the entire plan was already doing the employer a huge favor. Doesn't he have any identifying characteristics? Tell me everything you know, Shen Yi commanded. If I had to say, the assassin replied, he has a very particular hobby. He eats people. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mengyu's voice turned ice cold. I'm going to meet this Skinner myself. Before Shen Yi could stop her, she hung up the phone. Though I don't know who that girl on the phone is, if she goes looking for the Skinner, I'm afraid her luck has run out. The Skinner loves eating girls, especially young, pure ones. Bang! Before the assassin could finish his sentence, Shen Yi sent the corpse flying into a corner with a single punch, even though the man was already dead. The pain helped Shen Yi vent some of his lingering rage. Don't answer questions I haven't asked. Now get lost, he muttered. The assassin's soul dissipated, and the body became a lifeless husk once more. Meanwhile, at the 5-star Maple Forest Hotel on the outskirts, a man and a woman sat opposite each other in a luxurious room bathed in flickering candlelight. Eerily, only the man had place settings and food. The space before the woman was empty. The man sampled a piece of meat, closing his eyes to savor it. Smooth on the palate, yet firm. A subtle sweetness follows upon chewing. However, there's a slight astringency on the finish. It seems the stress of her recent undercover mission has taken quite a toll. My sincere apologies. He raised his wine glass and took a sip. A rich flavor, exquisite and soft. The balance of acidity and sweetness is impeccable with a hint of cherry. This blood cocktail is indeed a masterful pairing to neutralize the meat's astringency. Remarkable. It has been a long time since I've tasted such high-quality fare. You've truly moved me, nurse. Across from him, the nurse sat mutilated, one eye gouged out and her left hand severed. Because I am so moved, next I shall begin tasting. Before he could finish, his phone rang. My apologies, there are always some rude people who enjoy interrupting a meal, aren't there? Life is full of accidents and frustrations. Upon answering, a voice came from the other end. Mr. Han, I hope you can personally eliminate the target. The man known as Mr. Han fell silent for a moment. He had just received news of his assistant's death. 3 assassins had fallen in rapid succession, which suggested the opponent was no ordinary middle schooler. He spoke softly. Oh, so you really want me to step in? I could, but what payment can you offer? The price, Mr. Han, is a young girl, the voice on the other end replied. Mr. Han snorted, his tone dripping with contempt. Hey, a little girl, I'm not some scavenger picking through roadside trash. You should know my aesthetic standards are exceptionally high. Before he could finish, the caller immediately sent over 2 photos of Zhao Yibing. Mr. Han was instantly struck as if by a bolt of lightning, his face flushing red, mesmerized by the beauty in the photos. He held the image of Zhao Yibing close to his face, taking a deep, obsessive breath. What a beautiful, pure little lamb, just looking at you. I can smell the scent of green innocence wafting off your skin. Thank you for arranging such a wonderful encounter. I am truly touched. I will personally kill the boy, the voice spoke again. Mr. Han, the girl will meet you at 8 p.m. tonight. Oh, Mr. Han replied, suddenly snapping out of his obsession. He glanced at his watch. Time was running out and he told himself he had to be fully prepared for a perfect date tonight. His current perfume wasn't quite right, so he decided to take a shower first. His tie needed replacing as well. These socks had to go. He brushed his teeth meticulously to avoid any plaque, otherwise he wouldn't be able to savor the true flavor when they kissed. Oh, he almost forgot the most important thing. Mr. Han turned back to look at the nurse who was still sitting silently at the dining table. Forgive me, but our relationship is over. From his arms, countless threads as fine as hair suddenly shot out. Extraordinarily sharp. Zip, the nurse's body was instantly sliced into fragments by the silken threads. I can't have you frightening my fresh little lamb. Let's end things here. Ding, fingerprint matched, brainwaves matched, facial recognition passed, identity verified. Please provide a verbal command. This phrase will become your exclusive summoning code. Read it to activate me. The advanced AI system sent a notification to Shen Yi. After a moment's thought he recited, to kill a man every 10 steps and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Instantly a spatial pod hissed open, revealing a visually striking blue motorcycle before Shen Yi. Well, that's sharp. If I'd had a ride like that at your age, I can't imagine how many girls I would have impressed, Supervisor Qian praised. Shen Yi asked softly, what are the features of this motorcycle? A 4-stroke water-cooled twin-cylinder engine and an automatic lateral suspension system. The frame is made of an ultra-light alloy, with vintage-style stainless steel exhaust pipes and a wireless motor. It's a completely handcrafted design integrated with a flight system featuring the iconic angel wings. It can switch between autopilot and manual driving modes with a maximum flight time of 30 minutes. However, you haven't learned how to fly yet, so it's best to use autopilot for aerial maneuvers. Shen Yi was stunned. It can fly? Does it run on electricity? How do I charge it? How are the fees paid? Qian replied. You just give the command. The AI will automatically locate a charging station, link to your personal ID and deduct the fees. Shen Yi tried sitting on the bike. The comfort was beyond words. If it were red, it would definitely look more striking while driving. Like a raging wildfire. As soon as he spoke, the chassis instantly transformed from blue to Shen Yi's preferred fiery red. The shell uses the latest chameleon materials. That's why it can change colors according to your whim. This bike is cool, but I thought Kunlun would give me a cultivation technique or something, Shen Yi said with a hint of regret. It seems Kunlun considers your situation extremely dangerous, so it sent you an incredibly convenient cutting-edge motorcycle for escaping. In jet mode it's as fast as a rocket, reaching speeds beyond imagination. Enough to save your life in a crisis. After hearing Qian's explanation, Shen Yi began to look at the motorcycle in a new light. Since Kunlun thinks I'm in danger, it must know who wants to kill me, right? Qian replied. Even if it knows, it won't intervene for such a small matter. It must constantly focus on the survival of human civilization. It will only provide corresponding exchange codes or rewards once you have proven your value. Value, Shen Yi mused. That's right, in this world if a person has no value, no one cares about their life or death. It was the same for Officer Luo and the same for Chen Haoyu. I wonder how Meng Yu is doing. Has she faced the Skinner yet? You're staying at the group headquarters tonight. You aren't allowed to go anywhere. I'll take you to the exam center tomorrow morning. There will be experts from the 3 prestigious schools stationed there to ensure your safety to the maximum degree. The floor you're on has been completely locked down tonight. No one is allowed out. Before leaving, Supervisor Qian didn't forget to give his instructions. The scene shifted to the 5-star Maple Forest Hotel in the western suburbs. Outside, the figures of 2 girls were approaching. Xiao Mengyu and Zhao Yibing. Zhao Yibing had been forced to lead the way here. I've brought her here. I wonder if Mr. Han will be angry, she thought worriedly. Xiao Mengyu observed the hotel carefully, sensing a faint murderous intent emanating from within. It was hidden with extreme sophistication, making it nearly impossible to detect clearly. You said that online friend provided you with a large number of high-grade elixirs and nutritional supplements to help improve your grades while guaranteeing your admission to a top high school. Correct? Mengyu asked softly. Yes. As long as I incited my classmates against Shen Yi, blackmailed him and attacked his reputation, I would get everything they offered. Zhao Yibing answered hesitantly. Shen Yi has already signed with the human martial arts group, which means your mission was a total failure. Zhao Yibing, do you know what the consequences will be for you? Facing Xiao Mengyu's question, Zhao Yibing stiffened her neck and said, HMPH, you're controlling and threatening me. Do you know what will happen to you? Xiao Mengyu shook her head in disappointment. This girl was just an ordinary young student, who saw her actions against Shen Yi as a mere transaction for personal gain, completely unaware that this deal would push her into an abyss. Fine, Zhao Yibing. I'll give you two choices. 1. Hide nearby and wait for me to finish so you can testify and confess everything you know. 2. We never met tonight. Go inside and see your benefactor directly and I'll pretend I don't know you. After a moment of internal struggle, Zhao Yibing decided to trust Mr. Han and strode into the hotel without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyu did not intervene. She simply stood where she was, observing as she slowly drew her longsword and settled into a combat stance. On the other side, as soon as Zhao Yibing arrived, she was led by a man in a black suit to meet Mr. Han. I have finally met you, Bingbing. Please allow me to call you that. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen and the most talented young lady. I am willing to be your recommender and guarantee your admission into the Provincial Key High School. I can even sponsor your studies. Listening to Mr. Han's words, Zhao Yibing was deeply moved. Is this Mr. Han? He felt completely different from his online persona. In reality, he was exceptionally kind. Thank you for your kindness. Regarding that matter with Shen Yi, I really don't know how to repay you, Mr. Han interrupted her. Don't worry about that boy, rest assured. As long as I am here, he cannot harm you or seek revenge. Zhao Yibing, a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love, was completely captivated by these words and took his arm as they walked forward. As they passed a window, a sudden strange gust of wind blew it open. Careful not to catch a cold. Mr. Han took off his coat and draped it over Zhao Yibing. Simultaneously, he sensed a pure sword intent from outside directed straight at him. It seems an uninvited guest has taken an interest in me. I must speed things up. I cannot let this fated encounter be ruined. Bingbing, you possess not only outstanding talent but a kind heart as well. I have decided to recommend you for the joint entrance exam of the world's top 3 high schools. Are you ready? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yibing was stunned. Heavens, the world's top 3 high schools? Is it true? Mr. Han, those schools are the dream of millions of teenagers, a symbol of supreme glory. Once I go there to study, I can soar like a phoenix and never have to mingle with those mediocre people again. Of course I do not speak falsely, Mr. Han replied gently. I performed a great service during an archaeological operation this year. Gurren granted me a special code. As long as I use it, the person I recommend is eligible to participate in the joint recruitment exam for those 3 prestigious schools. Now I want to give this opportunity to you. But my ability, Zhao Yibing clearly lacked confidence in her own strength. It's all right, Mr. Han quickly reassured her. I will help you improve your abilities. Now you only need to enter your information into the phone. Zhao Yibing officially gained the qualification to take the joint entrance exam for the 3 key high schools. A text message was immediately sent to her phone. Heavens, thank you so much, Mr. Han. The girl excitedly threw herself into Mr. Han's arms. Good, there is still time. I must act quickly before that sword intent outside can affect this girl. The moment of harvest has arrived. Thinking of this, Mr. Han immediately pulled Zhao Yibing close and impatiently pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. But at that exact moment, Zhao Yibing's head had already left her neck. I am happy too, Bingbing. Together we have completed this great work of art, Mr. Han lamented. Just looking at you brings tears of emotion to my eyes. It is perfect, so soul-stirring, like a flower blooming at its most beautiful moment. I long to taste your sweetness. Just as Mr. Han grew increasingly frenzied, suddenly an earth-shattering slash descended, splitting half of the hotel building in 2. Xiao Mengyu stepped into the room and, looking at Zhao Yibing's cold corpse, let out a sigh of regret. She was one step too late. She had originally thought that by using her sword intent to suppress him, the opponent would have some reservations. She hadn't expected this fellow to be so insane. No, you are not allowed to touch her. She is mine. Mr. Han rushed out from the smoke and dust, his voice filled with madness, but to his surprise as he charged forward, Xiao Mengyu did not point her sword at him but instead leveled her blade at Zhao Yibing's neck. Mr. Han stopped instantly, and instead of attacking he backed away. Enough, do not harm her. You can have whatever you want as long as you do not harm her. Stay right there and don't move or I will destroy this corpse immediately, Xiao Mengyu threatened while demanding, Who is the person who hired you? Mr. Han carefully observed the young girl before him. She was using the Luo family's Lingbo sword style. If I am not mistaken, you are that rumored genius girl Xiao Mengyu, correct? Miss Xiao, look around you. My threads have already surrounded you. Believe me, you cannot escape this encirclement. Obediently return Bingbing to me. For the sake of the Luo family, I can spare your life. Before Mr. Han could finish his sentence, a violent sword intent erupted from Xiao Mengyu's body. The pressure radiating from her longsword made Mr. Han feel suffocated. Fine, then let's try it. Let's see who can take this strike of mine more stoutly. You or this corpse, Xiao Mengyu replied coldly. Clearly Mr. Han did not dare to risk it. Ah, Bingbing, we only just met. And must we say goodbye forever? Such a perfect work of art and I haven't even tasted your sweetest flavor, he roared. Although I cannot taste Bingbing anymore. Xiao Mengyu seems even more attractive. May I have you, Miss Xiao? Once you fall into my hands, I'm afraid you won't be as happy as Bingbing. Then Bingbing is still the most perfect girl. Damn it, forget it. Mr. Han grew more and more insane, his words revealing naked killing intent toward Xiao Mengyu. Realizing that threats and death would not make this assassin reveal the truth, Xiao Mengyu thought to herself that it would be better to make a deal. As long as you reveal who the mastermind is, not only will I return Zhao Yibing to you, but I will also give you a chance to kill me. My corpse will be yours to do with as you wish. Mr. Han did not accept the trade. A trade? Even without this trade, once I kill you, I will still have your corpse, will I not? Can you feel my strength? Xiao Mengyu asked softly. Perhaps you can defeat me, but if I do not cooperate, you will not get my corpse intact, and I guarantee that whether you succeed or not, I will absolutely not use the Luo family's influence, nor will I let the Luo family hunt you down. Hearing these words, Mr. Han finally withdrew his power, somewhat skeptical of Xiao Mengyu's words. Haha, this is truly a headache. Betraying an employer means violating the rules of the Assassin's Guild. I will face their pursuit in the future. Are you afraid? Xiao Mengyu mocked, her tone full of provocation. How is that possible, lovely girl, in order to have you? I am willing to make such a sacrifice. The mere thought of holding you tightly in my arms later and giving you a kiss as hot as the sun makes me tremble with excitement, Mr. Han replied, a fanatical look flashing in his eyes. You certainly are confident. My sword will cut you into a pulp, Xiao Mengyu responded coldly, her words dripping with killing intent. Ah, that is another kind of wonderful. Just hearing your voice makes me very excited. What a wonderful night to be able to harvest two perfect works of art. Allow me to thank you. At the very moment I speak the employer's name, the feelings between us begin, he continued, his tone full of allure. Before that, please allow me to take Bingbing to a safe place first, after which I will leave all my time to you, Miss Xiao, my love. The scene shifts to Shen Yi. At this moment he is standing on the top floor of the building, keeping watch by his motorcycle and lost in thought. He didn't know how things were going on Xiao Mengyu's side, and she wasn't answering her phone. The dead assassin had asserted that Xiao Mengyu was no match for the Skinner. Had she really encountered danger? Hey, old bones, in your opinion, what are Xiao Mengyu's chances against the Skinner? Shen Yi asked the ring. Do you want the truth or a lie? If it's the truth, Xiao Mengyu is bound to lose, the ring answered. I'm afraid if I tell you the truth, you'll impulsively run to save her and both of you will end up dead. Shen Yi recalled Xiao Mengyu's earth-shattering sword strike from before. Impossible. Didn't you see her slash earlier? Even the clouds in the sky were split in two. Fei Len shook its head. You're too stupid. Clouds don't dodge. I could blow the clouds away with a single fart. Although I don't know the assassins of your world, that Skinner possesses the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen ghouls. His experience and abilities certainly far exceed Xiao Mengyu's. Hearing this, Shen Yi felt that the ring made a lot of sense. Perhaps Xiao Mengyu truly was in dire straits. Originally he had planned to borrow her strength to uncover the truth, but now he had led her into a crisis. Her brother is dead, Chen Haoyu has lost his life, and the witness nurse is likely in grave danger. How many more people must be sacrificed? She is the only one wholeheartedly pursuing the truth. I cannot let her die. Shen Yi secretly made up his mind. Just then the phone rang. It was a strange number, definitely not Xiao Mengyu. Excuse me, are you Shen Yi? No, my mother said that if I couldn't reach her I should find you to call the police together. My mother is the nurse who saw you encounter a ghost that day. A voice came from the other end. Shen Yi was startled. It turned out to be the witness nurse's daughter. Right when the employer went to the hospital before, he had registered his contact information at the nurse's station, so it wasn't strange for the girl to have his number. My mother told me to go to the Fenglin Hotel on the west outskirts of the city, saying she would wait for me there. But sob now I can't reach her, the girl sobbed. I'm at the fast food restaurant across from the Fenglin Hotel. Shen Yi immediately replied, okay, don't go anywhere, I'll be right there. By the way, call the police right now. Seeing Shen Yi preparing to act, the ring quickly spoke up. Hey, you're not really planning to go, are you? Watch out for a trap. But Shen Yi didn't delay for a second. I'm afraid her mother has already been murdered. I don't want this girl to have an accident too. Whether it's true or false, I must go and see. Help me put the motorcycle into the ring first. The ring sighed. Is it worth it? It's much safer to hide here. Why look for trouble? You can hide for a while but not forever. If things go south, I still have the Ghostfire motorcycle and that door to take everyone and run. Shen Yi firmly brought along that Nightfall short sword. It's too dangerous. What will I do if you die? The ring still tried to dissuade him. Don't worry, I won't die. Moreover, against such a decisive killer, only Gloom Whisper can pry information out of their mouths. If I want to uncover the truth, I can only rely on myself. Watching Shen Yi climb onto the rooftop, the ring was still trying to stop him. Sigh, it's no use. The manager said earlier that the 105th floor has been locked down. You can't get out. Don't tell me you plan to ride the motorcycle and fly over with me. The whole building will hear that noise. Shen Yi didn't answer, silently shifting all his attribute points to agility, according to your will. The attribute points have been allocated. Your current agility attribute is 10.1. You're not planning to jump off the building, are you? At this height, even if your agility reached 30, it wouldn't matter. You'd fall to your death, the ring cried out. Shen Yi looked up at the sky. There are some things we must do ourselves. The clouds and lightning filling the sky are my best cover. With that, he resolutely leaped from the 105th floor. The cold wind howled. A night rain was imminent. Ah, you madman, the ring shrieked. If you die, I'll use necromancy to revive you into a brainless zombie. In the instant he rushed out of the 105th floor building, Shen Yi summoned that door and stepped into the nightmare world. After traveling through the nightmare world for a circuit, he summoned the door again to return to reality. As long as he opened the door and landed at a safe height close to the ground, the nightmare world acted as an aerial buffer, offsetting the force of the fall. Repeating this, he created countless footholds in midair and finally landed safely. Insane, I almost thought I was going to die in this barren world of yours, the ring said, trembling. Although he had landed safely, the ring was still swearing loudly, though it was clearly shocked by Shen Yi's bold move. Stop talking nonsense, get the bike out, we have a lot to do tonight, Shen Yi urged. After summoning the motorcycle, he straddled it and shouted the activation code. 10 steps to kill a man 1,000 miles without staying. The code was confirmed successfully. A short while later, the motorcycle carried Shen Yi to the western outskirts of the city, the place the nurse's daughter had mentioned. Walking into the fast food restaurant, Shen Yi met a girl. Are you the one who called me? The girl nodded. Yes, have you seen my mother? I can't reach her. I called the police, but no one has answered. Hearing this, Shen Yi tried calling the police emergency line, but just as the girl said, no one answered. This was too abnormal. Is my mother still alive? Can you help me find her? She's in room 707, but I don't dare go over there, the girl said anxiously. Where is your father? Shen Yi asked softly. He passed away a long time ago. My mother and I depend on each other, Shen Yi sighed, and suggested, how about this? I'll send you to a safe place first. Once I find your mother, I'll contact you. Ghostfire, take this girl to the human martial arts building and then come back for me. Shen Yi issued the command. Ghostfire made a beep-beep sound, confirmed the route and departed immediately. Coming back to see you in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. The girl got on the bike but was still very worried. Brother, I'm very scared. I want to see my mother, Shen Yi comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm sending you to an extremely safe place. I will find your mother and then we'll come back to see you together. Wait for me at the human martial arts building. The girl stopped crying and nodded in agreement, then rode off on the Ghostfire. You really intend to look for that kid's mother? A pure waste of time. This little girl is no relation to you, and she'll only drag you into trouble, the ring grumbled in complaint. Shen Yi answered in a low voice, her mother is innocent, she only ended up in this state because she was caught up in my mess. HMPH, sentimental weakness rarely leads to greatness, the ring rebuked. Didn't you notice the abnormality in this block? Hearing this, Shen Yi finally paid attention. Indeed, there was an unsettling feeling here. He had been so distracted by the little girl that he had let his guard down. I can perceive the life fire of the living nearby, but since entering this block, aside from that little girl, I haven't seen a single spark of life. There are no living people here. Just then, a massive explosion erupted from the Fenglin Hotel on the western outskirts, drawing the attention of both Shen Yi and the ring. The sounds of intense fighting broke out. Clearly, a feared battle was underway. Shen Yi didn't hesitate for a second and immediately charged toward the hotel. I'm going to infiltrate the hotel. You keep watch on the perimeter. If anything changes, notify me to retreat immediately. As soon as he stepped into the hotel, a beautiful maid walked forward to greet him. Hello, do you have a reservation? The ring whispered a warning. Careful, she's dead. Shen Yi immediately backed away to maintain distance, preparing to draw his weapon while simultaneously activating Gloom Whisper. He asked, how did you die? Why are you still standing here? The girl answered obediently. To live more comfortably, the master killed us. He used special silk threads to stitch our bodies back together, and used magic to control our souls, commanding our movements. Then why aren't you attacking me? Shen Yi continued to ask. We are programmed to serve customers. The master is busy dealing with a powerful enemy and hasn't issued new orders yet. Shen Yi pressed further. Besides you, how many dead people are here? The answer he received sent shivers down his spine. Yes, everyone has been killed. This entire block, this entire hotel, everyone is dead. Just then, the sound of heavy crossfire erupted from above. They've fought their way to the roof, now's our chance. Quickly, go to room 707, the ring urged. Shen Yi no longer hesitated and bolted for the 7th floor, quickly arriving in front of room 707. But when he kicked the door open, the sight before him filled him with utter horror. It was beyond words. Like a hell on earth, hundreds upon thousands of corpses were dismembered and piled up inside the room. How can there be so many bodies? Shen Yi asked, trembling. The ring replied, I sense the other rooms are the same. There might be even more corpses elsewhere. Shen Yi felt his stomach churn, but he forced himself to activate Gloom Whisper to search for the nurse. Damn it, does any of you recognize me? Is there anyone still alive? Shen Yi roared, his voice tight with tension. I don't know you, never seen you before. One after another, the corpses in the room responded to his question. I know you. You're Shen Yi, right? Finally, a corpse gave the answer Shen Yi was looking for. This was the on-duty nurse he had been searching for. But now only her head remained, her torso was gone. I'm sorry, you were murdered because of my business, Shen Yi said, filled with guilt. It doesn't matter anymore, and it's not your fault. If you are willing, please avenge us. The nurse suddenly began to cry. but the tears she shed were not clear. They were bright red blood. "Don't worry, I swear I will avenge everyone. As for your daughter, I will do everything in my power to protect her so she grows up safely. Please, rest in peace," Shen Yi promised decisively. Suddenly a horrific explosion hit, instantly shaking the entire room and the whole hotel along with it. Large sections were destroyed. The building was under attack, and based on the angle of the blast, it clearly wasn't caused by the two people fighting on the roof. "Between the two fighting on the roof, a figure with an extremely weak life aura is falling toward us," the ring warned. A figure gradually emerged through the shattered rubble. The miserable scream from earlier was a man's, so the one falling must be Xiao Mengyu. "Why are you here?" Seeing Shen Yi appear, Xiao Mengyu was shocked. "It's a long story, but anyway, I'm here to save you," Shen Yi replied. But with his current abilities, coming here was no different from dying alongside her. She had been struggling to control her injuries, intentionally feigning weakness to lure the Skinner into a trap, waiting for the right moment to counter-kill. She hadn't expected Shen Yi to suddenly show up to save her. Man proposes, God disposes. Forget it, I still have a life-saving trump card anyway, Xiao Mengyu thought to herself. Just as she was about to speak, she was struck heavily on the back of the neck by Shen Yi. "Xiao Mengyu, forgive me," Shen Yi said. It turned out he had already shifted all his attribute points into strength, bringing it to 8.3. She was a great swordsman. If he used his full power, it should be enough to knock her out, right? "I'm sorry, Xiao Mengyu, I just don't want you to see my secret," Shen Yi murmured to himself. Sure enough, the unexpected strike knocked Xiao Mengyu unconscious instantly. Shen Yi immediately picked her up, summoned the door, and fled into the nightmare world. "Oh, hiding!" Mr. Han stepped out from the rubble, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Hee, playing hide-and-seek with me, how interesting. I'm afraid you don't know yet. The hotel is full of my eyes and ears. Now let the game begin. I'm starting the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. In the place where Shen Yi stood, he pushed open the door as dust billowed in his face. "Old Bones, you're a battlefield scavenger. Find me a suitable set of armor, quickly," Shen Yi urged urgently. Fei Lan retorted, "I'm a battlefield scavenger, not a junk collector." Shen Yi curled his lip. "Look at this pile of trash you've pulled out. You have the nerve to say you're not a junk collector?" Fei Lan defended himself. "Hey, putting together a set of equipment isn't as easy as you think." Shen Yi stepped through the door to check the information. Holy Rabbit Warsuit, blue quality. Strength 1, Agility 2. Moves like a startled rabbit, smooth and shiny. It looked completely useless for combat, however those brave and seasoned swordsmen were actually quite fond of it because it had a special effect. The lighter the equipment, the higher the strength and agility bonuses. Shen Yi's face turned bright red. He didn't dare look further. He was both tempted and embarrassed. "Damn it, don't you have any other equipment?" he growled. Fei Lan replied. "I only found clothes suitable for girls." Shen Yi was furious. "Why on earth would you pick this up on a battlefield?" Fei Lan shot back. "You should ask why you humans bring this kind of thing to a battlefield. I stripped it off a man's corpse." Shen Yi hurriedly ran toward the medical tent, shouting, "Help, is anyone there? Someone come quickly, she's fading." As soon as he entered, the people in the tent pointed at him and said, "It's him, the boy who lived." Shen Yi looked helpless. This nickname was getting harder to shake off. A nun ordered, "Quickly, get the wounded onto the bed." Despite her heavy injuries, a cold sword intent still radiated from Xiao Mengyu. "She's wearing the Holy Rabbit Warsuit. She must be an incredibly powerful swordsman. The injuries are severe and will require several precious sacred word runes," the nun judged. Shen Yi immediately pulled out a pouch of money. "I have money, please treat her immediately." "Do you think these gold coins from the prince are enough?" One of the nuns took the pouch. "Is this the tuition money the prince gave you?" Shen Yi was stunned. "How did you know?" The other replied. "The pouch has a special royal mark. This is proof of the royal family. This pouch alone is worth a fortune, not to mention." Shen Yi interrupted her. "Stop wasting time, I'll give it all to you. Just save her, I'm afraid she won't make it." The nuns broke into bright smiles. "All right, we will do our best." They began to concentrate their efforts on treating Xiao Mengyu. Shen Yi thought to himself, with so many people working to save her, the humans are indeed trustworthy. Amid the ever-changing battlefield announcements as you vanished without a trace, your fame gradually began to fade. Your reputation keyword withered along with it. But just then, you returned to the battlefield, saved a comrade, carried her back to camp, and even spent your entire tuition to save her life. You paid in royal gold coins, each worth 100 times a common coin. This meant you spared no expense, investing 1,000 times the regular medical fee just to save a girl. From now on, everyone will praise your noble and generous character. Congratulations, you're viral. The boy who lived. Shen Yi's eyes went wide. What did I do?" The nuns walked back looking cheerful. "The treatment is complete. The boy who lived." Shen Yi's face looked pained. "How is she?" they replied. "Excellent. We use the highest level of healing magic. Her body is recovering very quickly. She'll wake up in a few minutes." Fei Lan chimed in. "Yeah, I can feel her life fire burning fiercely." As expected of human healing magic, Shen Yi carried Xiao Mengyu out, thinking, "I spent so much money. If her life fire wasn't burning bright, I'd be ruined. Thank you, everyone. We still have a mission. We must take her away," he said. The nuns saw them out, waving and telling him he was welcome back anytime. Goodbye, the boy who lived. Shen Yi thought he had to get Xiao Mengyu back to the real world before she woke up. Behind them, a group of soldiers whispered, "How nice. That girl must be his sweetheart. Why else would someone dump that much gold to save a person? True, if I had that many gold coins I could marry 10 wives." In the faint light, Xiao Mengyu finally opened her eyes. Shen Yi smiled. You're awake. Swish, a sharp blade lunged out instantly. Xiao Mengyu's face flushed slightly. What did you just do to me? Shen Yi didn't even blink as he lied. It was a special healing technique. It only works while you're unconscious. Xiao Mengyu checked her body and found that her wounds had healed, so she sheathed her sword. I misunderstood you just now. Shen Yi continued. I'm truly sorry for knocking you out suddenly. That guy is catching up. Can you still fight? Xiao Mengyu replied. Yes, I want to kill him. Your healing is incredible. I've never felt so full of energy. System prompt. Great Sword Saint, Holy Protected One, 3 hours. Shen Yi was very surprised. Holy Protected One, what kind of keyword is this? Did the healing magic just now give her a special buff? Remember to ask who the mastermind is, Shen Yi reminded her. Xiao Mengyu nodded. I already know. Shen Yi was shocked. Who? Suddenly a burst of wild laughter rang out. Haha, finally found you two. Both of them immediately went on guard. The assassin walked forward looking somewhat surprised. Oh, Shen Yi, perfect timing. Xiao Mengyu glanced at Shen Yi and said in a low voice, if you don't have powerful combat skills, I suggest you stay far away. She wondered silently if she had underestimated him before. Did he have hidden combat power? Shen Yi looked at the assassin and felt a chill run through him, sweat soaking his face. He hurriedly ran toward the door and waved. You're right, for a fight of this level I'd better hide. Good luck, Xiao Mengyu. Then with a bang he closed the door, leaving Xiao Mengyu alone. Xiao Mengyu froze, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. It seemed all his talent had gone into healing. Fine, I'm enough on my own, she muttered to herself. The assassin slowly approached, humming a little tune. Ah, my dear little fishy, you didn't run with him. Were you waiting for me on purpose? Xiao Mengyu calmly raised her sword. After all, the current me, whoosh, a fierce sword light flashed, the blade howling through the air, but the assassin stood rooted to the spot, seemingly completely unimpressed by the move. The sword aura collided and the blade split the entire hotel building in half as rubble crumbled. Her current strength far exceeded her peak. This single strike sent sword intent soaring into the clouds, cutting a streak of light through the cold dark sky. A voice of shock came from the ruins. Impossible, you were clearly so heavily injured now. His body and face were covered in wounds of all sizes. Xiao Mengyu looked at him and thought, he still managed to dodge that. Suddenly, the assassin seemed to realize something and began to howl crazily. I see it's because of Shen Yi. First, he used monstrous strength to blow up half the building to save you, and then he healed your wounds. The curse failed. The assassination failed repeatedly. That kid really isn't simple. Xiao Mengyu was stunned by this. Shen Yi blew up half the building. No, that wasn't him. The assassin licked the blood from his wounds. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Nothing attracts me more than you. Xiao Mengyu, the tenacity and killing intent in you make me unable to stop. Look, the wounds you gave me are boiling with joy. He raised his hands high. Let us be entwined like this forever. Meanwhile, in the nightmare world, the nuns in the healing tent were gossiping. It seems the prince holds him in high regard to give him so many royal gold coins. One said, he's so generous with money, he gave it all to us for a friend. Isn't it a bit harsh for us to take all of it? The other replied, don't worry, while I was treating her, I secretly stuffed the extra gold back into his friend's war suit. I only took 11 coins, that's what we deserve. Where did you put them? The person next to her asked. You should know, I also gave her friend a 3-hour holy power blessing as a gesture of respect. The person continued while the others cried out in shock. What? One of them started, wide-eyed. What happened? They began to chime in one after another. I gave his friend an agility blessing. I gave a resonance blessing. I gave a perception blessing. I gave a mental blessing. Once they finished, the room fell into a heavy silence. You mean all the blessings for that girl have been gathered? When all blessings are applied to one person simultaneously, they combine into the highest level of empowerment. The Holy Protected One effect doubles the power of all blessings and lasts for 3 hours. The crowd stood dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down their faces. One stammered, that is a supreme spell used only by the royal family. Using it without authorization is a felony. The red-haired man cleared his throat twice. It's rare for our holy medical team to be so well assembled during this campaign, and we seldom get to perform a full set of blessings. Let's just consider it a deep bond forged with the boy who lived, he thought to himself. Fortunately, I returned some of the gold coins. I just hope he never speaks a word of this. Back with Xiao Mengyu, she was currently facing off against the assassin. Moving with grace, she swung her sword to sever the red threads. Her powerful strikes, combined with a light rhythmic movement, allowed her to easily dodge the attacks. She sensed that the speed and power of the red threads were becoming increasingly violent, now twice as strong as they were at the start. How exactly is he boosting his power? There had been a strange constant noise for a while now. It was definitely related to his power surge. Her mind raced as she was suddenly drawn to a specific sound, and she swung a blow in that direction. The wall shattered, revealing walls packed with agonizingly writhing corpses, their mouths agape in eerie whispers. Blood flowed from their eye sockets and mouths. Xiao Mengyu was stunned by the sight. The assassin walked over to the wall and pressed his hand against it, letting the cracks continue to spread. Oh, you've discovered the gift I prepared for you. Listen, they are singing, celebrating for us. He let out a wild laugh. From the assassin's eyes, crimson blood gushed forth as the wall collapsed, revealing the horrific scene within. He fell to his knees, howling frantically. This is the anthem for our wedding. Blood demon Myriad lives, curse realm. The scene shifted to Shen Yi, the youth running at full speed. Fei Lan spoke up. You were finally smart for once. We should take this chance to get out of this building immediately, and find a safe place to hide. Shen Yi answered with a firm tone. Are you joking? We're only one step away from the truth. Fei Lan was beyond shocked. How you didn't run downstairs to save your life, Shen Yi explained. Look around you, all the corpses have suddenly started chanting spells. That Skinner is definitely pulling some underhanded trick. We have to find a way to support Xiao Mengyu, Fei Lan urged. You can't even touch a battle of this level. That freak is relying on countless blood demon curses to constantly increase his power. Listen to me. Run while you can. Shen Yi pushed open the doors to each room in turn. You're right, if I charge into a fight like that I'm just looking for death, but we can support her in another way, he replied. Fei Lan looked bewildered. Another way to support? What on earth are you looking for? Shen Yi pushed open the last door and cheered. Found it, this is the place. Looking at the equipment around them, the giant skull asked in confusion. This is the place you were looking for. What use is this? Shen Yi picked up a microphone and announced, now it's time to test your world's strength. His good brother Fei Lan was startled. Do you mean? On the assassin's side, the chanting grew louder and louder. He looked at Xiao Mengyu. My dear little fishy, let me use these threads to weave a custom wedding dress for you. The red threads gathered into bundles, binding Xiao Mengyu so tightly she couldn't move. She immediately swung her sword to cut them, but her movement suddenly hitched as she found her longsword tightly constricted by the threads. The blade was stuck, her heart tightened. The assassin appeared beside her out of nowhere. Let me put the ring on your finger personally. Xiao Mengyu was horrified. So fast. Seeing the ring approaching, she pulled out another sword. From within the blade itself, another sword manifested, and she swung a heavy blow at the assassin. The assassin glanced sideways. A sword hidden within a sword? Haha, pity. Amidst these endless blood demon curses I am invincible. Red threads appeared, stitching the wounds on his face. The healing speed was visible to the naked eye. He laughed manically. Little fishy, the more complex the process, the sweeter the final fruit. Hee. The ending was decided long ago. Xiao Mengyu severed the threads entangling her longsword and replied, that's not necessarily true. She gripped both swords tightly. Clink, two sharp sword lights, one long and one short, erupted with a staggering surge of energy. The assassin laughed. The twin blades, long on the left and short on the right, the clash of yin and yang. This must be the Luofu Sun Moon Slash. I didn't expect you to master such an exquisite sword technique at such a young age. You truly are my beloved. A shame that divine sword isn't in your hand, or we could surely face the mountain of the gods together tonight. Yes, such a pity. Xiao Mengyu glared. Die? She lunged forward. The assassin thought, come on then, keep attacking like that. Great blood-sucking serpent demon, I sacrifice the blood of these 10,000 souls here. Respond to my summons. A little fishy, just be entwined in my embrace like this. Facing the fierce attack, Xiao Mengyu thought worriedly, damn it, this is a demon he summoned. Unable to dodge, the demon enveloped her. Just then, Shen Yi's voice rang out over the speakers. Friends in the audience, how are you all doing? Both the assassin and Xiao Mengyu froze. A blue flame instantly ignited. Shen Yi shouted, if you can hear me, shout back. He activated the gloom whisper skill. The corpses behind the assassin wailed in unison. This is bad, despair, pain, it hurts so much, I'm in so much pain, save me. Consequently, the demon began to dissipate. The assassin looked at the power in his hands, muttering in confusion, why was my blood curse interrupted? Xiao Mengyu seized the opportunity to charge forward, delivering a violent sword strike as the shadows of the sun and moon shone together. Blood sprayed from the assassin. He let out a wretched scream. Ah! Xiao Mengyu sheathed her sword. It's over. But the assassin broke into wild laughter. Haha, no, you can't kill me. Red threads and black mist enveloped him, forming a layer of armor. Xiao Mengyu was beyond shocked. A sword strike she had poured her all into had failed to end him. Had that layer of armor blocked the damage? The corpses behind her wailed in agony again, continuing their chant. She thought with concern, damn it, the corpses are chanting again. The assassin stood up. I was interrupted by that brat just now. But no matter, let's continue. Shen Yi shouted into the microphone again. My departed friends, do you all know how to sing happy birthday? Shall we sing a birthday song together? The assassin looked completely baffled, unable to make sense of the situation. The souls replied, we do, how could we not? Who doesn't know how to sing the birthday song? Shen Yi cheered. Then let's sing it. Say goodbye to all your troubles. 3, 2, 1. Get ready and sing. The souls sang out in unison. Say goodbye to all your worries. Say hi to all the joy. Dear friend, happy birthday to you. May every day be wonderful. One by one the blood curses dissipated. The assassin screamed in a panic. What on earth is going on? Damn it, my blood curses. Everyone continued to sing. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, be happy every day. Xiao Mengyu stood there, her cheeks puffed out as she tried her best to hold back a laugh. The singing echoed through the entire building. Today is your birthday, I send my blessings in this special day. You have a radiant smile. We gather together with hearts full of care and love. Wishing you good luck forever. The assassin roared, you bastard, Shen Yi, I am going to kill you. He surged with power, cracks appearing on the floor beneath him as he bolted away. Xiao Mengyu was panicked. Damn it, he's going after Shen Yi. On Shen Yi's end, Fei Lan warned, run, I feel someone charging toward you. It must be that Skinner. Startled, Shen Yi grabbed the microphone and shouted as he ran. Departed friends, remember everyone's favorite songs? Everyone sing one after another, don't stop. Keep it going. The souls began to sing, voices rising in Chinese, Japanese and English, a cacophony of different genres. First time it's been like this, how can I deny it? Jing Lei, this heavenly cultivation makes the world collapse. Oh David, forgot to put that in the steamed buns. What was that? Ohio Oni-chan, the assassin jumped down the stairs as Shen Yi retreated warily. The Skinner roared, "Found you, Shen Yi." Just then a sword light flashed. Xiao Mengyu appeared. "I'll hold him off, you run," Shen Yi marveled. "Wow, you're fast, I'll leave him to you, good luck." The Skinner's eyes went wide. "Shen, listen, if you dare run I'll go kill your parents," Xiao Mengyu shouted. "Ignore him, just run," the assassin growled. "Fine, I'll definitely kill your whole family. I'll eat them right in front of you. I'll skin them, I'm going right now." Shen Yi stuck up his middle finger and cursed, "Up yours," then strode away. He murmured to himself, "What to do? What on earth should I do?" Fei Lan couldn't take it anymore. "Brother, I know you're furious, but you haven't learned any combat moves. If you interfere in this fight, you'll lose your life in an instant." Shen Yi sighed. "You're right, but if it were you, could you defeat that Skinner?" Fei Lan replied. "Who do you think you're talking to? A battle of this level is child's play. If I were at my peak I could crush him with one hand, but now I'm too heavily injured to act. You'd better just think about how to escape." Shen Yi's gaze turned firm, and with a cold look he smiled slightly. "That's good then, we can talk about something else." Fei Lan was confused. "What are you planning now?" Shen Yi held up the ring. "We have a contract, right?" Fei Lan answered. "That's right. What do you want to say?" Shen Yi announced. "I want to make a trade. I'll help you recover your strength and you help me deal with that guy." Fei Lan was stunned. "Help me recover?" Shen Yi explained. "Last time at the battlefield outside the secret passage you mentioned the undead's healing method. You use special incantations to manifest an altar, to drain power from a group of undead or living beings for instant recovery." Fei Lan nodded. "Exactly. With that method it only takes a single breath for me to return to my peak." Then he suddenly jumped. Do you mean you want to use the dead people in this hotel?" Shen Yi asked. "Do these corpses meet your healing requirements?" Fei Lan answered. "The souls here are all imprisoned in their bodies by the Skinner's techniques. That's exactly enough for high-level power extraction. But I don't have the energy to force these corpses to chant for sacrifice anymore," Shen Yi said decisively. "I'll find a way," Fei Lan worried. "The process of casting the spell takes time. If that guy finds out, he'll frantically interfere." Shen Yi nodded. "Yeah, I'll buy us time." Fei Lan was still uneasy. "Are you really determined to kill him?" Shen Yi grew a bit impatient. "Stop hesitating. What, are you scared?" Fei Lan shrunk back slightly. "I'm afraid you'll die," Shen Yi laughed. "If I die you can use necromancy to turn me into your servant race." Fei Lan got excited. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I want to write that into the contract." The contract manifested instantly. Party A, Shen Yi. Party B, Fei Lan. Through friendly negotiation, Party A will assist Party B in recovering strength. After recovery, Party B must assist Party A in fighting the Skinner. If Party A dies during this period, Party B has the right to dispose of Party A's body and soul. Shen Yi took a firm stance and issued the final notice. The contract was officially established. Shen Yi confirmed, "All right, now read your incantation. I'll record it to play for those undead." Fei Lan was stunned by this, left speechless as he replied. "Usually we chant directly. Do you really have to use such a cold and passionless method?" Shen Yi shot back immediately. "Brother, I know you're not happy about it, but let's be blunt. You're just ahead now. You can't interfere in their fight at all. Trying to join would only result in you being eliminated. Recording is the safest way. Don't think too highly of yourself." Fei Lan fell silent. "Is this guy using the carrot and the stick?" He sighed. "Fine, for the sake of recovering my strength I'll endure it." Shen Yi began the recording. After reading the incantation for a while, it was finally complete. Fei Lan announced, "All right, now watch me perform." Shen Yi nodded. He concentrated all his attribute points into agility. The system prompted that the attribute allocation was complete. The agility index reached 10.1. Shen Yi bolted out instantly, shouting as he moved, "To all the departed souls, please be quiet. I'm going to play a recording. Listen closely. Please everyone repeat after me. Be careful not to miss a single word." Then Shen Yi started the recording. "We who are entwined in the shadows of the Stygian abyss use the willpower of skeletal souls to transform into an altar, helping you pass through the shield of life and death. At this grand soul banquet, please assimilate with us, becoming the endless bone throne, calling upon mercy from the supreme throne, mother of shadowed bones, executor of the underworld lord. Please lend me your strength and let me spread this priceless majesty to all living beings." Shen Yi let out a roar. "The recording is over. Does everyone remember it? Let's recite it together." Activate Gloom Whisper. The undead began to chant the incantation in unison, their voices echoing in the shadows of the Stygian abyss. They used the willpower of their skeletal souls to condense into an altar. The Skinner cried out in panic, "It's a ritual. That kid is manipulating the corpses. I must kill him now," Fei Lan shouted excitedly. "It worked. The soul fire has been ignited," Shen Yi asked urgently. "We have to wait until they finish chanting, right?" Fei Lan nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. This is only the first step, but it's the most critical. Now you must evade the Skinner. He will definitely do everything in his power to stop you." The undead continued to chant in low voices, the incantation helping you penetrate the barrier between life and death in this grand banquet of souls. Fei Lan guided Shen Yi, leading the gathered souls toward the top floor, the place where the soul fires converged. Shen Yi nodded. "Understood." Just then, the Skinner caught up, roaring, "You miserable little brat, what on earth are you planning?" Shen Yi gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "How is he so fast?" The assassin barked. "Don't even think about running." The undead continued their steady rhythmic chant. Please assimilate with us, becoming the endless bone throne. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Xiao Mengyu appeared. Her sharp longsword thrust straight forward. The Skinner didn't dodge, taking the blow head-on as blood sprayed out. Cough. Despite the injury, the Skinner continued to charge frantically at Shen Yi. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyu's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. He was hell-bent on killing Shen Yi, completely ignoring her attacks and even using the impact of the sword strike to accelerate his approach. The chanting of the undead continued to echo, calling for mercy from the supreme throne. The Skinner roared, "You can't escape." Meanwhile, Shen Yi slammed into a locked door with all his might and it burst open with a thud. Shen Yi lunged inside, with the Skinner charging in right behind him. He looked around to see the room filled with undead and swirling soul fires. The assassin cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, kid, where are you hiding now?" The undead were still chanting, "Mother of shadowed bones, executor of the underworld lord, please lend me your strength." Shen Yi lurked behind the door and slipped out silently. Xiao Mengyu arrived just in time. Shen Yi quickly instructed, "I'll leave him to you." Xiao Mengyu replied curtly, "Got it." The Skinner spun around abruptly, his tone chillingly dark. "To think I was played by such a petty trick. How dare you play me? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." At that moment, the undead recited the final line of the incantation together. "Let me spread your majesty to all living beings." The entire room was illuminated by the soul fires. Fei Lan cheered in ecstasy. It worked, it worked. Now, as long as these undead voluntarily transfer their power to me, I can recover my energy." Shen Yi held the ring high and shouted, "Everyone, the time for revenge has come. You have only this one chance. Please give your power to me. Undead souls, gather here immediately. We work as one." Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu's scream interrupted him. "Shen Yi, watch out!" Shen Yi spun around in shock to find the scarred assassin already behind him. Xiao Mengyu shouted a warning. That man had abandoned everything just to kill him. The assassin roared, "Die!" With a shink, his hand pierced through Shen Yi's body, blood splattering everywhere. Xiao Mengyu screamed in horror, "Shen Yi!" But to her surprise, the assassin's eyes were filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "An illusion?" Shen Yi's voice echoed throughout the hall, "Undead souls, hear my command." The Skinner was stunned. "Since when?" Shen Yi's voice rang through the entire hotel. "Let us destroy him together." In an instant, all the undead erupted with towering resentment, roaring in unison, "Revenge, revenge, revenge!" All the soul fires rapidly converged toward the ring, manifesting into a dazzling, brilliant skull. The Skinner roared as he charged forward, "Kill me? Are you joking? Haha, you think you can kill me? Die!" However, before he could even touch Shen Yi, a massive sword impaled his body, pinning him firmly to the floor. Xiao Mengyu looked on in disbelief. This is... The Skinner wailed in agony. Shen Yi's gaze was icy, his tone grim. "I wasn't joking. When I say I'll kill you, even a second's delay is a failure on my part." Immediately after, a violent cracking sound echoed as dust filled the air. Shen Yi stood on Fei Lan's shoulder, looking down with murderous intent. "Now in front of the very people you murdered, go to hell." The assassin fell into a panic. "A catastrophe. You actually managed to summon a catastrophe." Witnessing this, Xiao Mengyu thought to herself, "A catastrophe. So that was his trump card." Shen Yi issued the decisive command to finish him off. Fei Lan raised the longsword, and soul fire instantly coated the entire blade. The mortally wounded Skinner was still struggling on the ground, numerous red threads emerging as he cursed through gritted teeth. "Don't you dare!" The red threads surged toward the longsword like a tide. Fei Lan let out a scoff. "Haha, you dare show off such thin threads before me?" With a whoosh, Fei Lan declared that he couldn't even withstand a single move of this caliber. The Skinner was horrified. "What?" Fei Lan continued. "For an ant like you, there's no need for me to act personally. Countless undead are whispering in my ear. They have been imprisoned for too long. It's time for them to reclaim their freedom." A green light swept through the entire villa and the undead regained their vitality. The once cold corpses responded to the call and stood up one after another. Xiao Mengyu watched the scene in shock, and Shen Yi was also deeply moved by the spectacle before him. Fei Lan announced solemnly, "Undead souls, the time for revenge has come." The undead surged toward the Skinner like a tide. He tried to reclaim control, roaring in despair, "Damn it, I can't control them anymore. You actually usurped my technique?" He produced a red thread and wrapped it tightly around his own arm, cursing, "Bastard," but the red threads dragged him away relentlessly. Fei Lan mocked, trying to run. Fei Lan spat out a torrent of flames. Along with the attack, a pillar of fire instantly engulfed the Skinner. He screamed in terror. "Ah, my body!" Fei Lan's tone was flat. "Don't be nervous. This is only a soul-shaking art. It causes violent vibrations between your soul and flesh, temporarily robbing you of movement without taking your life. But now they, just like you, thirst to tear your flesh apart." The Skinner fell to the ground and the horde of corpses immediately pounced on him, biting and tearing the flesh from his body piece by piece. Fei Lan added, "Humans always think killing the murderer will appease hatred, never knowing the tide of resentment does not recede so easily. Ultimately, the dead will awaken and drag you into the abyss with their own hands." The Skinner let out a blood-curdling scream. "No, I don't want to die. Save me, great deity. I am willing to sacrifice everything to you." Shen Yi was startled as a burst of mixed red and black light erupted from the Skinner, with dense red threads surging upward alongside intense killing intent. He had almost turned into a dried skeleton, laughing manically, "Haha, thank you, great existence. Descend, please descend and take everything of mine." Suddenly, his entire body froze. "Why, great existence? Why do you reject me?" Shen Yi let out a roar. He's casting a spell, suppress him quickly. Fei Lun immediately spat out a pillar of fire to envelop the Skinner. Shen Yi leaped down from the high ground and announced, "Take this Skinner, I will avenge Chen Haoyu with this sword by my own hand." Xiao Mengyu shouted in worry, "Shen Yi, watch out." The Skinner looked at Shen Yi as if looking at a fool walking into a trap, thinking to himself, "Stupid kid, even if the deity does not descend personally, his shadow still protects me." He shrieked, "Die!" Whoosh, a dark shadow flashed by, cutting Shen Yi in two, but the Skinner cursed it was another clone. Shen Yi laughed triumphantly. "Oops, so clumsy, you actually fell into the same hole twice." The youth immediately pulled out his gun and pointed it at the Skinner. "Eat a bullet." Bang, but the bullet struck the head of a nearby corpse instead. The Skinner looked at Shen Yi with utter contempt. Fei Lan was also surprised. "Why are you shooting your own people?" Shen Yi covered his mouth awkwardly. "I didn't mean to, I've never practiced shooting before, my aim was off, but it doesn't matter." "Keep going, Fei Lan, finish him with the flames," the skull grumbled. "Trying to look cool when you can't even shoot. You push everything onto me." Fei Lan thrust the sword through the Skinner, who let out a pained scream. His body was gradually incinerated until only a withered skeleton remained as black soul fire dissipated. Fei Lan's empty eye sockets narrowed warily. "Watch out." Several streaks of black energy attacked them. Fei Lan slammed his sword into the ground, activating the defensive spell, White Bone Embrace. Shen Yi asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Fei Lan explained that the moment the Skinner stopped breathing, something unclean escaped from his body. "That mysterious presence tried to ambush you. Fortunately, I cast the defensive spell in time or you'd be dead by now." Xiao Mengyu suddenly cried out, "Look over there." A streak of black energy carrying the Skinner's remains surged toward the window. Xiao Mengyu warned that the shadow was trying to steal the body. "Don't think you're getting away." She leapt out the window in hot pursuit. Shen Yi shouted anxiously, "Wait, Xiao Mengyu." The skull cursed under its breath. When Shen Yi asked why it didn't chase, Fei Lan replied, "If I run at full speed, I can't take you with me. If I leave and that thing turns back to kill you, I won't be able to save you. I must prioritize your safety." Shen Yi nodded. "Understood," he followed up. "What exactly was that black shadow? Was it the one that blew up the building too?" Fei Lan analyzed. "No, that's not right. It was helping the Skinner, so it definitely wasn't the one who blew up the building. The person who blew up the building seemed to be helping Xiao Mengyu. Is there a third person here?" Fei Lan comforted him. "Don't be too nervous. It seems the person helping Xiao Mengyu from the shadows has no ill intent. Try asking over the speaker." Shen Yi agreed. "That makes sense," he shouted loudly. "Which hero was it that just lent a hand? Please show yourself." However, there was no response. The surroundings were silent. Fei Lan remarked that it seemed the other party didn't want to show their face. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from outside the door. Shen Yi ran out and asked Ghostfire when he saw it, "Ghostfire, how is that little girl? Did you get her safely to the human martial arts building?" Ghostfire replied, "Mission incomplete. Target has gone missing." Shen Yi turned pale with shock. "What did you say?" Ghostfire explained. Midway, the target left the vehicle. After landing safely, she vanished. "I do not know where she went." Shen Yi was stunned. Fei Lan let out a loud laugh. "See, I told you not to help strangers for no reason. Lucky for you she didn't attack you." Just then, Shen Yi's phone rang. Ring, ring. Shen Yi checked his phone. It was a message from Xiao Mengyu. A message with an attached video popped up. "This is the truth I got from the Skinner. I only have time to send it to you now. Take a look." Shen Yi frowned and opened the video. The video showed a beautiful girl looking off into the distance with melancholy eyes. A boy's voice was heard asking Song Qingyan what kind of boyfriend she wanted in the future. Song Qingyan replied, "A boyfriend, I've never really thought about it." The boy wouldn't let it go and continued, "You can start thinking about it now. After all, you're almost an adult. Who knows how many outstanding boys are waiting for you." Song Qingyan was silent for a moment before speaking. "I remember visiting the Shen family once when I was a child. My sister and I were being chased by a vicious dog. Back then, only Brother Shen Yi stood up to block that dog. Brother Shen Yi is a very good person. I've always remembered him." The girl turned back, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, and continued, "If I were to find a boyfriend, I would hope for someone like him." The screen gradually faded to black, followed by sharp static, and the scene switched to another setting. A voice spoke, "Who exactly is this Shen Yi?" Another answered, "I checked, haha. The kid is completely ordinary. He doesn't even touch her social circle." The first person asked, "Are you sure about Song Qingyan's feelings? What if she really goes to find him?" Another voice chimed in, "You guys handle this yourselves. I don't want that Shen Yi appearing in front of my dear Qingyan." This was followed by a burst of noisy conversation. "Don't worry, this is simple. We don't even need to do it ourselves. Just spend some money to hire someone to handle him. Make it look like an accident. Yeah, find someone to play with him a bit. Consider it a lesson." The video ended. Shen Yi stood rooted to the spot, muttering, "Just playing around?" Shen Yi didn't move. However, his heart was already in a state of turmoil. He thought to himself that he had imagined countless scenarios. Someone targeting the Shen family, or even someone noticing the otherworldly soul hidden in this body and wanting to eliminate him. But he never imagined the truth would be so absurd. The undead behind Shen Yi spoke up, "Thank you, young man. Thank you for helping us destroy that demon. We were no match for him in life and were all killed by him. But you alone took revenge for us and let us see his end with our own eyes." Shen Yi's brow was tightly furrowed, unsure how to respond. He thought to himself, "The assassin was clearly after me, but so many innocent people were dragged into it." Shen Yi said, "Everyone, if it's possible, I hope you can find another path to reincarnation. I hope in a new world you can all live with dignity, no longer enduring the weakness, humiliation, and regretful pain of today, so your loved ones won't have to grieve. Please don't linger here. One day, when I have enough strength, I will find the mastermind and destroy him. I swear I will do it." It began to rain, the sound of the downpour seemingly washing over the entire villa. He hoped it would bring a peaceful afterlife for the souls here. Shen Yi lowered his head. "Sigh, I'm too weak right now. I can't catch up to Xiao Mengyu to hunt that shadow, and I have to ask the big skull to stay and protect me." A hand rested on Shen Yi's shoulder. He turned back and that undead said, "Regardless, thank you for being willing to avenge us. You must take care and live well." Another undead followed. "That's right, the demon is dead and we can rest in peace. May you live a long and healthy life. I hope you possess even greater strength in the future." After the mastermind was eliminated, the souls spoke. "We will protect you from the depths of hell. Thank you." One by one, the undead placed their hands on Shen Yi's shoulders as a gesture of blessing and gratitude. Voices of thanks rose from every corner. Thank you, we are truly grateful to you." The light in their eyes gradually flickered out and the voices fell abruptly silent. The undead collapsed one after another, leaving nothing behind but cold corpses on the ground. Fei Lan spoke. "The maintenance of the spell has ended. They have returned to the underworld." At that moment, Xiao Mengyu returned. Seeing Shen Yi, she asked, "You haven't left yet?" Shen Yi did not answer. He only asked in confusion, "What exactly was that black shadow?" Xiao Mengyu replied, "It escaped. Its strength is beyond imagination. It's definitely not human. I suspect it's related to a catastrophe. If it's provoked, the consequences will be unthinkable." Shen Yi muttered to himself, "Catastrophe?" Xiao Mengyu continued, explaining that the power of a catastrophe could easily destroy an entire city. That black shadow radiated an anomalous force field. She turned her gaze toward the giant skeleton. "Just like your friend, the surrounding force field is identical. The Holy Protected One effect still has 35 minutes left. It's currently still active." Xiao Mengyu let out a slight smile. "The power you left on me has given me many insights. Thank you, Shen Yi. After this is over, I want to find a safe place to improve my strength." Shen Yi thought privately. "The Holy Protected One spell can still be maintained for a while. I hope she can achieve a breakthrough." He managed a bitter smile and said, "I watched the video you sent, but there are still some things I don't understand. Can you explain?" Xiao Mengyu was silent for a moment before answering. "I've already investigated thoroughly, but this matter is extremely complex. We cannot interfere." Shen Yi frowned. "Who exactly are those people?" Xiao Mengyu didn't answer immediately, only saying, "You should go. I won't tell anyone you were here." Shen Yi was resolute. "Who are they?" Xiao Mengyu replied wearily. "They are the children of some great families. Anything more specific than that cannot be traced." Shen Yi questioned her loudly. "You're from a noble family yourself. Do you not know their identities?" Xiao Mengyu explained. "There are worlds of difference even between noble families. Your Shen family and my Luo family are like ants beneath the moonlight compared to those clans." Shen Yi pressed. "So you're just going to let it go?" Xiao Mengyu replied. "I have already exposed the matter. So many people died, they must pay a price." Shen Yi asked skeptically. "What price? Will they be executed?" Xiao Mengyu's expression turned somber. "No, they will only be reprimanded." Shen Yi was shocked. Reprimanded? Xiao Mengyu explained that it meant a few words of scolding, perhaps house arrest for a few days. Afterward they might apologize to him and the Luo family. Shen Yi's brow furrowed tightly. Who is she kidding? If they've already made a move and failed to kill me, and accidentally killed her brother, they'll surely find a way to eliminate both of us to cover their tracks. Xiao Mengyu closed her eyes helplessly. "This is the price I pay for knowing the truth. They are the most powerful families in the world. Song Qingyan is the focal point of everyone's pursuit. What can I do alone? The Luo family won't help me either. Actually, I should feel lucky. This time we encountered the Skinner. He acted based on personal emotion, not just for the mission. If it had been any other assassin of the same rank, we would never have learned the truth." She let out a sigh. "The entire assassin squad is dead. I think that is enough to comfort my brother's soul. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." Xiao Mengyu walked away with heavy steps. Shen Yi shouted after her. "If you had the power to eliminate those family scions, would you do it?" Xiao Mengyu stopped. After a long silence she answered, "Don't joke around. Their families are incredibly well-founded. They are the foundation stones of human civilization. If I did anything, I'm afraid my family would be destroyed as well." Shen Yi interrupted her, shouting, "Never mind that for a second. I'm only asking if you're satisfied with this. My friend is dead, your brother is dead, and tens of thousands of people in this block are dead. Every one of them had parents, teachers, friends, even siblings and children. They should have had their own lives. But they were brutally murdered, their bodies controlled, enduring the pain of the blood demon myriad lives curse. And to those bastards all of this was just a small lesson. Are they just playing a game?" Xiao Mengyu's body trembled slightly. Shen Yi roared, "What do they think human lives are? I don't accept this. I want them to pay in blood." Xiao Mengyu suddenly swung her sword with a swish. A fierce sword light tore through the architecture within the villa. A thunderous roar of collapse followed as dust billowed and heavy rain began to pour on Xiao Mengyu's face. It was impossible to distinguish between rain and tears. The buildings crumbled into jagged ruins. Fei Lan teased, "Why so much anger? Look, you've made the girl cry." Shen Yi remained silent. The youth leaped down from the rubble and said, "It's all over. I should go home too." Fei Lan asked in confusion, How do you plan to handle this? Shen Yi replied. I originally thought some powerful archenemy was targeting me, but it turns out it was just a game. In that case, there's nothing more to think about. Fei Lan stared at him. I don't believe you. Shen Yi acted as if nothing were wrong. When you're alive, being happy is the most important thing, Fei Lan countered. I don't believe a word you just said. Shen Yi smiled. You don't understand us humans. Life is already hard enough, so we have to find some fun. Fei Lan hesitated. You can't just let others trample on you like that. Shen Yi replied. That is human desire. I will work hard to find joy and fill my life with happiness. Fei Lan asked curiously. And how do you plan to pursue happiness? Shen Yi answered. It's simple. Since they want to play, I'll play until the end. I will kill them one by one, using their blood to sacrifice to those innocent souls today. And while I'm at it, get my own revenge. Only then will my heart be full of joy. Only then will I feel this life wasn't lived in vain. Fei Lan broke into a loud laugh. I believe those words, Shen Yi said. Get back into the ring. Your big frame is too eye-catching. Fei Lan ducked back into the ring, and Shen Yi looked around, waving farewell. To that friend, if you don't want to show yourself, forget it. Regardless of who you are, thank you very much. Shen Yi rode off on the ghost fire. Not far away, a figure manifested. It was the little girl from before. She sighed. Sigh, big brother, Shen Yi has grown up too. The little girl stood up and stretched, a crimson aura enveloping her entire body. Her body gradually elongated, transforming into a beautiful young woman. A smile touched her lips as she whispered, Compared to when he was a child, he's become quite silly now. The girl looked into the distance as the rain poured. A mysterious voice rang out. The girl looked cold and did not respond, only laughing softly. Ah, that little brat is really stupid. The mysterious voice came from the headset hanging around her neck, asking, But aren't you going to see him? The girl replied, It's not time yet. The creature complained, saying it had just saved her once and even specially rode the motorcycle to send her away. All of this trouble was caused by her sister Song Qingyan. She doesn't care at all, yet you hurried over to help, nearly causing me to be exposed. The girl replied coldly. Stop complaining. Didn't I almost get exposed too? The creature let out a cold snort. Once you expose your identity in broad daylight, I'll see how you handle the fallout. The girl's tone turned icy. Stop it. I'll take you for noodles in a bit. The creature immediately got excited, clamoring for extras. Ooh, I want an extra egg and a bowl of good wine. Wait, do you have a favor to ask me? Speak up then. The girl pointed toward the sky, giggling. You really know me. Help me erase all traces. Don't let anyone know I was here, especially my sister's group. Clean up the traces of big brother Shen Yi's battle too. Don't let anyone notice. The creature responded. There's still one witness, right? That little girl with the sword she speaks of today. The girl smiled confidently. She won't betray big brother Shen Yi. The creature fell silent for a moment before agreeing. Fine. Its body expanded, golden pupils widening as its blurred form turned into bursts of red gas, announcing, Time to get to work. Lightning sliced through the long sky and red light enveloped the entire town, erasing all traces. The creature said, Done. Let's go quickly. I can't wait to eat noodles. Suddenly, the phone in the girl's pocket vibrated. Ring, ring. She opened the phone to see a text message. Yinchen, where have you run off to? There's another cocktail party tonight, and I can't handle it alone. Come back quickly. The creature grumbled a curse. Damn it, your sister sent a message. Are we going to the party now or for noodles? Song Yinchen replied. To eat noodles, of course. Since I promised you, I must do it. The creature was deeply moved. I'm so touched, but is it really okay if you don't go to the party? Song Yinchen laughed softly. My sister is like a fish in water in those settings. I'm not even a fraction as good as her. Besides, everyone knows that Song Qingyan's sister Song Yinchen is a useless waste who knows nothing. The creature laughed loudly. You're a useless waste? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. The scene shifts to a bathroom where blood is dripping into a bathtub. The viscous blood fell drop by drop. Twisted corpses hung high above, faces contorted in pain as blood flowed down like a showerhead. Something was waking up. The Skinner crawled up from the pool of blood, letting out a low growl. The flesh on his body was gradually regenerating. He examined his body and muttered, is this me? Have I been resurrected? He stumbled out, pleading, Great deity, was it you who gave me rebirth? The creature called the deity roared, HMPH, foolish. The Skinner was shocked to see a dense cloud of black energy manifest. It's true, a great existence beyond words. Thank you for not abandoning your loyal servant. According to our pact, I have paid the corresponding price, but clearly you could have descended earlier. Why did you leave at the last moment? The creature said angrily. Mortal, you dare question me? His body was immediately attacked by the black energy. The Skinner screamed in agony. He struggled, saying, I would never dare question you. I only had some doubts in my heart. The creature said impatiently that a mysterious fellow was lurking in the darkness. It was inconvenient for me to appear. The Skinner was horrified. What? He said, trembling. Great existence, please forgive me. I didn't notice anyone else at all. The creature mocked him, saying his power was as minuscule as a firefly, so it was normal not to notice. At first I thought your world was tiny, boring, and not worth mentioning. Who knew the king of 10,000 fallen ghouls curse I gave you would be stolen, its power taken, and you defeated? Only then did I realize this world is full of interest. The voice gradually receded but continued to echo. There is another special existence here, similar to myself, operating in the shadows. The Skinner looked around in confusion. Great existence, where are you? With a click, the door opened and a figure walked in. The Skinner was utterly shocked. Zhao Yibing, how is that possible? Clearly she already. Zhao Yibing ignored him, merely untying her hair ribbon. The Skinner sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Wait!" The creature inhabiting Zhao Yibing's body marveled that this work was indeed exquisite, perfect for borrowing. The Skinner bowed his head, trembling. "Ah, it is my honor, eternal great deity. I kneel at your feet, sincerely listening to your teachings, and will serve you forever," the creature commanded. "My slave, take me across this world. Let me see the secrets hidden here. Also, I want to ask about that boy. How did Shen Yi break the King of 10,000 Fallen Ghouls' curse statue? That was power I accumulated over countless years. I want it all back. I descended from across the void and resurrected you. Now I need some souls to compensate for the drain. You should feel it. Your soul is enduring unutterable pain." The Skinner's body trembled constantly, his face a mask of agony. The creature continued, explaining that the flesh golem was at work. He had used it to form a body and resurrect him. If it got hungry, it would torture his soul. With your current weakened soul, don't let it go hungry for too long or your soul will be consumed. Go hunt, kill 1,000 people. I need their souls for nourishment. The leftover flesh is yours. The Skinner laughed uncontrollably, roaring crazily. "As you command," he was ecstatic. 1,000 people, how wonderful. He could finally eat his fill. The scene shifts back to the human martial arts building. A streak of fire shot straight to the top floor. Shen Yi stopped the bike, leaving 2 scorched marks on the ground as the engine roared. A guard heard the noise and came over to ask, "What was that sound?" Shen Yi jumped and hurriedly explained, "I was just riding the motorcycle through the clouds for a few laps. It's nothing," the guard warned him. "It's too loud. Don't do that in the middle of the night. It's not safe either." Shen Yi replied, "Sorry, it won't happen again." He sat down, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He let out a sigh. Shen Yi covered his face and muttered to himself. He never expected the cause of everything to simply be because the original owner saved those 2 girls as a child. So many people died for that. Yet to those noble families it was merely a game. What a bunch of scum. Suddenly Shen Yi's phone rang. Ring, a call was coming in. Shen Yi was shocked. "The Shen family is calling." He answered the phone. "Hello," a man's voice came through. "Is this Shen Yi?" Shen Yi answered. "It is," the other person said. "I am your eldest uncle." Shen Yi immediately recalled that man's face. He thought to himself, Shen Shuoming, the eldest Shen uncle, responsible for handling the family's daily affairs. Every time they went back to the Shen family in the past, he was always the coldest, never caring for his mother or himself and occasionally mocking his father. What was he calling for? Shen Yi replied, "Hello, uncle." Shen Shuoming feigned concern and said, "I heard you were sick a while ago. Your father came to ask for medicine then, but I happened to be away. Now that I'm back, you can come and get the medicine any time." Shen Yi refused. "No need, I'm already better." The other said, "That's good then." He then got straight to the point. "Actually, your uncle has something he wants to discuss with you. Do you remember every year when we returned to the Shen family for the new year, children from other great clans would often come to visit?" Shen Yi nodded, indicating he remembered. Shen Shuoming smiled and said, "It's good that you remember. You were young and reckless back then, and you caused quite a bit of trouble. In a few days I will arrange for you to return and apologize to the children of those clans in person." Shen Yi stood up in anger and said loudly, "Apologize?" Shen Shuoming continued, "This is for your own good. You offended many people when you were little. By publicly apologizing now, you can seek their forgiveness. The Shen family can also save face. Do you understand?" Shen Yi thought to himself. The impact of Xiao Mengyu revealing the truth has already begun to spread. If I apologize, it's equivalent to admitting all the fault. Then the deaths of those thousands of people will have nothing to do with the clan science, and I will become the primary culprit. The Shen family would benefit, and this eldest uncle would gain both reputation and profit, but the pursuit of my life would not stop. In fact, my death would become legitimate and justified, and it might even implicate my parents and Xiao Mengyu," he said coldly. "I don't remember offending anyone. How about you tell me a few instances, uncle? Who was the other party? How did I offend them? When did it happen?" Shen Shuoming lost his patience. "You don't need to ask so much, just do as I say when the time comes," Shen Yi replied. "Uncle, there's a problem that if not resolved, prevents me from cooperating." He thought to himself, "If I didn't know the truth, perhaps I really would have thought I'd offended someone. The Shen family intends to sell me out without a second thought." Shen Shuoming roared loudly, "What is it? Is it about your father begging for medicine? Do you want compensation? HMPH, so young and already learned to be greedy. Speak, what do you want?" Shen Yi mocked. "It's not about that, rather I have a question in my heart." Shen Yi said coldly, "Since a moment ago this question has been preventing me from obeying your orders, uncle." Shen Shuoming was furious. "What question? Do you need to activate someone else just to show off your manners?" Shen Yi remained expressionless and asked in return, "May I ask who the hell do you think you are?" Shen Shuoming roared in a rage. "Shen Yi, I'm warning you. Don't take the hard way when the easy way is offered," Shen Yi sneered. "It seems you are far too conceited and arrogant. If you're really so capable, why don't you go and bow and scrape before those people yourself?" Shen Shuoming was stunned. "You know everything." Shen Yi feigned innocence. "Know what, uncle? Do you really want to wag your tail in front of them?" Shen Shuoming cursed. "You brat, this matter is not up to you. Do you think you can defy your grandfather's decision?" Beep beep. Shen Yi hung up the phone out of boredom. He hung up already. I wasn't even finished. Shen Yi's phone rang again. He was surprised. Another call, and a video call at that. Shen Yi answered, and a hot provocative scene appeared on the screen. Several charming girls appeared, greeting him happily. Shen Yi was stunned. "We are the sisters from the Yan family of Phoenix Island. Want to join our midnight bikini party?" Squelch, a fountain of blood erupted from Shen Yi's nose. The girls teased. Calm down, handsome," one girl laughed. "Wow, you really are good looking. We have many girls here and everyone wants to meet you." Shen Yi blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. "That's probably not a good idea. It's already very late. It's not convenient for me to go out," one girl pleaded. "It's fine. Give me some face. I'll send someone to pick you up." Shen Yi refused. "I can't. A boy like me can't just go out in the middle of the night. I have to protect myself." "Thank you for the kind offer," one girl got angry. "You really aren't giving Sister Yan any face at all. Do you know how big a blessing this is?" Shen Yi explained. "It's not like that. There are so many girls at your place. I'm afraid of being teased or getting drunk. I have to go, bye-bye." The girl was furious. Beep. Shen Yi hung up the phone. He walked into the house, tossed the phone onto the sofa and grumbled. "News among the clans travels fast. They must all know about that matter by now. I'm afraid there will be many more calls like this in the future. They want to see exactly what the person chosen by Song Qingyan, the heiress of the strongest clan, looks like. Calling to flirt and wanting to treat me like a joke." He let out a cold laugh. "Hey, if I were a catastrophe, let's see who would dare command me then." The system issued a friendly prompt. 10 minutes until midnight. You will receive an evaluation keyword the first time you step through the gate on the new day. You currently have a chance to obtain a special hidden ability provided you obtain the One of Us evaluation for the third time. You have already obtained this keyword twice. You will receive critical prompts during the operation. Please remember, this is the only chance to obtain the hidden ability. Shen Yi whispered to himself, "Hidden ability." He sat up thinking to himself that in this world there is no such thing as sitting at home and having enemies vanish. Whether it's resisting the family's arrangements or dealing with those clan scions to avenge myself and the innocent, I need power enough to sweep everything away. I must seize this opportunity and get that hidden ability. As the clock struck 12, Shen Yi summoned the gate. The gate manifested. He stepped inside, wandering through the misty forest. Fei Lan appeared. Shen Yi said in surprise, "Why are you out?" The skeleton replied that it was time to part ways. Shen Yi was taken aback, a trace of sadness flickering through him. "I see, you are free to move now," Fei Lan nodded. "That's right, I want to return to the undead race. I still have many unfinished matters and can't waste any more time," Shen Yi said. "All right then, from now on we each go our own way," Fei Lan added. "Yeah, thank you for helping me recover my strength. Kid, I see you don't even have a storage tool. I'll give you this ring as a souvenir." Shen Yi took the ring. "Okay, thanks. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare a parting gift for you," Fei Lan laughed. "No need, you've already helped me recover my strength. Then goodbye." The skeleton turned to leave. And Shen Yi waved farewell. "Goodbye." Fei Lan's figure gradually receded. Shen Yi sighed, thinking that it was just like raising a pet. After only a few days it was released back into the wild, and he wondered if it could survive. Suddenly a massive explosion came from the direction Fei Lan had gone. Shen Yi jumped in shock. What? A powerful surge of energy radiated outward. Fei Lan's pained voice rang out. "No!" Shen Yi worried that it truly was the skeleton's voice. He pondered, did he run into an enemy after only a few steps? With Fei Lan's strength, could he not even withstand a single move? Shen Yi quickly stood up, preparing to flee. This level of power, I never saw a move this terrifying even when dealing with the Skinner. Wouldn't rushing in just be a death sentence? As the saying goes, avoiding a problem is better than solving one. I should probably leave. The system prompt activated a critical tip. You have been discovered. If you retreat now, the evaluation will be affected, and you will be unable to obtain the third One of Us keyword. Shen Yi's face turned red as he thought. The saying also goes that not helping in a time of need makes us no brothers. I should go check the situation. After all, our brotherhood is deep. It's definitely not for some keyword. Before he could move, a circle of white bones appeared around Shen Yi. He was utterly shocked as with a boom a bone cage dropped, trapping Shen Yi inside. He cried out in shock. "What?" A figure appeared, a skeleton with hair, with Fei Lan's head floating beside him. He lamented, "Quite the harvest today." Shen Yi shouted anxiously. Vane, the leader of the undead, his aura radiated a startling coldness and eeriness as he slowly descended onto the bone cage imprisoning Shen Yi. Clutching Fei Lan, he said in a dismal voice, "Indeed quite the harvest today." Seeing his friend subdued and being trapped in the bone cage himself, Shen Yi shouted anxiously, "Fei Lan, what have you done to my brother Fei Lan?" Shen Yi realized that acting impulsively now would cost them both their lives. He thought to himself, "I'm finished. I have to try and build some rapport first and then find a way out." Hearing Shen Yi's words, that undead mocked him raspily. "Your brother? I've never heard of a human being brothers with the undead." Shen Yi felt that if he moved recklessly now, the outcome for both of them would be grim. Shen Yi looked at Fei Lan, communicating through his eyes as previous scenes flashed through both their minds. "Last time you saw me participating in the assassination mission at the elf village, not only did the mission fail, but it also resulted in several undead dying there. Now the other undead have come to settle accounts with me, damn it. Understood, I'll find a way." Having grasped the intent, Shen Yi immediately put on an actor's face and said, "Ahem, nonsense. Brother Fei Lan saved my life and I have decided to follow him. We must overthrow the evil human empire." Hearing someone wanted to overthrow the empire, he ruled. The undead leader angrily revealed his true face, a surge of power gradually converging in his hand. The two of you want to overthrow the human empire. Do you really take us for fools? Die. Seeing the undead leader about to strike, Shen Yi nimbly spoke up to interrupt, displaying something in his hand enough to win trust. Wait a minute, look at this first. Fei Lan and I have already infiltrated the human high command. Here is the proof. Seeing the item in Shen Yi's hand, the undead leader leaned over and reached out to take it, pondering. HMPH, I want to see what tricks you're playing. The metal emitted bursts of light. Seeing the surprised expression on the undead leader's face, Shen Yi thought proudly, this Medal of Bravery was awarded to the last survivor of D's territory. When he held the medal, it would manifest a merit effect awarded to the youth who survived the catastrophe. The presenter was the candidate for the heir to the human empire, Prince Newt. Seeing this, the surrounding undead discussed in surprise. A medal presented by Prince Newt? I didn't expect this human was telling the truth. The undead leader unlocked the bone cage and handed the medal back to Shen Yi, asking, Kid, where did you get this? Speak up. Shen Yi stared blankly as a line of text appeared above the other's head. He calmed down and thought, as expected, having an attribute description really makes a difference. Truly impressive. Then, clenching his fists, he answered boldly. HMPH, Fei Lan and I have already discussed it. We're going to infiltrate the human imperial capital together to find a chance to assassinate the king. The undead leader knew it wasn't that simple and cursed angrily. Idiot, even if this medal is real, do you think the two of you alone can assassinate the human king? Hearing this, Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat. So far I've encountered 3 people with attribute descriptions. The elven high priest, Xiao Mengyu, and the undead leader. Although the Skinner and Fei Lan don't have attribute descriptions, they are also very strong, even stronger than Xiao Mengyu, who has attributes. So what do these keywords actually mean? He then boldly raised the paper in his hand and responded loudly, we have a channel into the upper echelons of human society. As Shen Yi spoke, he thought darkly to himself, a string of lies, others might not believe it, but they will certainly think you're a fool. A fool tells the truth, of course. And only a fool would really think he could assassinate a king. The undead leader took the paper from Shen Yi and read slowly. A recommendation letter for the Imperial Military Academy, and personally written by Prince Newt. This handwriting is indeed identical to the orders from Prince Newt we intercepted before. It is indeed the original handwriting. After reading the contents of the paper, the undead leader was startled and asked loudly, Incredible, who exactly are you? Hearing this, Shen Yi shouted aggressively, Tell me first, why are you laying hands on my brother Fei Lan? In response, the undead leader said vaguely, There's nothing to hide, I might as well tell you. In the mission to assassinate the leader of the elf village, everyone else was captured. Only he abandoned the mission and fled. Such behavior must be severely punished. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Shen Yi laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Shen Yi's cheeks were violently squeezed by a pair of large hands, contorting his entire face. Oh, the undead leader lifted him up and threatened, What are you laughing at? Hearing this, Shen Yi endured the excruciating pain, his body trembling as he was lifted off the ground, and replied, I'm laughing because you are all so stupid. He was the only one who saw through the elven race's trap, allowing him to escape the assassination scene and save me, yet you want to kill him. The undead leader was confused and displeased by Shen Yi's words. What? Seeing his brother was about to reach his limit. Fei Lan, lying on the ground, struggled to back him up. The female village leader wasn't there. The elven high priest was in charge. He had long been prepared to eliminate all assassins disguised as elves. Seeing his brother cooperate, Shen Yi gave a shaky, difficult thumbs up in approval. The undead leader was still somewhat hesitant and asked in return, Is there proof? Squeezed by the cheeks and breaking into a cold sweat, Shen Yi said, Aren't you all very capable? Go check for yourselves. In the human military camp, my story is circulating everywhere. Everyone knows I appeared in the elf village guarded by the elven high priest. That is exactly where Fei Lan was executing his mission. After listening to Shen Yi's explanation, the undead leader released him. Everyone knows you appeared in the elf village. You're that famous? Seeing the fish take the bait, Shen Yi continued to act with majestic flair. Nonsense, even the prince wrote me a recommendation letter and called me the boy who lived. Witnessing the whole process, the minor undead around them discussed among themselves, could it be true? Did Fei Lan really only evacuate early because he sensed danger? The undead leader didn't dare believe it 100 and ordered, Go investigate. A minion holding a large wooden club quickly took the order. The minion warned sternly, Kid, if you dare lie to me, I will make you suffer neither life nor death. Now that things had reached this point, Shen Yi tilted his face up and said confidently, I'm only afraid you won't check. Go on, check quickly. Seeing Shen Yi's confident aura, the undead leader believed him a bit more and tested. Your aura makes me believe your words a little, but kid, you're human. Why would you betray your own race? Hearing this, the expression on Shen Yi's face became as rigid as a sculpture. He replied against his conscience, Because I am tired of the days spent being exploited by those capitalists. Upon hearing this, the undead looked at him with a blank expression and asked in return, What kind of things are those capitalists? With a determined gaze and an utterly emotionless voice, Shen Yi continued, Listen well, I am a poor man. I own no means of production and cannot accumulate wealth. I must sell my labor to those who own the means of production, the capitalists. During the actual labor process, the new value I create is squeezed dry by the capitalist. leaving me with barely enough to survive. After hearing this, the undead looked at each other in confusion. To keep from becoming a laughingstock to his subordinates, the leader could only pretend to understand. The undead leader wiped away a bead of sweat and barked, "I usually tell you lot to read more, yet now you can't even understand what others are saying. Isn't that embarrassing?" Hearing this, the surrounding undead asked in surprise, "Boss, you understood that?" The leader forced himself to say, "Nonsense, why else would I be the leader while you lot aren't?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers cheered, "Wow, the boss is mighty." Wiping his sweat, the leader asked with a trembling voice, "Just how did that fellow called Capital torture you to make you hate him so much?" Shen Yi replied, still expressionless, "They made me do 996. Hearing this, the undead cried out in terror. "Heavens," then they asked in confusion, "but what does 996 mean?" Seeing that they were already convinced, Shen Yi continued to spin his tale. "It means starting work at 9 in the morning and only finishing at 9 at night. The combined break time for lunch and afternoon is less than an hour. You work more than 10 hours a day, 6 days a week." After listening, the undead leader lamented with worry and a trace of fear. "That does indeed sound far too harsh," Shen Yi followed up. "Later I even experienced 007, working from 0 to 0, 7 days a week without ever resting. That is why it's called 007. After hearing this, the undead trembled with fear. Out of sympathy, the undead leader embraced Shen Yi like a mother holding a child. "Let me give you a hug." Shen Yi cooperated and responded, "Thank you," he thought to himself. "So even ghosts have feelings?" The undead looked at Shen Yi with pity and sighed. "It seems I'm beginning to understand you. I want to know, in such a grueling environment, how did you survive and manage to climb to such a high position?" Hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes grew moist and he answered aggrievedly, "I remember that day." Through his fabricated description, the image of Shen Yi walking through a blizzard manifested. The snow was heavy. I was cold and hungry, with only a single box of matches on me. Shen Yi sobbed as he struck a tiny match. The undead decided to use this to propagandize the crimes of human 996 and 007, and you will become the protagonist of this propaganda war. Attention. Your new keyword, the little match boy, may be born from this. While Shen Yi was acting on the surface, his heart turned pale with fright at this horrific development. The title of The Boy Who Lived was already like gum stuck to his shoe that he couldn't shake off. And now there was the little match boy. Absolutely not. At this moment, Fei Lan held Shen Yi tightly in the cold wind. "When I was about to freeze to death, it was Fei Lan who saved me. Therefore, Fei Lan is my savior. I will never allow you to slander or summarily execute him." Suddenly, a soldier rushed from the back to report. "We have investigated and confirmed that everything he said is true." Upon hearing the report, the surrounding soldiers began to whisper. The elven high priest really was lurking in that village, prepared to wipe out our assassins. In that case, Fei Lan is not only innocent but actually meritorious. Not only did he escape with his life from the elven trap, but he also brought back a human youth who possesses a medal of heroism. This youth is about to be sent to the Imperial Military Academy. This is definitely a great achievement. The undead leader was stunned by this, cold sweat pouring down. Although orders had come from above to kill Fei Lan, it now seemed he absolutely could not. "If I execute Fei Lan, I will lose the hearts of all my soldiers. Sooner or later I'd be abandoned by my superiors. They would use that as an excuse to appease the public anger and execute me publicly. Those at the top would gain a fine reputation because of it, while I would just be a stepping stone for their climb. But I've already beaten Fei Lan until only his head remains." He stared at Fei Lan, privately weighing the options. Saving him would cost a fortune in resources. No matter how he looked at it, the deal wasn't worth it. "I'm not spending that unnecessary money." The undead let out a couple of coughs. "Ahem." He then unleashed his power. One might have thought he was going to heal him, but instead he pulled out another medal, handed it over, and said, "Very good, Fei Lan. It seems you are a brave undead warrior who hasn't forgotten his mission. This commemorative medal is awarded to you. It is a glory you deserve." Then he turned to Shen Yi, extending a bony finger, and said, "And you, child, from now on let us call you the little match boy. This title can serve as a cover for your identity as the boy who lived." As the system prompt rang out, Shen Yi helplessly broke into a cold sweat. "Your new keyword, the little match boy, has begun to form," he thought despairingly. "Damn it, I couldn't escape it after all." At this moment, the surrounding undead seemed to radiate a glow of pride. They blinked and said, "I am truly proud of you two. We must go report the situation here immediately. The rest is up to you to handle." With that, he led the soldiers away in a hurry. "We're leaving." "Yes, sir." Watching that group leave without even looking back, leaving nothing behind, Shen Yi shouted in surprise, "Hey, you beat him into this state and you just plan to dump him here and ignore him?" But those people had already vanished without a trace, moving with incredible speed. Witnessing this, Fei Lan lay despondently on the ground and said, "I told you already. Usually when we undead are injured, we're just tossed outside to fend for ourselves." He then turned his head and added, "Fortunately the power is still there, sealed within my skull. As long as I regrow the bones, I'll be fine." Hearing this, Shen Yi responded angrily, "What kind of fortunately is that? You don't even have a body. You're worse off than when I first met you." Fei Lan shook his head and asked, "You haven't thrown away that fish tank yet, have you?" Shen Yi answered, "That cost money. I'm not stupid. Why would I throw it away? When I get back, I'll order delivery and get you some calcium solution for nutrition." The two chatted after escaping the jaws of death. "Many thanks. By the way, are there really such terrifying capitalists in your human world?" "There are, but not in your world." "That's good then. But why do you care so much about human affairs?" Suddenly, Fei Lan's expression shifted and he barked sharply, "It seems you still don't understand the situation in our world. Here the other races are actually very keen on learning from humans. If you have capitalists like that, people like that will soon appear in the Wind Spirit tribe as well. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Sensing someone approaching, Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat. The system suddenly issued a warning. "Due to another critical alert being triggered, you have been discovered again. Could it be those undead returning? Please note this is the critical moment to complete the third keyword. You absolutely cannot avoid it." Suddenly an army appeared at the edge of the forest shouting commands. "Don't move." They surged toward Shen Yi and Fei Lan like a tide. "Traitor to humanity, you actually dare to secretly collude with the undead. Caught red-handed, weren't you?" Shen Yi froze on the spot. A blond man stood behind Shen Yi and spoke with confusion. "You, the boy who lived." Seeing a familiar face, Shen Yi called out the name while sweating. Prince Newt's face was grim as he barked loudly. "Explain this, what is going on? Don't even think about lying. Any lie will be instantly seen through and I will kill you myself." Hearing this, Shen Yi was not to be outdone. With a face full of pride, he pointed to Fei Lan and introduced him. "Your Highness, please allow me to introduce him to you. This is my informant, Fei Lan, the battlefield scavenger of the Skeleton Legion's 5th Squad. He has been trading with me, providing intelligence on the undead race. We have a signed contract." After listening to Shen Yi's explanation, Newt and his subordinates asked in confusion, "A contract? How is that possible? How could a human sign a contract with an undead?" Suddenly, a long-bearded old man appeared beside Newt, his body radiating green arcane energy. He answered kindly, "He is not lying. I am continuously using arcane detection to monitor his actions and his soul." Hearing the old man's words, the soldiers began to whisper. "Colluding with the undead? I didn't expect the rumored boy who lived to have such tricks. Truly as expected, he's amazing." A seductive elf appeared behind Shen Yi, resting a hand on his shoulder and asking, "Did you really get intelligence on the undead from him?" Witnessing this, Shen Yi answered nervously, "Yes, I have already handed it over to the Hand of Shadow." The elf looked calmly at Newt and suggested, "Your Highness, I believe him. I specialize in soul studies and am very sensitive to fallen souls. His soul is very pure. Filled with anger and firm conviction, he cannot possibly be one of the undead." Newt still had doubts about Shen Yi's words and asked testingly, "Why would the undead want to establish a trading relationship with you?" Shen Yi stammered. "That because he was treated unfairly over on the undead side and his life was very miserable. Because I couldn't stand the 996 system." Suddenly, Fei Lan's voice rang out, giving Shen Yi a start. 996, because I couldn't stand the 996 system, Newt repeated with a blank expression. 996. Witnessing this, Fei Lan transformed into the way Shen Yi had performed earlier, acting as if he had suffered great injustice. "Perhaps you humans don't know, but capitalists exist within our undead race as well." Hearing these strange terms, Newt asked in confusion, "Capitalist? Is that some kind of new undead species?" Seeing him take the bait, Fei Lan immediately entered character and began his tale. "Correct, let me tell you. Images of countless dry bones manifested before the gravestone. I was a poor undead. I had no means of production, no wealth. I had to give my labor to the owner of the means of production, the capitalist. Simultaneously, during the actual labor process, the value of labor was squeezed dry by the capitalist, leaving me with barely enough to survive." Hearing this, the white-bearded old man said in a deep voice, "The undead are immortal and tireless. They are indeed the best targets for exploitation for a producer. Exactly, they don't even need to be fed and can work non-stop. In this way, the capitalist saves a massive amount in labor costs," Newt asked, face full of bewilderment. "Then what is 996? Fei Lan explained grimly like a statue. "Starting work at 9 in the morning, finishing work at 9 at night with less than an hour of rest at noon and dusk, working for over 10 hours in total 6 days a week." After listening, Newt sighed and replied while sweating, "That is indeed a bit cruel." Seeing they were being tricked, Fei Lan continued his grim acting. "Later I even experienced the 007 mode, from 0 to 0 7 days a week without ever resting. It is commonly referred to as 007. Hearing of these horrific deeds, Newt and the others trembled and lamented through their sweat. Heavens! Then Newt stepped forward and embraced the poor Fei Lan, a scene full of warmth and care. "Let me give you a hug." Fei Lan took the opportunity to throw himself into his arms with tears. "Thank you." Newt looked up with worry and asked, "It seems I more or less understand you now. I want to know, in such an environment, how have you survived until now?" Fei Lan answered aggrievedly. "I remember one day." Along with his narration, the scene of Fei Lan and Shen Yi meeting in the bitter winter manifested. A heavy feathery snow was falling. When I escaped, I saw him, the boy who lived. He was cold and hungry with only a box of matches on him. Hearing the matches again, Shen Yi hurried forward, gesticulating nervously to stop him. "Everyone, forget about the matches." Seeing the story was about to be ruined by Shen Yi, Fei Lan barked angrily, "Don't interrupt." Then he continued the touching story. "It was he who struck the matches and built a fire to keep me warm. It was he who made me feel human kindness and warmth for the first time." Fei Lan stood heroically and announced, "So I decided to rebel." At that moment, Shen Yi received a system message. "Congratulations to you and your comrade for jointly denouncing capitalists. This has caused the new keyword, the little match boy, to grow rapidly, now standing on equal footing with the boy who lived." Upon receiving the notification, Shen Yi wore a face of terror, his complexion turning green as he cursed. "Congratulations, my ass, isn't there even one normal keyword?" Fei Lan shook his head and slowly produced the medal the undead had given him earlier, asking Newt, "How should I prove my identity? Is there evidence?" "I have a bone medal here." When Newt took the medal awarded to the battlefield scavenger of the Skeleton Legion's 5th Squad, a line of explanatory text appeared before everyone. Fei Lan, a battlefield general of the undead race. After reading it, the white-bearded old man spoke. "Only those who have obtained a medal can ignite soul fire. Your Highness, everything they said is true." Hearing this, Newt's face turned solemn as he pondered through his sweat. An undead has betrayed his own race and sought refuge under a human. Such a thing has never occurred in history. Ah, is this what it feels like to witness history? Then he walked to Shen Yi, patted his shoulder and said softly, "Boy who lived, you were so heavily injured in the war that you have forgotten your original name. I am a prince of the Saint Laurent Empire. It is only right that I bestow a name upon you." Hearing this, the soldiers broke into a flurry of whispers. Bestowing a name, heavens, a name bestowed by a prince is a supreme honor. Once named, as long as he lives in human territory, he'll be set for life. He's only a teenager. If he performs military service in the future, his prospects are limitless. Newt spoke calmly. "Boy who lived, you shall be called Harry." Shen Yi shuddered instantly, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered a retort. "My lord, please pick another name. Whatever you do, do not let it start with Ha. That is my most sincere request." Newt remained patient and said, "All right then, let's call you Lowly." In Newt's heart, however, he felt Lowly was even worse than Harry. Seeing the look on Shen Yi's face, Newt watched him with concern, thinking, "It seems you don't like that one either." In human history, legends tell of 2 children of God. It is said that when endless calamity descends upon the world, they appear to save all devout followers. One was named Lowly. The other was named Pact. Newt then made a suggestion that left Shen Yi stunned and helpless. "If you don't want to be called Lowly, then let's go with Pact." Instantly, the image of that silly cartoon Peppa Pig flashed through Shen Yi's mind. "Pact, in my hometown on Earth, that's a brand that looks like a hairdryer." Saint Pact, a powerful surge of golden energy erupted around Newt and the soldiers. He stood majestically at the center and commanded, "Take the vow, Pact. From this day forward, never betray humanity. Should you break this oath, your soul shall be instantly shattered. In this moment, as you swear your oath, you shall become a respected hero. Should you achieve military merit in the future, you may even be canonized as a saint." Hearing the word saint, Shen Yi's body stiffened as he thought to himself, "Canonized? Does this mean I'm now a saint in my youth? Fine, this isn't a bad deal." He then knelt, the back of his hand facing upward, and answered with a formidable roar, "I, Pact, hereby swear that I will never betray humanity, no matter the time or place." Immediately after, a massive beam of golden light struck Shen Yi, leaving him to check himself in astonishment. Seeing this, the white-bearded old man stepped forward. "Congratulations, child. The ritual is complete. From now on, you are no longer just Pact." Hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes lit up and he asked, "No longer just Pact, does completing the ritual mean I get a new name?" The old man nodded slowly and replied, "Exactly so." Shen Yi asked urgently, "What is it? Tell me quickly." Newt and the other 2 shouted in unison, "Saint Pact." After hearing this, Shen Yi's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, thinking, "Saint Pact." Newt turned slowly and instructed, "I will act as if I saw nothing today. You and your teammate must be careful in the future. Do not let any flaws show. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. If you achieve merit, I will not be stingy with rewards." Hearing the command, Shen Yi replied solemnly, "Yes, my lord." Newt then pulled out a letter and handed it to Shen Yi, saying, "Keep this with you." This was magical stationery. Anything written on it would be instantly synchronized to another magical sheet in his hand. It was an intelligence tool reserved exclusively for the royal family. "In the future, if there is any important intelligence or events, you can contact me through this." Shen Yi hurriedly took it, executing his role with a majestic air, vowing to die for humanity. But internally he was overjoyed. "Haha, I've hit the jackpot now. That big skeleton definitely has plenty of intelligence on the undead." Seeing the matter settled, Newt and the soldiers turned to depart. "We're leaving, take care of yourself." Just then, the elven woman stepped forward and said mysteriously, "Saint Pact, let me tell you, the name Pact actually represents a secret." Shen Yi asked curiously, "What secret?" As the elf explained, a godlike figure appeared, sometimes holding a shield and sword, sometimes a bow, and finally even picking up a gun. Legend has it that the weapons of the child of God, Pact, were ever-changing. Sometimes blades, sometimes spears or bows, and they would even transform into strange weapons humans had never seen before. Those who bear this name always achieve incredible mastery in the field of weaponry. Shen Yi scratched his head, playing dumb as he asked, "Is it called Pact because the weapons carried are so peculiar?" Hearing this, the elf replied excitedly, "As expected of Saint Pact, you understood with just a small hint. Remember, you must also work hard to become a master proficient in all kinds of weapons. Seeing this, Shen Yi also asked tentatively, "Are there many people named Peiki?" The elf pondered and replied, "Not many. Among the people I know there are only 5. Old Peiki, Little Peiki, Red Peiki, Big Peiki, and Fat Peiki." She then warmly comforted Shen Yi. "Of course you are certainly the most special Peiki among them. You are the Saint Peiki canonized by the royal family of the human kingdom." Shen Yi replied awkwardly, blushing, "Then many thanks." His heart also calmed down a bit. "Phew, at least I'm not the only one with this name." Seeing that Shen Yi seemed a bit worried, the elf patted him to reassure him and then followed the soldiers as they left. "Good luck, the prince holds you in high regard." Once everyone had gone, Fei Lan also spoke up softly, "It's time for us to go too." Hearing this, Shen Yi said angrily, "Are you looking for death?" With that, Shen Yi opened a door radiating red magical energy. "Don't call me by that name. Call me Shen Yi, got it?" Seeing Shen Yi was angry, Fei Lan asked in confusion, "HMPH, why are you losing your temper?" Shen Yi cursed irritably, "Stop talking nonsense," and then dragged Fei Lan through the door. "Fine, Peiki, you're finished. No more calcium tablets for you." But then something seemed to happen. Shen Yi looked back to see Fei Lan suspended between 2 dimensions of space. He shouted with concern, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Suddenly the system issued a prompt. "Congratulations, you did it. You have survived being surrounded by both the undead and humans in succession. The undead have dropped their hostility toward you, and so have the humans." Images of what Shen Yi and Fei Lan had done surfaced one by one. The bone metal left by the undead bestowed upon you the title of the Little Match Boy. The Prince of the Human Empire bestowed upon you the title of Saint Peiki and held a canonization ceremony for you. This means both great races consider you one of us, worthy of trust and cultivation. Subsequently, a massive surge of energy radiated from Shen Yi. Evaluation. A weak human, when caught in the enemy's encirclement, used wisdom to turn the situation around, even turning enemies into friends and navigating both the light and dark sides. This is the fundamental reason you obtained this keyword. Congratulations, you have obtained the One of Us evaluation keyword for the 3rd time. Shen Yi and Fei Lan walked into the gate together. As a mortal, you have broken conventions 3 consecutive times to obtain the same evaluation keyword. This was supposed to be impossible, yet you did it. Congratulations, your gate has gained a hidden ability. Beginner level time stagnation. An object resembling an hourglass was suspended within. Seeing it, Shen Yi stammered, "Time stagnation. When you cross this gate, you can stall time on one side of the gate for 3 seconds, while the other side remains unaffected. After each use, it cannot be activated again for 1 week, using you as the time reference." Hearing its effect, Shen Yi complained with some disappointment, "Stopping time for 3 seconds once a week? This ability is way too weak. Furthermore, when you break through evaluation ranks and obtain evaluation keywords of blue superior grade or higher, the gate will gain new abilities." Shen Yi asked skeptically, "So it can actually be upgraded, meaning there's a way to make it last longer?" Time stagnation ends. This was a trial version and does not count toward official use. Everything concluded, and Shen Yi stepped inside, muttering to himself in disappointment, "Is that it so fast? How are you feeling, big skeleton?" "What? Nothing, just kidding." Shen Yi suddenly thought, "Devour the One of Us keyword." Keyword devoured, obtaining 3 attribute points. Current attribute points 10. Shen Yi lay on the bed exhausted and sighed, "It's already 6 o'clock. Let's call it a day. I'll keep working hard tomorrow. So sleepy, gotta get some sleep." Just as he was about to close his eyes, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Shen Yi asked tiredly, "Who is it outside the door?" Qian Rushan replied, "It's me." Shen Yi, "Get up quickly. Get ready to head to the exam center by airship." Shen Yi sat up and gave a weary response. Later he sat on a sofa on a large aircraft, slumped in exhaustion. Suddenly the phone rang. Shen Yi groaned in fatigue. "Can't you just let me sleep? I also got the chance to take the entrance exam for the 3 major high schools." Nevertheless, he pulled his phone from his pocket to check. It was a message asking for a meeting. As the text appeared, a photo of a girl surfaced. Seeing the photo, Shen Yi thought with surprise, "Zhao Yibing, how does she have qualification for the exam? Wait, her appearance feels off. Is it because she dyed her hair purple?" He then turned to Qian Rushan holding his phone and asking urgently, "Manager Qian, another girl from our school also got the qualification for the joint entrance exam." "Did you know?" Qian Rushan, with a cigarette in his mouth and a book in his hand, replied without much surprise, "HMPH, named Zhao Yibing, right? I just found out too. I heard that girl is exceptionally talented and had been hiding her strength until today when it finally came to light." "Hidden by whom?" After hearing Qian Rushan, Shen Yi's face darkened as he associated it with an image of a castle. The Archaeology Association. He had heard that the Archaeology Association was an extremely important organization in this world. This organization was responsible for excavating various ruins to search for humanity's past, and even seeking various inherited knowledge. Weaponry and martial skills left over from ancient times held immense power, but Zhao Yibing didn't look like someone with that kind of background or connection, right? Xiao Mengyu had been investigating this matter. She understood the overall situation better. "I'll ask her, but I made her cry last time. Will she still talk to me now?" Shen Yi dialed the number tentatively, thinking, "Whatever, I'll try calling. If she's still angry, I'll just apologize sincerely." The phone rang, ring, ring. Suddenly someone spoke. "Hello, Shen Yi, what's up?" Shen Yi replied, blushing with embarrassment, Xiao Mengyu, yeah, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know Zhao Yibing? The person on the other end answered loudly, giving Shen Yi a start. I know, she's dead. You arrived too late and didn't see it. Hearing this, Shen Yi asked back in a panic. Dead? She just sent me a text saying she also got the exam qualification and even asked to meet me. At that, the person on the other end asked loudly, Where are you? Shen Yi explained truthfully, on the airship, preparing to head to the exam. Hearing that, the person on the other end said, I'm also taking the joint exam. Let's talk when we meet later. After hearing this, Shen Yi looked at Qian Rushan, calculated, and replied, All right, I'll arrive in about 10 hours. Hearing this, the other side warned sternly, Okay, I understand. Shen Yi, you must remember my words. Do not meet Zhao Yibing alone in private under any circumstances. She is extremely dangerous. Understood. See you at the exam center then. Click. After the call hung up, Qian Rushan spoke in a calm tone. Was that Xiao Mengyu? Hearing this, Shen Yi gave an affirmative response and the two began to converse. Indeed, at 3:25 a.m. on the Baijiang River outside the city, a surge of sword intent shot straight into the clouds. After investigation, it was found that this sword intent was unleashed by Xiao Mengyu of the Luo family. The AI brain determined that she had broken through in her sword skills. It seems she successfully achieved a breakthrough with the enhancement of the Holy Protected One buff. After her breakthrough, she practiced 49 sword moves on the river's surface, treading across the water with her blade before drifting away into the distance. Why can she use sword skills so early? We're all in middle school, but we only learned basic physical training. She's the daughter of a prominent family. They have sword-style inheritances at home and start training from a young age. I see. In the life of an ordinary person, one only has the chance to learn techniques after getting into high school, but children of great families start practicing from childhood, winning right at the starting line. These children begin sensing resonance degrees from a young age. You won't even encounter courses in these fields until high school, not to mention ultimate techniques, elixirs, magic treasures, and the secret artifacts of great families. Compared to them, it's simply meaningless. The gap is too huge. Am I going to take an exam with a bunch of monsters like that? It doesn't matter, Shen Yi. In fact, you are also a child of a great family, even though you've never received a single benefit from your clan and were even made things difficult for by them. As long as the Human Martial Arts Group is here, we will do our utmost to help you pass the exam. The Human Martial Arts Group is your home. Thank you very much. This old fox, he's afraid I'll leave the group and return to the family. So he's saying this on purpose. Since Xiao Mengyu can tread on water after her breakthrough, it seems her movement techniques have also broken through. Truly, the pupil has surpassed the master. Say no more, I'm going to sleep first. Wake me when we arrive. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, catching Shen Yi off guard. Vibrate, vibrate. A notification appeared on the phone. Shen Yi, I'm also heading out for the exam. Why don't we travel together? After reading it, Shen Yi's brow furrowed like a bitter gourd, thinking, It's Zhao Yibing again. Are you dead or not? I really want to sleep. Please stop texting. Trying to trick me into meeting with an old photo. Keep dreaming. Seeing the situation was bad, Shen Yi immediately sent back a message with a photo of himself. You go ahead. I'm currently playing in Zhangbei and won't head out until the morning of the day after tomorrow. Seeing this, Yibing replied instantly. What a coincidence, I'm also in Zhangbei. Where are you right now? Seeing the text, Shen Yi jumped in fright, thinking, such a coincidence, no way. He then cleverly sent another message with a different photo to decline. Oh, what a shame, my friend just picked me up. We're heading to Nanshan Temple right now, Shen Yi texted. But the reply that came back was a photo Zhao Yibing had taken standing in the exact same spot where he had just snapped his own. Haha, I'm planning to go to Nanshan Temple to offer incense too. I'm almost there. How about we grab dinner tonight? Seeing the photo, Shen Yi jumped in fright, a map of the two locations appearing in his mind. How is this possible? Nanshan Temple is a full 100 kilometers away from Zhangbei. It's only been a few minutes since he sent the text. How did she do it? Then he lay back down exhausted. Forget it. He was too sleepy. Time for bed. He'd sleep first and deal with it later. She couldn't threaten him right now anyway. On the other side, Zhao Yibing held her phone, her expression grim. Shen Yi, in her vision, a white-haired youth, was crouched on the ground, head lowered as if devouring something. Do you really think you can escape? Amid splashes of blood scattered everywhere, Zhao Yibing stood among the corpses. Beside her was a man with white hair and red eyes, his head buried in a fragrant piece of fresh meat. He spoke with certainty. What belongs to me I will surely take back. Images of a temple and brilliant fireworks appeared. A young Shen Yi was running happily, holding a small sparkler. Suddenly, two little girls were being chased by a large vicious wolf. The two children fled in a panic. Witnessing this, Shen Yi charged toward them like a hero, protecting them with all his might, only to be bitten by the wolf. Beep, beep. Shen Yi opened his eyes groggily as voices reached his ears. He's lucky to be alive, with dozens of bites all over his body. If a few of those had been an inch over, this kid would be gone. He's out of critical danger for now. The two children Shen Yi had saved handed him two small cards. Big brother Shen Yi, these are cards for you. Thank you for saving us. We have to go home now. These days spent with you have been very happy. Seeing this, Shen Yi opened the two cards, his face flushing with a happy smile. I've prepared a card for you two as well. Then he went out to catch a taxi. Seeing Shen Yi looking dazed in his dream, Qian Rushan stepped forward and shook him awake. Shen Yi, wake up, I'm taking you to eat. Shen Yi snapped awake, rubbing his face tiredly. Okay, then he thought seriously, it's been 10 years. I wonder what they look like now, looking at the table filled with a dazzling array of delicacies. Shen Yi exclaimed in excitement, whoa, this is quite the spread. Hearing this, Qian Rushan replied bluntly, no kidding, this is the most advanced and luxurious large-scale airship there is. Shen Yi immediately buried his head in the food and drink, feeling incredibly satisfied. Thanks, Manager Qian. Seeing Shen Yi wolfing down the food, Qian Rushan advised somewhat hesitantly, eat slower. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. A while later, Shen Yi was full, his stomach round as he rubbed it happily. So full, can't eat another bite. Suddenly, a little monk appeared out of nowhere, blushing as he asked for permission. Excuse me, are these meat skewers leftovers? Are they still edible? Hearing this, Shen Yi replied with some surprise, eat them if you want. The little monk buried his head in the food, responding as he ate, thanks. Seeing this, Shen Yi turned to ask Qian Rushan, does the group not let people eat their fill? Look at how hungry that kid is. That's a bit much, isn't it? Hearing this, Qian Rushan replied helplessly, don't underestimate our group. This airship carries people selected from 11 provinces. Besides our group, there are also new students from the Hunting Equipment Research Institute and the Eternal Technology Federation. Seeing the two discussing him, Yunya waved to say hello. Hi, I'm from the Eternal Technology Federation. Suddenly, a bald man with ears as large as a Buddha's walked over and shouted, Guo Yunya, what are you doing over here? Seeing it was his supervisor, Yunya looked up and replied, Captain Yu. Yu Zihai stood there with a stern face and said, isn't this old Qian? What kind of dumb luck did you have this year to actually recruit a newcomer? Seeing an acquaintance, Qian Rushan asked Yu Zihai, you recruited 7 at once? The two seemed to understand each other's deeper meaning with a glance, and Qian Rushan began to shoo the kids away. Cough, you kids go play, we adults have some talking to do here. Hearing this, Shen Yi also stood up to leave. Okay. Seeing Shen Yi all alone, Yunya called out an invitation, follow me. There's a very interesting place on the airship, I'll show you. As they walked, he introduced himself. My name is Guo Yunya, what's yours? Shen Yi, do you want to play bowling? No, it's just that this is the only place we can move around freely. Suddenly, he pulled a card from his pocket, showing it off proudly. When I asked you for food just now, I was actually playing this game. The card read, to obtain an exclusive card from the newcomer deck, please complete the following task, eat the free food of 7 contestants. Progress 3-7. Seeing the card, Shen Yi asked in confusion, what is this? Seeing this, Yunya explained patiently, you don't know, I guess your parents aren't professionals. It's okay, I can tell you. Come on, give me your hand. Hearing this, Shen Yi reached out to Yunya. Shortly after, he received a similar card. This magic is cool. Yunya chattered on, it's not magic. These are the 3 major high school newcomer decks issued by the Tower of Tarot. I only told you because you helped me complete a task, the card read. To establish a foothold in the newcomer deck and become a member, please complete the following tasks. 1. Without promotion, have at least 6 contestants voluntarily participate in an activity hosted by you. 2. Have at least 12 contestants participate in other activities hosted by you. Seeing the words on the card, Shen Yi found it very interesting and asked, hey, why do I have tasks too? Yunya replied exaggeratedly, complete the tasks and you can become a candidate card in the newcomer deck. I'm working hard for that right now. Shen Yi threw out another question, what's the use of becoming a card in the deck? Hearing this, Yunya began a silly explanation. It seems you really don't know anything at all. I can't believe you actually dared to come to the exam like this. The Tower of Tarot is the adjudicating organization for this exam. This deck is the exam auxiliary system they issued. You can obtain a lot of intelligence about the exam through the deck. The cards will issue tasks randomly like this. Completing tasks can improve your evaluation. If your evaluation rank can make it onto the leaderboard, the benefits are immense. Not only do you get bonus points on the exam, but you'll also be continuously monitored and tracked by major organizations. You'll have more initiative in the exam and subsequent choices, look more impressive in front of other contestants, and even get advertising sponsorships to become a star in the public eye. After listening to these explanations, Shen Yi blushed and smiled. The Tower of Tarot is quite interesting. Basically, just find a way to complete the tasks. First, become a newcomer by getting at least 6 contestants to participate in an activity you host without being asked. After reading the task, Shen Yi looked around and saw Yunya was full of enthusiasm. So he asked, hey, do you see that vent? Hearing this, Yunya replied, I see it. The others over there are chatting happily. It's pretty boring for us standing here. Let's see who can touch that vent. It's pretty high. I reckon I'll have to give it my all to touch it. Really? I don't believe it. What if I touch it? Sure, then I'll admit you're the man. Guo Yunya immediately lowered his center of gravity into a ready stance, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He took a running start and leaped fiercely toward the wall. Crunch, crunch. Guo Yunya reached out desperately, letting out a shout, hey, but reality was cruel. His fingers were still a distance from the target. Shen Yi nodded, taking the opportunity to mock him. Sucks for you, missed it by that much, huh? It wasn't even close. Guo Yunye's face turned beet red as he hurriedly tried to hide his embarrassment. That was just a warm-up, let's go again. Shen Yi immediately stepped ahead of him. Wait a sec, it's my turn to jump. Crunch, crunch. Guo Yunya reluctantly agreed. Fine, one try each. This guy leaped into the air, striking an incredibly flamboyant pose when he saw that Shen Yi hadn't jumped even as high as he had. Guo Yunya laughed triumphantly. Haha, you were even further off, now it's my turn. Meanwhile, Shen Yi began to speak loudly on purpose to attract everyone's attention. TCH, the first round was just a trial jump. But if someone could actually touch that height, that would be truly impressive. Whispers began to spread through the cabin. Look, are they playing high jump? High jump, that's so childish. But that spot really is too high, it'll be hard to touch. A boy with spiked hair stood tall and walked over arrogantly. It's high for you, but if I take a few more steps for a running start, I can definitely hit it. Another boy nearby immediately provoked him. Touching it with your fingertips doesn't count, you have to hit it with your palm. Touching it with my palm is no problem. The spiked-haired boy crossed his arms full of confidence. The other guy curled his lip. HMPH, anyone can talk big. You don't believe me, I've practiced this before. The spiked-haired boy widened his eyes, looking like he'd never seen the world. Watch me jump. A girl stood nearby watching, looking worried. Hey, what are you guys doing? While another boy looked on helplessly. I can't believe this. Why join in on the nonsense? Suddenly, a boy wearing a red scarf named Zhang Xiaoyi appeared and said excitedly, this is a challenge. The girl next to him asked in surprise, Ha, Zhang Xiaoyi, you want to join too? The atmosphere grew heated and many other contestants rushed in to compete. You just watch, I'll definitely jump higher than them. HMPH, don't think you're passing me. I'm the highest jumper here. A group of contestants leapt up in unison. Everyone shouted enthusiastically, look at me, ha, my turn. Watching the chaotic and lively scene before him, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Shen Yi's mouth. Hee. A boy's happiness really is simple. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations on successfully attracting 6 contestants to voluntarily participate in an activity you hosted without being asked. A new task immediately appeared. Now please complete the second challenge. Have at least 12 contestants participate in another activity hosted by you. Shen Yi fell into deep thought. This one was a bit difficult, but luckily there was no promotion restriction this time. Resting his chin on his hand, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Shen Yi walked to the center of the hall, waved his hand and shouted loudly. Hello everyone. Brothers, look over here. Our human martial arts group is going to give out some benefits to everyone. The contestants gathered around curiously. Benefits sounds interesting. Shen Yi began his impassioned speech. To protect everyone and ensure we aren't deceived or harmed during the best years of our youth, Manager Qian of our group has specially asked me to host a free lecture on preventing emotional scams. Everyone looked at each other. What on earth was an emotional anti-scam lecture? What was written on those papers? Shen Yi revealed a mysterious smile. He replied, those are some verbal routines and tactics used between men and women. He held up a piece of paper and read aloud. Do you really have abs? I don't believe you. A girl once said that to me. Shen Yi looked at the crowd and pressed. Oh, and did you lift your shirt right then to show her? A dejected-looking boy replied. Yeah, I was so stupid back then. After she saw them, she just wouldn't leave me alone. I regret it so much now, but I didn't know how to handle it. Shen Yi pointed a finger at him and warned sternly. Remember, girls aren't that simple. You must maintain high vigilance against this kind of routine. Don't show skin easily. He followed up with a jab that made everyone's faces change. You also have to watch out if she's secretly taking photos of you with her phone. Does that really happen? Not only does it happen, but they take quite a lot. The boys felt like their world was ending. Guo Yunya cried out, Heavens, I have to remember this lesson. My life would be ruined. It's okay, there's still a long way to go. It's not your fault. Shen Yi continued to scare them. A boy's body is very precious. If it ends up on the internet, where would you go to get justice? Do you want to be pointed at for the rest of your life with people saying, I've seen his video? Shen Yi pretended to wipe away tears, his tone full of influence. Brothers, I only have these painful experiences because I'm too handsome. But you are already the best of the best. You must pay attention to this. Learn to protect yourselves. A contestant asked sincerely for advice. This is too professional, brother. What should I do if someone keeps hounding me with texts? The online kind. I don't want to make things awkward. After all, we're acquaintances. Shen Yi immediately used his ultimate move. Just reply with, hey. Heavens, that's amazing, brilliant. So that's how it is, you can actually do that, but what if that doesn't work? He used a classic closing move that made everyone marvel in unison. Genius, just say, I'm going to take a shower. With that, the chat automatically ends. A group of boys began to ask questions seeking advice on how to handle various female routines. Brothers, how should I answer this one? Your Adam's apple is moving, can I touch it? It's too late to go back, what should I do? My ex hurt me too deeply. I'm afraid to fall for you. That's exactly what she said to me. Brother, your lips are so well shaped, they look very soft. Shen Yi stood on high ground, his fists clenched, preaching with passion. Remember, brothers, you must distinguish whether she likes you as a person or if she just wants to possess your body. Even if things really progress to the stage of a relationship, you must keep receipts and evidence, otherwise if she turns around and makes a false accusation, you won't even be able to clear your name if you jumped into the Yellow River. We are men, we must be responsible for ourselves. Bursts of excited cheers erupted from the crowd. Fantastic, exactly. Our league of handsome men must be independent and self-reliant. I feel like Ji Shuai, collective handsome. which represents all us good-looking guys, isn't domineering enough. What do you all think? How about G-Ba, collective domineering? It sounds majestic and awe-inspiring, while the girls in the distance shook their heads helplessly, unable to fathom what kind of nonsense the boys were up to. A system prompt suddenly popped up before Shen Yi. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have officially become a member of the newcomer deck. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, success. On the second-floor balcony, two senior leaders were silently observing. These little brats, instead of resting properly, what are they making such a fuss about? Let them be. Once we reach our destination, they won't have it this easy anymore. This is likely a task from the Tower of Terror's newcomer deck. Truly nostalgic. We went through the same things when we were young. Manager Qian exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking at Shen Yi's silhouette thoughtfully. It was that kid you brought who started it. Look at that smug look on his face. He must have completed the task. HMPH, he does have a bit of cleverness to him. The two continued to chat about the past. I remember among the newcomers I've led, the highest evaluation in the tarot cards reached 4 stars. I didn't expect a lazy bone like you to start leading newcomers again. How is that kid? Is there any hope of him surpassing your 4-star student? And what about you? Why did you recruit so many newcomers all at once? The bald master replied in a heavy voice. An A-class disaster broke out in the 8 southeastern provinces. It was only barely suppressed after a massive number of experts were sacrificed. The 7 newcomers I'm leading are all orphans of martyrs, and their strength is quite good. The government decided to let them undergo this trial. Even if they don't pass the exam, they are at least guaranteed admission into key schools. Manager Qian narrowed his eyes. Those who could participate in this exam were the most outstanding elite students from across the globe, and the children of the great families were even more like hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although killing was strictly forbidden in the exam, various accidents always occurred in previous years. If they, the martial arts master, let out a sigh and turned to walk away. Old Qian, I understand what you mean, but that's not something we can intervene in. I too am merely acting on orders. That's true. Bathed in the sunset glow on the deck, Shen Yi bid farewell to the crowd, wanting to find a quiet place. You guys keep playing, I'm going out to get some fresh air. However, when he looked at the card in his hand, he was stunned. An image appeared on the card, entwined with a powerful spiritual pressure manifesting Fei Lan's pitch-black malevolent skull. The card turned a fiery red, and on it was written, Shen Yi, Human Martial Arts Group Contestant, Preliminary Card. Shen Yi almost choked with rage. No way, why do I look like a major villain? The Tower of Tarot system began its detailed explanation. All newcomers joining the deck for the first time are preliminary cards. Your evaluation rank will be upgraded based on your subsequent performance. Once you reach 1 star, you will become an official card. You can currently query the basic information of newcomers. You have become a preliminary card of the newcomer group. You may ask questions regarding all basic matters of this selection exam. Leaning against the airship's railing, Shen Yi curiously asked the system, what are the benefits of becoming an official card? The card responded immediately. By becoming an official newcomer card and retaining that status until the end of the exam, you will be 100 guaranteed admission into one of the 3 prestigious schools. 100 guaranteed admission. Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat of excitement. So this was the guaranteed spot. If that was the case, wouldn't everyone be fighting tooth and nail for it? Then how many official cards are there in total? The system replied briefly. 54 cards. Shen Yi began to feel the pressure, silently calculating. 54 cards meant only 54 guaranteed spots. Then how many contestants are there this year? And how many have activated their cards? The system provided a staggering number. A total of 3,579 examinees this year. 1,708 have become preliminary cards, of which 1,603 are children of great families, all of whom possess cards. There are only 105 ordinary contestants. Shen Yi gripped the card tightly, his expression grim. The gap between people was simply too vast. For these 54 spots, the competition was bound to be extremely brutal. He feared those 105 ordinary examinees might never break through the encirclement of the noble families to become official cards. Suddenly, he thought of someone and hurriedly pulled out his phone to check. Right, if all the noble kids have cards, then she must have one too. A cold and ethereal figure appeared on the card screen. A young girl clad in a black robe holding a longsword, standing upon a lonely boat between a misty sea of clouds and the starry sky. The card information clearly displayed, Xiao Mengyu, Luo family descendant, strength level 5-star official card, ranked first in swordsmanship among all examinees, undisputed, 5-star treatment. Detailed information can only be viewed upon reaching 5-star rank. Seeing this, Shen Yi turned red with envy. 5 stars, why does she get to look so cool on a boat with a sword and a bamboo hat? Well, I have to hold a severed skull. Just then a notification popped up on the card. It turned out he could even add friends. Shen Yi clicked add without hesitation. The other party has accepted your friend request. From now on, you only need to hold the magical card and call the person's name to speak directly. Xiao Mengyu's voice came from the card. Shen Yi, have you joined the newcomer deck too? Walking on the deck, Shen Yi replied naturally. It was a bit boring on the airship and a friend happened to teach me, so I played along. Xiao Mengyu responded. These are items from the Tower of Tarot. Carrying them has many benefits. I intended to tell you when we met, but the image on your card, Tisk tisk, you really look like a major villain. Shen Yi blushed with embarrassment. I don't know how it generated that image either. I wonder if it can be changed. The system generates it automatically. By the way, if you have time, check the newcomer rankings to get a sense of everyone's strength. We'll talk more in detail once we arrive. Shen Yi nodded. Okay, I'll check the rankings first. See you later. See you later. After Xiao Mengyu's voice vanished, Shen Yi focused his mind on the card. The 54th place on the leaderboard was an official card. He swiped through the list with his finger. HMPH, Xiao Mengyu is peerless in swordsmanship and she's only ranked 5th. Then who on earth is number 1? The name at the top was Nangang Sirui. He decided to take a look. The card revealed an exceptionally handsome and noble youth sitting upon a red throne. Nangang Sirui, current eldest son of the Nangang family, inheritor of the ancestral bloodline. Strength level 6 star, the undisputed top rank of this year. Shen Yi stared at the 6-star card, dumbfounded. 6 stars, are girls these days all this powerful? HMPH, he certainly is good looking. As Shen Yi looked at the 6-star card, his expression changed drastically when he saw the words, eldest son. Wait, the eldest son of the Nangang family is a man? Realizing the top of the leaderboard was male, he cried out in surprise. Shen Yi muttered under his breath with a face full of jealousy, you're a grown man, why do you look so pretty? And you're playing dress-up in ancient robes with a white fan and all those beauties serving you. Is being 6-star really that amazing? He shifted his gaze downward. Damn, it really is impressive. He's the only 6-star. The remaining 5-star and 4-star slots were all filled by children of noble families. He had to find a way to raise his evaluation rank quickly. Shen Yi pondered for a moment, searching for a way to get an evaluation. He was actually quite familiar with this, after all. He spent every day figuring out how to enter the gate to get evaluations. Come to think of it, didn't he still have a partial set of moves from Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer? He stood on the deck, determined to practice them and see. Shen Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, concentrating his mind. Whoosh! Suddenly a dazzling purple spiritual pressure erupted, enveloping his entire body as he settled into a powerful boxing stance. His movements were so fast they created overlapping phantoms, and 4 majestic characters appeared in the air. Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer. He leaped into the air with a flying kick, shattering the void and releasing a surge of emerald, forceful energy. His speed grew faster and faster as Shen Yi moved unpredictably across the shimmering deck. He slowly drew to a close. His body suspended, as light as a leaf within a stream of mysterious energy behind him. The light shadow of a massive spiritual stag manifested. It was the move, Moonlight Stag Walk. The tarot system judged, although incomplete and uncertain, these are suspected to be ancient moves lost for a long time. If this inheritance reappears, it will add many variables to the competition. Shen Yi smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha, success, it really worked. You have successfully reached 1 star. Beneath the sunset sky, the airship glided smoothly, accompanied by a system notification. You have become an official member of the deck, obtaining 1-star treatment. You may refuse a challenge from others once per hour. The card updated with an image of Shen Yi and the skull smiling arrogantly. Human martial arts group contestant, 1-star newcomer card. Looking at the image on the card, he felt a bit embarrassed. Ah, this smile really does look quite punchable. Have I become this smug after just reaching 1 star? Just then, friend request popped up. Guo Yunya preliminary card, immediately followed by Zhang Xiaoyi preliminary card. Shen Yi nodded. Oh, it's them. Except excited voices from Guo Yunya and Zhang Xiaoyi came through the card. Shen Yi, you reached 1 star so fast, that's incredible. Wow, brother Shen is too fierce. Let's go wandering around together once we arrive. Shen Yi smiled brightly and replied, sure, but I already have an appointment. I'll contact you later. The two replied happily. Okay, we'll get off the airship first and wait for you. Shen Yi thought to himself, it's only 1 star. Is it worth getting this excited? Manager Qian came running over in a hurry, his expression extremely comical. You really became a 1-star official newcomer? Shen Yi sighed and looked at him. Yeah, it's only 1 star. Why are you so excited? Manager Qian grinned from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, of course, as long as you can make it onto the 1-star leaderboard, even if you get knocked down later. It's enough to grab everyone's attention. Shen Yi was speechless. Hey, are you that eager for me to lose my rank? Manager Qian patted his shoulder and praised. The speed at which you rose to 1 star has far exceeded my expectations. Great job. Shen Yi gave an awkward smile. Really? Manager Qian thought to himself that he truly hadn't misjudged this talent. He pointed toward the horizon and shouted, look over there, we're almost there. Shen Yi was awestruck by the sight before him. HMPH, Sky Island, what is this place? I've never heard of such a city. Beneath the setting sun, magnificent groups of floating islands loomed indistinctly within the sea of clouds. Manager Qian explained, this is Yunshan Port. It used to be the outer perimeter of an ancient ruin. After the excavation was completed, it became a bustling port city. He pointed toward the distant floating islands. Look over there. Those are the ancient ruin clusters that haven't been fully developed yet. They are full of unknown dangers and are extremely difficult to excavate. A mysterious floating ancient tower appeared, and one of the world's 3 most prestigious high schools, Garin High School, was situated in the center of those ruin clusters. Shen Yi marveled. The school is actually set within ancient ruins in the sky. Manager Qian smoked his cigarette and said in a heavy voice, exactly. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of being one of the top 3? The faculty and students of Garan High are responsible for studying these ruins, seeking out heritage and history. The human elite bear the mission of excavating the past. One day, history will tell us the truth of the world and exactly where humanity came from. The two stood quietly, gazing at the night sky above the port city, which was as brilliant as the stars. Suddenly, countless streaks of golden light like meteors swept past the airship's portholes. Shen Yi jumped in fright. "What's that?" Manager Qian calmly exhaled a cloud of smoke and pointed at the lights. "Those are the exam admissions. Once you step into Yunshan Port, you will receive one and officially enter the examiner's field of vision." "Evaluations? That sounds a lot like my gate ability," Shen Yi mused, then turned to Manager Qian. "Are those rewards and assistants very powerful?" Manager Qian replied with certainty. "Of course." He pointed toward the luxurious banquet hall in the distance. "After the banquet ends tomorrow night, you will be teleported directly to the exam grounds, so before that you must find a way to get high evaluations. Only then can you get rewards and achieve better results in the exam." Shen Yi asked urgently. "What exactly is the exam format? How long will it take?" Manager Qian frowned. "It's hard to say. The format and duration change every year," he recalled. "One year there was only a 45-minute written test, but in another year contestants were required to survive in the wilderness for 3 whole months. Shen Yi felt the pressure mounting, his face turning pale. "That makes it too hard to prepare for." Manager Qian smiled to reassure him. "Be optimistic, at least you're already a 1-star newcomer, you'll definitely have a certain advantage, but as for what that advantage specifically is, no one can say for sure. It's different every year." Suddenly, a blue electrical flash erupted from the card in Shen Yi's hand. "Detected that you already hold a newcomer card. Beginning fusion." The image on the card in Shen Yi's hand gradually became clear, accompanied by a notification. "Obtained the first reward task. Take the Azure Dragon to the South Sea to relax. You must travel 100,000 miles through the Sea of Clouds before returning." Seeing the afterimage of a giant dragon, Shen Yi stood there dumbfounded. Walking a dragon? What kind of ghost task is this? Expecting a newcomer to walk a dragon for 100,000 miles? They certainly think highly of me. Manager Qian curled his lip and gestured for him to ignore it for now. "This is an ancient era task from the Tower of Tarot. Don't take it to heart. Although completing it would grant you an incredibly high evaluation, it is fundamentally impossible for the vast majority of examinees." Manager Qian exhaled a ring of smoke filled with melancholy. "These kinds of tasks are specifically designed for the children of great families who have massive resources backing them. They can rely on completing just 1 or 2 of these to drastically boost their evaluation rank." Shen Yi looked at the card in his hand with a complex expression, thinking, "This is so unfair to ordinary examinees. Forget it." He'd switched to a different task. He swiped through the pop-up task list and suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction, "Go away and slay demons for 10 years before coming back. And it requires the heads of demons with a cultivation of no less than 3,000 years. Are you joking?" And this one, copying 800,000 volumes of scriptures in the Sutra Depository. 800,000 volumes. Next, analyze the composition of 1,000 types of monster feces. Is there not a single task that a normal person can complete? Finally, a line of flashing text caught his eye. Combat sparring. Could he level up quickly just by winning a fight? Once accepted, this task could not be refused unless a star rank privilege was used. HMPH, this one actually looks decent, but Manager Qian's cold warning immediately doused his hopes. "Stop dreaming. This is exactly what I was talking about. A task specifically prepared for the children of the great families. They possess top-tier equipment provided by their clans and specialize in hunting down ordinary newcomers like you to farm evaluation points." Shen Yi grit his teeth in anger. "Why is it always the great families?" Manager Qian pointed below the airship. "See for yourself over there." Below them on the ground, a cruel scene was unfolding. A warrior in heavy armor was pinning a boy's head down with his foot. Zhang Xiaoyi lay miserably on the ground, his painful groans constant. Shen Yi was shocked to discover that it was someone he knew. Though he had only been off the airship for a short time, Zhang Xiaoyi had already been beaten black and blue, his condition too miserable to look at. The victor standing beside him had long, fiery red hair and an extremely arrogant demeanor. Seeing this, a sense of injustice rose in Shen Yi's heart. He thought to himself, to beat someone like this when the opponent doesn't even have a newcomer title yet is just rotten luck. Shen Yi was about to rush down to intervene when Manager Qian nimbly stopped him. He furrowed his brow and shouted indignantly, "Damn it, is no one going to do anything when he's being beaten like that?" The middle-aged proctor replied with his usual indifference, "Don't worry, the medical team is on 24-hour standby." As soon as the words left his mouth, the medical team arrived quickly with a stretcher to save the boy. Such flesh wounds could be healed quickly, though the victim would inevitably suffer some pain. Manager Qian lit a cigarette and slowly added to the rules. However, once a life is lost, the situation changes completely. The killer would be stripped of their exam eligibility and could even face imprisonment, so put away those naive thoughts about fairness. The two stood at a high vantage point overlooking the brilliantly lit port city. Manager Qian said in a heavy voice, "For all of you, the evaluation has actually already begun. Only the strong can break through the encirclement and win respect." There is tight surveillance here, it's much safer than the outside. Shen Yi replied, understood. Suddenly the card in Shen Yi's hand vibrated violently, and a pop-up evaluation notification left him stunned. R rank, the Drowner. Flipping to the back of the card, a bone-chilling explanation appeared. The Drowner, you are in a state where you could be killed at any moment, yet you are completely unaware of it. This is the meaning of the Drowner. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Yi's forehead, his pupils contracting with terror. Didn't Manager Qian just say killing is strictly forbidden at the exam site? Why would the card issue a death warning? He nervously scanned the dense crowd below. Am I in danger? Who exactly wants to kill me? Is it one of those arrogant noble kids or an assassin who snuck in? Damn it, the tarot system suddenly issued an emergency notification. Someone has challenged you. Challenger, Xiao Mengyu, irrefutable. Shen Yi froze on the street, sweat pouring down like rain. Xiao Mengyu, why is she challenging me at a time like this? Just then a voice called out from a distance, accompanied by a wave, over here. Xiao Mengyu appeared in the center of the plaza, her aura ethereal and refined like a master swordsman. Her delicate face carried a rare sense of confidence. Seeing this, Manager Qian gave a meaningful look and waved goodbye. I won't stick around and be a third wheel, contact me later. Shen Yi's face turned bright red and he hurriedly shouted at the man's retreating back, Hey, what are you thinking? Our friendship is pure. Xiao Mengyu approached and smiled slightly. Thank you, Shen Yi. The power you left behind in the last battle healed my injuries and helped me complete my advancement. Shen Yi hurriedly responded with a polite, It's nothing, you've become a lot stronger too. He keenly noticed a change above her head. The original pseudo-holy relic keyword had vanished, replaced by a flashing great swordsman title that seemed on the verge of evolving into an entirely new entry. The girl tilted her chin slightly. Let's find a place to talk, follow me. The two walked into a modern skyscraper and rented a small meditation room. The receptionist bowed and guided them. Very well, please follow me to room 9. Shen Yi looked around curiously. What is this place for? She explained that it was a cultivation dojo used for meditation, practice or sparring with full facilities and excellent soundproofing. Just then, the door to the neighboring room was suddenly blown open, and a powerful force sent a girl flying out, slamming her heavily against the wall. Shen Yi was stunned by this display of violence. What is going on? The girl lay on the ground, coughing repeatedly, her voice full of grievance. Cough, cough. You've mastered so many powerful secret techniques and have such good weapons, why must you keep hitting me? A tall man wearing boxing gloves walked over, a smile of disdain and intimidation on his face. I'm just farming evaluation points. Who has the time to care about you? His companions chimed in. My turn, it wasn't easy finding a 1-star newcomer, I need to farm properly. Hey, take it easy, don't break her, I haven't had my turn yet. The brute rudely grabbed the girl's hair and yanked her up. Haha, that depends on how good her moves are. Stand up, the fight isn't over yet. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and quickly identified the culprit through the card information. He had seen this guy on the leaderboard. He was the 17th ranked 4-star newcomer. The poor girl could only cry out in despair, Let me go. The brute suddenly turned toward Shen Yi, his eyes filled with the greed of a beast eyeing its prey. Oh, another 1-star, what a stroke of luck today. He let out a burst of cunning laughter, preparing to pounce, but in that instant a sharp sword light sliced through the air, directly blocking his path. Shank Xiao Mengyu appeared, enveloped in purple spiritual pressure. The cold tip of her sword pointed straight at the man. She announced, This person is mine. The man with curly hair clicked his tongue in displeasure. HMPH, fine, you go first, I'll take him next. Xiao Mengyu's gaze remained icy. She lowered her voice and the killing intent she released instantly overwhelmed the others. Did you not hear me? I said he is mine. The brute flew into a rage, roaring in fury. You want to hog him for yourself? I'm telling you, crossing me won't end well. Combat erupted instantly. Xiao Mengyu swung her longsword, manifesting a magnificent green sword aura that completely suppressed her opponent. The giant threw a punch with all his might, but he couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Xiao Mengyu moved like a ghost, her sharp sword aura directly shredding the man's clothes and sending him flying. The two cronies standing by were dumbfounded, unable to believe the result. Every piece of the brute's clothing had been sliced to ribbons, but terrifyingly, there wasn't a single scratch on his skin. Observing from the side, Shen Yi was also shaken. After her breakthrough, Xiao Mengyu's swordsmanship had reached a state of terrifying restraint. She was as precise as a scalpel, able to perfectly avoid flesh and bone while cutting even the most minute objects. She was truly a master, ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Xiao Mengyu glanced at the remnant group of defeated soldiers clutching their naked bodies and coldly spat out a single word. Beat it? The curly-haired man grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, let's go. Once the group was far away, Shen Yi wiped away a bead of cold sweat and asked worriedly, Are we really going to fight in a bit? A teasing smile curled her lips. What? Scared? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. At most I'll strip you naked just like that guy. Shen Yi let out a terrified shriek. Ah. Seeing him like this, she gave a light laugh and reassured him. I'm joking. The real reason is that as long as you and I remain in a state of combat, no one else can challenge you. Xiao Mengyu held up her card as evidence. Look at your card. It shows in combat. As long as the fight doesn't end, others cannot challenge you. Shen Yi's eyes lit up as if he had found gold and he grinned smugly. Isn't this a loophole? If everyone did this, wouldn't they be able to protect themselves? Her expression suddenly turned serious. It's not that simple. Others can still forcibly interrupt our battle, provided they are strong enough to defeat me. Hearing this, Shen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Placing his hands behind his head, he laughed cheerfully. Then I'm relieved. Our combined strength is essentially 6 stars, right? Who would dare look for trouble? Xiao Mengyu simply watched him silently. As they walked side by side, she explained flatly, it doesn't work that way. This behavior is fundamentally shameless, and not all noble scions are willing to do it. As far as I know, even the top-ranked Nangong Sirui wouldn't do this because he is extremely arrogant. Shen Yi nodded. Right, he didn't need to farm points anyway. He asked out of curiosity, what if someone overtakes your rank by farming points? Xiao Mengyu released a threatening purple spiritual pressure and answered coldly, that's simple, defeat them and take the points back. Shen Yi gave 2 thumbs up, praising her enthusiastically. Indeed, strength is the final word. Impressive. The two stopped in front of room 9. Xiao Mengyu introduced it as a closed training hall with excellent soundproofing. No one outside could hear anything happening within. Shen Yi marveled. The conditions here are great. I want to apply for a room next time too. High-level combat rooms like this can only be applied for by noble children or 5-star newcomers. An ordinary person like you would likely be kicked straight out. Hearing this, Shen Yi roared in frustration. It's infuriating. This world is practically built for those great families. Xiao Mengyu interrupted his anger and said in a low voice, never mind that for now, let's talk business. The blurred image of Zhao Yibing appeared in their minds, triggering terrifying memories. She said, it's about Zhao Yibing. Shen Yi's expression turned serious and cold sweat broke out. You said she was dead, but she just sent me a text message. Xiao Mengyu recalled, back then she led me to find that Skinner and was killed shortly after. Do you remember the black shadow that snatched the Skinner's body? 8 or 9 times out of 10, Zhao Yibing's body was taken by it as well. Shen Yi grit his teeth and whispered in shock. If Zhao Yibing has been resurrected, then that Skinner must also be. Xiao Mengyu lowered her head with worry. Highly likely. And as you said, Zhao Yibing is also participating in this exam. You must be extra careful and stay far away from her. She is definitely no longer human. Shen Yi was sweating with tension and asked urgently, hey, this is getting very serious. Shouldn't we report this to Kunlun? Isn't it the super AI specifically designed to manage these matters? Xiao Mengyu answered calmly, a trace of bitterness in her voice. I've already reported the situation, but there has been no response. I suggest you don't get your hopes up. At the end of the day, no one cares about the life or death of an ordinary person. Shen Yi fell silent, remembering how he had stood on that empty street last night. Ultimately, calling the police last night probably wouldn't have helped anyway. Xiao Mengyu began to explain the dark forces backing the demon. Someone reached an agreement with that Skinner. In the area where he fights, all communications are cut to cover up the massacre. Shen Yi was shaken by the terrifying power of the upper class. Is the influence of the great family behind the Skinner really that massive? Xiao Mengyu added sorrowfully, not only that, several great families came to my door this morning wanting me to get engaged. Engaged? Shen Yi cried out in shock. The image of a pot-bellied, wealthy but sinister-eyed middle-aged man surfaced in his mind. Xiao Mengyu said, the engagement target is an elder from a certain great family. Shen Yi couldn't hide his disgust. That man is over 50 and just recently widowed. That's nauseating. You surely didn't agree, right? Xiao Mengyu lowered her head, looking extremely helpless. I only said I needed a few days to consider. Shen Yi was aghast. Why didn't you just refuse? A flash of determination flickered through the swordswoman's sorrowful eyes. Because I'm still too weak, I can only use this excuse to buy time. As long as I get into one of the 3 prestigious schools, I won't come out again, not until the day I no longer fear them. Shen Yi sighed, feeling pained for his friend's situation. That's good then. Thinking of the cruelty of the great families, his heart burned with resentment. It was bad enough the Shen family was forcing him to apologize, but the Luo family was even more ruthless, wanting to destroy Xiao Mengyu's entire life. She had practiced the sword bitterly since childhood, and despite achieving such results, she still had to swallow her pride while he didn't even have a single self-defense skill. Xiao Mengyu broke the silence. Shen Yi, have you decided which high school you want to apply for? He scratched his head awkwardly. Not yet. I don't know anything about those 3 famous schools. Suddenly, a brilliant purple spiritual pressure erupted around Xiao Mengyu. She spun around abruptly, the longsword in her hand radiating a powerful pressure. Then forget the exam for a moment. I'll teach you a few moves you should know. Before entering high school, ordinary people are fundamentally unable to access any secret techniques. She looked directly at him, a benevolent smile on her lips. But I can teach you our great family's cultivation methods. Shen Yi was profoundly surprised by this sudden generosity. HMPH. Immediately after, Xiao Mengyu struck with godlike speed, executing profound sword moves that created countless phantoms surrounding Shen Yi. He froze on the spot, feeling the powerful surges of energy swirling around him, his eyes wide with shock. The girl drew back her stance, standing tall amidst the brilliant radiance as she extended an invitation. This is my Luo family's Lingbo sword style. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Shen Yi stammered in response. The Lingbo sword style. You're just going to pass your family's sword technique to me so casually. Won't there be negative repercussions for you? The girl turned her head slightly, pacing slowly through the room as she spoke in a deep voice. Do you have any idea how many people would fight desperately if a great family's cultivation method were leaked to the outside? And yet you actually have the mind to worry for me? Shen Yi looked at her with a sincere and warm gaze. I just don't want you to get dragged into trouble because of me. Xiao Mengyu's cheeks flushed slightly, deeply moved in her heart. It doesn't matter, there won't be any trouble. If he hadn't risked his life to save me yesterday, I would have been humiliated by that Skinner long ago. Now I'm passing on a technique to repay his kindness, yet he's still worrying about me. What a lovable fool. Shen Yi scratched his head, looking a bit regretful. I really want to learn, but unfortunately I don't even have a single sword right now, the girl blurted out in surprise. Huh? Xiao Mengyu narrowed her eyes as she recalled. But when you were fighting that Skinner yesterday, I clearly saw you holding a sword. Shen Yi hurriedly waved his hands to explain. That was just a decoration I picked up in the hotel. I threw it away long ago, the swordswoman pondered. True, how could you be carrying a quality blade? If I had known, I would have secretly brought a treasure sword from home, but it's too late now. Going back to get one would be too conspicuous and difficult to pull off. Hearing this, Shen Yi hurriedly stopped her. Don't. Stealing a treasure sword is not something to be done. If your family finds out a treasure sword is with me and decides they have to kill me, what then? Seeing his worried expression, she smiled tenderly. That's true. Then we'll have to put this sword style aside for now. Fortunately, I've prepared several other types of techniques. Shen Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. There are other techniques, she then listed a series. There's also Hong Leg, 7-kill handblade, Thunderpalm, and 16 path close combat strikes. Which one do you want to learn? Hearing that familiar name, Shen Yi froze. Wait a second, did you just say Thunderpalm? Xiao Mengyu nodded proudly in confirmation. That's right, his palm technique is as fast as a lightning strike and as fierce as a thunderbolt, hence the name Thunderpalm. Nowadays, only the 7 great families still possess the secret manuals for this palm technique, and our Luo family is one of them. Shen Yi silently recalled the guidance of that mysterious voice in his mind. Isn't the Thunderpalm exactly one of the techniques I need to collect? That voice once said, next you must find a way to obtain the Shadow Veil technique of the undead and the Thunderpalm of the Beast King race. Combined with the Moonlight Stagwalk and Azure Wind, you will uncover the secret. Now he had collected 3 of them, only this Thunderpalm remained. He looked at her in confusion. But that mysterious person had said Thunderpalm was a technique from the Nightmare World. Why would Xiao Mengyu know it? Where on earth did this Thunderpalm come from? She pointed toward the floating islands outside the window. It was discovered in the Sky Ruins. I heard that when the family ancestors were excavating the Sky Garen ruins, they found it in a deserted pavilion. It seems you've heard of its reputation? Shen Yi asked in return. Is it very famous? She replied. It is famous for being extremely difficult to cultivate. If one's comprehension is insufficient, it is very hard to unleash its true power. Xiao Mengyu settled into a stance. Emerald electrical flashes flickered in her hands. I've already memorized all the formulas and moves. Since you seem interested, I'll demonstrate it for you once. You must concentrate and observe my palm technique closely, trying your best to utilize all your comprehension. Shen Yi nodded decisively. Okay, immediately, a warning popped up on the system panel. Since you have never developed or trained your comprehension, you currently have only 1 base point. You have added attribute points. Current total comprehension, 11011 points. The girl began her attack, her hand swinging. Streaks of green lightning tore through the air with formidable force. Her figure was as fast as a stream of light, leaving trails of powerful electric fields in the room. After completing a series of moves, she exhaled and asked him, well, do you have an initial impression of it? But Shen Yi just stood there silently, looking at her with a frown and a face full of doubt. This palm technique doesn't look as powerful as the rumors say. Did you hit a wrong move somewhere just now? Xiao Mengyu's expression shifted slightly as her pride took a hit and she snapped irritably. What do you mean not powerful? An ordinary person learning this would be enough to get a high-paying job. They'd be set for life with no worries. Besides, where did you say I hit a wrong move? Shen Yi immediately began demonstrating the motions, analyzing them methodically as he went. You said just now that this move requires channeling the blood chi of the governor vessel, the gushing vessel, and the belt vessel to converge at the metacarpal joints of the left hand to break the enemy. But look, while your strike was powerful, the point of impact was at the wrist joint rather than the metacarpal joints. He began to channel power, spiritual pressure swirling strongly around his arm. Shouldn't the correct way be like this? Shen Yi thrust out a palm strike and emerald thunder violently erupted from his palm, its ferocity far exceeding the previous demonstration. The massive force bursting from Shen Yi's hand swept through the surrounding space, the staggering pressure causing everything to tremble. Xiao Mengyu froze in place, her eyes wide in disbelief. She sheathed her sword, a trace of alarm still lingering in her gaze. I have always specialized in swordsmanship and never looked deeply into palm techniques. To demonstrate it for you, I only took a quick glance at it on the way here. I didn't expect you to not only keep up with the explanation, but even find an error. It seems your comprehension truly is astonishing. She handed him a book. Here, take this Thunderpalm manual and study it yourself. Shen Yi took the ancient book and saw the system prompt. Thunderpalm manual quality green excellent. He silently marveled. This girl is truly generous, giving me a green quality technique just like that. The system continued to analyze. To reach basic proficiency requires 5 points of comprehension, minor mastery requires 9, great mastery requires 12, and reaching the peak requires 15 points. Looking at the manual, it suddenly clicked for Shen Yi. So this was what comprehension was for. No wonder the children of great families could learn profound techniques at such a young age. They must start refining their comprehension from childhood. He immediately channeled his energy to practice, letting out a loud shout. Ha! Immediately, large crimson characters appeared on the system panel. Congratulations, your comprehension is exceptionally high. You have practiced the Thunder Palm manual to the level of minor mastery. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyu gave an admiring smile. It seems Thunder Palm suits you well. You learned it so quickly. Hurry, take out your tarot card and look. There will definitely be a change in your strength evaluation, Shen Yi blurted out in surprise. A blue stream of light swirled around the system notification as text appeared. You have learned Thunder Palm in an extremely short amount of time. It seems your comprehension is exceptionally high. Have you been promoted? The card displayed Shen Yi's name with an attached message. You have become a 2-star newcomer. In addition to basic information, you can now obtain exclusive character models, hairstyles, clothing, and headwear. Seeing these new permissions, Shen Yi was ecstatic. I can even change my hair and clothes. Let's try it out. However, the result left him frozen on the spot. The card had turned him into a bald monk with a shaved head wearing a skull necklace. He looked bizarre in the extreme. Seeing this, Shen Yi shouted in utter shock. What kind of trash is this? Furious, Shen Yi slammed the card onto the ground. Xiao Mengyu laughed. The card is mocking you. Once you reach 4 stars, its attitude will improve. The youth grit his teeth and cursed. Stupid card. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly warned. Careful, if your attitude toward it is bad, it might affect your subsequent evaluations. Hearing this, Shen Yi immediately changed his tune, bending down to pick up the card and flatter it. Ha, sorry, you're the apple of my eye. Xiao Mengyu could only watch this scene in speechless silence. Suddenly checking his watch, he cried out, Crap, it's 11 o'clock. Qian Rushan told me to go find him tonight. The girl nodded. Go ahead, I'll stay here and continue contemplating my sword. Come find me when you're free. Before leaving, Shen Yi turned back to look at her with a serious expression. By the way, could I trouble you to continue investigating that Skinner's background? The girl waved her hand in acknowledgement. I'll keep investigating. He also waved farewell. Great, thanks, see ya. In a large building, the receptionist handed him a room card, saying Manager Qian was away on business. This is your room card. Please return to your room and rest first. Shen Yi answered blankly. Oh, okay. He swiped into his room, silently marveling that the human martial arts group even had a building in Yunshan Port. They really were wealthy. While Manager Qian was away, he had to test if this Thunder Palm truly came from the nightmare world. Shen Yi began to circulate his internal energy. Emerald lightning swirling around his body. He hadn't expected to collect the techniques required by that mysterious voice so quickly. He had to investigate what secrets were hidden within. He'd start by performing them all once. He immediately activated Shadow Veil, creating a clone glowing with purple light that stood coldly beside his true self. Next came the elusive movement of the Moonlight Stag Walk, combined with the powerful kicks of Azure Wind. Finally, he threw out a Thunder Palm with all his might, lightning tearing through the air of the dark room. However, after the series of moves ended, the space returned to silence. Shen Yi looked around in bewilderment. Nothing had happened. He looked disappointedly at the faint blue flame in his hand. It seems this Thunder Palm really isn't the Thunder Palm from the nightmare world. Suddenly, Fei Lan's skull appeared and cursed. I say, why do you always like finding this junk to practice? You've even gathered the trashiest skills from every race. Shen Yi jumped in shock. How trash, Fei Lan explained with a face full of disdain. Shadow Veil is garbage that even the undead don't want to learn. Not to mention humans, beasts, or elves. Azure Wind has 0 lethality. If you encounter a ranged enemy, you're just waiting to die. No one practices that stuff. It continued to pour cold water on him. Moonlight Stag Walk is just a movement technique for low-level elven soldiers. Anyone with merit learns something more advanced. And the Beastman's Thunder Palm. Hardly anyone practices that either. Not only is it hard to train, but its lethality is low. Besides, the beast race is naturally afraid of thunder. Looking at Shen Yi's stunned face, it continued. In all my years, I've never seen anyone pick up a pile of trash like you. You should find a way to get into the Imperial Military Academy and learn something truly high level. The youth fell into a silent daze, lines of frustration across his face. Shen Yi followed up with a confused question. Gathered, wait a minute, you're saying what I just performed was the Thunder Palm of the beast race from the nightmare world? The skull replied. What else would it be, he asked again. Why would techniques from the nightmare world appear in this world? Fei Lan said irritably. I don't even have a brain, you're asking me. Shen Yi looked at the manual in deep thought. Strange. If Fei Lan says this is the authentic Thunder Palm, why was there no reaction? Clearly after gathering the skills last time I realized Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer. Suddenly his expression shifted, his pupils contracting violently as his face contorted in agony. A thunderous roar shook his entire body. Shen Yi let out a muffled groan as blood erupted from his eyes, nose and mouth. His body entwined with pitch-black energy. He collapsed to the floor, vomiting several mouthfuls of black blood. Cough, Fei Lan's skull flew over in a panic. Shen Yi, what's wrong? Shen Yi lay on the ground, his breathing rapid. Fei Lan shouted anxiously. Hey, what on earth is happening? Phew, what the hell is going on? Shen Yi struggled in the pool of blood, his breathing gradually fading into despair. Crap, I can't breathe. His consciousness began to blur. Is this what death feels like? Amidst his ragged gasps and convulsions he heard Fei Lan roaring. Shen Yi, damn it, Shen Yi, wake up. But only one thought remained in his mind. I'm going to die. His soul seemed to detach from his physical body, falling freely into a pitch-black void flickering with eerie blue fire. Just as death was descending, a massive pillar of blue light descended from the Dharma realm, enveloping his immobilized body. Feeling a tremor in his soul, Shen Yi was terrified. So cold, he suddenly gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Gasp, ha, cough, what is this? A stream of pure energy flowed into his body, startling him awake. This icy chill had saved his life. This is breathing. Hovering on the edge of life and death, he discovered to his surprise that he had learned a new way of breathing. This breath carried a bone-chilling cold that prevented his consciousness from being eroded by the darkness. Knowing this was his only chance for survival, he warned himself. I must maintain this breath or I'll truly be dead. Shen Yi closed his eyes tightly. Fully immersing himself in a meditative state of the vast rotating starry sky, he began to deeply observe the inside of his body. This new way of breathing was mobilizing every organ. He could feel his heart, blood vessels, nerves, and cells, everything circulating within the rhythm of the breath. Emerald energy poured down like a waterfall, enveloping him and whispering softly. An extreme sublimation was occurring, bringing him to the supreme state of unity between heaven and man. In the moment of great realization, he examined his inner self and discovered that his previous breathing had been so chaotic and crude, merely sufficient to maintain basic bodily functions and serving no other purpose. His eyes suddenly snapped open as he witnessed a grand cosmic spectacle. Whoa, this sight is truly bizarre. Though it was his first time seeing such a scene, a voice resonated in his heart. That ancient voice guided him toward the center of the light, telling him that this was the Dharma realm. Back in the blood-stained room, a brilliant prompt flashed on the system panel. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Dharma realm Eye technique. His eyes shimmered with light as a mysterious purple glow manifested his exclusive skill. Moonlight Divine Radiance. The system explained in detail that this eye technique was the fundamental inheritance of the Moonlight lineage. Its power allowed the secrets of the Dharma realm and all high-level techniques to be laid bare under his gaze. Meanwhile, Fei Lan flew over in a hurry. Shen Yi, are you all right? You scared the life out of me. Shen Yi muttered to himself in shock. What on earth is happening? My stats spiked during that time. All basic attributes increased by 3 points, basic resonance increased by 8, and Moonlight Inheritance resonance increased by 20 points. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within his body. He was fully recovered. Not only that, all attributes received an additional 3-point bonus. His entire body was filled with a sense of power, accompanied by a new attribute panel featuring 10 precious potential points. While feeling his new strength, Shen Yi was stunned to find his resonance index skyrocketing. He wondered what exactly this resonance degree represented, as it had increased by a staggering 8 points in one go. Simultaneously, the system panel prompted, "The Eye of Law has opened." It provided the following tip. When all attributes reach 20 points, you will obtain the Perfect Human Evaluation keyword. The Perfect Human keyword, what is that? He wondered to himself. Furthermore, there were the Dharma realm illusions he had seen in his consciousness. This world seemed to hide 10,000 mysteries. Suddenly, a brilliant purple spiritual pressure enveloped Shen Yi. Along with the notification of extreme evolution, Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer Fragmented evolved into the full version. From now on, you can execute the true Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer. A detailed information panel appeared before the youth. Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer, the first Dharma realm of the Moonlight Inheritance, a 1 in a million purple secret technique. He couldn't help but stand there dumbfounded. A purple moonlight technique. At the same time, a series of old skills began to advance. Azure Wind evolved into Azure Flood Dragon, Moonlight Stagwalk evolved into Flowing Moon, Thunder Palm evolved into Thunder Tremor, and Shadow Veil evolved into Heavenly Shadow. First was the skill card Azure Flood Dragon, a leg technique of terrifying power capable of kicking away enemies, weapons, and even spells. It possessed a built-in frost attribute, allowing it to slow down the target's movements. Next was the peak movement technique named Flowing Moon. This technique integrated basic moves like evasion, assault, and sidestepping, allowing you to manifest layers of afterimages like flowing water while moving. Not only that, the Palm technique Thunder Palm had now become Thunder Tremor, possessing devastating destructive power. Imbued with the majesty of heavenly thunder, it could break all evil. Finally, there was the hidden mystery technique Heavenly Shadow, which turned you into a true ghost. You could lurk in the shadows of people or objects without being detected unless the opponent was a master of shadow energy. Along with this series of promotions, the system also granted a terrifying empowerment privilege. Empowerment privilege. All Moonlight Inheritance resonance increased by 20 points, and power increased threefold. Shen Yi was excited to the extreme. He had been worried about lacking offensive means, and now he had suddenly gathered 4 integrated disciplines. A leg technique, a movement technique, a palm technique, and a mystery technique. With the addition of the Moonlight Divine Radiance Eye technique, the power would triple yet again. Looking at the brilliant purple light surrounding him, he clenched his fists with confidence. A purple inheritance secret technique, 1 in a million. It wasn't in vain for me to run between 2 worlds for so long, it was worth it. However, who exactly used this method to hide Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer deep within 4 different races? Shen Yi shook his head, tossing aside those cluttered thoughts to return to reality. Forget it, there are no clues, I can't figure it out. This world is too complex, I should wash the blood off first. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet, beginning to scrub the dried blood from his face. Splash. Looking at himself in the mirror with water droplets still on his face, Shen Yi sighed. It's truly incredible. I was just on the verge of death, and yet after learning Moonlight Divine Radiance, I've returned to life. If it weren't for this blood, I'd definitely think it was a dream. Is this the power of the eye technique? My eyes seem to look more spirited. Suddenly, mysterious purple characters appeared on the water-streaked surface of the mirror. These mysterious words began to reveal special keywords. These keywords were of extraordinary origin and could only be obtained through high-difficulty gate tasks. Manifesting before his eyes were the boy who lived and the little match boy. Shen Yi froze. He could now see the explanations corresponding to these keywords. Is this the power of Moonlight Divine Radiance? Suddenly, peering closely at the reflection in the mirror, he noticed something off and narrowed his eyes in terror. What is this? Seeing a faint red light wrapped around his neck, Shen Yi reached out nervously to touch it. When did a red thread like this get wrapped around my neck? Immediately following, the system panel issued a danger warning regarding the red thread, miraculous art of the great world. Description: when you appear within a 500-mile radius of the caster, the opponent can sense your location and immediately teleport to you. The scene shifted to a luxurious building in the city center, illuminated brightly in the night and hanging a giant casino sign. Within a private VIP room, a group of power players were playing cards with faces full of conspiracy. One man smiled insidiously. Hee, my hand is very good this round. Everyone is going to lose. But the man opposite him interrupted sharply. Stop the nonsense. You've already lost one round. A failure to assassinate Shen Yi has already caused everyone quite a bit of trouble. Another person in the shadows whispered angrily. Tisk, I'm clearly a supreme VIP of the Assassin Alliance. Who knew they'd dare to be so slack? The assassin they sent actually leaked the employer's information. Humph, once I take power, I'll wipe out everyone in that assassin guild. The blond man leaned back against his hand, his face clouded with murderous intent. A bunch of slaves can't even handle one simple task. He coldly pushed his cards forward, announcing the end of the round. I'm out this round, consider it my apology to everyone. In the luxurious room, a long-haired man took a sip of wine and announced coldly, the trouble caused by the Assassin Alliance shouldn't be borne by the few of us. He then ordered the AI system to dial the Assassin Alliance headquarters. Immediately, the mechanical AI system responded, as you command, connected to the Assassin Alliance. A brilliant hologram gradually manifested in the center of the room. A neatly dressed man with a long mustache appeared with a hypocritical smile. Good evening, future pillars of the world. I am the manager of the Assassin Alliance. You can just call me Fen Wu. The long-haired man crossed his arms and questioned through gritted teeth. Fen Wu, how do you do business? Your assassin actually dared to leak the employer's information. Fen Wu explained calmly, though a flicker of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Apologies. That assassin was originally the strongest in our alliance, but he was too obsessed with a certain form of extreme romantic art and often forgot the mission. He has already paid the price. I killed him personally, the long-haired man coldly reminded him of the target. That Shen Yi has already reached Yunshan port and is about to take the exam. Fen Wu, you won't fail again, will you? Fen Wu bowed solemnly and made a toxic oath. I guarantee to you all that I will make Shen Yi disappear forever. If there is another mistake, I will personally cut off my own head and bring it to you in apology, the long-haired man replied contemptuously. HMPH, then it settled. Immediately after, Fen Wu's projection hummed and vanished. The blond man beside him slammed the table and said worriedly, whichever family has experts should send them to keep watch. We must supervise this to ensure it's completed successfully. Those assassins are far too unreliable, he then suggested self-importantly. I'll go ask our family's grand enshrinement to take action. He dotes on me, he surely won't refuse, another nodded in agreement. If that old gentleman acts, there will be no problem. A sneer curled the long-haired man's lip. HMPH, a piece of trash like Shen Yi who toys with women actually thinks he can compete for Song Qingyan? These lowly commoners should stay in their places. Those who plot rebellion can only be suppressed and eliminated with force. They all deserve to die. The scene switched to the boundless sea under a full moon, where a massive warship was breaking through the waves. This was the Assassin Alliance headquarters. In the cabin, Fen Wu stood with his hands behind his back when he suddenly spat, Tui. At that moment a red thread suddenly appeared and severed his neck. In an instant Fen Wu's head was separated from his body, and blood sprayed everywhere in a sickening display. The white-haired assassin standing behind him spat out a single sentence. Tastes terrible. He looked at the mangled corpse with disgust, body covered in scars. Old age would have brought nothing but pain, but these children of the great families are different. He licked his lips greedily. They've soaked in special medicinal baths since childhood. Their bodies are trained to be supple and firm. The meat must be incredibly succulent and juicy. The white-haired assassin stood still in the center of a striking red magic circle, the rhythmic dripping of blood sounding eerily strange. From the dense red and black aura, a girl with long black hair and eyes like fire walked out with majesty. The white-haired assassin immediately knelt. He bowed respectfully. Mistress, the girl's gaze was icy as she asked nonchalantly, did you just make a promise to someone? Cold sweat poured down the white-haired assassin's face as he stammered an explanation. I was just talking, other than you, the girl interrupted sternly. No need to explain, my followers must keep their word even when disguised as others. Know that only with sincerity can one sense spirituality. The assassin hurriedly took the order. Yes, I will take this old guy's head to Yunshan Port immediately and fulfill the promise made to them. The girl mused. Those mortals just said Shen Yi is at Yunshan Port, that will be our new hunting ground. You want to eat the flesh of true noble science, he trembled with excitement. I crave it deeply, the girl coldly set the terms. The old rules, the flesh is yours, the soul is mine. I will also participate in this hunt. I need more souls to recover the power consumed by descending here. The assassin broke into a cruel smile. Mistress, your generosity moves me to tears. In truth, you don't need to act personally. As your servant, I can handle it for you. The girl reached out and brushed the red thread, her expression turning somber. Just now, the technique I placed on him was detected. This proves that beside him there is not only a wind spirit, but possibly also a character that cannot be underestimated. Her deep black eyes narrowed slightly. To avoid being reverse-tracked, I have already deactivated the technique. With your strength, if you encountered that person, your soul would be scattered in an instant, and even I would be unable to resurrect you. The girl stood among the wandering souls on the deck, and ordered, on this trip, I don't just want souls, I also want to see exactly what kind of existence is backing Shen Yi. Back in the bathroom, Shen Yi looked in the mirror as the system panel popped up a bright red warning. The current technique is aware of your detection. Suddenly, the red thread on his neck snapped, giving Shen Yi a start. Technique deactivated. Shen Yi stared into the mirror, cold sweat pouring down as the system panel flashed a warning. At some point in the future, its owner will use it again. The world you live in cannot yet comprehend this kind of technique. Shen Yi let out a terrified low growl. Damn it. Seeing that red thread, he knew it was related to that Skinner. He really had been resurrected. Immediately after, he looked at the brilliantly shining card in his hand and realization dawned. So this is why the card evaluated me as the drowner. The thundering sound from the card shocked him. The card had changed. On its surface a row of updated evaluation text appeared. A prey lingering on the edge of a trap. You have seen your destiny clearly and now possess fangs and teeth, but can you escape the fate of death? Shen Yi was covered in sweat, looking at the transformation of the card in shock. It was no longer, the drowner, is this thing really that effective? It can sense my current state. Suddenly the card shattered and reconstructed within a brilliant emerald spiritual pressure. A dazzling halo surrounded Shen Yi, who was now clad in a majestic ancient outfit. Shen Yi, newcomer to the Human Martial Arts Group, 5-star strength, ranked 11th on the newcomer leaderboard. He was undisputed as the fastest improver among all examinees. The youth narrowed his eyes in disbelief, peering closely at the values. He had jumped directly from 2 stars to 5 stars. A reward panel for the new rank flashed around an ancient treasure chest, 5-star treatment. The final evaluation before the exam begins will grant you a special power exclusive to the exam. You can hide your rank and continue to appear as a 2-star before others. The system displayed a row of red notes that only he could see. Special note. Since you have awakened the Eye of Law, other performances are ignored, and you are forcibly promoted to 5-star. This promotion is visible only to you. Shen Yi made his calculations, his gaze becoming decisive. Ranked 11th, the Eye of Law was something extremely powerful even among this year's examinees. Anyway, I'll hide the star rank for now. He waved his hand to deactivate the blue electrical flashes. Phew, he gripped the card, his heart alert as he warned himself. Hiding complete. From now on I'll use 2-star as my baseline for participating in the strength rankings. Trump cards should never be taken out to show off. Thinking of the lurking danger, his gaze darkened slightly. Although based on the card rankings there weren't many noble scions who could threaten him still. However, on a shifting and unpredictable battlefield one must never rely blindly on strength reflected on paper. Cases of the weak defeating the strong are too numerous to count. As he set his resolve, a dazzling purple spiritual pressure erupted around Shen Yi. Furthermore, that Skinner had already been resurrected, and the possessed Zhao Yibing could come looking for him at any moment. The urgent priority was to continue enhancing his strength. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated violently. It was a call from manager Qian. As soon as he picked up, a furious image of Qian Rushan popped up, roaring, "Shen Yi, what on earth are you doing? I haven't been able to reach you all day. If the records didn't show you had already entered your room, I would have sent a search and rescue team for you long ago." Shen Yi could only stand there dazed, letting the reprimands wash over him. Looking at his watch, he scratched his head in utter shock. "What? I've actually been unconscious for a full day and night? Sorry. I was busy handling some private family matters and lost track of time." Manager Qian let out a sigh of relief. "As long as you're okay, get to the martial arena on the 63rd floor immediately. I need to explain some new information to you," he quickly responded. "Understood, Manager Qian." Inside the solemn martial arena, Qian Rushan smoked a cigarette and got straight to the point. "Your goal for this exam is to get into the top 3 prestigious schools, so I must first introduce the situation of these 3 institutions to you," he began to explain methodically. The 3 major schools are Garin, Guishu and Shirung, each with its own specialties. Garin High School emphasizes combat power and is situated on floating islands within the sky ruins. Guishu High School pursues human history and is located at the bottom of the deep sea. Shirong High School balances both and is situated at the absolute end of the underground depths. Shen Yi asked curiously, if the three major schools are the strongest in the world, are there other schools? Manager Qian explained in a heavy voice, these three schools evolved from ancient sects. They have long-standing heritages and profound strength. No other school can even be mentioned in the same breath. The elder pointed to images of those magnificent floating islands. Garin High School in the sky is the strongest of the three. The image showed a group of solemn cultivators in green robes studying formations. They directly study the techniques of gods and the Dharma realm, holding the highest status. The vast majority of children from great families enter this school. Next is this image of a city submerged in endless ripples. Guishu High School leans more toward secret research and archaeology. It is said that before our current era, there was a gap in history. All civilization ruins from before that gap sank into the sea. Therefore, students coming out of this school are the most erudite. However, because this school deals with prehistoric knowledge, many students become disciples of various churches after graduation. Shirong High School on the Earth is backed by a massive cluster of underground tombs, which is the birthplace of human historiography. Its style leans toward practical combat because the monsters underground are numerous and terrifying. Naturally, it is also the wealthiest school. Manager Qian pointed to the dazzling ores and spirit herbs. Because the remains and hair of monsters as well as the rare mineral veins and spirit herbs underground can be exchanged for massive amounts of wealth. Shen Yi listened intently as the elder continued. Additionally, some ancient techniques and equipment can be found there. However, those who can use them are few and far into between. Most are used for their research value. He asked in confusion, HMPH, why are there so few people who can use them? Qian Rushan took a puff of his cigarette and explained patiently. This involves the issue of resonance. What has been passed down from ancient times, besides techniques, includes various divine weapons, armor, and even various secret arts. Qian Rushan continued to explain these ancient treasures. To use these things, one needs an extremely high degree of resonance. He then pointed to the floating divine weapons. Thus, resonance is also known as recognition. Shen Yi tilted his head curiously and asked, recognition? Manager Qian nodded in confirmation. Exactly, you have obtained their recognition. In other words, the elder pointed proudly to his forehead, you have obtained the acknowledgement of the Dharma realm, you have gained the authority to use them, and they are willing to be used by you. The youth blurted out in surprise. Acknowledged by the Dharma realm, what exactly is the Dharma realm? At the same time, he silently recalled that when he awakened Moonlight Divine Radiance, he too had seen visions of the Dharma realm. Manager Qian blew out a smoke ring. The Dharma realm is the source of power used to classify the realms of strength. Forget it, it's too early for that. You'll understand naturally once you enter high school. Come over here. The group has already prepared several techniques for you. Shen Yi took the stack of books and cold sweat broke out when he saw the titles. Tiger Subduing Palm 2 Young Finger, Bidong Divine Fist, Dugu 8 Swords, South River Consecutive Kicks, the Chrysanthemum Manual. What is all this nonsense? And this book, Heaven Devouring Taunt, is this some secret technique for Cantonese people? The elder blinked and explained the strange martial art. Heaven Devouring Taunt is a provocation technique that makes the opponent fly into a thunderous rage when they strike, causing them to lose their cool. The accompanying illustration showed a clown wiggling his rear in provocation. Wiping away cold sweat, the youth continued to ask, what about the Chrysanthemum Manual? Manager Qian replied flatly, that is a technique that uses chrysanthemums as hidden weapons. When practiced to the limit, the fragrance emitted by the chrysanthemums can plunge enemies into hallucinations. Seeing the illustration of two young men standing amidst a sea of flowers, Shen Yi was speechless. He pointed to the green-covered book and asked loudly, then what about this Bidong Divine Fist? Is it related to the Big Dipper? The elder shook his head. No, it was discovered in the northern ruins of the Far East, so it's called the Bidong Divine Fist. He began to tell an anecdote about excavating the ruins. Back then, the excavation work had ended and everyone was preparing to evacuate. But a senior archaeological expert always felt like something was missing. That expert looked all around the dark cavern. He looked, and suddenly a voice rang out asking him. That mysterious voice asked, what are you looking at? The expert, thinking someone was playing a trick on him, pointed at the wall and roared aggressively, what if I'm looking at you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the fist technique manual automatically fell from a crack in the cliff wall. Manager Qian concluded that this was a manifestation of resonance. He had gained the recognition of this fist set. After listening, Shen Yi's face was covered in black lines and he was speechless. That's far too casual. Manager Qian continued to explain using the example of a knight unable to pull a sword, calling it similar personalities and a match of character. Some people have high resonance, yet the divine weapon still won't recognize them, leaving them to stare at the traces while unable to move. He urged solemnly, resonance is only the threshold. The key is recognition. Pick one to use as a backup for the exam. Shen Yi complained silently, what Bidong? It's clearly Northeast Divine Fist. When Shen Yi touched the book, a system prompt popped up. Bidong Divine Fist, quality, green, excellent. Requires specific conditions to trigger higher compatibility and enhance power. The youth felt as if he had found a treasure, overjoyed. All the other categories were ordinary white, but this one alone was an excellent green. There must be something special about it. Shen Yi held the manual high and said firmly, "This Bidong Divine Fist looks decent. I'll choose this one," Manager Qian praised. "Good eye, this is the strongest among them. I shouldn't have given you something this good because it's hard to master quickly, but if you learn it your strength will advance by leaps and bounds." Shen Yi asked tactfully if he could leap from 2 stars to 5 stars. The elder let out a cold laugh. "Stop dreaming. I've never seen anyone jump grades like that." These words made him think to himself. "It seems Moonlight Divine Radiance truly is too overbearing." Manager Qian began to demonstrate the fist technique vigorously. "Don't lose heart. 2 stars is already a high potential rank. Watch closely. I'll demonstrate the Bidong Divine Fist once so you can handle the exam." As the elder shifted, dodged, and executed the technique, Shen Yi was highly focused. Currently his attribute points were all in comprehension, reaching a high of 14 points. This set of fist techniques looked as simple as a joke to his eyes. He watched quietly, his eyes flickering with purple light. "Fortunately, this move is extremely effective for small-scale combat and can help me hide my true strength." Manager Qian finished the entire sequence and wiped his sweat. "All right, have you learned it?" Shen Yi thought to himself that it was too casual. If his comprehension weren't high, he wouldn't have been able to learn it even with the Eye of Law. The elder checked his watch. "It's almost 4 o'clock. Go back and rest. Remember to attend the banquet tonight," he replied. "Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Manager Qian." On the way back, that card suddenly made a shink sound. Shen Yi was startled and took it out to check. It was a message from Xiao Mengyu. "Shen Yi, I have news regarding the Skinner. Meet me at the arena." He scratched his head and replied, "Okay, I'll be there right away." He then walked onto the empty street. Under the dim lights, a scrawny old beggar in a tattered cloak blocked the middle of the road holding a wooden stick. The old man shakily raised an empty bowl and begged in a low voice, "Sigh, young man, have a heart and give a little." Shen Yi stopped and stared at the old man suspiciously, observing silently. He leaned over and dropped a coin into the bowl. "This is all the change I have." The coin hit the bowl with a clink. Just as Shen Yi turned to leave, the old man looked down at the coin sliding along the bottom of the bowl. Suddenly, Shen Yi heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Snap! He tilted his head, narrowly avoiding it. That coin had been flicked out by the old man with the force of a bullet, carrying a dense killing intent as it grazed the top of Shen Yi's head and tore through the air. The old man's lips curled into a playful smirk, his tone mocking. "Tisk, I'm getting old, I really am useless now." Shen Yi dared not be careless and immediately activated the flowing moon movement technique, turning into emerald afterimages that surrounded the old man. The old beggar looked at the moving afterimages in surprise. "This young man can actually dodge my attacks at will." Shen Yi leapt onto a telephone pole, mocking him from above. "You're not old at all, you're quite energetic." The old man retorted, "Talkative brat only capable of playing hide-and-seek tricks." Shen Yi then activated Moonlight Divine Radiance, his eyes glowing with intense purple light, seeing through the cloak. This guy was carrying an invisible sword. He was greatly shocked. Without the eye technique, he wouldn't have been able to see that sword at all. The old man drew the invisible sword with a shink-shink sound. He swung the invisible longsword, unleashing a scorching sword aura. Swish! That sword aura was incredibly powerful. But Shen Yi quickly jumped off the telephone pole to dodge the attack. The old man stopped, looking at him in surprise. "Oh, you can see it." Shen Yi sat cross-legged on the top of a broken concrete pillar and questioned loudly. "HMPH, you old geezer, I kindly gave you money, yet you sneak-attacked me from behind. Clearly possessing a Dharma treasure, yet acting so despicably," the old man replied in the tone of an elder. "I see you are young but lack ambition, and instead spend all day pestering the daughter of a prominent great family. So I wanted to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders," Shen Yi countered. "You mean Xiao Mengyu? We're all people of the martial world. Where do these ideas of social status come from?" As he spoke these words decisively, his eyes flickered with the purple light of the Eye of Law. "Furthermore, she and I are life and death companions. It's not as filthy as you think." Suddenly, a scorching aura enveloped the old man. 4 imposing characters, Lord of Leafire, manifested simultaneously. Shen Yi's Eye of Law analyzed that he had just successfully broken through and obtained this evaluation keyword from the Dharma realm. Shen Yi immediately understood the crux of the matter. His gaze turned icy as he stared fixedly at the old man opposite him, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. "Oh, I see. You're from Xiao Mengyu's family, aren't you? Your Luo family is truly laughable in its cowardice. Not only did you watch Luo Fatian die a miserable death without doing anything, but you also want to destroy Xiao Mengyu, the only one who wants to seek justice for him." Before the other could counter, he continued to attack with words as sharp as a knife. "Despite being so powerful, you can only stand by while your own family's girl is sent to be an old man's concubine, yet you travel 10,000 miles here to assassinate me, a 15-year-old middle schooler. Haha, it's truly ridiculous. No wonder Xiao Mengyu wants to escape even if it costs her life." The elder surnamed Luo chuckled upon hearing this. But a stormy mix of grief and rage surged in the depths of his eyes. Hee, interesting. I never expected that one day the Luo family would fall so low as to be humiliated by an outsider like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked like a gale. his hands, aged but hard as cold steel, gripping Shen Yi's head as he swung a ferocious, thunderous, heavy punch. Shen Yi was sent flying like a broken kite, unable to stop himself from letting out a cry of pain. Ow. While still midair, he spun and channeled his energy, lightning flickering between his palms with a piercing explosion. He slammed a palm strike forward, roaring, thunder tremor. The old man was shaken back several steps by this thunderous force, while Shen Yi landed steadily, settling into a stance for the next round. The old man stood calmly, using his bare hands to deflect the arcs of electricity jumping wildly around him, evaluating flatly. Not a bad move. A slight smile touched the corner of Shen Yi's mouth, his figure enveloped in flickering blue light. The lightning around him was naturally extraordinary. Suddenly, his figure vanished, reappearing ghost-like behind the old man. He merged into the opponent's shadow beneath his feet, executing the heavenly shadow technique, which caused the old man to break into a cold sweat. The old man shouted in utter horror, "This kid can actually hide in my shadow?" Shen Yi launched a spinning kick from the darkness, carrying a bone-chilling cold, shouting, "Azure Flood Dragon!" A surge of icy energy along with the kick sent the old man flying. The old man was pushed back dozens of meters, a layer of frost covering the ground wherever he passed. The old man looked at his frost-covered arm and muttered to himself in confusion, "Strange, with his strength it should be impossible to send me flying this far. Oh, is your body frozen?" The old man channeled his power to shatter the ice. His entire body erupted in roaring flames as he questioned in a heavy voice, "Kid, why does your power and agility fluctuate so much? What exactly are your attributes?" Shen Yi replied with a cold laugh, "Take a guess." Shen Yi calculated rapidly in his mind. This was the Pale Moon Heaven Sunderer with its triple power, yet it was actually completely ineffective against this old man. The old man analyzed the other's bizarre and unpredictable power and agility in a low voice. To think he had so many strange moves and could even open the Eye of Law. Shen Yi issued a sharp threat, intentionally stalling for time. The old man muttered, "What? Let me tell you, this place is monitored by Kunlun. If you kill me, you won't escape the consequences." Shen Yi was secretly planning. The moment the old man made a move, he would open the gate and use those 3 seconds of time stagnation to escape. Hearing this, the old man suddenly stroked his beard and let out a kind, gentle laugh. "It seems we elders were indeed in the wrong." Seeing Shen Yi on high alert, the old man suddenly swung his sword. A dazzling light erupted, causing Shen Yi to recoil in terror. The old man gave a warm smile as his body transformed into a brilliant streak of fire, subsequently vanishing into the void. "Farewell, little fellow. This old man is leaving." A whistling sound echoed, leaving Shen Yi standing alone on the empty street, dazed. Huh? He stared in the direction the old man had vanished, his heart full of confusion. Did he really just leave? Who exactly was that old man? The scene shifted to a massive airship suspended in the sea of clouds. The mysterious old man was already seated comfortably inside, waving a hand to decisively order an immediate departure for the Gold Coast. "I'm going to the beach for a vacation," he then sternly instructed his subordinates to pass down the word. From now on, no one was permitted to contact the other great families. A subordinate hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Wait a moment, Patriarch, the Zhao family is pressing us hard. If we don't hand the young lady over to them, the consequences will be unbearable. It won't just affect our relations with other clans, even our business will." Before he could finish, his face was shattered by an invisible sword chi, blood spraying everywhere. The old man stood among his trembling, terrified subordinates, his face as cold as ice. A wave of furious aura erupted from him, chilling everyone to the bone. "Ever since you lot started managing family affairs, the Luo family has begun groveling to the strong like flies chasing filth." He clenched both fists, his eyes burning with rage. "And now you actually want to let the family's most outstanding child be trampled upon? You aren't just destroying little Yu's future, you're destroying the future of the entire Luo family." With a whoosh, the old man flew into the air, standing atop the airship as he whispered a meaningful phrase. "The mountains and rivers are within the Eye of Law, the world is within the Dharma body." He analyzed the situation to himself. Tisk tisk, opened the Dharma Eye at 15, attributes all above 20 points, and a movement technique that's 1 in 10,000. Stroking his beard, he fell into deep thought. His eyes betrayed a look of immense interest. In 500 years such a figure has never appeared. Interesting, truly interesting. A small flickering flame condensed at his fingertip. His gaze turned profound. From afar it looked like the rising morning sun. Up close it looked like a pure lotus emerging from the water. Standing high above overlooking the distant city, the old man made a decision. "Granddaughter, I've thought it over, and I still have to give you a hand." He suddenly clenched his hand shut, his gaze as steady as steel. "We of the Luo family must never allow ourselves to be looked down upon by others." Returning to a few minutes before the old man left, Shen Yi was striding toward the martial arts hall where the air was vibrating with a constant humming sound. What exactly is going on? Entering the room, he saw Xiao Mengyu buried in bitter practice, purple sword chi enveloping the entire space. Shen Yi stood at a distance to observe beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This sword humming was truly startling. However, with his professional eye he soon discovered a weakness. Though her sword style was incredibly powerful, the momentum was too heavy and she was forcing the sword mantras too hard. This resulted in her sword moves carrying a trace of struggling stiffness. Seeing that the text above the girl's head remained unchanged proved that her strength was still stagnant. He sighed inwardly. After his comprehension had increased, he was actually able to see so many details. His Dharma Eye analyzed Xiao Mengyu's state as being like a swordsman desperately searching for a way to break out of a cocoon. She was still feeling lost regarding her own path. Only when she found her own path could she obtain a keyword recognized by the Dharma realm. Shen Yi looked at his friend with a complex expression, thinking, recognized by the Dharma realm? Do these keywords come from the Dharma realm? It's a strength certification bestowed by the Dharma realm. What exactly is the Dharma realm? Xiao Mengyu sheathed her sword and looked back at him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now I'll tell you the information I found regarding the Skinner. She began to relay what she knew. The Skinner was once a high-level member of the Archaeology Association who had triggered a serious accident during a major archaeological event. Shen Yi asked in surprise, "What accident?" Xiao Mengyu nodded and explained, "That's right, it was an altar sealing an extraterrestrial object during the excavation process. He broke the seal and released an unknown object, causing heavy casualties, after which he vanished." She continued, saying that when he reappeared he had become an assassin. Shen Yi was confused. Why would he become an assassin? Xiao Mengyu revealed a tragic past. Most of his history was a blank, with only records showing he originally had a wife and daughter. Before the altar seal incident, the two had died of unknown causes. Archive records show the bodies of the mother and daughter were found in a sewer, completely naked and covered in bruises, having suffered inhumane abuse before death. Her voice dropped as she spoke of this hair-raising conclusion. The sewer where the bodies were found was located in a small town on the edge of the continent, governed by a minor clan. Later, that clan and everyone in the town died out completely. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's expression became extremely tense. I suspect these two matters might be connected. What exactly was that sealed object? Xiao Mengyu shook her head helplessly. The secrecy level of the altar seal incident is extremely high. With my status, I cannot query those archives. That's everything I've found. She looked at him with concern. In any case, you must be careful. I'm afraid they'll soon know you're taking the exam at Yunshan Port and will come looking for you. Shen Yi nodded, offering a warm smile to comfort her. Yeah, I know, thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu's phone vibrated violently. She glanced at the screen and answered, "Hello, Auntie." She listened quietly to the voice on the other end, her beautiful face gradually turning grim. After hanging up, her expression was as heavy as a block of lead. "Yeah, I understand," Shen Yi asked anxiously. "What's wrong?" she answered sorrowfully. "My family is calling me back. They say people from that side are coming to hold the engagement ceremony." He followed up, "What about your parents?" She choked back tears as she shared the family tragedy. "My mother passed away early. After my brother died, my father collapsed from a stroke due to overwhelming grief and is still in a coma at the hospital." Shen Yi frowned. "Are you not going to keep stalling?" she answered despairingly. "I've run out of excuses. If I delay any longer, the people in the family will make things difficult for me." Shen Yi clenched his fists in rage, grit his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's clearly the fault of those noble scions, yet they're forcing you to marry into it before they'll let it go," she explained, sorrow in her eyes. "Everyone in the family is afraid of offending those great families, plus with my father unconscious, they feel they must push me out to feel safe." Shen Yi's face flushed as he hurriedly proposed, "How about this, Xiao Mengyu? If you don't mind, I'll take you to dinner. I'll recommend you to join the human martial arts group. That way you can leave your family and no longer be controlled." She looked at him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Are you not afraid of offending the great family that wants to marry me? Not only that, my uncles and elders at home will hate you. They'll find every way possible to deal with you." He roared with high spirits. "Afraid of what? Those bastards forcing people into fire pits all deserve to die. I just ran into an old man from your house earlier. Not only did he sneak attack me, but he said some things that made me blow my top. Come with me and leave that damn family." Xiao Mengyu watched him quietly, thinking that he clearly came from an ordinary background and had average strength. Her cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. But why was he always able to act so fearless? It was the same when dealing with the Skinner. Only now did she notice that this guy was actually quite handsome. Although his hair was a mess and unstyled, it gave off a sense of carefree charm. His eyebrows were as sharp as blades, lacking a bit of approachability. A stranger's stay-away vibe, but she smiled slightly and answered gently, "All right, where are we going and what are we eating?" she thought to herself. His words are actually quite heartwarming. Shen Yi scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "That, I don't know yet. Old Qian hasn't given the location. But in any case, we'll just go together." Xiao Mengyu crossed her arms and feigned anger. "You want to invite a girl to dinner without even knowing the location?" He hurriedly defended himself. "I'm being very sincere. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." She turned her face to hide a smile just as her phone rang again. She said, "I'm not the kind of girl who just agrees to a date with anyone, you know." Opening her phone, she saw a text message from her grandfather. Xiao Mengyu froze, muttering to herself, "Has Grandpa come out of seclusion? If so, could the person Shen Yi encountered have been her grandfather?" She hurriedly rushed out, looking back to instruct him, "Don't wander off, stay right here. I'll be right back." Shen Yi stood frozen in place, watching her back. He stood alone, scratching his chin in confusion. Why did she run off? Did I invite her too suddenly? Sigh, I really do lack experience in inviting such a beautiful girl. Xiao Mengyu sprinted out of the martial arts hall, her clear eyes looking up at the night sky where a brilliant streak of fire cut through the firmament, diving down with a piercing whistle. She stood perfectly still, allowing that streak of fire to envelop her, transforming into a massive and magnificent pillar of flame. Within the scorching sea of fire, a kind voice echoed in her mind. "Granddaughter, I've thought it over, and I still feel I should give you a hand," she blurted out in surprise. Grandpa, standing steadily in the center of the flames, she felt power surging through her meridians. This was the technique awakened in her mind, a Luo God sword style. Watching the airship recede into the distance, she smiled radiantly and swung her sword to draw a heart-shaped ring of sword chi on the ground. Thank you, Grandpa, for passing the Luo God sword style to me." Only then did Shen Yi come running out in a hurry, asking worriedly, "Hey, are you all right? Why are you on fire?" Xiao Mengyu thought to herself, "Is this guy afraid I'll run away? He actually had the thick skin to follow me out." She turned back, a look of relief and a smile on her face. "No need to worry, my grandfather came to see me. He passed a sword style to me." Shen Yi scratched his head and gave a chuckle. "There really is someone in your family who dotes on you." Then he suddenly stiffened, realizing a fact. "Wait a minute, so that old man was your grandfather?" Xiao Mengyu turned around, playfully narrowing her eyes as she asked, "Shen Yi, are you inviting me to the banquet?" His face turned beet red with embarrassment as he answered, Right, what banquet was it? Can we go together?" She couldn't help but let out a snicker, which then turned into a hearty laugh. "Haha, you really are an idiot." Shen Yi's face flushed with exasperation. "Ha, what's wrong? Why are you calling me stupid?" She leaned close to his ear, her brilliant smile as bright as the morning sun. "All the contestants must attend that banquet. We had to go together anyway," Shen Yi wailed internally. Right, originally there was no need for a special invitation at all. Because he wanted to help her so much, he had actually forgotten this fact. How embarrassing. The girl turned and walked away, waving happily. "Let's go to the banquet together." He looked at her back and thought to himself, never mind. Watching her cheerful figure, Shen Yi felt moved. After all, she rarely showed such age-appropriate carefree expressions. A moment later, the two were seated on a fiery red flying motorcycle, cutting through the clouds and mist toward the distant floating islands. Xiao Mengyu shouted excitedly in the wind, "Woohoo, haha, faster, faster, enjoy the feeling of freedom." Contrary to her excitement, Shen Yi could only scream in terror, safety first, safety first." The girl even playfully named the bike Shen Yi, shouting out, "Accelerate, Shen Yi." The motorcycle landed in front of a massive ancient cathedral. Shen Yi was struck with awe. His eyes wide as he looked around. He hadn't expected the banquet to be held on this floating island. Xiao Mengyu said, "This is the place for the banquet." Qian Rushan had been waiting for a long time. He greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, Miss Xiao. Did you come here with Shen Yi?" Xiao Mengyu replied politely. "Hello, Manager Qian. Yes, I'm with him tonight." Manager Qian put an arm around Shen Yi's shoulder, nudging him playfully. "Not bad, kid. Making quick progress. You actually landed a dinner date with her." This made his face flush again, and he hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "It's not what you think." The heavy doors slowly opened, and Qian Rushan turned around, his expression becoming more serious than ever. He warned in a low voice, "No more joking. Shen Yi, you need to be careful tonight." Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, "HMPH, what's wrong?" Stepping into the gold-decked hall, what greeted them was not warmth but an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. Hundreds upon hundreds of hostile gazes shot toward them like invisible arrows. Shen Yi immediately sensed a cold, killing intent. His entire body tensed as he entered high alert. The surrounding noble scions glared at him, their eyes bloodshot like a pack of hungry hounds. Manager Qian leaned in to whisper the situation. The banquet was the final chance to raise one's evaluation, and those noble scions would be racing against time to find prey. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Shen Yi's eyes. Memories of past bloody battles surged back, and he grit his teeth, his tone dripping with killing intent. "What would happen if I beat someone to death here?" Qian Rushan quickly waved his hands to stop him. "Hey, don't do anything reckless. The big shots are all watching." He let out a long sigh and added, "Do you really love fighting that much? I remember the first time I saw you, you had also just finished a match." Shen Yi smacked his lips, a look of complete boredom on his face. "Tch, how dull." Suddenly, a youth with spiked hair and wings on his back landed on the ground, blocking the way. He stomped his foot heavily, standing arrogantly before Shen Yi as he loudly announced himself, "I am Wang Juyan, a 4-star newcomer from the Wang family. Shen Yi, I challenge you." However, before Shen Yi could even move, a streak of purple sword chi tore through space. The sword chi grazed the man's head as Xiao Mengyu appeared like a ghost, standing in front of Shen Yi and coldly sheathing her blade. A large chunk of Wang Juyan's hair was sliced off and scattered on the floor. He was scared out of his wits, stammering, What? The girl looked him straight in the eyes, her voice as cold as ice. "I am currently dueling Shen Yi. If you want to challenge him, you'll have to get through me first." Wang Juyan stood there dazed, cold sweat soaking his back. He turned to ask the companion beside him, "The sword was too fast, did you see it?" The man's face turned pale as he replied tremblingly, "No, I didn't even know when she drew her sword." Another youth patted his shoulder and shook his head in warning. "Zhejiang, forget it. Stop looking for trouble with him." He glanced at Shen Yi and gave a meaningful bitter laugh. "Check the rankings. I didn't expect this 2-star newcomer to be protected by her." The newcomer rankings manifested in midair, and Xiao Mengyu's name sat prominently in second place, surpassed only by Nangong Sirui. That youth silently judged that she was one of the strongest 5 people who could stand on equal footing with himself. In a corner of the banquet, a group of thugs was bullying a weak contestant for amusement. Shen Yi and Xiao Mengyu immediately stepped forward. One of the bullies looked at the victim fallen at his feet and sneered, "We just need to pick on soft targets like this, even a mosquito's leg is still meat." Sensing they were being watched, the group dispersed in a hurry, leaving the victim collapsed on the ground to wait for the medical team. Xiao Mengyu said softly, "Let's go." Shen Yi glanced at the retreating backs of Wang Juyan and his cohorts, then turned to offer a dissatisfied critique to Xiao Mengyu. "That sword strike just now should have been angled a bit lower." Suddenly, an arrogant female voice came from behind. "Is this not the young master of the Shen family?" A grand lady dressed in opulent clothes, surrounded by a large crowd of reporters, walked over, her scrutinizing gaze seemingly trying to see right through him. "I heard long ago that you were arrogant and conceited. Seeing you today, it seems the rumors are true." Shen Yi looked back, wondering to himself, who is this? She started labeling him from the moment she opened her mouth. Qian Rushan hurriedly leaned in to whisper in his ear, "This is the younger aunt of the Song sisters. What is she doing here?" He stepped forward to attempt mediation. "Let me introduce you. This is the newcomer I'm leading, Shen Yi." Qian Rushan continued, turning to the noblewoman. "And this is Madame N of the Jiangnan Song family." But she waved her black folding fan, rudely interrupting him. "I don't need your introduction for my matters. Shen Yi, your eldest uncle mentioned something to me not long ago. I wonder if you still have any memory of it." Shen Yi asked back coldly. "What matter?" Madame Anne accused him in a stern tone. "He said you were rebellious since childhood and loved training dogs to bite people. The last time our Song Qingyan and Song Yinshan visited your home as guests, they were almost bitten." Hearing this, the surrounding reporters behaved as if they had discovered a treasure, stirring in a frenzy as camera flashes went off repeatedly. Huge news: the Song sisters were almost bitten to death by dogs set on them by Shen Yi. Who would have thought this clean-looking fellow had such a poisonous heart? The 2 young misses of the strongest great clan were almost killed by this country bumpkin. Shen Yi, that dog of a man. Shen Yi let out a cold laugh as the scene of him saving the Song sisters from a giant wolf years ago flashed through his mind. It was clearly he who had saved the Song sisters, yet now it had been twisted into him setting dogs on them. He countered calmly, "My apologies, Madame N. That happened far too long ago. I don't remember." Then he complained in an extremely sarcastic tone, "My family was kicked out of the Shen family long ago, and we lived in extreme poverty. We couldn't even afford to keep a dog, let alone train one to bite people. Not long ago I fell seriously ill, and when my father went to ask my eldest uncle for a single bone marrow pill, he was chased right out." Madame N showed a look of surprise. "Ill? Why didn't anyone tell me? We Songs have nothing if not resources. We can certainly afford a bone marrow pill." Shen Yi immediately entered his best actor mode, pointing to his own face and acting pitiful. I almost died of illness, and you didn't even know. It seems you don't really know much about my family's situation after all, do you?" Qian Rushan silently approved from the side. "This kid is really good at finding leverage. Madame N didn't even know Shen Yi had been critically ill recently, so how could she be certain about him training dogs to bite people over a decade ago?" Madame N used her fan to cover her mouth, trying to hide her embarrassment. "So you're saying you've already left the Shen family, and are taking the high school entrance exam on your own?" Shen Yi nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I have already signed with the Human Martial Arts Group." She immediately made a suggestion. "I have a guaranteed admission slot. I'll give it directly to you. The Song family can also cover all your expenses during high school." Shen Yi's eyes lit up, revealing a look of joy as if he had found a treasure. "Really? Thank you for your kindness. Oh, you truly are a living bodhisattva." She smiled triumphantly, but added, "However, there is one prerequisite." Shen Yi bowed politely, asking her to continue. Madame N looked him straight in the eyes, her voice turning cold and resolute. "From this day forward, stop pestering Qingyan." Her words caused a sensation throughout the hall. This kid Shen Yi actually has a connection to Song Qingyan. A rogue who was kicked out of his home actually dared to cling to the Song family's heiress, but he got a guaranteed admission slot because of it. Truly enviable. You idiot, if you could be with Song Qingyan, why would you even take the exam? Shen Yi's eyes flickered, and he responded with full delight. "Stay away from Qingyan, is it that simple? No problem. As long as you give me that guaranteed slot, it's absolutely fine." The crowd continued to discuss him with contempt. "Haha, truly spineless. TCH, given his status, how would he dare defy the Song family's wishes? It's basically giving him a slot for free." Madame N smiled with satisfaction. "Then it's a deal." Shen Yi hurriedly waved his hand. "Madame, regarding staying away from Song Qingyan, I still need your help with something." She raised an eyebrow. "Speak." Shen Yi playfully winked and stuck out his tongue. "Can you give me a photo of her? I don't know her, and I don't remember what she looks like." The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. A female reporter who was recording quickly updated the news. "Big news, Shen Yi suffers from Alzheimer's." A noble scion spoke up to press him. "You don't know Song Qingyan?" Shen Yi replied calmly. "I don't," the man barked sternly. "Nonsense, you met when you were 4 or 5 years old." Shen Yi showed a look of surprised admiration. "Wow, you have a great memory. I don't remember things from when I was 4 or 5. Qian Rushan analyzed silently. Since he doesn't remember, it's impossible for him to have intentionally raised a dog to bite Song Qingyan, nor could he use that to get close to her. The group of noble scions was completely stunned. They hadn't expected the plan to fall through in this manner. He had even forgotten who the other party was. The Grand Song family was actually targeting an ordinary person. It was truly embarrassing. Crap, did I say something wrong? The strongest great clan is only so-so. After all, this is the debut banquet for newcomers. Shen Yi feigned guilt, bowing his head in apology. My apologies, Madam In. Perhaps we should forget about the guaranteed slot. Since I don't know her anyway, it's not right for me to accept your kindness. Madam N used her folding fan to hide a cold sneer, her heart burning with rage. Since he had said it publicly, even if it were false, it became the truth from this moment on. By doing this, he either truly forgot or simply didn't care about the other party at all. How ridiculous. Everyone went through the trouble of arranging such a grand spectacle, and even I, Madame Anne, personally made an appearance, yet you couldn't even find a reason to attack him. She lowered her fan and asked one last question through gritted teeth. You really don't need the guaranteed slot anymore? You don't remember Song Qingyan? She is the eldest daughter of the Song family, and I am her aunt. Shen Yi smiled innocently, scratching his head and playing dumb. Madam, I don't know you and I don't know her. Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding, so I can't take that guaranteed slot after all. He leaned in and spoke in a low voice, just loud enough for her to hear. However, there is one thing, Madam In, you are highly respected and have vast influence. I wonder if you could help with something. Shen Yi stood among the crowd and began his accusation, speaking in a sorrowful tone. I won't hide it from you. Not long ago, just as I was recovering from my illness, a captain named Luo said he wanted to protect me. In the end, he died. And my best friend died too. For some reason, tens of thousands also died at the Wind Spirit Hotel. Misfortune follows misfortune, and I am very troubled. He looked straight at her, his smile becoming meaningful. Do you know who the culprit behind all this is? He stepped even closer, speaking with extreme irony under the reporter's lenses. A great person like you would certainly be much better at investigating matters than a middle school student like me. You must know something. Can you seek justice for them? After all, those were tens of thousands of lives. Madame In used her fan to cover her mouth, her gaze as sharp as a knife. This brat, he's actually using me and this banquet to spread the matter, she countered coldly. I'm not too clear on that matter myself. It seems Captain Luo's younger sister is investigating. She turned to Xiao Mengyu, her tone turning sarcastic. All right, Miss Xiao Mengyu, I must congratulate you as well. I heard you are already engaged, so why are you still with him? Xiao Mengyu returned the greeting calmly. Greetings, Madame N. Then she flatly denied it. I am not engaged at all, but I heard Shen Yi has intervened. Madame N was about to continue. Xiao Mengyu looked Madame N in the eye and interrupted. You are always talking about things you heard. First it was me and now him. I believe it's not quite right to recklessly spread such groundless rumors. Shen Yi immediately followed up. However, there is one thing Madame N got right. He put an arm around Xiao Mengyu's shoulder and confirmed with a firm tone, Xiao Mengyu and I are indeed investigating this matter, and the results are very optimistic. Shen Yi winked, putting a finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy. However, it's not convenient to make the truth public just yet. Madame N was stunned, her face turning grim as if shrouded in darkness. Qian Rushan broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly pulled at the corner of Shen Yi's clothes, whispering, Hey Shen Yi, do you know you're playing with fire? Madame N pointed her sharp black folding fan at Shen Yi and Xiao Mengyu, threatening through gritted teeth, forget yourself. But do you also want Xiao Mengyu to sever ties with her family and become the public enemy of all great clans from now on? Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man appeared, defending her loudly. The daughter of the Luo family is virtuous, kind, and understands the greater good. She would not speak nonsense with a little thug like you. He stepped forward, continuing his sanctimonious lecture. As for her life's major events, as a young girl she might not be clear on the family's arrangements, but she is indeed engaged. Madame N smiled in greeting. Is that Luo Erlang? What brings you here? Xiao Mengyu faced the man coldly. He spoke. I clearly told you to go home. Why haven't you returned? She replied concisely. Hello, uncle. I am taking the exam. I'm not going back. Luo Erlang grabbed her hand rudely, attempting to pull her away by force. The engagement is the family's arrangement, and Madame N is also acting out of kindness. Don't misunderstand her. Come with me. Xiao Mengyu stood as steady as a rock and asked coldly, Where to? Luo Erlang barked sternly. I said it just now, home to get engaged. A surge of purple sword chi erupted from around Xiao Mengyu. She questioned him with righteous indignation. Did grandfather agree? What about my father? Did he agree? And she looked her uncle straight in the eye, her voice bone-chillingly cold. What about me? Did I agree? Two auras, one green and one purple, clashed in the center of the hall, the atmosphere reaching a peak of tension. Luo Erlang replied calmly, The head of the family will know about this soon. As for your father, he is still in a coma, but this is a good thing. He would only be happy if he knew. Xiao Mengyu stared directly into her uncle's face, her voice as sharp as a blade. My father would be happy. He'd be driven to his death with rage. Tell everyone. How old is my fiancé this year? Luo Erlang roared in a low voice, trying to drag her away with brute force. Don't do such a rude thing in public. Come with me. She threw off his hand, her gaze full of defiance. Grandfather hasn't agreed and my father hasn't nodded, yet you actually dare to make decisions for me. Shen Yi stood to the side, shaken by his friend's overwhelming aura. A purple sword chi erupted violently from Xiao Mengyu, and the highly intimidating words, Sword Saint, manifested above her head. Shen Yi's eye of law immediately began to analyze. Keyword effect. Sword chi resonance increased by 10 points. All attributes increased by 5 points and sword style damage doubled. All gods and saints begin with the keyman. He was surprised to find that Xiao Mengyu had undergone a massive change. Her keyword had changed. This meant she had solidified her own path and was no longer lost. The sword intent is actually this strong. Is this the sword saint? Luo Erlang drew the azure falling water sword and barked harshly. Xiao Mengyu, retract your killing intent. Do you see this azure falling water sword is the symbol of the family's great deacon. This is the divine artifact enshrined by the Luo family. If you dare resist before this blade, I must execute clan discipline. I'm using it. Before the words even left his mouth, a flash of purple sword light erupted, instantly severing both of Luo Erlang's arms. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the floor crimson. Luo Erlang was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall before sliding to the floor, coughing up a massive pool of blood. Cough arg. Xiao Mengyu walked forward coldly, looking down at the man struggling in agony. Blinded by greed, even with a divine artifact in hand, you couldn't even block a single strike of mine. Arranging an engagement for a relative without permission, without informing the parents, and without the consent of the head of the family. She leaned down, her voice delivering an icy judgment. You are no longer fit to use this. She picked up the azure falling water sword and whispered softly, Falling water, are you willing to follow me and join my remnant snow? The azure falling water sword vibrated violently as if in response, emitting flashes of emerald lightning. Xiao Mengyu gripped the hilt, and the sword's aura merged perfectly with her own, creating a suffocatingly majestic spectacle. The purple and emerald sword auras intertwined, spreading through the hall accompanied by a piercing hum. The newcomer leaderboard in midair suddenly trembled violently, displaying text that signaled a ranking update. Xiao Mengyu's name shot up from the second spot, pulling level with Nangang Sirui at the very top. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Xiao Mengyu hit rank 1, standing on equal footing with Nangang Sirui. Is this the power of a divine artifact? HMPH, her strength is likely just the same as ours. She's only climbing the rankings by relying on an artifact. I should borrow my family's divine artifact to boost my evaluation too. Seeing this, Shen Yi analyzed the situation internally. No, it's not that simple. If Xiao Mengyu hadn't broken through to the Sword Saint keyword, she never would have gained the recognition of a divine artifact. Watching Xiao Mengyu hovering amidst the sword aura, he continued to ponder. This leaderboard wasn't limited to personal strength. Equipment, resources, potential, and even will influenced a card's evaluation. Standing to the side, Qian Rushan explained the situation to Shen Yi. That sword has acknowledged Xiao Mengyu. This means that from this moment on, the power of the Luo family has fallen into her hands. Now, she is the one in control of the Luo clan. She's so young, yet her future prospects are limitless. Seeing Shen Yi seemingly lost in thought, Qian Rushan slapped him heavily on the back and laughed to comfort him. There's nothing to be envious of. That's purely because her family has great resources. On the other hand, you managed to rise to 2 stars through your own hard work. As an ordinary person, you're the textbook definition of an underdog's counterattack. Shen Yi blushed, acting humble. It's all thanks to your cultivation, Manager Qian, but in his heart he smirked triumphantly. Hey, if I let you know I'm actually 5 stars, wouldn't you hit the ceiling? Xiao Mengyu descended to the ground, her majestic aura overwhelming the room. She solemnly announced, let's get back to the main point. The title new head of the Luo family appeared above her head, radiating a sense of authority. She looked at Shen Yi with a steady gaze. Shen Yi, there were some things that weren't convenient to say earlier, but now I can speak. Regarding the truth I investigated. She looked directly at Madame In and the various great families, her voice echoing powerfully through the hall. The culprit responsible for so many deaths is none other than the great families present here today, and the Song family is at the forefront. The noble scions began to whisper among themselves, their faces filled with panic and fear. What is Xiao Mengyu talking about? Has she gone mad? A black surge of killing intent radiated from Madame In, her eyes turning as red as a demon's. Little girl, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Xiao Mengyu did not back down, confronting her head-on. Certainly, Madame In, according to my investigation, everything was done for your niece, Song Qingyan, to be able to associate with noble heirs without being engaged. She claimed to like Shen Yi and used him as a shield. Consequently, the various great families were consumed by jealousy, going so far as to massacre tens of thousands of innocent civilians just to eliminate Shen Yi. She held up her phone, her gaze as cold as millennial ice. Here is all the video, images, data, and conclusive evidence. If there is a single lie, I will submit to whatever punishment you see fit. Because of jealousy, you treat human life like grass. Madame N, is my investigation detailed and serious enough for you? Shen Yi immediately cooperated, shouting to the crowd to draw attention. Wow, Madame N, you really have a sharp eye for people. Xiao Mengyu actually found the truth. There are even videos and photos. Does everyone want to see? It's super explosive, though it's a bit bloody. He turned to the bewildered reporters and shouted excitedly, Quick, aim the cameras here. Song Qingyin is about to confess her love to me. Suddenly, a series of pops and cracks rang out, and a camera burst into flames like a fireball. The photographer dropped the camera in panic, screaming, "Ah, how did my camera catch fire on its own? I can't record now." Chaos spread like a line of falling dominoes. Another reporter cried out, face pale. "Me too, my laptop, camera, phone. They're all burning up on their own." The reporters trembled, hurriedly reporting the situation to the powerful woman. "Madam N, all our equipment is ruined, all the recordings are lost, please do not blame us." Madam N roared like an enraged lioness, her trembling finger pointing directly at the faces of Shen Yi and Xiao Mengyu. "Lies, your videos and photos must be fakes. Qingyin would never hurt anyone. She is universally recognized as a model for the new generation. She is the student council president of Sky Garin High School, and countless noble heirs can testify to that." As if a switch had been flipped, a group of noble scions chimed in to curry favor. "Exactly, you're just a filthy commoner. How could Song Qingyin ever say she likes you? No strength, no background, no money. I say you're just making up stories to smear Qingyin. A toad lusting after swan meat? You've truly gone mad." Shen Yi exhaled a cold breath in disgust. He shook his head, his eyes full of contempt. Conclusive evidence was right before them, yet they were still playing the denial game. He scanned the group of morally twisted socialites, his voice ringing out with conviction. "You great families have held various inheritances for so long, honing your comprehension and resonance, monopolizing every advantage." He stood proudly under the spotlight, continuing with a biting, razor-sharp irony. "Logically speaking, the progress of this world requires people like you with massive resources to push it forward. However, the only thing I see you doing is oppressing the poor and slaughtering the innocent." His gaze suddenly turned terrifyingly cold, as if seeing right through their dark hearts. "If you ask me, you aren't even fit to be called human," a person in the crowd roared in fury, face flushing red. "Who do you think you are? Shut your mouth." A youth dressed in an elegant suit stepped out from the crowd, a powerful aura radiating from him and suppressing those around him. He bowed to Madame N before turning to Shen Yi. "I am Zhao Tianjun of the Hedong Zhao family. Madame N, you are of the noble Song family. There is no need to lower yourself to argue with this thug. Please, allow me to teach him a lesson for you." The system immediately popped up a notification. Zhao Tianjun challenges Shen Yi. However, before he could even finish speaking, a purple sword aura tore through space, striking Zhao Tianjun across the waist. He was then flying like a sack of scrap, smashing into a wall and shattering a large section of brickwork. The system prompt was brief and brutal. Zhao Tianjun defeated. Xiao Mengyu stood there, sword aura still lingering on her blade, looking coldly at the terrified crowd. "Our Shen Yi hasn't finished speaking yet. For a noble scion, you have no manners at all." The silence was broken by the sound of rhythmic clapping. An extremely arrogant youth stepped out from the crowd, a cunning smile on his face. "I have long heard that Miss Xiao's swordsmanship is peerless. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to the reputation. Congratulations on obtaining a divine artifact and successfully climbing to second place. I am Niu Zijing, a 5-star newcomer ranked 4th, and I would like to request a match with you." Shen Yi frowned, thinking to himself, so this guy is Niu Zijing. What a tacky name. Xiao Mengyu asked back coldly, her gaze showing no emotion. "Since you know I've risen to second, you still want to fight me?" Niu Zijing smiled confidently, looking provocative. "Naturally. We noble scions do not fear hardship and are brave enough to face challenges. If I defeat a powerhouse like you, I can obtain a higher evaluation." Shen Yi silently observed Niu Zijing. A flicker of alert purple light flashed in the pupils of his Dharma Eye, seeing through things an ordinary person could not. A surge of green, sinister energy was coiling around his opponent. He thought to himself, "This is bad." In the vision of the Dharma Eye, a massive toxic python condensed from spiritual energy was viciously entwined around Niu Zijing, its forked tongue flicking, filled with the aura of death. Shen Yi immediately stepped in front of Xiao Mengyu, raising his hand to stop her. "Wait, she and I are still in a duel. You cannot challenge her." At the same time, he realized a terrifying fact with worry. No one else seemed to see this snake. If Xiao Mengyu fought him, she would surely suffer. He glanced at the group of power players and saw Madame N and the other big shots merely watching with cold indifference. The truth instantly dawned on him. There are so many big shots at this banquet, it's impossible that I'm the only one who sees this snake, yet from start to finish no one has made a sound, let alone intervened. "Hey, it seems this is a sanctioned act." Niu Zijing curled his lip and sneered, turning instead to mock those who had just been defeated by Xiao Mengyu. "You lot don't even have the courage to fight me, yet you're acting like heroes here. Why don't you all just kneel before Madame N and admit your wrongs properly?" Shen Yi ignored the provocation. He held up his own card, and with a flash of light a new tarot card appeared. Death. The card depicted a hanged skeleton, its body pierced by countless swords, with text below filled with the aura of death. "You have offended several great families. You are destined to die." Shen Yi let out a bitter laugh. "Hee, even this card is cursing me." He then took a deep breath and flatly announced, "All right, I surrender." The system immediately prompted, "Duel ended. Shen Yi surrenders, Xiao Mengyu wins." Niu Zijing laughed loudly, waving his hand in extreme contempt. "Haha, glad you're sensible. Hurry up and get lost, you coward, before you get hurt by the aftershocks of my battle with Xiao Mengyu." Just then, the system popped up a new notification. "You have received a challenge." Shen Yi stood as steady as a rock, a dazzling purple spiritual pressure erupting around him to form a small whirlwind. The system prompt sounded, "You challenged Niu Zijing." The system error displayed the challenger's name incorrectly, but it meant Shen Yi challenged Niu Zijing. Niu Zijing curled his lip and sneered, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He mocked, "Who told you I surrendered so that you could duel Xiao Mengyu?" Xiao Mengyu looked at him dazed, stammering, "Shen Yi you." Niu Zijing laughed so hard he couldn't stand straight, tears coming to his eyes. "Haha, did I hear that right? A 2-star commoner actually proactively challenges a 5-star, I'm telling you." He lowered his voice, the spiritual python behind him also letting out a threatening hiss. "A piece of trash like you isn't even fit for me to strike. I can kill you with killing intent alone." The toxic python lunged forward like a green arrow. Shen Yi stood motionless within the lightning, thinking, "Hey, you say you'll kill me with intent, but you're actually sending a snake to bite me. If I couldn't see this snake, I might actually have been scared to death." He immediately settled into a stance, unleashing a dazzling bolt of thunder from his hand, Thunder Palm. The crowd, unaware of the truth, began to whisper, "What is he doing? Why is he hitting the air?" Only those with high-level strength discovered the truth with shock, their expressions shifting drastically. Impossible. Could he actually see it for real? Boom! The thunder struck the toxic python, making it wail in agony. The python's body curled up and Niu Zijing froze, his eyes bulging. You can see it? Why?" Shen Yi stood there, his entire body enveloped in purple electrical flashes. The pupils of his Dharma Eye shone like 2 torches. Qian Rushan couldn't believe his eyes, his whole body trembling with excitement. "The Dharma Eye, he has actually awakened the Dharma Eye." Niu Zijing panicked instantly. This kid could actually see Shu Hei. He tried to comfort himself, shaking his head desperately. "No, impossible. Only those who have awakened the Dharma Eye can see it." He brandished his weapon to attack, muttering as he calculated an encirclement. "Even I can only guess its position based on experience. This commoner must be scared witless by my aura and just got lucky." Niu Zijing gave the command to the snake through his mind this time. "Have Shu Hei attack from behind. I won't give you another chance to get lucky." He raised his long staff and challenged loudly, "Can you handle this move of mine?" The venomous snake and the staff attacked from both sides simultaneously, forming a lethal pincer movement. Niu Zijing was certain of victory, but then screamed in terror, "What?" Shen Yi had already leaped into the air, gracefully dodging both of these treacherous heavy strikes. At the same time, he delivered a savage kick filled with frost energy to the python's head. Frost kick. The venomous snake wailed in agony after being struck. Screech! The surrounding ordinary contestants looked at each other in confusion. "Ah Yi, what exactly is Shen Yi hitting? I don't understand his moves at all." The friend beside him shook his head. "I don't know either. In any case, it must be something incredible. Haven't you seen that group of noble heirs, frozen like stone statues? The expressions on those noble science faces look like they're at a funeral." Xiao Mengyu watched in a daze, secretly shocked. "He really has awakened the Dharma Eye. No wonder she didn't let me take the field earlier. I couldn't see that spiritual entity at all. If I had rushed into battle, I definitely would have suffered." Shen Yi landed lightly on the ground and clapped his hands, his expression full of provocation. "Without that snake, what other tricks do you have?" Niu Zijing grit his teeth, masking his insecurity with a loud, arrogant roar. "I am a 5-star newcomer, ranked 4th. What kind of thing are you?" He let out a furious shout, swinging his long staff and manifesting countless afterimages as he lunged toward Shen Yi. A powerful surge of air pressure spread through the hall, jolting those nearby into a retreat. "Whoa, the airflow is too strong. I'm about to be sucked in." Niu Zijing swung his long staff, forming a massive vortex of emerald energy that slammed down with the force to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the floor shattered inch by inch, and dust filled the air. Xiao Mengyu and Qian Rushan cried out in terror. Shen Yi, as the dust gradually cleared, a shocking sight was revealed. Shen Yi was holding his ground with one bare hand, effortlessly catching his opponent's long staff. Niu Zijing was too stunned to believe his eyes, his hands trembling violently as a dazzling purple spiritual pressure erupted fiercely from Shen Yi. The system popped up a notification. "As per your request, all attribute points have been allocated to strength. Current strength value 14.3, Niu Zijing blurted out in horror. "How is it possible to be completely unharmed after taking my full strength strike? My strength is as high as 8.7. It's impossible for any newcomer below 5 stars to be stronger than me." He tried desperately to pull back the staff, but it was useless. The weapon felt as though it were welded to his opponent's hand. Shen Yi let out a cold laugh, his lips curling slightly. "Hey, I see, you must be bluffing with that." Shen Yi lifted Niu Zijing into midair with one hand, causing him to shriek in pain. Niu Zijing struggled in Shen Yi's grip like a small chick, shouting frantically, "Damn it, let go of me, don't touch me with your filthy lowly hands." Shen Yi cast a cold glance toward the venomous python attempting to sneak over and rescue its master, issuing a sharp threat. "Take one more step and I'll crush his head." The venomous snake froze in fear. Niu Zijing was also consumed by terror, turning his head to search everywhere. "Shu Hei, where are you? Come back and bite him to death." Shen Yi let out a cold laugh, mocking him with a face full of pity. "HMPH, so you can't even see your own snake. It seems your title as 5-star rank 4 was bought and paid for by your family, wasn't it?" Niu Zijing stubbornly continued to issue orders in desperation, while the venomous snake only hissed helplessly. "Shu Hei, attack, everyone is watching, he won't dare do anything to me." Bang! Immediately after, a heavy punch slammed into Niu Zijing's face. Shen Yi spoke coldly, his hand still deathly tight on the other's collar which had gone limp from the blow. Who said I didn't dare? This punch is for that girl from earlier. He glanced at the alert venomous snake and whispered under his breath, "Don't move, little snake. You don't want him to die, do you?" The venomous snake let out a faint hiss as if in agreement. He continued to sneer, "By the way, don't you dare surrender, I haven't hit you enough yet." Niu Zijing regained consciousness, his face swollen like a pig's head as he roared in a murderous rage, "You lowly scum, how dare you look at me with those eyes? Just you wait. I'll kill you, I'll kill your friends, I'll kill your family. I'm going to kill everyone." Suddenly, an azure aura erupted from Shen Yi's hand. A system prompted that a special condition was activated. In this unique situation, your Bidong Divine Fist has received a buff, and its quality has skyrocketed to blue. Excellent. He was profoundly surprised. He hadn't realized the Bidong Divine Fist had this kind of utility. Shen Yi raised his hand and slammed a fierce slap across Niu Zijing's face, barking out, "I'm looking at you right now, what can you do to me?" The system prompted again that double special conditions were activated. Your Bidong Divine Fist has received a buff and its quality has skyrocketed to blue, superior. He thought to himself that activating keywords could actually increase the power of his fist technique. How interesting. Shen Yi unleashed a storm of heavy punches against his opponent's face, shouting in sync with the speed of his strikes, "I'm looking, so what? What about it? What about it?" The friends watching were both terrified and excited. "Well, that's so violent. Good job, Shen Yi, avenge us. Beat him so hard his mother won't recognize him." Niu Zijing was beaten into a miserable state, his face distorted and mangled, only able to let out blurred groans of pain. He cried out through the blood, extreme terror surging in his heart. This is bad, this guy. In his eyes, Shen Yi currently looked like a demon crawling out of hell, his entire body shrouded in purple killing intent, wearing a bone-chilling smile. Rested enough? Let's continue. Niu Zijing was terrified to the limit. He realized this guy truly intended to kill him. He clutched Shen Yi's hand, begging desperately for help. "Help, help, someone save me." He looked toward the crowd of noble families, his heart roaring. Is this scum really going to drag me down to the grave with him? No, I don't want to die. He continued to shriek piercingly, "Save me, help, he's really going to kill me." The entire hall fell into a suffocatingly dead silence. Not a single person spoke or acted. Everyone watched silently like unfeeling stone statues with blood-red eyes. Madame Min stood to the side, her eyes calculating and cold. If this new kid dies at Shen Yi's hands, the three major high schools will surely step in together to strictly punish such an act of intentionally murdering a contestant. At that point, whether it's Song Qingyan's reputation, the noble heirs who hired assassins, or even tonight's farce, it will all vanish into thin air. She looked at the sobbing, heartbroken Niu Zijing and made a cruel decision in her heart. "Kid from the Niu family, go in peace. After you die, I will support your father to take the seat of the Niu family head." Watching Shen Yi choke Niu Zijing, a bizarre smile appeared on Madame An's face. "Your greatest value right now is being killed by Shen Yi." Shen Yi suddenly burst out laughing. The laughter shattered the tense atmosphere. He laughed heartily, violently shaking Niu Zijing by the collar. "Ha ha ha ha, do you really take me for a fool?" He leaned close to the other's ear, his voice turning low and terrifying. "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. You see it clearly now, don't you? They've already abandoned you. We are just sparring, but they are the ones who truly want you dead, because as long as I kill you, they have a legitimate reason to eliminate me." Nangang Sirui stood in the crowd and frowned, thinking that this would make the great family's scandal vanish. Enough, he couldn't be allowed to speak further. Suddenly a figure flashed by, creating layers of flowing water that enveloped Shen Yi and Niu Zijing, gently prying the two apart. A proctor from Garin High School appeared, saving the dying Niu Zijing. "Enough. Sparring is fine, but it's not good to ruin the harmony. I am the proctor from Garin High. You both performed excellently. I believe the divine weapon will give you a good evaluation." A system notification popped up. "Duel forced to end. This duel will not be counted toward evaluations." A contemptuous cold sneer appeared at the corner of Shen Yi's mouth. "HMPH, so you only came out to stop it once you knew I wouldn't kill him." Madame Min stepped forward and handed Niu Zijing a crystal-clear pill. "Hurry and eat this, it can quickly heal your injuries. The exam is about to begin." He took it with trembling hands, sobbing, "Thank you, Madame Min." Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped the entire temple. Time was up and streaks of blue light wrapped around every contestant. Shen Yi's friends cheered excitedly. "It's coming. The final evaluation the Tower of Tarot is giving us." Xiao Mengyu stood there, her card flashing with dazzling golden light which read, "5-star newcomer. Your final evaluation is Sword Saint Stance." The system explained, "Due to obtaining a divine weapon and holding an absolute advantage in solo combat, you are granted the power of team leader, increasing your gains in team collaboration." The team leader skill panel appeared. Effect 1. Members invited to the team will be immediately teleported to your side upon agreement. In this team mode you can exert double combat power. Effect 2. When no one is in the team, all your attributes will be reduced by 70. Effect 3. Within a team, if you yield the leader position to another, you will maintain normal strength and the other person gains Effect 1. The above effects are activated and will last until the end of the exam. Shen Yi's card also manifested, appearing a deep blood-like red, 5-star newcomer. Your final evaluation is the unyielding one. System description. You looked for trouble and turned yourself into food for the banquet, but your unyielding will is also the reason you escape death every time. Therefore you are granted power of the flesh, drastically increasing your survival capabilities. The meat shield skill panel appeared. When facing lethal attacks, you can withstand up to 3 strikes without dying or become a qualified piece of fresh meat for others to slaughter. The above effects are activated and will last until the end of the exam. The system issued a notification to all members. All contestants will receive essential survival items for the exam. Ever-burning candle. Description: this fire never goes out. Only by relying on it can you see your surroundings clearly in the exam grounds. Congratulations to everyone on being approved to participate in this year's 3-school joint entrance exam. Rest for 3 minutes. Teleportation begins. Before Shen Yi even had a chance to be happy, he let out a terrified shout and vanished. Xiao Mengyu also turned her head in a daze. A bright red warning popped up on Shen Yi's system panel. Your ever-burning candle has been stolen, he roared in a fury. What? The exam hasn't even started and my fire is already stolen, the system explained coldly. The opponent is also a contestant with an exploitation evaluation, and they used that ability to take away your light. You will be unable to see objects in the exam grounds. Niu Zijing laughed triumphantly. A look of arrogance returned to his recently healed face. Ha, Shen Yi, this is the consequence of opposing us. Losing the candle is just the beginning. Soon you will completely break down because you are powerless to resist us, he continued to mock, his tone full of contempt. We only need a single pill to make all your efforts go to waste. We were born at the mountain peak while you are just an ant at the base. What kind of thing are you? He issued a sharp threat. While Shen Yi's friends could only clench their fists in rage. Shen Yi, just wait and see. You, your family, all the close associates around you. Not one will escape. You are just lambs for the slaughter. Resistance and struggling are both futile. Shen Yi's friends whispered encouragement to each other. A gentleman knows his fate but does not fear it. Hold fast to your original heart and act without ceasing. Shen Yi took a deep breath and stepped onto the high platform, holding his card high in the gradually dimming light. He made a loud declaration, his voice echoing through the entire space. Classmates, I'm sorry to have let everyone see the true faces of these great families so early. They only ever think of enslaving others, harming others, and snatching everything from others. He looked down at the group of ordinary students, a resolute fighting spirit burning in his eyes. This time they are targeting me. Next time it could be any one of you, he continued his impassioned speech. That's right, we don't have resources like theirs, we don't have natural treasures, we don't have family-inherited techniques, and we certainly don't have divine weapons, he barked out sharply, his unyielding card bursting with dazzling golden light that enveloped his body like a god of war descending to earth. But our kings and nobles born to their status, we are not inferior to anyone and we certainly shouldn't be bullied or oppressed by them. The system sounded a tense countdown notification. 10 seconds until the exam begins. Contestants, prepare to teleport to the exam grounds. Shen Yi held his card high and solemnly declared to all the contestants, the final evaluation the card gave me is the unyielding one. His friends clenched their fists, a determined spark burning in their eyes. Even if there is only one person, I will practice this principle to the end. His other friends were also surrounded by brilliant light, preparing to face the challenge of life and death. On the other side of the line, Niu Zijing and the other noble scions stood there. Their bodies were also gradually enveloped by the teleportation light, their eyes full of provocation and hatred. A cruel, cold sneer curled the corner of his mouth. Shen Yi, I'll give you exactly what you want. The bell rang, symbolizing the arrival of the critical moment. The system solemnly announced, the exam begins. The entire hall was immersed in a dazzling light, swallowing all objects. The system continued to issue the requirements for the first round of the exam. Find a way to reach the floating islands below. Success means advancement. Failure means immediate elimination. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yi found himself teleported to a space as black as ink, suspended amidst points of glimmering light like 10,000 stars. Why is it so far away? He muttered to himself, his voice echoing in the endless void. Is this the exam grounds? He immediately became alert, fumbling forward in the thick impenetrable darkness, cursing inwardly, damn it, it's pitch black, I can't see anything without the ever-burning candle, I have to find a way to find Xiao Mengyu first. Suddenly the surrounding darkness was torn apart by a series of dazzling torches. Countless enemies emerged from the void, surrounding him like a pack of hungry wolves. Shen Yi did not hesitate, immediately executing the flowing moon movement technique. He leaped into the air as light as a swallow, nimbly dodging the treacherous attacks coming from all directions. He landed steadily, his sharp gaze scanning the group of enemies. You noble scions, do you only know how to play at ambushes? An enemy struck like a ghost from behind, a long spear piercing savagely into his body as he laughed ghastly. You lost your own fire, who else can you blame? Die. The tip of the spear pierced his flesh, but Shen Yi did not back down. He immediately spun and delivered a heavy kick carrying a bone-chilling frost. Frost strike, the system prompted coldly. Meat shield effect activated. He knelt on the ground on one knee, blood flowing freely and staining a large area as he coughed violently. Cough, cough. A chorus of gratified mocking erupted from the enemy group. This is the consequence of opposing us, Shen Yi. The system displayed flashing red warning text, current chances remaining 1. Shen Yi grit his teeth, sparks of rage flying from his eyes as he let out a roar that shattered the black night. Come forth, sea of calamity. A massive surge of black aura condensed into a bizarre skull shape and enveloped him, radiating a thick aura of death that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. The crowd retreated in terror, their faces deathly pale. What on earth is this deathly aura? Careful, he might have another trick up his sleeve. The crystal skull hovered by his ear, whispering urgently, Shen Yi, find a way to run. I don't have much power left. At most, I can only scare them for a moment. Shen Yi blurted out in surprise. What? At this critical juncture, a notification box appeared like a savior. You have received a team invitation from Xiao Mengyu. He froze for a moment, then chose accept invitation without hesitation. A surge of emerald light enveloped him, and he was immediately teleported away. The system prompted, you have accepted Xiao Mengyu's team invitation. You will be immediately teleported to the leader's location. The group of enemies stared blankly at the empty spot. Where did he go? The leader stamped his foot in rage. Damn it, he was just bluffing. He got away. Shen Yi appeared beside Xiao Mengyu, who was radiating a warm light that dispelled the pitch-black night. She turned her head and shouted in surprise, Shen Yi, you're injured? But surprisingly, the wounds on his body rapidly constricted and healed as if they had never existed. She was stunned. HMPH, my injuries are healed, he quickly explained. It must be the card's effect. I was just ambushed by a few noble scions. Xiao Mengyu still couldn't hide her surprise. Then why did I appear beside you? Shen Yi explained in detail. That's my card's effect. When joining a team for the first time, members are teleported to my side. There's another effect. Once teamed up, the leader's combat power doubles, he thought excitedly to himself. I see this card effect is way too strong. The system prompted, ever-burning candle shared. Shen Yi looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can see clearly. Where exactly is this? Xiao Mengyu explained the current situation. We are still on the Banquet's floating island, but the surrounding environment has changed. The Yunshan port below has disappeared, replaced by the second-round exam grounds. Shen Yi pointed toward another floating island in the distance and asked, I see it. Is it over there? She nodded in confirmation. Correct. The first round of the trial requires contestants to find a way to reach that place. She suddenly remembered something and looked at him, asking, By the way, Shen Yi, have you awakened the Dharma Eye? Shen Yi scratched his head in surprise. Dharma Eye? I can only see some hidden things. Is that called the Dharma Eye? What exactly is it? Xiao Mengyu explained patiently. The Dharma Eye is a symbol of a practitioner gaining recognition from the Dharma realm. The Dharma realm is the source of the universe. The power of all things originates from it. There are many mysterious and powerful things that can only be seen after awakening the Dharma Eye. She continued with a serious expression. Knowledge regarding the Dharma realm is too complex. Currently, this is all I know. Shen Yi pondered silently, connecting the clues. So the Dharma realm I saw last time was actually the source of the universe. The trash techniques that mysterious voice had me collect, are they really this strong when combined? He scratched his head and gave a self-satisfied grin. In that case, I'm actually pretty impressive, aren't I? She slanted a glance at him and teased. You're more than just a little impressive. Suddenly, Shen Yi's Dharma Eye detected a dangerous black aura rising. He saw two dark shadows lurking in the gloom behind them. Full of killing intent, he immediately grabbed Xiao Mengyu's hand and barked sharply, Follow me now. She was startled. Huh? He pulled her and sprinted toward the edge of the island, shouting decisively, Jump! Together they leaped into the endless void. Xiao Mengyu screamed in panic. What are you doing? With the wind whistling past his ears, he answered quickly. There were two people behind us just now. As they floated in the vast sky, Shen Yi added an explanation. I sensed a terrifying killing intent from them. Better to leave now. Anyway, the goal of the first round is to reach the island below. Xiao Mengyu thought worriedly. The prerequisite is arriving there alive. Shen Yi snapped his fingers and shouted a slogan with confidence. That goes without saying. A kill every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. The fiery red flying motorcycle Shen Yi summoned dove down from high above like a steel beast. The two landed on the bike and sped away amidst drifting sparks, leaving the two dark shadows standing at the island's edge, looking on with regret. The system prompted, first round, number of qualifiers, 2. The shorter shadow said guiltily, I'm sorry. Seeing Xiao Mengyu, I couldn't help but let a bit of my aura leak. The taller shadow pondered, I don't blame you. I didn't expect him to be so sensitive either. This kid is no useless fool, the taller shadow continued to analyze. It seems he's utilizing the power of the cursed statue quite well. However, when he was attacked just now, I felt the undead power behind him was already like a candle in the wind. He issued a decisive order. Let's go, we're heading down too. The other bowed in obedience. Understood. At the assembly point for other contestants, the announcement board displayed blood-red text, first round, currently 4 qualifiers. The crowd broke into a startled discussion. It's only been a few minutes and 4 people have already passed. How did they do it? A playful smile curled the corner of the top-ranked Nangang Sirui's mouth. How interesting, someone actually passed before me, the crowd hissed in awe. Nangang Sirui, the only 6-star newcomer. He muttered to himself, it seems I'll have to work harder to keep this number 1 spot. With an elegant wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped his body as 2 stunning celestial maidens descended from the sky carrying a magnificent palanquin that landed before him. Young master, please sit steady. We will take you down. The crowd watched dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Heavens, that's too extravagant, he's practically like an immortal. Shen Yi's friends were also worrying about how to pass. The target island below was close at hand. Let's go too, these rich kids all have supernatural powers, what will we do since we can't fly? Yi slowly transformed, shouting, Xiao Li, get on my back, I'll take you down. His friend asked in surprise. Yi had turned into a plump husky, his tail wagging back and forth. Xiao Li shouted excitedly, Whoa, you can actually turn into a wolf, so cool. But Yi looked back with a face full of confusion. You call this a wolf? Other contestants were also using various strange methods to fly down. Some rode brooms, some flew on swords, some held umbrellas. Only those without flight capabilities were left behind in frustration, stomping their feet anxiously. Damn it, are we not even going to pass the first round? Shen Yi and Xiao Mengyu landed safely on the target island. She observed her surroundings and said, This place is also shrouded in thick fog, we'll likely need to use the ever-burning candle for light. The system sounded. You have entered the second round of the exam. The guideboard displayed the details. This round is a non-combat trial. Content. The moaning tide is about to strike and many divine statues are scattered across the island. Contestants must find a suitable statue to obtain its protection to safely survive the moaning tide. Failure will result in elimination. You are operating as a team, so you only need to find one statue. The ever-burning candles in their hands glowed, unveiling the thick fog. They came before a towering giant stone statue. Shen Yi asked, Are these stone statues scattered everywhere, the divine statues? How do we obtain their protection? Suddenly, the statue's eyes emitted an eerie purple light. Looking extremely bizarre, the statue spoke in a deep, lecherous voice. Hey, pure young maiden, if you want to obtain my protection, then help me reconstruct my body and restore my divine power. Afterward, I want to drink your companion's blood, and you must take off your clothes and dance for me. Shen Yi's Dharma Eye immediately analyzed, statue of the god of lecherous rain. This deity has already fallen. He understood immediately. So it's just a dead evil god. He tried to negotiate. Can we find another way? The statue roared arrogantly. The moaning tide is terrifying. You want to live but don't want to pay the price? Overwhelmed with rage, Shen Yi pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the statue's glowing eye. Go to hell, you old bastard, the stone statue cried out in pain. Ow, if you didn't agree, fine, but why attack? Shen Yi roared in fury. Drinking my blood and making her strip to dance, that's going too far. The divine statue burrowed into the ground in fear, curses echoing from below. Damn humans, face the moaning tide yourselves. Shen Yi looked at the empty hole in surprise. Ah, it ran away. Xiao Mengyu comforted him. Ignore it, we'll find another one. There are plenty on the island, we'll find a suitable one. She added another piece of advice. Let's not attack so easily. After all, they represent deities, he replied calmly. These deities are long dead, leaving only stone statues, and they aren't necessarily good things anyway. Shen Yi pointed at a peculiar horse-head statue in the tall grass. In my hometown, a god like this would be demoted to the mortal realm and turned into a pig. Look, there's a mud horse in the grass too. I like these kinds of approachable gods. He walked over, leaned down and asked kindly, Hey big guy, the moaning tide is coming, can you protect us? The mud horse statue replied with a face that had seen through life and death, Good friend, just as you said, I'm just a mud horse, I only know how to lie in the grass. Xiao Mengyu frowned, thinking, why does that sound like an insult, a pun on a Chinese profanity? The Dharma Eye analyzed fragmented statue of the war god's mount. The horse statue continued, If you want protection, you must find my master. Shen Yi hurriedly pressed, That's great, where is he? The horse statue answered, The girl beside you uses a sword, which is exactly to his liking. As long as you respect him, he will definitely help. He's at. Suddenly a red light sliced through the sky, instantly severing the horse's head, which rolled onto the grass. Two mysterious dark shadows appeared once more, their auras imposing. One of them spoke coldly, We meet again at last, Shen Yi. Shen Yi took a step back in terror. It was them again. The same two ill-intentioned people who had been following them. He questioned sternly, Hey, you're following me like a ghost, what exactly is your goal? Both revealed their disguises at the same time, their true identities showing in the faint light. The Skinner and Zhao Yibing. Shen Yi roared in resentment. Skinner and Zhao Yibing were finished. Why are you still hounding me? Eerie green tears flowed from Zhao Yibing's eyes, she whispered, her voice sounding as if it came from the underworld. Within that murky whispering field, Shen Yi, I am already dead. Xiao Mengyu realized in terror, damn it, it's an undead ability. Shen Yi spoke quickly. Xiao Mengyu, just as you said, she is no longer Zhao Yibing, she screamed a warning. Run. Shen Yi, I sense they are far stronger than before. The Skinner opened his hands and a massive net woven from red threads surrounded them like a giant spiderweb. Do you think I'll let you escape like last time? The two were struck with horror. This is bad. Zhao Yibing charged with incredible speed, her ice-cold hand firmly covering Shen Yi's mouth. Now it's time for things to return to their original owner. She reached toward his mouth trying to dig something out. Shen Yi felt his whole body go numb, as stiff as a stone. Damn, I can't move. Suddenly, Zhao Yibing looked at him, her eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Boom, an invisible force sent Zhao Yibing flying, and the Skinner was shocked to the extreme. What? The system sounded a stern notification. This round is a non-combat trial. Private duels are strictly forbidden, the Skinner shrieked. Master, a flash of light occurred, and he was forcibly teleported away. The system continued, the attacker has been expelled to the edge of the exam grounds. Further violations will result in total disqualification. Before disappearing completely, the Skinner muttered indignantly, I didn't expect the exam grounds to have such a rule. I'll let you off for now anyway, you won't live much longer. He dissipated into the air, leaving behind a bone-chilling threat. We can come for your head at any time, however. That eerie red thread was still tightly wound around Shen Yi's neck. System warning, miraculous art of the great world. Description: when you appear within a 500-mile radius of the other party, they can sense your location and immediately teleport to you. Shen Yi roared in frustration. Damn it, that trick again. Xiao Mengyu ran over anxiously to check. What's wrong, are you hurt? He replied with a heavy tone. You can't see it. Zhao Yibing just placed a thread on me. She can locate and teleport to me at any time. He continued to analyze the situation. Combat isn't allowed this round, so we're safe for now, but it's hard to say for the next round. At this rate we must hurry and pass the next round. She pressed. HMPHY, he explained. If they want to strike, they must at least follow the rules and complete the trial until combat is permitted. But the location and rules of each round are unknown. If we can stay one step ahead, we can seize the initiative and better respond. She nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Then let's hurry and find the statue that Mudhorse mentioned. Xiao Mengyu looked back at him, her gaze filled with unshakable determination. Shen Yi, I will never let them hurt you. Shen Yi gave a warm smile and ran forward, responding cheerfully to dispel the tension. Then I'll leave my protection to you. The scene shifted to a gloomy forest where thick fog swirled. Two other male examinees were kneeling before a statue with a bizarre, grotesque head. Great deity, is there any other way? Please, we're only 15, the statue responded coldly, its voice sinking into a dark rasp. No, 2 balls, I won't accept a single one less. The statue continued with its deviant demand. I originally wanted 4, but I'll take 2 as a favor to you. I must use the supreme young essence of youth to restore my divine power, otherwise you will receive no protection. And you will be swept away by the torrent of the moaning tide. The 2 boys looked at each other in despair. Damn it, my family is already buried in debt just to get me into one of the 3 prestigious schools. I can't fail here. Who isn't in that boat? To please our benefactor, my sister even had to become someone's concubine. This exam is our family's only chance to change our fate. The 2 pulled out their knives, their hands trembling but their eyes filled with the resolve of sacrifice. To hell with it. 1 each, at worst we'll just call ourselves solitary warriors from now on. Let's do it. I heard there's a secret manual called the Chrysanthemum Manual. Supposedly, the fewer balls you have, the more powerful it is. Maybe we'll actually find a blessing in disguise by practicing it then, one of them said tremulously. I can't bring myself to do it, you help me. The other swallowed hard and replied, fine, but you have to help me afterward. Just then, Shen Yi descended from the sky like an agent of divine justice, delivering a powerful heavy kick imbued with frost. Frost strike, he roared in fury. Go to hell, you pervert. System prompt, statue of the fallen Longyang god. This deity has perished and its residual energy instinctively craves supreme young essence. Shen Yi kicked the statue's head flying far into the distance, cursing indignantly. These demonic paths are getting more and more outrageous, demanding human flesh and blood at every turn. Eat shit, I've kicked away a dozen statue heads just like this on my way here. Just then, Xiao Mengyu called out loudly from afar, Shen Yi, come quickly, I think I've found the sword-bearing statue. He immediately responded, coming. The 2 boys stared in terror at his receding back. He actually dares to be so disrespectful to a deity. Strangely, he wasn't kicked out of the exam grounds for doing that. Ah, I see. The point of this trial isn't to fulfill the statue's unreasonable demands, but for us to find the right statue. Xiao Mengyu waved him over. Shen Yi, look at this. Before them stood a statue kneeling with its head bowed, both hands gripping a massive heavy sword thrust deep into the ground, exuding an aura of tragic heroism. Xiao Mengyu speculated, this is the only statue related to a sword. I wonder if it's the one the Mudhorse mentioned. Shen Yi's Dharma Eye immediately began its analysis. A dragon-headed gold, silver and bronze divine relic, spirit-suppressing sword, inhabited by a sword spirit. Xiao Mengyu bowed solemnly in salutation. I am Xiao Mengyu. I humbly request your protection to survive the moaning tide. Pray tell, what offerings do you require? She spoke until her throat was dry, yet the statue remained unresponsive like an ignorant, unfeeling stone. Xiao Mengyu's forehead beaded with sweat from anxiety. It's no use, there's no reaction at all. The statue and the giant sword continued to tower between heaven and earth, appearing cold and detached. Shen Yi reached out and pointed directly at the giant sword. He spoke with a tone of certainty. The object of your prayer is wrong, it should be this. Xiao Mengyu looked puzzled. This sword, are you sure? He answered decisively. Give it a try. Following Shen Yi's advice, Xiao Mengyu turned to face the giant sword and bowed in salutation once more. I am Xiao Mengyu. I humbly request your protection to see us through the moaning tide. Whatever offerings you require, please simply command. Shen Yi poked his head out from behind the giant sword, shouting as happily as a child. It's reacting. A metallic ring pierced their eardrums. The giant sword shuddered violently, then automatically flew into midair, radiating an overwhelming, forceful sword aura. Within the churning aura, words as crimson as blood and as vigorous as ancient calligraphy manifested. Use me to strike 10,000 times. Xiao Mengyu gripped the floating hilt, gasping in surprise. What, is it that simple? Her gaze sharpened, and she held the giant sword high with both hands, her momentum like a surging rainbow. Then I shall begin. She swung down with all her might, a powerful sword aura tearing through the void and whipping up countless fallen leaves like a miniature storm. Witnessing that staggering power, Shen Yi had a sudden realization. He nodded, his eyes shining. I finally understand. The key to what the task calls the suitable statue is actually testing the contestant's resonance. He quickly analyzed it in his mind. Xiao Mengyu's sword saint keyword increased her sword aura resonance by 10 points, so she needed to find a statue related to swords. The resonance between her and this sword surely exceeded a certain threshold, which was why it was willing to accompany her through 10,000 hardships and across the 4 seas. Shen Yi looked at his friend with a face full of admiration. Knowing that Xiao Mengyu was a true sword saint, the system issued a solemn announcement. You have obtained the recognition of the sword spirit. It will assist you during the moaning tide. Furthermore, it will bestow an ancient sword art upon Xiao Mengyu. As a teammate, your resonance with the sword is also significant. The sword spirit wishes to express its gratitude to you as well. Shen Yi pointed at his nose in surprise. I get something too, the system explained. Your sword is different from others, leaning more toward the path of an assassin. The sword spirit will bestow upon you a sword technique of supreme simplicity. Simple and efficient. A golden text surfaced in his mind. Tai Bai, Art of Slaughter, Finisher. The skill description exuded a thick aura of death. This move is the ultimate strike of youthful swordsmanship. At the cost of one's own safety, it involves a reckless search for the one angle that can slay the enemy in a single strike. Disregarding life and death, it is a sword meant for killing. Shen Yi secretly rejoiced, clenching his fist. A one-hit kill sword technique, exactly what I was looking for. Combined with my meat shield effect, it's a match made in heaven. This came at the perfect time. Thanks, sword bro. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu frowned, feeling a new power surging but proving difficult to control. This ancient sword art was a more profound and subtle form of sword kinesis, but it was extremely taxing on mental strength. With her current power, she couldn't fully master it yet. The system issued a warning, 5 minutes remaining until the moaning tide begins. From now on, the thick fog will dissipate. You no longer require candlelight for illumination. The giant sword vibrated slightly, carving ancient characters into the ground. You must find a reliable shelter. Xiao Mengyu read the text and explained. The sword spirit wants us to find a place with structural cover. Shen Yi stroked his chin as he analyzed. It seemed that finding the statue not only granted protection but also provided unexpected rewards like techniques and treasures. They needed these things to deal with Zhao Yibing, he calculated to himself, muttering, Moonlight Divine Radiance gave me 29 points of moonlight resonance. I should find a related statue. There are 5 minutes left and visibility has improved. I think I can find another one. He turned to Xiao Mengyu and said, You look for the shelter. I'll look for a statue. See you in a bit. Shen Yi moved out alone, but he couldn't help but wonder, but at the end of the day, what exactly is the moonlight system? Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu appeared beside him, giving him a start. Shen Yi asked in surprise, why are you here? Didn't we say you'd look for the shelter? She replied calmly, You might run into danger alone, I'll accompany you. How does your resonance manifest? I'll help you look. Shen Yi replied as they walked. I don't know either, probably something to do with the moon and the night. Suddenly he came to a halt. Illuminated by the full moon emerging from behind the clouds, 4 familiar figures abruptly blocked their path. The burly man leading them barked harshly, Caught you, Shen Yi. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes in disgust. You lot again. The brute gathered energy into his fists, his muscles bulging. Roar this time, I'm definitely going to cripple you. Boom boom. Before they could even touch Shen Yi, the invisible force formed by the system rules sent the 4 flying like sandbags. Shen Yi let out a helpless sigh. Another group of idiots who don't read the system rules. He appeared somewhat anxious, running off quickly without bothering with the groaning men. Damn it, those fools wasted my time. Where on earth is the moonlight statue? A sharp glint flashed in Shen Yi's eyes as he sprinted forward, searching for any clues. Suddenly he slammed on the brakes before a rushing river, spray flying as his ears were filled with the deafening roar of water. He blurted out, A river? He stared intently at the pitch-black water, a spark of inspiration hitting him. I feel like there's something under the water, that's right. When I awakened my Dharma Eye, I saw flowing water, and my movement technique is called Flowing Moon. Perhaps the moonlight statue is right here in this river. But then he frowned in worry, looking at the countdown. But the moaning tide is arriving in just a few minutes, and the current is so strong, he muttered to himself in despair. I can't see any statue related to me at all, there's no clue whatsoever. Finally he turned to walk away, deciding to give up. Forget it, time is running out. Let's just go straight to finding a shelter. However, Xiao Mengyu reached out and stopped him. She looked him straight in the eyes, her tone firm and full of trust. Stop lying to yourself, she gave a knowing smile. Your statue is clearly underwater, go. Just leave the rest to me. Shen Yi froze for a moment, then gave a grateful smile. Did she realize just by me looking at the water a few times, he responded, his tone full of determination. I'll buy us some time. With that, he leaped into the black river without hesitation, letting out a massive splash. The system sounded an emergency notification, 30 seconds remaining. The moaning tide is about to descend. Xiao Mengyu stood on the bank, the ground beneath her feet beginning to vibrate violently. She summoned in a low voice, Come to me, sword spirit. The spirit-suppressing sword flew into her hand, radiating a dazzling light that dispelled the darkness. She gripped the hilt tightly and spoke decisively. "We have to buy him some time." From the shadows of the dense forest, the massive hairy legs of a terrifying creature began to manifest. As the monster approached, a piercing friction sound echoed, yet Xiao Mengyu stood as steady as a monument. She remained completely unfazed. A hideous giant centipede emerged from the darkness, its long body twisting. It let out a savage roar, lunging at her with gnashing mandibles. Fearless, she swung her sword, drawing a golden arc of sword aura that aimed directly for the monster's head. Shank, but immediately following, swarms of smaller centipedes crawled out from all directions like a black tide. Their hissing was terrifying. Seeing that they weren't attacking her but were instead crawling toward the riverbank, she immediately realized their intent and cried out, "They're heading for the water." In an instant, the spirit-suppressing sword left her palm, automatically flying into midair and radiating an incredible pressure. It dove down at the speed of light, slamming into the ground with a thunderous impact. The erupting sword aura shredded all the blocking centipedes into pieces. Witnessing the treasure sword's power, Xiao Mengyu couldn't help but marvel. Incredible. Suddenly, a bizarre giant hand entwined with black energy reached out from the void of darkness. Xiao Mengyu suddenly felt a strange force strike her, and her vision became distorted. Black energy chains tightly bound her body, causing her to cry out in terror. "No, I can't move." Before her, a deformed giant hand covered in slimy eyeballs emerged from the black mist. She recognized it immediately. Is this the technique from that hand? Without warning, that bizarre hand let out a muffled thud as it plunged directly into the rushing river, stirring up waves of spray. She grit her teeth, seeing through the opponent's intent, her gaze turning icy. Damn it, it's looking for Shen Yi. She unhesitatingly circulated her internal energy to break free from the constraints. She drew the longsword at her waist and settled into a combat stance. She leaped into the air, swinging her sword to strike heavily against the monstrous hand, shouting, "Don't even think about it." Under the surprise attack, the giant hand let out a pained wail and rapidly retracted, vanishing into the deep darkness. Xiao Mengyu panted heavily upon landing, kneeling on one knee to find her balance. Breaking the paralysis spell had cost her a great deal of mental strength. Fortunately, she had repelled it for now, but that hand was truly too massive. She looked toward the churning black mist, and asked herself with deep concern, within the black mist of the moaning tide, what other kind of monsters are hiding? Just then the river surface broke and Shen Yi's head abruptly popped up. He was soaked through, but in his hand he idly gripped a strangely shaped wood carving. He wiped his face and shouted to her excitedly, "Xiao Mengyu, I found the statue. Let's go, let's find a shelter quickly." A few minutes later, within a simple shelter by the riverbank, the two sat by a warm fire. The spirit-suppressing sword was thrust into the ground at the cave entrance like a loyal sentry. Shen Yi explained that the sword spirit said, "Although this shelter is simple, the mist outside has turned from black to red, proving that the moaning tide is becoming more and more violent. We can only hide here for now." He paused, looking at the object in his hand before continuing. "But that aside," Xiao Mengyu looked at that peculiar piece of wood and asked skeptically, "Shen Yi, is this piece of wood really a divine statue?" The system displayed detailed information. "Wooden idol of the moonlight divine tree." Shen Yi pressed his hands together, praying sincerely toward the wooden block. "Brother Wood, big brother Wood, help me out here. Give us a hand and protect us through this moaning tide." Seeing the piece of wood remain unresponsive for a long time, Shen Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why is there no reaction? My attributes combined with moonlight divine radiance give me a full 29 points of moonlight resonance." He leaned in closer to observe it curiously and suddenly discovered in shock, "Wait a minute, this wood is growing roots." From within the rough bark, a vibrant green sprout stubbornly broke through, and the tender leaves at its tip began to emit a soft, gentle glow. Xiao Mengyu shouted urgently, "Shen Yi, look, there are words on the leaves." A line of emerald green text appeared on the tender leaves. "Nourish me with water, sunlight, and fertilizer, and I shall grow to protect thee." Shen Yi smiled confidently and snapped his fingers. "You want water? That's easy." He raised his storage ring. It just so happened to contain the food and drink he had prepared for the nightmare world. As Shen Yi poured pure mineral water onto the sprout, Xiao Mengyu watched from the side, her heart filled with admiration. Though Shen Yi didn't come from a great family, he always seemed to have some unimaginable tricks up his sleeve. He even had those unexpected Dharma treasures. Suddenly, the tender leaves on the wood shook violently, abruptly shaking off every drop of water in a display of intense rejection. Clearly this wasn't what it wanted. What this tree needed was a holy water full of nutrients. Immediately after, a complex recipe hovered in midair. 2 grams cinnamon, 1 gram dried orange peel, 1 gram coriander seeds, 1,500 milliliters water, 50 grams white sugar, 80 grams rock sugar, 1 sprig of cilantro, 2 grams black tea, 2 lemons, and 3 grams baking soda or a carbonation machine. Shen Yi frowned at this long list of raw materials. Xiao Mengyu covered her mouth in surprise. Heavens, that's too much trouble. However, Shen Yi didn't follow the instructions step by step. Instead, he suddenly produced a bottle of iced Coke, the pull tab snapping open with a crisp clack as foam surged out. He whispered something and poured the Coke directly onto the sprout. "You went through all that trouble just because you wanted some Coke, didn't you? Here, drink your fill." Xiao Mengyu's mouth dropped open in shock. This actually works? A miracle occurred. The sprout swayed joyfully, its entire body vibrating. Exquisite, exquisite, it is even more delicious than holy water mixed by recipe. I shall call this the water of ultimate bliss. Having finished the drink, a new requirement appeared on the tender leaves with a checkmark placed next to the water item. Water complete, sunlight, fertilizer. Shen Yi clapped his hands. Alright, water is done, now for sunlight and fertilizer. Xiao Mengyu suggested trying to use the ever-burning candle. Shen Yi shook his head repeatedly. There's no sunlight here, and the outside is shrouded in mist. This wood doesn't play by common logic. I don't think what it needs is ordinary solar radiation. Sure enough, the leaves trembled again, manifesting a line of text, insufficient yang energy. Shen Yi rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, as I suspected, but if it were just a lack of light, it should say insufficient illumination. Why emphasize yang energy? Could it be? He suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up. Sunlight here doesn't just refer to light, it also means optimism, positivity, and cheerfulness. Shen Yi immediately threw his arms around the wood and unleashed a string of compliments so syrupy they could give someone goosebumps. Big brother wood, I absolutely adore you. You're my savior, the strongest tree in our hearts. You're not only charming, you're so sophisticated and full of depth. You even carry such a faint, elegant fragrance. Ah, it smells so good. I love you so much. You are my only one, my red sun. Xiao Mengyu's face turned bright red, and she covered her face in embarrassment for her friend. Shen Yi, what are you doing? This is so humiliating. Simultaneously, the wood began to flicker with a brilliant light, its branches and leaves stretching out as if it were thoroughly enjoying itself. The task was successfully completed, and a checkmark appeared on the leaves for sunlight. Xiao Mengyu could hardly believe her eyes. It actually worked. Shen Yi stood up and smugly tossed his hair. Very good. Now only fertilizer remains. Xiao Mengyu worriedly speculated that the fertilizer it wanted definitely wouldn't be anything normal either. The leaves presented the final requirement, the only designated fertilizer. Poems related to the moon, spiritual food. Shen Yi froze. Oh, you want me to recite poetry? He cleared his throat with a hem, opened his arms, and recited with a vigorous and tragic air. Before my bed the moonlight gleams, like frost upon the ground it seems. I lift my head to watch the moon, and lowering it, of home I dream. The wood leapt joyfully. A masterpiece, a masterpiece. Xiao Mengyu watched the scene in a daze. Is this the style of the moonlight system? Drinking coke, demanding compliments, and listening to poetry? Finally, the wood revealed a satisfied smile, metaphorically speaking, and radiantly announced, "The sacrifice is complete. Take me with you and I shall protect you." Shen Yi picked up the wood and asked curiously, "The roots have all retracted. Is this enough? Specifically, how are you going to protect us?" Xiao Mengyu added, "Since it told us to take it along, it must have some kind of special effect." Suddenly, the two were startled by a strange noise. Amidst a humming sound, a spirit-suppressing sword thrust into the ground began to vibrate violently, issuing a danger signal. Outside the shelter, the previously seen giant monster emerged from the blood-red mist like a moving mountain, blotting out the sun. It swung a massive fist, aiming straight for their hiding spot. Boom! A heavy punch shattered the shelter, causing the ground to collapse over a large area. Shen Yi was sent flying by the shock, screaming in terror. Whoa, what is this, a giant? The spirit-suppressing sword soared into the air, charging straight at the monster to protect its master. Clang, the longsword stabbed heavily into the giant's shoulder, sending sparks flying. Shen Yi shouted in approval, "Whoa, sword bro, nice work." Suddenly, the ground beneath them vibrated again, cracking into terrifying fissures like a spiderweb. Xiao Mengyu screamed a warning, "Shen Yi, watch your step." Shen Yi looked down abruptly. The ground exploded with a crack as a giant centipede erupted from below, its sharp head brutally piercing through Shen Yi's body. In his agony, he let out one last scream, "Ah!" At that critical juncture, with a poof sound, what the centipede had struck wasn't Shen Yi, but that magical piece of wood, to be precise. Shen Yi had vanished and was replaced by the wood. Shen Yi reappeared in another corner, clutching his body in shock. Xiao Mengyu ran over anxiously, asking repeatedly, "Are you alright?" Shen Yi slumped on the ground, still explaining in lingering fear, "I'm okay. This wood actually swapped positions with me." The leaves on the wood trembled slightly. Its proud voice rang out, "To be precise, I have become your substitute." Meanwhile, that substitute wood had been tightly coiled by the giant centipede and crushed to splinters. Even while being crushed, its voice continued to drift over. "Additionally, give me a drop of blood. I can transform into your appearance and temporarily take the exam in your place." Shen Yi couldn't hide his astonishment. "It's that powerful?" Suddenly, the spirit in his ring greedily emerged and urged, "Shen Yi, hurry up and put this centipede in the ring. I want a feast," Shen Yi said in surprise. This thing kills people and is incredibly toxic. You'd eat this," the spirit replied irritably. "I'll eat it. I need to recover my strength quickly. This place is too dangerous. If you kick the bucket, I'm finished too." Shen Yi smiled. "Quite ambitious, aren't you? Fine, I'll support you." Seeing Shen Yi collect the centipede's corpse into the ring, Xiao Mengyu asked curiously, "Hey Shen Yi, why are you putting the centipede corpse into a Dharma treasure?" Shen Yi was startled and stammered, He then scratched his head, his face turning red as he made up an excuse. "Well, actually, I've been an insect enthusiast since I was a kid. I love making insect specimens. This centipede is so big, I love it too much. Xiao Mengyu narrowed her eyes, looking at him with suspicion, but she didn't press further. Meanwhile, in midair, the spirit-suppressing sword was still locked in a fierce struggle with the giant. The giant roared and swung a heavy punch enveloped in destructive energy. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of metal shattering rang out as the longsword, unable to withstand the pressure, completely crumbled into small fragments. The remnants of the sword scattered to the ground like a falling meteor shower. Shen Yi cried out in despair, "It's over." He looked hopelessly at the towering giant, its shadow looming over them. "Sword bro is defeated. What do we do now?" The giant didn't give them a moment to breathe, its massive palm pressing down like Mount Tai, firmly grasping Shen Yi. Shen Yi was caught, his entire body numb and unable to move, but what was being squeezed in that giant hand was still the substitute wood. Crack, the giant crushed the wood, but Shen Yi appeared safely elsewhere. Before the giant could recover, it was struck by a surge of powerful electricity bursting from the shattered wood, numbing its entire body. It let out a pained wail. Shen Yi raised his fist to the sky, laughing as he gave thanks. "Thanks a lot, Brother Wood." Xiao Mengyu looked at the scattered sword fragments on the ground with a pained heart. Just then the fragments suddenly glowed and a voice rang out in her mind, "Pick me up." Shen Yi immediately threw the wood toward Xiao Mengyu and shouted, "Xiao Mengyu, catch, let it protect you. I still have 2 uses of power of the flesh left, even though its error rate is high." The giant recovered and immediately turned its target toward Shen Yi, its footsteps shaking the earth. He shouted urgently, "It's coming for me." It seems it knows to attack the one without divine protection. Xiao Mengyu decisively threw the wood back to him. "I'm not afraid of it. You take the wood," the monster roared as it prepared to attack. At the critical moment the two began to push the life-saving wood back and forth between them. "No, you take it. I've got good movement, I can dodge. My combat experience is way richer than yours. You take it. I'm a man, how can I let you be at the front? You take it. Women hold up half the sky. Don't look down on people. You take it." The argument became chaotic, the wood flying back and forth like a football. "Ladies first, you take it. Girls help boys, you take it. Are you going to take it or not? You take it, or maybe you should just take it." While the giant was left bewildered by their passing, Shen Yi suddenly utilized the flowing moon movement technique. He vanished into thin air, teleporting above the monster's head with a provocative smile. "Hey buddy, over here." He slammed down a fierce icy kick. Cold sword chi transformed into a blade, tearing through the air. "Frost strike," he mocked, his movement unpredictable and his attack swift. 2 against 1, easy as pie. "Hey preacher, we've made the shot. Where are you looking?" Simultaneously, the spirit-suppressing sword in Xiao Mengyu's hand had completely reassembled, radiating a blinding light. Boom boom boom, attacks like scythes of the death god struck the giant from both sides simultaneously, triggering a terrifying explosion that shook the entire island. Xiao Mengyu poured every ounce of her strength into swinging the fused longsword. As she delivered the finishing blow, she let out a loud shout, "Charged slash!" The giant let out one final roar and crashed to the ground, instantly turning into dust and dissipating. Shen Yi clapped wildly in awe. "Whoa, so cool, that broken sword actually has this kind of power?" Xiao Mengyu explained calmly, while the golden energy on the sword slowly drifted into the air. "When I grasped it, I felt a surge of power called courage. It seems to be a move from the previous owner, perhaps after several life-and-death battles. My resonance with it has improved." She frowned slightly and thought, "A few other moves appeared in my mind too, but they all focus on charging power, which doesn't quite suit me." Suddenly, the spirit in the ring popped out again, licking its lips with a greedy expression. "Hey, what a harvest, hurry, give me that giant's meat to eat." Shen Yi stared at the spirit with wide eyes in shock. "You can even stomach giant's meat?" the spirit said irritably. "The situation is urgent, I have to eat anything. You've already been targeted by the Skinner and his master, I need to be fully prepared." Shen Yi pressed. "Then what do you plan to do?" The spirit shook its head mysteriously. "You wouldn't understand. Don't call me for nothing later, I'm going into seclusion." With that, it vanished into the ring like a puff of smoke. Shen Yi muttered, mysterious as ever. Seeing Shen Yi busy collecting the giant's head, Xiao Mengyu asked with a face full of confusion, "Shen Yi, you want the giant's head too?" He looked up abruptly. He scratched his head again, gave an awkward dry laugh and hauled out that same excuse again. "Well, you see, actually, I'm a giant enthusiast. I've loved making specimens of all kinds of giants since I was small. This giant is so big and unique, I love it too much." Ha. Xiao Mengyu looked at him with an utterly speechless expression. This guy doesn't even have an ounce of sincerity in his lies. Shen Yi quickly held up his card to change the subject. "Mengyu, look, there's new news on the card. Come over and study it." She went along with it sarcastically. "Oh, the information must be very important, right?" the system announced. "The moaning tide is currently sweeping through. All examinees who have not reached an island are eliminated. Totaling 163 people. You have defeated a powerful enemy, and the powerful aura you emit has made the monsters in the tide dare not approach easily." Shen Yi shouted happily. "How does that mean we succeeded?" Xiao Mengyu remained vigilant, reminding him. "Don't let your guard down. Finding the exit definitely won't be that simple." Suddenly, a pained whimpering sound drifted from deep within the forest. Xiao Mengyu alertly placed her hand on the sword hilt. "Shen Yi, did you hear that? It sounds like a dog barking." He pricked up his ears to listen closely. He heard it too. Not only the barking of a dog, but also cries for help echoing from the depths of the forest. She cautioned, "Be careful, it might be a trap." Shen Yi pointed ahead. "Look over there." Thump, a dark figure was hurled out of the woods. A young contestant and a massive husky lay on the ground in a wretched state, severely injured. The youth looked up, and though his face was covered in blood, a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes upon recognizing them. "Brother Shen and Miss Xiao Mengyu." Shen Yi recognized the familiar face as well. "Zhang Xiaoyi, how did you end up like this?" Zhang Xiaoyi clutched the whimpering dog, his voice filled with panic. "Thank goodness we ran into you. We're saved." A scion of a great family is trying to kill us. Shen Yi frowned in confusion. Kill you? Aren't there exam rules forbidding participants from killing one another? The two stepped closer to assess the situation. Xiao Mengyu asked, someone is trying to kill you. The exam rules strictly prohibit attacking each other. Besides, where did this wolf come from? Shen Yi interjected. Why do I get the feeling this is just a dog? Zhang Xiaoyi explained. This is Guo Yunya. He transformed. His ability allows him to shift into various canine forms. As for the person hunting us, I recognized him. It's Hexi Shu, ranked 3rd. Shen Yi fell into deep thought, his expression grave. The previous attackers had clearly been repelled by the rules, so how was Hexi Shu able to ignore the rules and harm people? Drenched in sweat, Zhang Xiaoyi explained in terror. I don't know. He attacked the moment he saw us. Beside them, the husky form Guo Yunya let out a low, pained growl, whimper. Suddenly, Guo Yunya let out an alarm-like bark. Woof, woof, woof. Zhang Xiaoyi pointed toward the woods in terror where a dark figure was slowly emerging. It's him. He caught up from the blood-red mist. A tall man draped in a black cloak walked out unhurriedly. He was dragging another unconscious contestant by the hair, pulling him along the ground like a trash bag. The man looked up, revealing a cruel face, his amber eyes shimmering with light. When he recognized the prime meat before him, a sneer of derision curled his lips. HMPH. Xiao Mengyu stood tall and proud, hurling a forceful question. Hexi Shu, why have you violated the rules without being punished? Hexi Shu responded calmly, his tone dripping with mockery. Rules? Who says I violated any rules? This is hunting, and it is perfectly legal. Seeing their stunned expressions, he spoke contemptuously. Looking at your disbelief, I suppose you haven't figured out the situation yet. He leaned down and whispered a shocking truth. The rules have changed. During the moaning tide, contestants can hunt one another. All deaths are permitted just then. Xiao Mengyu's spirit-suppressing sword vibrated violently, and the magical wood in Shen Yi's hand emitted a purple warning energy. The system announced the new rules with cold cruelty. The exam has temporarily entered the hunting rules phase. 1. Contestants may hunt and kill each other. Divine statues may not interfere. 2. All deaths are regarded as normal exam occurrences. After the exam ends, all traces will be thoroughly erased. 3. The successful hunting party will receive a power buff. Shen Yi was horrified. Killing actually granted a power boost. Xiao Mengyu could hardly believe her ears. How is that possible? Something must be wrong. Hexi Shu let out a contemptuous sneer. Xiao Mengyu, for a child of a great family, you are remarkably foolish. Survival of the fittest has always been the law of this world. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunya with the same disgust one would show trash. Beasts should rot in the sewers, yet these fools don't know their place. Deluding themselves into thinking they can enter the 3 schools, thinking they can compete for resources with us. He clenched his fists, a dense aura of dark energy swirling around him. In the future, they'll want to usurp our status, plunder our rights, and even try to defile the bloodlines of our great families through marriage. It's sickening. He gripped the unconscious contestant's neck and said viciously, these commoners are only fit to be stepping stones for our survival. The contestant let out one final weak whimper. Squish, without hesitation, Hexi Shu crushed the poor student's skull, blood spraying everywhere. Shen Yi and Xiao Mengyu were stunned by this bloody, brutal sight. Shen Yi grit his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. Damn it, this guy is a total lunatic. Xiao Mengyu roared in fury. Hexi Shu, how dare you? He turned his head, his venomous gaze locking onto Xiao Mengyu. I remember now. Xiao Mengyu, you only got your current rank by lucking into that divine sword. You were originally supposed to go back and be a concubine for some old man of a great family. He spoke with utter disdain and insult. In essence, you're just a puppet controlled by your family. No wonder you like hanging around with this commoner trash. Panting heavily, Hexi Shu held the bloody head in his hand, a cruel smile on his lips. So you're playing that boring I am the master of my own fate game, are you? Zhang Xiaoyi covered his mouth in horror, stammering out, God, those people were all contestants he killed. He looked down at them cruelly, pronouncing their death sentence. You have only one ending, to become fuel for my power. Shank. Xiao Mengyu drew her longsword, the blade radiating an imposing golden light. Her eyes were cold as ice, her voice bone-chilling. Hexi Shu, I shall use your head as an offering to those children. He let out a burst of arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, you, with what? Why don't you use that divine sword? I suspect you know quite well that you can't control it. He reached out toward her, his tone mocking to the extreme. Without it, you are nothing. Zhang Xiaoyi shrieked a warning. Careful, he's incredibly fast. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hexi Shu struck like a ghost, his hand wreathed in black energy, aiming straight for Xiao Mengyu's throat. She gasped so fast, suddenly a pitch-black arm emerged from the shadows, blocking his lethal strike. Hexi Shu was equally stunned. What? She actually blocked that move? Immediately following, Xiao Mengyu swung her sword in a flurry of slashes, forcing him to retreat rapidly. In an instant, he sensed something was wrong. No, she didn't block it herself. He scanned his surroundings and saw the truth. Another person was lurking in the shadows. With a wave of his hand, a cluster of black energy tightly bound Xiao Mengyu's longsword. He sneered, using his bare palm to firmly grip the blade. I can handle this sword of yours with a single hand. I'll deal with Xiao Mengyu first. But Xiao Mengyu suddenly surged with power, using the counterforce to throw him off, followed by a diagonal slash that tore across his shoulder. Blood erupted from the wound. Hexi Shu staggered back a few steps, clutching the injury, his eyes filled with hatred. Xiao Mengyu retorted coldly, to kill you, this remnant snow sword is more than enough. He wiped the blood from his lips and growled. What a move, Snow Cloud reaching Shadow. I didn't expect you to learn the Luo family's ultimate swordsmanship so quickly. This woman's strength exceeds my expectations, and the trouble is there's another guy helping her. He calculated rapidly. Since that was the case, he pivoted abruptly, charging toward Zhang Xiaoyi and Guo Yunya with murderous intent. "I'll kill you vermin first," Zhang Xiaoyi screamed in terror. Without hesitation he threw his thin body over Guo Yunya to shield his companion. Xiao Mengyu instantly dashed in front to block him. Don't even think about it, however. He transformed into a black blur, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a threat that echoed in the air. "Ha ha ha, just you wait, I'll be back. Tremble in fear as you watch for me. The moment you grow careless will be the moment you die," Zhang Xiaoyi asked blankly. He ran away," Xiao Mengyu said decisively. "We can't let him get away, he'll keep killing others. Shen Yi, you take Zhang Xiaoyi and the others to find a shelter. I'm going after him." She was about to leave when she realized there was no response. She called out loudly, "Shen Yi, did you hear me? Shen Yi?" She looked around in confusion, only to find that Shen Yi had long since disappeared. "Where is he? Shen Yi, where are you?" Zhang Xiaoyi also noticed this bizarre disappearance. "Now that you mention it, it feels like I haven't seen him for a while." Suddenly, a series of rapid whistling sounds cut through the air in the forest. Zhang Xiaoyi froze for a second, then shouted, "Look out, a rain of arrows, they're pouring down like water." Guo Yunya quickly pulled Zhang Xiaoyi into cover, letting out a pained groan. Simultaneously, Xiao Mengyu danced with her longsword, forming a curtain of light. With a series of metallic clangs, she easily deflected all the incoming arrows. From the mist, a group of figures with hideous faces emerged. The leader pointed at her and laughed. "It's Xiao Mengyu, haha, found them, but I don't see that Shen Yi kid." A burly man carrying a massive axe laughed insidiously. "It doesn't matter, anyone can see Shen Yi's coordinates, finding him is only a matter of time. Hey brothers, let's finish off Xiao Mengyu first," another bald man chimed in with confidence. "No matter how strong Xiao Mengyu is, surrounded by so many 5-star and 4-star experts like us, she won't escape. Kill her and take the Luo family's treasure sword." Meanwhile, at a treacherous cliff edge, Hexi Shu was sprinting for his life. He landed on a reef, hissing in pain. That sword strike was so treacherous. "You bitch, I'll definitely kill you." As he spoke, he took out a medicine bottle, muttering his calculations to himself. "Taking 2 should be enough." Suddenly a voice spoke from behind him. Soft yet filled with killing intent. "Eating something good? Let me have a taste too." Hexi Shu snapped to attention, turning around in terror, but before he could react, Shen Yi had already unleashed a devastating frost strike. Boom, this kick sent the medicine bottle flying from his hand into the abyss. Hexi Shu staggered back, his entire body covered in frost, his skin emitting faint cracking sounds as it froze. He slumped to the ground, numb all over, thinking in shock. An elemental attack? What level of technique is this? Before he could process it, a sharp blade flash cut through the darkness. Squish, the dagger was buried deep in Hexi Shu's chest. Shen Yi slowly stepped out from his shadow like the god of death. Hexi Shu spat out a mouthful of blood. Shivering in terror, "Cough, it's you, Shen Yi. You can actually hide in the shadows," he pleaded weakly for his life. "Enough, I surrender, I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed those contestants." Shen Yi let out a cold laugh, violently twisting the dagger in his chest, making him scream in agony. Hee, you don't know you were wrong, you just know you're about to die." In his desperation, Hexi Shu tried to offer a price. "Shen Yi, you and I are the same, both children of great families. It's not worth becoming enemies over a few mortals. I am third on the leaderboard, with a bright future ahead of me. And you have limitless potential as well. We can join forces. What do you want? Pills, cultivation methods, treasures?" he continued to entice him. "Our Hexi family has everything. If you let me go, all of this can be yours." Shink. Shen Yi abruptly pulled out the dagger. Blood splattering, he replied coldly, "Is that so? Fine, since you want to bribe me." Hexi Shu coughed blood, thinking he had convinced the other. "Cough, I knew it. Great families should support each other. Our Hexi family owes you a favor. Just help me with one more thing." He then tremblingly took out a strange device. With a hum, the device unfolded into a high-tech medical pod. Shen Yi asked in surprise, "Whoa, what's this?" Hexi Shu explained weakly. "It's a life support device. Help me out, put me inside. Once I've healed my injuries, I'll give you whatever you want." Shen Yi crossed his arms, observing with great interest. "This thing looks pretty good, can I have it?" he hummed in admiration. "Tisk tisk, being a child of a great family must be nice. Even when mortally wounded, you have such a powerful treasure to save your life." Hearing this, Hexi Shu felt something was wrong, his eyes darting about. "What do you mean?" Shen Yi turned around, his gaze piercing like a blade. "Nothing. I just wanted to ask, if I put the heads and bodies of those ordinary contestants from earlier into this machine, can they be brought back to life?" Hexi Shu's eyes widened as he grit his teeth. "Are you joking? They've long since..." Before he could finish his sentence, his head went flying. Amidst the spraying blood, Shen Yi coldly swung his sword, decapitating Hexi Shu. He stood there, face stained with blood, coldly finishing the second half of the sentence. "Of course I know they've long since died." He kicked the head into the blood-red river, his voice low and filled with both sorrow and rage. "It isn't easy for ordinary families to raise a genius or two who work so hard to climb up. Their parents must have been so happy. In my hometown, such a joyous occasion would be celebrated with firecrackers and incense for the ancestors." He looked up at the blood moon hanging high, his gaze full of resentment. "You destroyed everything. How could I ever let you go?" System notification. "You have killed a contestant and absorbed the power buff they obtained through killing. Your meat has received a further enhancement, evolving into tough flesh." He looked at the glowing card in his hand as new information appeared. No matter who or what attacks you, it will take at least 4 strikes to completely cause you to lose combat effectiveness, after which you will die or become meat that meets the consumption standards of others. He muttered to himself with satisfaction. It had increased from 2 strikes to 4. So this was the reward for killing other contestants. He put the medical pod and medicine bottle into his storage ring. By the way, I'll be taking this machine and the medicine, the spirit in the ring spoke up. Hey, he has a storage artifact. Why didn't you take it? The spirit in the ring asked. Shen Yi explained as he cleared the traces of the scene. I'm not taking it. Great families are unfathomable. That thing likely has a tracking and positioning function. We have to be careful, and I need to clean up the crime scene thoroughly. The spirit marveled. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. You truly are the man I chose. It's a pity his medicine is different from the ones you gave me before. It only works on the living. Suddenly, the crystal skull at his waist issued a warning. Watch out, other life fires are approaching you. There are 2 people behind you. With a whoosh, a massive fireball streaked toward him at a startling speed, followed by a violent explosion. Shen Yi lunged away, narrowly avoiding the blast. 2 strangers emerged from the shadows. The one carrying a wooden mallet grinned savagely, his face full of arrogance. Student Shen Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. He swung his club, sending Shen Yi flying. Fly like a bird, little guy, let us earn a little extra cash. The spirit issued another urgent warning as more life fires approached. The system prompted. All attributes have been transferred to strength. Shen Yi quickly scanned his surroundings, counting silently. 1, 2, 3, 4. He quickly concluded there were 8 people in total. Simultaneously, the skull's anxious voice rang out. Shen Yi, be careful, there are 8 people in this vicinity. In an instant, countless attacks swept in from all directions like a torrential rain. The skull screamed in terror, run, you're no match for them. All the attacks converged on a single point, triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire area. But a second before the blast, he had already activated the flowing moon movement technique. He shot out of the danger zone like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Mengyu's voice rang out again, guiding him eastward through the communication device. That was the gap in their encirclement. He responded internally, understood. The system prompted. All attributes have been transferred to agility. Recalling the brush with death just now, he broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had used Frost Strike and a whirlwind kick to knock away several flying artifacts at the last second, or he would have been a dead man. Behind him, the pursuers coordinated via walkie-talkies. He's heading east. Watch out, he's incredibly fast, another responded confidently. He's injured, he won't get far. Shen Yi dodged and weaved through a rain of flying swords that fell like a storm. He leaped into the air to avoid the continuous attacks, the ground beneath his feet shattering inch by inch. The spirit in the ring hurriedly guided him. They're surrounding you again, head north. In a dark corner, a contestant glanced at the card in his hand, a flicker of excitement in his eyes as he informed his teammates. He's heading north. Shen Yi dared not dally, continuing to sprint through the ruins. He struggled to shake off the enemies. The spirit beside him spoke, its tone full of unease. No, something's wrong. Shen Yi, something is very wrong. No matter how you run, these life fires are able to keep up with you and maintain the encirclement. Following that thought, Shen Yi growled irritably. If you have something to say, spit it out. The spirit quickly offered its hypothesis. I'm afraid they can track your real-time location. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a dark figure dove down from the trees like a hunting hawk. Shen Yi cried out in surprise. What? Sharp claws tore through the air, ripping the clothes on his chest and scratching his cheek. Shen Yi staggered back, his hand clutching the wound as he groaned in pain. Ah? Just then, another person ambushed him from behind, unleashing a heavy punch enveloped in light energy aimed straight for his back. The man sneered, I'll be taking your bounty. A heavy punch sent Shen Yi flying into the air, the massive impact making his bones feel as though they were about to shatter. The attacker was gloating, but then suddenly froze, realizing he had used too much force. Damn, I hit him too hard, I've sent him flying away. Shen Yi flew through the air and crashed heavily into a massive tree. An observer in the distance immediately noticed the anomaly. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, that's Li Yinghuai's flying sword. He's taking Shen Yi away, that bastard. He wants to hog the bounty for himself. Li Yinghuai arrogantly steered his flying sword as he sped away with Shen Yi, leaving behind a mocking laugh for those who were too slow. Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots, he thought smugly to himself. I am the rank 6 5-star newcomer. How could I possibly split the bounty with you, small fry? As he flew, he muttered greedily, this is a bounty issued by a great family. Giving it to you lot would be a total waste. Unexpectedly, the supposedly dying Shen Yi suddenly snapped his eyes open, his hands clamping onto Li Yinghuai's wrist like iron pincers. He whispered, thanks for helping me break out of the encirclement. Li Yinghuai's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, Shen Yi manipulated the flying sword beneath Li Yinghuai's feet to stab upward, skewering his body. Li Yinghuai couldn't believe his own weapon was turning against him. You're still alive? How is that possible? Shen Yi stood steadily on the flying sword. Blood flowed continuously from his numerous wounds, but his gaze was terrifyingly cold. He answered flatly, answer my questions. The system's meat shield prompted. You will only completely die after taking at least 4 lethal hits. You have 2 chances remaining. He grabbed the dying man's collar and interrogated him harshly. What is this bounty you're talking about? And how are you positioning my location? Li Yinghuai answered weakly. A great family issued a bounty. Killing you grants a reward. That's why they added the hunting rules to the exam. for everyone except you and Xiao Mengyu. Every other noble scion can see your real-time location, Shen Yi continued to press. Which great family? How do you contact them after completing the bounty? Li Yinghuai panted heavily, his words coming in fragments. I don't know. After it's done, a pathmaker will return to verify and distribute the reward. He was about to continue when a massive fireball flew in from nowhere, instantly exploding and incinerating Li Yinghuai into ash. Shen Yi hurriedly retreated, warily watching the figures appearing before him. One of them shouted, "Found him, he's over here." Shen Yi thought to himself, they got here fast. The contestant who had just arrived glanced at the scene and snorted coldly. Li Yinghuai is dead too. HMPH serves him right. He turned to urge his companion to continue the pursuit, determined not to let anyone else beat them to it. The skull hurriedly urged, Shen Yi, more life fires are approaching. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back to the nightmare world. He shook his head firmly. No, if I leave the exam grounds I'll be disqualified immediately. The skull shrieked anxiously. What's an exam compared to your life? Just then, Xiao Mengyu's voice rang out from the communication card. Shen Yi, where are you? As he ran, he replied hurriedly. I'm on the run. A bunch of noble scions are hunting me down. Xiao Mengyu was currently standing in the center of a battlefield littered with corpses. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, Hunting you? You're being attacked by them too? She hurriedly proposed. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Shen Yi immediately refused. No, I'm being tracked. From now on we act separately. Xiao Mengyu blurted out in worry. What? Can you manage alone? Shen Yi reassured her in a calm tone. Don't worry, I have a plan. I'll contact you after I've handled this. The system prompted. You have disbanded the team with Xiao Mengyu. Just as the call ended, the red mist shrouding the space gradually dissipated, revealing a clear blue moon in the night sky. A mechanical voice rang out, announcing to all contestants, the moaning tide has ended. Currently, 429 people have been eliminated. Congratulations to all contestants who survived the moaning tide. You have entered a new round of the exam. Round 3, Wilderness Survival. Survive on the floating island for 3 days. As long as you stay alive, you pass. Supplemental tip. The hunt continues. The skull sensed a surge of killing intent. The moaning tide is over. I feel those people getting faster. They're rushing toward you. There's no way you'll survive 3 days under their combined attack. Listen to me. Go back to the nightmare world. Before it could finish, the skull shrieked a warning. Watch out, there are 2 people nearby below. The ground beneath Shen Yi's feet suddenly split open, and several pitch-black chains shot out, binding him tightly. However, what was bound was merely an afterimage left by the flowing moon technique. A burly man swung a massive long-handled hammer, shattering the afterimage as he laughed loudly. Ha, just as Brother Niu predicted, you have a movement technique that leaves afterimages. The hammer strike against the ground caused a violent tremor, but the brute immediately felt a massive resistance. Shen Yi had actually caught the hammerhead with his bare hand. He shouted in astonishment, Your strength is beyond human. The skull issued another warning. Shen Yi, a few more people are coming. Shen Yi did not hesitate, unleashing a thunder palm that sent the burly man flying. That man mocked as he retreated, and a companion beside him analyzed. That's right, a powerful thunder attribute palm technique, combined with a card effect that can withstand lethal attacks. That effect must have a limit on its charges. I bet you don't have many left, do you? He stepped forward, his face full of the confidence of certain victory. Shen Yi, I've seen through all your little tricks. 4 contestants quickly surrounded him. One of them announced coldly, This time we won't give you any chance. A green light flashed in Shen Yi's eyes as the system transferred all his attributes to agility, causing a flow of energy to surround his body. He shot out like a whirlwind. Someone in the crowd cried out, What incredible speed! As Shen Yi fled, a group of people watched from a distance. The leader sneered, Hee, run. The naive little mouse still thinks he can escape. Suddenly, a figure in a green robe appeared above Shen Yi. He delivered a heavy kick from midair. That person mocked, You had no idea you were a turtle in a jar all along. The kick descended with a blue energy flow, sending Shen Yi flying. He lost his balance in midair, and immediately following, 2 other assassins closed in and launched a series of attacks. Brutal kicks and knee strikes sent his blood splattering. A female assassin grabbed his head, preparing to deliver a lethal blow with a powerful spinning kick. The impact sent Shen Yi flying into the distance, crashing through several trees before slamming into the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. The skull anxiously called his name. Shen Yi. 3 female assassins in green robes surrounded him. One spoke coldly. To make an enemy of our great families is a path to death today. Even if you had wings, you wouldn't escape. Give up your life, the skull urged in panic. Open the gate and run. Your meat shield charges aren't enough to withstand their attacks. Shen Yi lay on the ground covered in blood, but a bizarre smile curled the corner of his mouth. Shut up. The plan was a success. The skull was extremely surprised. What? He propped himself up into a sitting position, a flicker of hypnotic light flashing in his purple eyes. He summoned the pitch-black sword's heavenly shadow from behind him. In an instant, those black swords shot out, piercing into the shadows of the trees behind the 3 female assassins. The 3 were startled and whipped their heads around, but when they looked back at Shen Yi's position, he had vanished without a trace. One cried out, Where is he? He's gone. One of them hurriedly reminded, Watch out, the intel was wrong. Besides movement, kicks, and palm techniques, Shen Yi has other moves. Before she could finish, her throat and the throats of the other 2 were slit by a sharp blade. Blood sprayed out violently. The 3 fell dead before they even realized how they had died. Shen Yi stood among the 3 corpses, a blood-stained dagger in his hand. The system sounded, "You have killed 3 contestants. Meat shield charges have been replenished and restored to 4. It was now past midnight. The moon was slowly setting and the skull finally understood. So here, heavenly shadow can be utilized to its peak. That was your plan. This forest was where the moonlight shadows were the longest." Shen Yi stood up and wiped the blood from his face, his gaze icy. "That's right, since they've insisted on adding new rules to the exam. Then let's play along." Meanwhile, the footsteps of the pursuers were getting closer, with one person in front urging the others to hurry. The 2 leaders were in a heated discussion. Shen Yi's coordinates haven't moved for a long time. He must have been caught by the 3 Shao sisters. HMPH, I hope they didn't violate the agreement and act early. The leader's tone was full of killing intent. That commoner Shen Yi must be killed by my own hand. Hidden in the darkness, Shen Yi's mouth curled into a death-like smile, a bloodthirsty light shimmering in his purple eyes. Now it's my turn to hunt. Those 2 had just arrived at the scene and were stunned by the 3 corpses near the campfire. One cried out in shock. "The 3 Shao sisters are dead. How is that possible?" The burly man with the hammer from before knelt to examine the wounds, his face full of horror. One strike to the throat. When the 3 of them were together, their strength was not to be underestimated. "Watch out. Shen Yi might have moves we don't know about," another snorted coldly, feigning composure. "No matter how strong Shen Yi is, he's only a 2-star. They must have wounded Shen Yi first, then had an infighting because they wanted to hog the bounty, resulting in them killing each other." The brute nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Died of stupidity. Shen Yi is injured and won't get far. That's proof he's definitely hiding nearby. Let's split up and find him." In an instant the group scattered, using flying treasures to search the forest. The guy who had his hair cut earlier muttered resentfully as he searched. "Shen Yi, whatever you do, don't let anyone else find you first. I want to tear you apart with my own hands to get revenge." Searching for the revenge of the haircutting, the disheveled hunter suddenly heard a strange noise from the bushes. He crouched down alertly, an insidious smile spreading across his face, and lunged forward with a roar. "Caught you." But as he looked closer he froze. There was only a single solitary shoe on the ground. Eek! Suddenly, Shen Yi dove down from the shadows above like a vengeful demon, grabbing the hunter's hair and whispering a declaration of death into his ear. "I've caught you." The hunter was consumed by terror as Shen Yi's enchanting purple eyes reflected his own panicked image. He issued a cold command. "Answer me loudly. Did you find me?" Simultaneously, the other hunters still searching heard a loud shout from the distance. "Found him!" The burly man with the heavy hammer cheered in ecstasy. "I found Shen Yi." He urgently called out for his companions to hurry over. "Ha! The bounty is as good as mine." The others began racing toward the source of the shout one after another. "Over here, come quickly!" The hunter controlled by Shen Yi shouted unconsciously, his eyes flickering with a bizarre green light. "I really found him. Shen Yi is right here." 2 companions arrived and blurted out in horror, "What? A severed head is talking." Shen Yi had already vanished silently, stalking behind them to coldly end their lives. "It's over." He leaned close to the newly fallen corpses and whispered a command. "Report your positions loudly." The manipulated heads answered stutteringly, a shrill chorus echoing through the forest, 9 o'clock direction under the tree roots, in the grass next to the big rock. Chaotic shouts rang out from all directions. "Here, come quickly, Shen Yi has been spotted." Shen Yi hung upside down from a high branch hidden in the night, his lips curled in a cold arc. "First, use Shadow Whisper to disrupt their attention, then find the right moment to execute Tai-Bai finisher. I'm going to let you group of self-important noble scions taste what it's like to be the prey." A hunter with bloodshot eyes was scanning the surroundings alertly when a head suddenly rolled to a stop before him, its eyes emitting green light as it shouted, "Here, I'm here." That hunter and his nearby companion were terrified to the core. Zhang Weiyu's head is talking. How could a third-rate scion know such a technique? A hunter draped in a red cloak was on guard when Shen Yi's shadow swept past him from behind. He turned to his companion and said, "We need to tell the others about this immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yi struck from the shadows, his sharp blade piercing through the man's chest. He only had time to let out a muffled groan before collapsing dead. His companion screamed in horror. Feng Yuan, the remaining 2 female hunters, looked around in a panic as one warned, "Watch out, Shen Yi is nearby." In an instant, Shen Yi manifested from the void once more, a long staff already piercing through her chest. The forceful impact of this heavy strike sent her flying, pinning her firmly against a massive tree. Her head slumped forward as blood poured continuously from the wound. The leader roared in fury, "Watch out! This guy could not only make the dead talk but could also hide in the shadows." Seeing this, a young girl in the squad called out her companion's name anxiously, "Wang Dingzhou," but the corpse pinned to the tree gradually dissolved into a dark shadow and vanished. One of the girls cried out, "It disappeared." He struck a vital point, yet it didn't die. "It seems the card is taking effect again," the leader analyzed quickly. This forest was full of shadows, and combined with that card of his, it was impossible to catch him. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind them. "Idiots!" The leader turned back to see a red-haired youth with eyes as sharp as knives. He spoke arrogantly. "Level this forest to the ground and he'll have nowhere left to hide." The girl in the squad asked in surprise, "You intend to use that move?" Roaring flames erupted around the red-haired youth as he announced decisively, "After the deed is done, I'm taking 50% of the bounty." The girl nodded reluctantly. "Fine, being able to witness the Wong family's secret technique with my own eyes is worth it." The flames burned violently, enveloping the red-haired youth and transforming into a majestic suit of flame armor. He ordered his companions to notify everyone nearby who didn't want to die to gather here immediately. He flew into the air, overlooking the newly assembled hunters. One person looked up in confusion. "What does it mean, calling us all back?" The earlier girl's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "You'll find out in a moment." The red-haired youth held his spear high, the tip radiating a light as blinding as a small sun. He pressed his palms together to form a hand seal, his eyes spitting fire as his majestic voice filled the forest. "Samadhi fire curse." Instantly, a fireball as massive as a scorching sun cut through the night sky and crashed down, drowning the entire forest in a sea of fire. The predators were consumed by the raging flames, letting out shrill wails. The vast forest was burned to ash, leaving only scorched earth and blackened trunks. The survivors stood on a high slope, stunned by this terrifying destructive power. One person marveled, "Heavens, the entire forest has been burned to ash. Is this the strength of the top three?" Someone pointed at a pile of ash and shouted, "Look, Shen Yi is over there." Another laughed with gratification. "Haha, this kid has been burned beyond recognition." In the desolate sea of fire, Shen Yi lay collapsed on the ground, his entire body trembling from severe burns. A system notification rang out in his mind, "Meat shield charges remaining, 2. The leader stepped forward, his tone arrogant. "Shen Yi, in the face of the absolute power of our great families, everything you do is futile." The skull screamed in a frantic panic, "Shen Yi, open the gate and run, there are no shadows left for you to hide in." Shen Yi snapped his head up, extreme hatred burning in his eyes. "You think I don't want to run? These flames keep burning, making it impossible for me to even move." The skull shouted in despair, "What? Then it's all over." The leader opened his arms to manipulate the surrounding flames to burn even more violently, forming a massive wall of fire that surrounded his prey. He announced arrogantly, "You won't escape even if you had wings. As long as Wang Dingzhou maintains the technique, the firewall will transform into a high wall, completely isolating you from the outside world. This is one of the Wang family's core secret arts, the Samadhi fire curse. Legend says it was discovered in the ancient ruins on the back of the mountain." Wang Dingzhou shouted a reminder, "Stop talking and finish him off. The card is already healing his wounds." The leader replied, "Ah, fine." This leader's name was Niu Zijing. While he appeared obedient on the surface, he was calculating insidiously in his heart. HMPH, maintaining the fire curse consumes an immense amount of energy. Before long, Wang Dingzhou will be exhausted, and then no one will be a match for me. He roared as he charged toward Shen Yi, screaming in his heart, "I'm going to kill all of you. Die, Shen Yi. I will be the only winner." Just at the moment of Niu Zijing's greatest triumph, the sky suddenly darkened, and a system emergency notification rang out. Sudden event, wilderness survival, natural disaster. A violent blizzard struck without warning. The system continued to warn, during the 3-day survival period, disasters will fall randomly from the sky. Managing to survive in extreme environments is the focus of this round of the exam. Niu Zijing was in the middle of his sprint but was forced to a halt. Countless hailstones as sharp as daggers poured down. A shard of sharp ice plunged directly into his shoulder, filling him with terror. A natural disaster? Is this the real test of the third round? Shen Yi was no exception. The ice crystals piercing his body made him cry out in pain. "Ah!" the skull shouted in a panic. "Shen Yi, hurry and summon me out. There's something wrong with this hail." The other hunters also fell into the wretched state caused by the rampaging hail, with panicked screams echoing everywhere. "Run, run for your lives." One person's feet were frozen by the cold ice, and they wailed in despair as they tried to resist the hail. Once hit, the body would also begin to freeze. "Damn it, I can't move." Another unlucky fellow had their head pierced by a massive block of ice, collapsing instantly. Wang Dingzhou hurriedly exerted all his strength to prop up a protective shield with fire. "Stay there and don't move, I'll block the hail." The remaining people cheered in ecstasy as if they had caught a life-saving straw. "Great, Brother Dingzhou is too strong." But Wang Dingzhou himself was also nearing his limit, sweat pouring off him in torrents. "The Samadhi fire curse consumed too much of my stamina. I can't hold out like this for long." "Niu Zijing, retreat. Shen Yi is as good as dead in this ice storm. We just need to come back later to collect the body." But by now, Niu Zijing was blinded by rage and greed, roaring maniacally, "No, I want to kill him with my own hands." He stared fixedly ahead with wide eyes, cutting through the white expanse of hail with murderous intent, only to discover in shock a figure standing proudly in the center of the storm. It was Shen Yi, and a massive ghostly white skull had manifested behind him. It's radiating a bone-chilling aura of death. Niu Zijing was consumed by terror, muttering, "This freezing deathly aura, what on earth is going on?" He suddenly realized that the skull was the aura of death. It was the same skull that had emitted deathly aura before. The skull hovered beside Shen Yi, its tone full of confidence and pride. "This hail isn't a natural disaster, it's a technique. And the ice energy within it is exactly what I like. I can even absorb them to recover a bit of my power. Fortunately, you helped me buy time to block the hail. The meat shield effect has already mostly healed my wounds." Shen Yi gave a slight smile, a burning fighting spirit flickering in his eyes. "Let the counterattack begin." He charged into the air, the massive skull following closely behind him like a guardian spirit. A hunter screamed in terror, "This is bad, that skull is helping him block the hail. He can move without restraint here." Seeing the situation reverse, the leader Niu Zijing hurriedly ordered, "Retreat, get out of here, fast, we won't gain any advantage fighting him here." Wang Dingzhou stared at that bizarre ghostly skull in utter shock. What exactly is that skull? Is this feeling calamity? Shen Yi let out a cold laugh, his tone full of mockery. You want to kill me when you please and run when you want. You think too highly of yourselves. He spun and delivered a horizontal kick, reflecting those sharp hailstones back toward the fleeing crowd. The hunters let out paid cries as they were struck. One of them blurted out in surprise, "He can actually kick away the hail." Wang Dingzhou hurriedly propped up a shield with fire, but several shards of ice still cut through his skin. He cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, that movement technique is cursed. Suddenly, Shen Yi appeared behind him without anyone noticing. Shen Yi rested a hand lightly on his shoulder and whispered, "You stabbed me twice. I'm returning this kick to you." This kick sent Wang Dingzhou flying for some distance. He struggled to crawl up, mocking, "HMPH, ridiculous." There was no strength behind that kick at all. But immediately after, as he realized he had been tricked, his smile froze. That kick was only a feint intended to knock him out of the safe zone. The real target was the torrent of sharp ice falling from above. He only had time to let out one final scream of despair before being skewered by countless shards of ice. Eek! The remaining hunters began to scream in despair. "It's over. Wang Dingzhou has fallen. No one is left to block the hail for us. Help!" Amidst the rampaging blizzard, the skull overlooked the chaotic scene below, while Shen Yi stood quietly on the desolate, empty ground. The skull analyzed that this empty space with no cover greatly enhanced the ice power within the storm. They couldn't hold out any longer. Their fires of life were being extinguished. Although this storm was brutal, there was basically no life-threatening danger as long as one could find a shelter. Yet they had actually destroyed the entire forest with their own hands. Haha. They really brought this on themselves. Shen Yi looked down at Wang Dingzhou's corpse, his gaze falling on the object in the other's hand. "Wait, a gold ring on this kid is a good item. It contains massive energy. It must be a family heirloom." The skull smacked its lips in regret. Hee, a pity he hadn't mastered even 10% of the treasure's power. One move exhausted all his stamina. Suddenly, the skull discovered something anomalous among the pile of corpses. There's still a living person in the pile. Shen Yi stepped forward and abruptly pulled back a corpse, revealing a hunter huddled and hiding beneath. That hunter was consumed by terror. "Damn it, how did you find me?" Shen Yi looked at him coldly, his voice like the judgment of the god of death. "Hiding in the corpses of your companions to escape the storm. You've quite some skill. Looking at the blunt force trauma on them, you were the one who killed them, weren't you?" A vengeful spirit appeared beside Shen Yi to confirm. "Exactly. I was murdered in a sneak attack by Niu Zijang." The skull laughed heartily in gratification, its tone full of mockery. "Ha, stupid human, I'm the one who found you, of course. What's wrong? Scared yourself into wetting your pants by my charming voice?" The hunter leapt up, roaring in madness. "Are you kidding me? That crappy skull of yours can't compare to our Niu family's serpent god. Shu Hei, come out quickly and help me kill him." He turned to look for reinforcements, but no one was there. He called out the name of his spiritual beast in a panic. Shu Hei, where are you? Damn it, Shu Hei, come save me." The ghost of the skull had already appeared silently behind him. The hunter only had time to let out a short scream of terror before his head was crushed by a massive block of ice falling from the sky. Hiss. The skull hovered beside Shen Yi, overlooking the mangled corpse as it mocked. "My, what poor luck." Shen Yi remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on the distance. He saw an emerald-green spiritual snake coiling between the blocks of ice. It was Niu Zijang's guardian spirit. He asked in confusion. It was clearly right beside him. Why didn't it step in to save him? "What exactly are you planning?" The spiritual snake let out a contemptuous hiss. "This kid couldn't even utilize 10% of my power. Fighting alongside him was nothing short of a disgrace." Shen Yi blurted out in shock. "What, you can actually talk?" The spiritual snake replied, its tone experienced and devious. "HMPH, I actually find you quite interesting, kid. Unfortunately, your understanding of this world is too shallow. However, you belong to the Moonlight system, so we share a certain destiny. I'll tell you some interesting things." The snake circled around Shen Yi and continued, "Kid, seeing as we get along, I'll share a few facts with you. I heard what you said at the banquet. You seem to have a deep misunderstanding of the great families." Shen Yi frowned and delivered a sharp retort. "Misunderstanding? I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Do you intend to speak on behalf of those scumbags?" The spiritual snake let out a cold laugh and a piercing hiss. "Hee, despite having awakened the Dharma Eye, you are still so foolish. From now on you would be better off discarding the concept of great families, for that is merely a misconception of ordinary humans." Suddenly, the surrounding scenery transformed into a desolate, ruined sanctuary filled with bleached bones, the snake explained. "From the perspective of the Dharma realm, your so-called great families are nothing more than the various nests of the gods, and naturally they are not only nests for gods, but could also be the burial grounds for other unknown creatures." Shen Yi was beyond shocked. "Nests of gods, burial grounds. What exactly are they?" The spiritual snake answered mysteriously before gradually fading into the air. "Go see for yourself with your own eyes. Kid, this world is far more complex than you imagine. If you can survive, we shall meet again." Shen Yi hurriedly reached out and shouted, "Hey, wait a minute, explain yourself clearly." As the snake vanished completely, the hailstorm also came to an abrupt halt. Shen Yi looked up at the sky, but before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, his face turned pale with horror. The hail had stopped, but the sky immediately turned as crimson as blood, and countless burning meteors poured down like the arrival of the apocalypse. The skull shrieked in terror. "It's fire rain this time. Quickly put me in the ring. I can't handle fire." Seeing Shen Yi still hesitating, the skull continued to urge, "Everything around here is about to be incinerated. I suggest you hide in the nightmare world for refuge." Shen Yi barked, "Scram, I can manage without you." With that, he summoned a massive wooden door. The skull mocked, "You idiot, anything summoned here will be made of wood. It won't block the fire rain," he replied confidently. "Who said I was going to block it? Do you think I'm as brainless as you?" Shen Yi shouldered the wooden door, using it as a slanted shield to guide the flames toward the door opening, where he opened another spatial dimension to swallow the fire. The skull marveled, "You can actually open a gate to divert the fire to another world? This move of yours is quite creative." However, before it could finish, a massive meteor struck the wooden door, causing a violent inferno to erupt. Shen Yi's body also caught fire, and he hurriedly extinguished it, wailing in pain. "Ow. Hot, hot, hot." The skull let out a gratified laugh. "Ha, trying to be clever. I told you only our nightmare world is the safest and most reliable place." At that critical moment, the magical piece of wood rolled to his side, and the leaves on its body manifested flickering text. "Give me a drop of blood and I can become your substitute to take the exam in your place." Shen Yi cheered as if finding a life-saving straw. He bit his finger and dropped a bead of blood onto the wood, muttering his calculations. "The battles between contestants are over, and the statues can be used again." The wood emitted a dreamlike green light, gradually transforming into a perfect replica of Shen Yi. He looked at his clone and blurted out in shock, "The replica really looks exactly like me." Shen Yi smiled at the clone and said, "Hurry and hide well, I'll go lie at the bottom of the river and wait for you to return." System notification, exam ability meat shield has been transferred to the wood. You will lose this ability until you return. Shen Yi looked at the gate leading to the nightmare world and thought, "Good, entering the nightmare world again is an opportunity to obtain a keyword evaluation and increase my strength." He stepped through the gate, and the scenery changed in an instant. He appeared in the center of a desolate battlefield littered with corpses. An armored soldier stood dazed among the ruins, muttering to himself, "What's going on? This is shocking. A great war actually happened here. Haven't humans already won? Why?" He suddenly saw a mage enveloped in a weak protective shield and hurriedly shouted, "Hey you, soldier!" The mage turned back, covered in blood, and shrieked in terror, "Hurry to the camp and report. The undead have already overrun this place." Before the words left the mage's mouth, a sharp blade cut through the air, taking the poor mage's head. Shen Yi, transformed into the armored soldier, witnessed this tragic scene with immense horror. Seeing eerie skeletons beginning to crawl out from underground, he retreated tremblingly, realizing he had fallen into an undead army's ambush. Seeing a skeletal soldier raise its weapon to attack, he hurriedly held up his evidence and shouted, "Hey, we're all family. I'm the little match boy, and this is my bone metal." The skull-shaped metal in his hand radiated dark energy. Suddenly, a massive and majestic ghostly figure manifested behind him, accompanied by a long string of titles floating in midair: Hero of the Undead, Last Scion of the Betrayer of Gods, Guardian of the Night of Astral Spirits, Receiver of the 12 Kings, Renowned Dragon Spirit General. Shen Yi was speechless, sweat pouring off him. "What is this? So many titles. Did I run into a massive boss the moment I stepped out?" The undead general issued a deep, majestic voice. "I heard there was a human boy who defected to our side. I've always been curious." "So it's you," he thought bitterly to himself. "Isn't this nightmare world 100 times more dangerous than the fire rain of the exam grounds?" Shen Yi hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "It is indeed your humble servant." The general narrowed his eyes and asked, "I have a question. Reports say you already went to the human imperial capital. Why are you appearing here?" He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Felon, always giving me terrible advice. I think he just wants to kill me." On the surface, however, he quickly replied, "I can explain." The undead general issued a cold command, "Explain then. You have only one chance. If I find you lying, I will incinerate your soul." Shen Yi looked at the floating titles and suddenly sensed something was wrong. No, these titles don't all belong to him. There were many invisible enemies nearby. He was completely surrounded. If his explanation wasn't good enough, he would die instantly. He grit his teeth and decided to take a gamble, telling a bold lie. "I am searching for the human Prince Noxon. He abused me with inhumane 996 and 007 labor practices, and I must kill him for revenge." The undead general asked suspiciously, "Is that so? On what basis do you think you can get close to him?" He began to fluently weave a tragic story. "During the days I was tortured by him, I endured humiliation and heavy burdens, performing many services for him. When I proposed a raise and promotion, he told me to enroll at the Imperial Military Academy. This is the recommendation letter," he wrote. The undead general took the letter and nodded. "MMH, it is indeed a letter recommending you to the military academy. It seems you were doing quite well there." He continued to speak in an extremely aggrieved tone. "Of course I was doing well. Over 90 of the profits I generated were seized by him, and the salary I received was barely enough to survive. He used that money to make more money, building palaces for himself and keeping numerous wives and concubines. To prevent workers from striking, he set up various debt traps and assigned false value to goods, forcing us to work our lives away. He even had mages create illusions at night, so everyone would indulge in them after work and stop thinking, completely turning into walking corpses that only know how to make money." Shen Yi became increasingly immersed in his fabricated story. Recently it seems to have become even worse. Different people generate different illusions, leading to more and more contradictions, until everyone hates and attacks each other. He raised a fist like a true revolutionary, growling with indignation, yet everyone ignores the true mastermind behind the scenes, Prince Noxon, the most loathsome capitalist among humans. The undead general was stunned, seemingly moved by this incredibly persuasive story. The methods are truly evil. Humans are indeed a despicable race. I approve of your thoughts, but the plan is too simple, just like those socks of yours. Dark energy erupted around the general as he introduced himself. I am Fredge the Snow Demon. Let me assist you in your revenge. Once Noxon is killed, the human army will fall into chaos. This war will surely be won by our undead side. He handed Shen Yi a purple gem radiating dense dark energy. Take this. This gem records the distribution map of the undead's positions. With this important intelligence, the probability of approaching the prince will greatly increase. Shen Yi took the gem, and his sweat began to flow as his Dharma Eye analyzed it. The gem emitted an ominous aura, and the Dharma Eye couldn't see any information at all. Though he didn't know what it was definitely not any distribution map. General Fredge explained the plan in detail. In a moment I will have the undead pretend to hunt you down. You only need to shout that you have important intelligence while you run, and the humans will surely rescue you, helping you enter the military camp to get close to Noxon and strike personally. After the deed is done, shout loudly and I will be nearby to support your retreat. After hearing this, Shen Yi thought in terror. I just made up a reason on the fly and you're actually making me go kill Prince Noxon? He's surrounded by experts, how could I possibly come back alive? And this gem doesn't look right at all. Could it be a bomb? This is clearly sending me on a suicide mission, only a fool would agree. Despite his internal dread, he still maintained a solemn salute on the surface, loudly promising to complete the mission. If he didn't agree he would die instantly. Fredge nodded in approval. To agree to such a dangerous mission without hesitation, young man. I admire your courage, he added an explanation, his smile meaningful. Don't misunderstand, these soldiers aren't threatening you. We are an army, simply conducting a chase exercise. It's perfectly reasonable, Shen Yi grumbled inwardly. Afraid of what? In life I'm an undead's man, in death I'm an undead's ghost. This is clearly a blatant threat, you treacherous old snow demon. Suddenly a skeletal hand tightly grabbed Shen Yi's collar and Fredge lifted him up like a toy. He violently threw Shen Yi forward, his voice echoing all around. Then go with peace of mind. Shen Yi was thrown through the air, losing his voice in a terrified scream. Whoa! Fredge turned and ordered the army, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. That human has taken important intelligence. Kill him. Shen Yi sprinted with all his might while letting out shrill cries for help. The undead army followed closely behind, while Fredge watched the play with great interest. A subordinate approached and asked in a low voice, Lord Fredge, is this human truly reliable? Even our multiple attempts to assassinate Noxon have failed. Fredge let out a cold laugh, his tone evil and contemptuous. You think I would place my hopes in a human? He is merely a pawn in my layout. The endgame is set. All humans must die. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was still desperately fleeing the undead's frantic pursuit. He tumbled through the air with skill, dodging the treacherous attacks. Seeing a red-lit door flickering in the distance, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and only one thought remained in his mind, the door. He charged toward the gate like an arrow from a bow, violently hurling the purple gem inside and shouting, Go to hell, do you take me for a fool? Who would carry such a dangerous thing? He dashed through a rift and shouted to the alert human soldiers, Help quickly, save me, I have important intelligence to report. A soldier recognized him and said joyfully, It's Saint Pact, move quickly, we'll help you hold off the undead. The soldiers immediately raised their shields, building a defensive line like a wall of steel. Their commander decisively ordered, Hold the position, protect this lucky child. Under the cover, Shen Yi rushed into the camp and headed straight for the command tent, shouting anxiously, Lord Pact Udria, I must see His Highness the Prince. I have received news that the undead have sent the King of Shadow Killers, collector of the head of the 11th undead hero, assassin of the betrayer of gods, second attendant of the King of Hidden Guests, strangler of the White Knight, enemy of the elves and the renowned undead general to assassinate the prince. A beautiful female elf with long golden hair turned back, her expression melancholy as she replied softly, Pact, your news has come too late. Shen Yi was beyond shocked, cold sweat pouring off him. What? He watched in horror as Prince Noxon, the man he was ordered to assassinate, lay on a sickbed wrapped entirely in bandages as mages exerted all their effort to release green energy to treat him. The weak prince opened his eyes and recognized him. Saint Pact, I didn't expect to see you before my death. Shen Yi hurriedly ran to the bedside and asked worriedly, Prince, how are you? The prince gave a bitter smile. Hee, I accidentally fell into the undead's trap. An old mage stood to the side explaining helplessly, We have already utilized the strongest healing magic, but he is too severely injured, most of his internal organs are missing, and he has been eroded by undead spells. There is no longer anything we can do. A mournful atmosphere enveloped the tent. The old mage bowed his head in prayer, Prince Noxon, may the mysteries and laws forever protect your soul. Everyone began to mourn, and the female elf Udria whispered, May the goddess of nature protect your eternal rest. A priestess sobbed uncontrollably, Wah, your highness. The knight knelt, his tone resolute and tragic, It is all our fault. The Night Order failed in its duty to protect you. Once you depart, every one of us will follow you into the afterlife." Amidst this pessimistic atmosphere, Shen Yi suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, don't give up just yet," he announced with impassioned fervor. "I, Paiki, have a secret formula today that I would like His Highness the Prince to try," he thought privately to himself, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. "I'll give it a shot." The old mage sternly opposed the idea. "Saint Paiki, this is no time for nonsense. Even humanity's strongest healing arts were of no use." What use could a commoner's family recipe possibly be, however? The prince spoke up in his defense, his voice weak but filled with tolerance. "It's all right, let him try. I don't harbor much hope anyway." The old mage lowered his head in obedience. "Your Highness," Shen Yi took out the medicine bottle he had snatched from Hexi Shu, his heart filled with resolve. "Prince Noxon showed me great kindness and even bestowed upon me the title of saint. I will do everything in my power to save him." He looked at the bottle in his hand which he had seized from Hexi Shu earlier, wondering if it would actually have any effect. Meanwhile outside, the undead General Fredge and his subordinates were observing the situation from a distance. A subordinate commented, "I haven't heard any screams, nor have I seen a human soul drift out after death. It seems the little matchboy has failed." But Fredge let out a cold laugh and shook his head. "I saw him enter Noxon's tent with my own eyes, that is enough. The stone I gave him was no distribution map at all." He held up an activation device, his tone smug and triumphant. "It is a soul vibration bomb," a subordinate gasped in surprise. "A soul vibration bomb? I've heard those bombs are incredibly powerful, with the only drawback being a tiny blast radius, only 5 meters. Fredge smiled insidiously. "No matter, that fooled human youth has already entered. As long as I detonate it, the prince is as good as dead. Hey, of course the boy will die too." He held the detonator high, announcing with the ambition of a conqueror, "Let us destroy the last divine bloodline of the human empire. Your death symbolizes the extinction of humanity, while the undead will become the true rulers of all living things on this earth." He prepared to press the button, and the moment arrived. His two subordinates also held their breath in nervous anticipation. But after he pressed the button, nothing happened. A mocking notification surfaced. "Target out of range, unable to detonate." Two human soldiers standing guard in the distance whispered to each other, looks of confusion on their faces. "What is that undead leader over there babbling about? I don't know, maybe his madness is acting up again." The other nodded in agreement. "Leaders are always like that," Fredge roared in a fury. "Out of range? Fine, I'll get closer." He walked toward the camp. He held up the device again and shouted threateningly, "Humans, when I press this button, your last hope will be extinguished. You shall be reduced to slaves of the undead, no longer worthy of vying for supremacy with us." The notification appeared once more, cold and cruel. "Target out of range, unable to detonate." He was so angry he felt he might explode. Still too far? He decided not to hesitate any longer, using the darkness to slip past the human defensive lines and personally enter the camp. When the human knights felt his terrifying presence at the camp gates, they were instantly struck with horror. He let out a savage roar. "Noxon, leader of the wicked humans, the most terrifying capitalist, you are the originator of 996 and 007, you must turn to dust." But that damned notification appeared once more like a practical joke. "Target out of range, unable to detonate." He froze, unable to believe his eyes. The surrounding knights whispered in panic. "This undead leader actually dared to charge right to our front lines. Be careful, he might have a trump card." Undead General Frega's roar of rage shook the ground. "Damn it, I'm already this close. Why does it still say I'm too far? When I get back, I'm going to skin those parasites in the RD department alive." He decided not to wait for the useless device any longer, revealing his form and ordering his subordinates to attack. "Guard squad, charge with me. Have the soldiers behind us follow. We'll break through head-on and take Noxon's head." Seeing this, the human knights immediately formed their battle lines. One said, "This undead leader is insane, actually daring to engage us head-on here." Another replied with a firm tone, "Like I said, all leaders love acting crazy. Hold the position, we cannot let them get even half a step closer to the tent." Inside the tent, Prince Noxon was still hanging on by a thread under the faint glow of healing magic. The old mage shook his head sorrowfully at Shen Yi. "Your medicine is effective, but it can only help the prince hold on a bit longer. It seems this medicine still isn't enough." Shen Yi looked at the dying prince and thought, "I can only place my hopes on that machine now, but if I take it out directly, it might cause too much of a shock to the people of this world. I might even be burned as a heretic." Just then, a soldier ran in frantically to report, "The undead have launched an attack. The ones leading are the king of assassins, the snow demon Fredge, and his subordinates." The prince forced his eyes open, his voice weak but full of majesty. "If Fredge has taken the field himself, the soldiers won't be able to hold him back. Go quickly and reinforce them," the old mage argued anxiously. "But your highness," the prince interrupted decisively, "do not sacrifice any more of our kin for a man who is already dying. Go, this is my final command, just let Saint Paiki stay here to keep me company." Everyone lowered their heads with tears in their eyes. "As you command, your highness." After everyone left, the prince looked at Shen Yi with a kind gaze. "Saint Paiki, thank you for your efforts. There is no need to be sad for me. Countless warriors like me die every day. And I am but one of them. He let out a long sigh, his voice filled with worry for the future of humanity. The wicked undead are adopting the capitalist system, which is actually an advantage for them. If they win the war, they will surely apply it to us humans as well. Our human bodies absolutely cannot withstand the torment of 996 and 007. This is a calamity that could wipe out our race. Under my pillow is a bottle of sedative. Just one pill can put a person into a deep sleep. It was originally for my pain. Take it out and feed me a few more so I may rest in peace forever. Shen Yi held the bottle, his heart struggling. Your Highness, if I let you linger like this, the soldiers won't be able to let go of their worries. At this life and death juncture, it will affect their combat. The prince gave a refreshed smile of relief. Do it, and then send word out that I am already dead. Regardless of the outcome of the battle afterward, you must leave this place and go to the Imperial Military Academy to learn your craft. Shen Yi looked at the prince, his eyes firm and bold. Your Highness, please rest assured. I have a secret technique that can save you. He took out 2 pills and said softly, While I perform the secret technique, please go to sleep first. The prince asked in surprise. What? Shen Yi summoned the medical pod, his heart filled with admiration. Prince Noxon cared for the world, worrying for the people suffering under the weight of 996 and 007. Even at the brink of death, he still cared for the future of a boy he had met by chance. He gently placed the prince into the pod, thinking that while he was a feudal prince, he was a comrade who hated capitalists. The machine started up, the electronic voice sounding steadily. Welcome to the medical pod of the Eternal Technology Association. Conducting a full check on the patient's status. Current status, critical. Internal organ deficiency detected. Repairs underway. Estimated completion in 10 hours. Shen Yi nodded decisively. No matter what, he was worth saving. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, looks like he can be saved, but it'll take 10 hours. The skull appeared and offered a suggestion. I suggest you take him to the secret passage. It's both hidden and safe. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Good idea. He tried to push the machine toward the secret passage door only to discover a problem that left him between laughter and tears. Damn it, the door is too small, I can't push it through. The skull guided him irritably. The ring can't hold living things, you can only carry the prince out first. Put this box in the ring. Carry the prince into the main world, open the door again. Carry the prince into the tunnel of the nightmare world, then take out the box and put the prince inside. Shen Yi grit his teeth and sighed. Damn it, what a hassle, I have to hurry. This door's function is really not user-friendly at all. The skull laughed insidiously and teased. Hee. That said, what are you going through all this trouble to save him for anyway? Shen Yi picked up the prince and stepped out of the gate of the nightmare world. Returning to the scorched wasteland, he looked at the desolate scene, and said in a deep voice, His character reminds me of a saying from my hometown. The skull asked curiously. Oh, what's that? He looked down at the sleeping prince in his arms, his gaze firm and full of respect. Long live the people, the skull muttered in confusion. What are you mumbling about? Then it added out of the blue. I think you just want to get a better evaluation. Keyword. Shen Yi didn't deny it. It wasn't wrong. The fire rain at the exam grounds was still raging, he said with an urgent tone. I must hurry to the undead secret passage. After a great deal of effort and maneuvering, he finally managed to get the medical pod into the safe secret passage. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. This place may be dilapidated, but it's relatively much safer. The system chimed, and he received evaluation keywords for opening the door this time. Blue text lit up. System. The boy who lived. Blue, excellent evaluation. You saved the prince of the human empire and rescued the divine bloodline. This is a monumental event that changes the course of history. Your fame shall surely spread far and wide. Run toward the rising sun, Saint Peiki, the boy who lived. The system continued to explain the effects. Effect. Every time you escape a fatal danger, your base attributes will increase by 2 points across the board. Limited to once per day, you can keep this evaluation keyword for future upgrades, or absorb it to directly obtain base attribute points. Shen Yi stuck out his tongue helplessly, thinking that in the end he hadn't escaped this keyword. The system broadcasted another unexpected surprise. Since you have obtained time fluid, you have also gained a blue excellent evaluation keyword. The gate will gain a new ability. The non-dual gate. From now on, any door in the world can be bestowed by you with the ability to connect worlds until you actively cancel it or the door is destroyed. Meanwhile, you can still summon the gate. Shen Yi beamed with joy. The non-dual gate, that's a good one, but the boy who lived is a bit boring. He sat down and began to weigh the pros and cons. The ability I want is something to deal with danger, not just adding attribute points after I've already passed it. Maybe I should just absorb it. Suddenly, the roof of the cave vibrated violently, and massive boulders began to crash down. He hurriedly dodged at the last second. Whoa! The system immediately sounded. You have escaped a fatal danger. Evaluation keyword. The boy who lived has been activated. Your base attributes have increased by 2 points across the board. His attribute panel lit up. Strength 6.3, Agility 8.1, Spirit 6, Savvy 6, Resonance 11. He felt the power surging within him and was overjoyed. So this keyword is actually this powerful. The growth potential is incredible. Good thing I didn't absorb it, otherwise I would have missed out. He felt power filling his entire body. He looked around and commented, The earthquake just now caused a part of the tunnel to collapse, making this place even more hidden. I'll rest here first and wait until the prince is healed. A moment later, at the exam grounds in the main world, a light drizzle began to fall. In the rain, Shen Yi's replica slowly surfaced from the water. A girl with long brown hair stood on the bank looking at the replica and muttering to herself, "Brother Shen Yi really is a slippery one," the girl blushed, thinking shyly. "He actually used a substitute, making me run over here in such a hurry to save him." "Oh well, as long as he's all right," Shen Yi's replica smiled playfully and said, he slipped away long ago." Suddenly, a streak of red energy shot down from high above like a sharp arrow. The girl was surprised to sense someone approaching from the sky. Zhao Yibing, with her long black hair, was enveloped in a bizarre red glow, slowly descending like a goddess of death. Floating in midair, she looked down coldly at Shen Yi's replica and spoke tonelessly. "A substitute?" The brown-haired girl turned to face Zhao Yibing and the accompanying Skinner, her gaze full of wariness. "This aura, back when we were fighting at the hotel, the one hiding and watching from the side was you, wasn't it?" The girl replied indifferently. She deliberately avoided the subject. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhao Yibing revealed a meaningful smile, her voice seemingly carrying magic. "How interesting. I see a conspiracy shrouding you, always prepared to snatch away what you care about most." She stared at the brown-haired girl, speaking slowly, one word at a time. 1, 2, 3, you killed 15 examinees. All for Shen Yi's sake." A flicker of angry red light flashed in the brown-haired girl's eyes. She lowered her voice and warned with a murderous intent, "Save your breath and don't even think about provoking Shen Yi, or you'll die more miserably than they did." Unexpectedly, Zhao Yibing remained unnaturally calm. "Don't worry, I won't intervene. I can feel the conspiracy entwined around you is extremely dark and dangerous. I will keep watching you struggle in the mire. That feeling is sure to be wonderful." The brown-haired girl interrupted coldly. "Time is running out, it's time to go." Zhao Yibing shrugged. She responded coldly, "Boring fellow, have it your way." Before leaving, the brown-haired girl turned, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "Just remember my words. If you dare harm a single hair on Shen Yi's head, I will scatter your soul to the winds." With that, the girl's body vanished into a brilliant light, leaving only her icy threat echoing in the air. The Skinner froze, turning to ask his master, "Master, are we just going to let her walk away?" Zhao Yibing gazed into the void, her voice filled with calculating contemplation. "I can sense someone is using Shen Yi as bait, trying to lure her out. These forces lurking in the shadows are not to be underestimated," she continued, her tone analytical. "Watching humans slaughter one another will reveal much to us, perhaps even leak classified intelligence. Until my power is fully recovered, we shall simply wait and watch." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the exam grounds, a massive pillar of blue energy shot straight into the clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Standing at the base of the pillar was a white-haired elder, murmuring to himself in confusion, "Strange. Truly strange. All those sent after Shen Yi are actually dead." He looked at the blue light radiating from his palm, his face contorted with obvious rage. "Did I not already mark his position? Are those scions of the great families all useless trash, or is there something helping Shen Yi from the shadows?" The elder flicked his sleeve, a flash of cruel decisiveness in his eyes. "No matter, if I let them keep dying like this, things will only become more troublesome. It seems I must personally take the field, even if I risk the reputation of a senior bullying the young." The elder stepped across the water, his gait as light as if he were walking on air, muttering to himself as he suddenly remembered that Luo Er's birthday was fast approaching. He paused, a wicked and morbid thought flashing through his mind. "I might as well send Shen Yi's head to him as a birthday gift." Meanwhile, within the dark secret passage of the nightmare world, the medical pod displayed a prompt. Body fully recovered. Anesthetic effects wearing off. Patient will regain consciousness in 3 minutes. Shen Yi looked at the screen, thinking that it was finally over. Within the chamber, the long-haired prince slowly sat up, the white mist generated during the treatment process swirling around him like a thin shroud. He opened his eyes slightly, his voice raspy with exhaustion. "NNGH, am I not dead yet?" Shen Yi knelt on one knee beside him, reporting in a joyful tone, "Yes, your highness, we won the gamble. However, your body is still very weak. You still require quiet rest." The prince interrupted him, warily scanning their surroundings. "Where are we?" Shen Yi quickly fabricated an explanation. "This is a derelict secret passage within the undead's territory. My family's secret medicine must not be seen by outsiders, so I brought you here to administer it. However, this place is about to collapse. I will take you back shortly." The prince nodded slightly in approval. "Hidden in plain sight, you are indeed talented, Saint Peiki." The prince raised his hand, a cube radiating a profound light manifesting in his palm. "But we cannot go back. There is a traitor by my side. That is why I was assassinated." He looked directly at Shen Yi with a gaze of absolute trust. "Saint Peiki, you saved me. You are certainly no traitor. This is a teleportation crystal. It can take us to a secret refuge. Once there, I must use magic stationery to issue commands and direct the war effort. During this time, I need you to ensure my safety. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He secretly calculated that if he became the prince's personal bodyguard, he might obtain powerful keywords like Royal Guard. He immediately snapped to attention and gave a standard military salute, shouting with conviction, "Mission will be completed." The prince let out a long sigh of relief, satisfied. "Good. Prepare yourself, you might feel a bit lightheaded." He then began to chant an ancient incantation in a low voice. "Hini Namel." A dazzling teleportation light enveloped the two, vanishing them instantly. They streaked across the sky like a meteor, finally landing before a small wooden cabin deep within a forest. Inside the cabin, Shen Yi asked blankly, "Are we here? This is my refuge," the prince explained as he stood up. "To evade pursuit, there are 6 refuges in total, and every teleportation is random. It seems we have arrived at the forest spring this time." The prince held the glowing magic stationary. "I am issuing orders. You go patrol the surroundings and ensure our safety. I must convey my commands immediately." Shen Yi replied instantly. "Yes, sir." Shen Yi climbed onto the roof, observing the surroundings and silently calculating. This place looks quite similar to the exam grounds. The area was surrounded by dense forest and the bushes seemed safe enough. Day 2 is starting soon. I'll head back to the exam grounds to take a look. I should be able to collect a new keyword upon returning. The skull appeared beside him, asking suspiciously, "Are you sure you want to leave the prince here alone?" He waved his hand dismissively, his gaze firm. "It'll only be a few minutes. It'll be fine if I make it a quick trip." With that, he turned and placed his hand on the cabin's wooden door, activating his new ability, Non-Dual Gate. The door instantly established a connection between the two worlds. The skull asked in surprise, "Why don't you just summon the gate to go back?" As he stepped through the door back to the exam grounds, he explained smugly, "Stupid. If I summon the gate back, I can only return to the undead passage next time, but by using the non-dual gate, I can return here whenever I want as long as I don't cancel the effect." By now, the fire rain at the exam grounds had stopped. The skull suddenly realized, "I see." Just as he stepped back into the exam grounds, a violent explosion echoed from the distance, shaking the earth. Shen Yi looked toward the direction in surprise. Someone was fighting, and there was a good show to watch as soon as he returned. But when he saw clearly the person who had been sent flying, he was struck dumb with shock. "Wait, isn't that my substitute?" And the one hunting the substitute was none other than that mysterious white-haired elder with incredible strength. He was secretly horrified. "Who on earth is that?" The elder launched a powerful attack, a flow of blue energy swallowing the substitute as if to crush it. A terrifying explosion occurred, the aftershock so strong that Shen Yi had to struggle to resist. Whoa! Once the dust settled, the elder stood in a deep crater, holding the severed head of the substitute, muttering in frustration. "What? It was just a substitute. No wonder it wouldn't die no matter how I hit it." Suddenly, the elder's eyes flashed with a blinding blue light. Sensing something, he whipped his head around, staring directly toward where Shen Yi was hiding. "This aura, so the original body is here too." Shen Yi jerked in fright, thinking to himself, "Who the hell are you? Are old men even allowed to take the entrance exams these days?" In an instant, the elder appeared before Shen Yi, his face filled with killing intent and his speed faster than the eye could follow. "Shen Yi, you brat, your cunning ends here. Give me your life." Simultaneously, the substitute's head in the elder's hand uttered its final words. "Run! Shen Yi, run!" The skull shrieked in his mind. "Run! This guy is not to be trifled with." Shen Yi responded, his entire body enveloped in green energy. "I noticed." He immediately made a split-second decision. "System, as per my request, allocate all attribute points to agility. Current agility 18.1. Having received the boost, Shen Yi instantly erupted with extreme speed, racing away like a streak of green lightning cutting across the sky. The elder merely raised an eyebrow slightly, looking somewhat surprised. "Oh, quite fast, aren't you?" the elder muttered to himself before vanishing from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Shen Yi's path like a ghost. A cold voice rang out, like the judgment of the god of death. "Compared to the speed of sound, you're still far off." Shen Yi froze in horror, his limbs feeling as if they were encased in ice. The elder gave Shen Yi no chance to react, pressing 2 fingers against his forehead. An invisible and extremely powerful force sent Shen Yi flying into midair. Following that, a flow of blue energy engulfed Shen Yi's body. Although it was his original body this time, the system still counted it as a substitute hit due to the previous replacement effects or sensory confusion. In extreme agony, the skull called out to Shen Yi with a warning. "He can use sound waves to launch terrifying attacks. Run, his target is you. He won't waste time on a substitute." A notification appeared in his blurred vision. "Meat shield charge consumed once, 3 remaining." A terrifying explosion leveled a vast area of the forest. Standing amidst the ruins, the elder murmured in confusion, "Truly bizarre." The elder looked into the crater and saw another corpse lying there motionless, asking himself in surprise. "The one left behind is still a substitute. Where did that kid go? How could he vanish into thin air, to take a strike of mine and not die? Is it a card effect?" The elder closed his eyes, emitting ripples of invisible energy, searching the surroundings like human radar. Sound wave reflections normal, no suspicious objects nearby, there isn't even a heartbeat. "This is a first even for me." The elder narrowed his eyes, a theory flashing through his mind. Could there be a hidden master assisting this boy? Just seconds before, Shen Yi had lunged across the threshold of the non-dual gate in time. A narrow escape. He gasped for air, collapsing onto the wooden floor. "Haha." He then slammed the door shut as if terrified that monster would chase him through. The skull commented, "It seems the people who want you dead have gone mad, actually sending a top-tier expert like that." Shen Yi grit his teeth in rage and fear. "Damn it, what exactly is that old guy's background? The statue rules didn't fail when fighting him, proving he's not a contestant. It seems I can't go back for now." He took a deep breath to regain his composure, straightened his clothes and pushed open the door to the room. He reported with a smile as if nothing had happened, "Your Highness, I'm back. Everything is normal outside." The prince, sitting in a chair, looked at his disheveled state and asked in surprise, "Saint Pact, what happened to your look?" Shen Yi scratched his head, awkwardly making up a lie. "Just a bit of nonsense, sir. I went out to patrol and the wind was a bit strong." He quickly changed the subject to avoid suspicion. "By the way, your highness, how is the situation at the front lines?" The prince smiled confidently, holding a glowing quill. "The undead discovered I was missing and began searching everywhere. I simply went with the flow, setting an ambush and annihilating a large number of enemy troops. Combined with their previous hasty assault, they are now in a state of chaos, unable to coordinate their front and rear." Shen Yi gave a thumbs up, exerting his full effort to flatter. "Your highness is indeed peerless in divine strategy." The prince nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of gratitude. "This is all thanks to you. Saint Pact, when the war is over I will surely appoint you to a high office." Shen Yi stuck out his tongue, playfully waving his hand in refusal. "Being an official is too tiring, your highness. How about you just give me money instead?" Suddenly a dry knock came from the door. Thump thump, a cold sinister voice rang out from outside. "Little match boy." Outside the thin wooden door, a bizarre dark shadow with sharp claws was pressed against the surface, its terrifying voice sounding as if it came from hell. "Are you in there?" Shen Yi was struck with terror. He recognized that voice. It was the snow demon Fredge. The prince also turned in anger, rebuking Saint Pact. "Is this what you meant by everything is normal outside? How did he find us? This is impossible." Shen Yi was in a panic, cold sweat pouring down as countless chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. "I've botched it. I can't go back to the exam grounds either. Truly caught between a wolf and a tiger. Must I sell out the prince to save my life?" He shouted toward the outside, maintaining as calm a tone as possible. "Lord Fredge, it is I." A bold idea flashed through his mind. "Wait, perhaps there is one final solution," the prince blurted out in shock. "Saint Pact, you?" Shen Yi turned around, revealing a resolute expression and a cunning smile. "My lord, you've arrived at the perfect time. I have completed my mission." He suddenly moved, controlling the prince as fast as lightning. "Forgive me, your highness." Before the prince could even cry out, Shen Yi knocked him unconscious. He dragged the comatose prince to the door and shouted to the outside, "I have subdued the prince of the Holy Roland Empire. Please, Lord Fredge, see for yourself." The door slowly opened, revealing Frega's terrifying form. He radiated a freezing chill, looking like a massive ghost. "Oh?" He narrowed his eyes at Shen Yi. "But didn't you say you wanted to take your revenge personally? Why not kill him directly? I only need his head." Shen Yi grabbed the prince by the hair, his gaze cold, smiling like a true traitor. "No, that would be too easy for him. I hope you can use the most terrifying magic to torture his soul, letting him wail in agony for eternity." Fredge seemed to believe him, nodding in response. "I see. Is that why you exposed your life fire? I thought this was another human trap, but it seems that, as the little match boy said, no human would be foolish enough to use a divine bloodline as bait." Shen Yi held the prince high, stating with conviction, "Of course, to completely destroy capital I am willing to pay any price." He urgently asked the skull in his mind, "What does exposing life fire mean?" The skull hurriedly explained, "This refuge has a barrier that can shield life fire from the undead's perception. I'm afraid that door of yours connected to another world, causing a leak in the barrier." Shen Yi blamed the skull resentfully. "Why didn't you tell me there was a barrier?" The skull retorted. "You didn't ask me." Fredge laughed heartily. "Haha, very good. I will make your name known throughout the undead kingdom. I can sense there are no other life signs around. A mere human child is no threat to me." Shen Yi continued his act. "Please, my lord, take my revenge for me personally." Fredge immediately agreed. "As you wish. I will burn his soul to ash in front of all humanity." Shen Yi's eyes flashed with a strange purple light, thinking to himself, now is the time. He held the prince high and let out a majestic roar. Non-dual gate activate. The door behind Fredge suddenly erupted with a crimson light as brilliant as fresh blood. He was yanked by an invisible suction, plummeting into another space as he shrieked in terror. "What?" He stepped out of the room, only to collide with the white-haired elder from the other side of the world, who asked in bewilderment, "What is the meaning of this?" The elder stared fixedly at Fredge, his expression more serious than ever before. "Spatial summons are a calamity." Amidst the pouring rain, the two stood in a standoff, and the elder repeated with certainty, "A spatial summon is a calamity." Fredge scanned the unfamiliar forest, realizing in a panic, "Where is this? Damn it, I've fallen into a human trap." The elder also sensed something was amiss, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Could this be that brat's scheme? No wonder he could instantly kill 15 scions of the great families. Inside the wooden cabin, Shen Yi pointed at Fredge as he vanished behind the door and loudly ordered the elder on the other side to finish him off. The door slammed shut, completely isolating the two worlds and leaving two powerful forces poised to begin a brutal fight to the death duel. The elder mused to himself, his eyes glinting with a thick killing intent. This boy is indeed extremely calculating. If he isn't eliminated, he will surely become a major threat in the future, perhaps even bringing great trouble to Luoer. Simultaneously, Fredge realized with resentment, "I was truly too foolish to trust a human. He definitely used teleportation to lure me into a trap." Both roared in fury at the same time, directing their pent-up hatred toward the person who had deceived them. "Damn that little match boy, damn that Shen Yi," the same thought ignited in both their hearts. "Once I've dealt with the opponent before me and quelled this calamity, I will surely tear you into 1,000 pieces." In an instant, two terrifying forces collided violently, releasing an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave from the Elder's casual strike pierced through Frega's energy defenses as easily as tearing thin paper. Frege was shocked to the extreme. To be able to unleash a heavy blow of such power without relying on any weapon, there was actually such a master among humans. The Elder landed steadily after dodging an attack, only to find in surprise that his opponent had already vanished. HMPH, vanished? Just then, a dark shadow covered in sharp spikes lunged out from the ground behind him without warning. Countless sharp spikes pierced the Elder's body, blood splattering everywhere. Frege manifested above, his face distorted as he growled, "Die!" Despite being heavily injured, the Elder still let out a furious roar. A dazzling flow of blue energy erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. "A mere insignificant trick, and you dare look down on this old man." He condensed all his strength into his palms, preparing to launch a lethal counterattack. He let out a sharp cry as the name of his technique echoed through the forest. White Tiger, a phantom of a massive white tiger's head, let out a frenzied roar, lunging straight for Frege. The attack's power was immense, shattering a large section of the cliff, and triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire area. Standing amidst the ruins, the Elder contemptuously clapped his hands, his tone arrogant. HMPH, pathetic. Meanwhile, inside the tranquil wooden cabin, Shen Yi was peeking through a spatial rift, secretly observing the world-destroying battle outside as he muttered to himself, "What a show, what a show." He knelt on one knee, unable to hide his triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha, they actually started fighting. They both think the other is my man." However, the skull appeared at that moment, dousing him like a bucket of cold water. "Don't celebrate too early. Frege is exceptionally cunning. Once he realizes he can't win, he'll definitely flee immediately. He is the king of assassins. As long as he wants to slip away, no one can catch him." The smile on Shen Yi's face instantly froze, and as he heard the skull's following analysis, he was overcome with terror. "Think about it. When he discovers he can't return to the nightmare world, who do you think he'll look for?" He stammered, cold sweat pouring down. "For me, of course. Damn it, if I don't eliminate these two, I'll never have a moment's peace." "Do you have a plan?" the skull reminded him. "Remember that black stone Frege gave you? That was actually a soul vibration bomb. We need it." Shen Yi froze, asking in surprise. "It really was a bomb. I threw it in the exam grounds, probably near that scorched patch of open ground." The skull barked a sharp command. "Go and get it back." Shen Yi slumped to the floor in despair, lamenting. "Easier said than done. Those two out there are in a heated battle. I'll likely lose my life before I even step out the door. Besides, is that thing really useful? Can a small bomb like that really kill two monster-level powerhouses?" The skull gave a firm guarantee. "As long as the distance is close enough, it will work." Shen Yi remained skeptical. "Since that was Frega's item, do you even know how to use it?" The skull roared in frustration. "Nonsense, stop wasting time." Seeing Shen Yi still hesitating, the skull continued its persuasion. "While they are currently locked in battle and their attention is entirely on each other, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Shen Yi looked through the crack in the door, his gaze gradually turning resolute. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." The skull hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute, you plan to just charge out like that? Shouldn't we discuss a tactic first?" Shen Yi pulled open the door, an insidious cold smile curling the corner of his mouth. "Of course I have a tactic. Just coordinate well in a moment." The skull asked curiously, "What's your tactic?" Shen Yi suddenly grabbed the skull, wound his arm back to build momentum, and violently hurled it out. "Go find the bomb quickly and come back and blow them away." The skull was shocked to the extreme. "What?" Giving his teammate no time to react, Shen Yi used all his strength to fling the skull like a cannonball into the distance, shouting in the tone of a great summoner, "Go skull, I choose you." Immediately after, he poked his head out from the doorway and let out a terrified scream, pretending to be in a panic. "Help, there's an enemy, someone save me." The Elder, who was on high alert, whipped his head around. He mused to himself. Another enemy, could it be another contestant? Simultaneously, Frege, who was clinging to the cliffside, was also talking to himself. Another enemy, could it be that my subordinates have arrived? Taking advantage of the distraction of the two powerhouses, Shen Yi realized the time had come. Thinking that he must not let them escape, in mid-air Frege shifted his form, appearing like a giant spider weaving a web for the hunt. He fired countless sharp bone spikes from the air, launching a wide area covering strike. The bone spikes poured down like a torrential rain, aimed straight for the Elder's position. Frege shouted the name of his ultimate technique, Dance of the Withered. Under the shroud of the Dance of the Withered, the wooden door behind Shen Yi was also swept into the air by an invisible force. The Elder suddenly exerted power, a blue-green energy shield erupting around him to block all the bone spikes. He let out a cold laugh, mocking arrogantly. "You think such a meager trick could fool this old man? Thinking of running?" The Elder let out a contemptuous roar. "Ridiculous." With that, he unleashed a world-shaking ultimate move. Mad Tiger roaring to heaven, the shockwave from the attack expanded wildly, blowing Shen Yi away along with the room's door. He cried out miserably amidst the vibrations. Whoa! In the distance, Shen Yi witnessed the Elder's destructive power in horror. He hurriedly used the non-dual gate ability, struggling to control the door flying wildly through the air. Realizing his opponent possessed overwhelming strength, Frege immediately decided to flee, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. This old man is too fast. My subordinates can't stop him at all." However, the Elder had no intention of letting him go. He transformed into a streak of blue light, pursuing relentlessly. He swept across the water like a ghost, executing the renowned footwork, Flowing Moon. Seeing this, Shen Yi had a sudden inspiration and opened another door, creating a clone to provoke his opponent. The clone let out peals of contemptuous laughter. Hee, child's play. Come here if you have the guts. The enraged elder let out an arrogant roar, instantly changing direction to charge toward that door just as the elder arrived. Fredge suddenly manifested from above, preparing to launch a lethal strike. The elder was beyond shocked. In that moment both saw through the truth simultaneously. Shen Yi, this human actually used a scheme to lure us into killing each other. With no way out, Fredge and the elder simultaneously swung their strongest attacks at each other, roaring in unison, "In that case, let's perish together." Meanwhile, in another corner of the exam grounds, the skull, transformed into a small bone spider, was quietly slipping away. Sensing the violent tremors from the battlefield behind, the skull muttered to itself. "They're fighting so fiercely, it seems Shen Yi successfully got those two idiots to scrap again. Good, I need to find the bomb quickly. It should be right around here." Just then, the skull's vision caught a stone on the ground flickering with a purple light. Found it, back on the battlefield after a world-ending collision. Both opponents were exhausted and heavily injured. The elder tightly choked Frega's neck, his expression distorted as he interrogated, "Which church does that brat serve? How many souls did he sacrifice to have an undead like you descend to serve him?" Fredge cried out in surprise. "Serve him? I see now, so you want to kill him too?" The elder roared in confusion. "What did you say?" Fredge let out a cold laugh, his laughter full of self-deprecation. "Hee, we've both been fooled by him," he explained in resentment. "I'm not doing that brat's bidding. He's my enemy. He designed this to make us kill each other." "Stop, we should join forces to kill that boy first. You take the head, I'll take the soul." Inside the wooden cabin, Shen Yi peeked out through the door crack, and seeing the situation change abruptly, he was as anxious as if sitting on pins and needles. "Crap, they stopped. Damn it, now is the best chance to blow them up. If I wait for them to recover, the chance will be gone. Where is the skull? Why isn't it back yet?" At this time, amidst the pouring rain, the skull was carrying the heavy gem, desperately running toward its master. Seeing the two enemies about to make peace, Shen Yi stood behind the door, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. He thought that he must not sit and wait for death. He had to find a way to buy time for the skull. His eyes flashed with an eerie purple light as he activated a new skill, continually calculating under his breath. Meat Shield still has 3 chances left, and Heavenly Shadow still has the capital to risk it all. Meanwhile, the elder outside remained skeptical, questioning coldly. "Why should I believe you?" Fredge explained in a persuasive tone. "My shadow daggers carry deadly poison and curses. I can remove them for you." Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment and replied, "If you can truly do so, then I shall believe you." Fredge immediately agreed. "This will take a little time." Just then, a dark shadow suddenly lunged out from the doorway, holding a long sword high, screaming maniacally like a fanatic. "Roar ya ya ya, Lord Fredge the Snow Demon, I've come to help you." Shen Yi's heavenly shadow clone charged forward, swinging the sword straight at the elder, roaring with murderous intent. "Die, old man." The elder merely cast a cold glance and commanded majestically, "Stop." The tip of the clone's sword stopped abruptly before the elder's neck, as if clamped by a massive invisible hand. The clone froze, using all its strength yet unable to move an inch. "Impossible, this was my full-strength strike." An attribute panel manifested before the elder. Strength 18.3. The elder grabbed the clone's neck and squeezed tight, roaring in a fury at Fredge. "I knew you two beasts were in cahoots." The choked clone gasped for air, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. "Cough, damn it, I can't move." Fredge hurriedly explained, his tone anxious. "Hey, don't listen to him. This is his trick to drive us apart." The elder didn't believe him at all, revealing a sarcastic, cold smile. "Oh, then how do you explain this boy also using the exact same shadow meld technique as you? Did you think this old man would fall for your tricks again?" In desperation, the clone attempted to explain. "This, how should I know? If you don't believe me, then let me go and I'll kill him with my own hands." Fredge also realized the danger of the situation, hurriedly warning, "Calm down, old man. If you kill me, the curses and toxins will take your life as well." The elder let out a peal of bone-chilling cold laughter. "Stupid bag of bones, how ridiculous. I only agreed to let you remove the poison because I wanted to lure him out." He suddenly circulated his power, blue-green energy erupting around him as he shouted arrogantly, "If this old man wants to purge this bit of minor poison, the time it takes to pass a fart is more than enough." As the move was unleashed, accompanied by a faint popping sound, all the poison spikes were shaken loose. The elder choked the clone's neck, his tone cruel and filled with the posture of a victor. "Rest assured, I won't kill you just yet. Every one of the secrets Shen Yi is hiding, I will dig them all out bit by bit." Carrying Shen Yi's clone in one hand and Fredge in the other, he turned to leave. Mission accomplished, time to return to the manor. The clone was still struggling desperately, saying weakly, "Wait, let me say it one more time, he and I are not together." The elder warned coldly, "If you dare say one more word, I'll crush your head." Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out in his mind. "Fredge, Fredge, Fredge, you betrayed us, you betrayed the old ones." Fredge blurted out in shock, "The undead's mental transmission, who are you?" The voice continued to echo with a mocking tone, "Hee, you've even forgotten my voice? Truly a traitor through and through. Your impending miserable end is perfectly suited for your fall. Look up and see." Fredge stammered tremblingly, "Wait a minute, could you be?" facing a doomsday-like descent. A massive bone face manifested in the pitch-black sky, and the soul vibration bomb crashed toward the Elder like a meteor. The Elder looked up, sensing a terrifying power, and cried out in surprise, "Another calamity? That is," another voice rang out from within the bomb in an ancient and majestic language. The Elder couldn't understand it at all. "Huh?" Hidden nearby, the skull let out a hysterical scream. "Hey, quickly get away!" The bomb exploded instantly, releasing a massive evil spirit that let out a piercing, mournful wail. The Elder was engulfed in a terrifying explosion, realizing the truth only at the final moment. It was a soul vibration bomb. Shen Yi was sent flying by the blast, caught as he fell by a massive bone spider. A transformation of the crystal skull. He coughed violently. "Cough, you took too long to get here," the skull explained. "Finding that statue took some time. I had to use it to save you." Shen Yi, acting with the reckless air of a daredevil, said, "You could have just blown me up with them. I still had my meat shield charges anyway." The skull immediately cut him off. "No, the soul vibration bomb is unique. I can't guarantee that meat shield would have even worked." Shen Yi pressed on, his face full of hope. "Is that bomb really that powerful? Does this mean we succeeded?" The skull replied with certainty. "Naturally. They are as good as dead." Amidst the purple haze, the Elder staggered to his feet, coughing fitfully. "Cough, did you think a little toy like this could harm this old man? I didn't expect that statue to have the power of transposition. HMPH, I will not let you escape again." He grabbed the gradually dissipating Fredge, demanding harshly. "Answer me, how many calamities has he summoned?" Frega's body shattered into fragments like broken glass. The Elder threw him to the ground in a rage. Dead? Was it because of that bomb? What a useless waste! As Frega's physical form vanished completely, the Elder stared at the shards dancing in the air, a cry of shock escaping him. "What? How is this possible?" His own body began to develop cracks and started to crumble. He roared in despair, unable to believe his eyes. "No, I refuse to." In midair, the Elder's body shattered completely, leaving only a mask falling to the ground and remnants scattering in the rain. Shen Yi stood on the ground witnessing it all beside the massive skull. The skull turned its head, reassuring him in a steady tone. "Shen Yi, those two have turned to ash. You are safe." Still shaken, Shen Yi asked, "That bomb looked so unremarkable. Why was the power so immense?" The skull began to explain with a proud tone. "It is one of the top-tier weapons of our undead race. It is a crystallization of our race's collective genius, pooling our highest wisdom. It is the result of our absolute dedication to pushing technology to its zenith." The skull continued its lecture as a vivid diagram manifested. Not long ago, undead research discovered that the soul is actually composed of countless microscopic particles, each containing two distinct energies intertwined to maintain balance. Later, we found that if an external force breaks this balance, the particles generate an astounding explosive force. This explosion also breaks the balance of surrounding particles, creating a chain reaction until the soul is utterly destroyed. We call this phenomenon a chain reaction. Based on this principle, our race's great scholar, Robert Oppenheimer, skeleton version, led a group of undead academics to develop one of the most terrifying weapons in undead history. The soul vibration bomb. The structure of this bomb is quite simple, containing a soul and a trigger device. The trigger destroys the particles, initiating the chain reaction. Every soul within the area of effect is caught up in it, exploding and vanishing completely. Besides remote detonation, this bomb has a secret ignition method known to very few, and that is by reciting a mantra at close range. The image of Oppenheimer's skeleton version appeared, a skeleton dressed in an elegant suit and top hat puffing on a pipe, with an inscription below. "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Hearing this, Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "Was the war you fought against humans actually World War II?" The skull looked at him in surprise. "You actually know about that too?" Just then, a series of system prompts appeared before Shen Yi. "A magnificent escape. You have escaped fatal danger today. The boy who lived has been activated. Your base attributes have increased by 2 points across the board. Note, this keyword cannot be used again today. Current attribute panel. Strength 8.3, Agility 10.1, Spirit 8, Savvy 8, Resonance 13, Moonlight Inheritance Resonance 20, Available Attribute Points 10. The system continued its evaluation. Today you resolved a crisis through the continuous fluid and uninterrupted opening and closing of the gate. Therefore, the entire crisis event has been categorized for evaluation. Faced with a death trap involving 2 worlds and 2 powerhouses capable of killing you instantly, you survived through divine maneuvers. For this gate opening you have earned the right to choose. 2 options appeared before him. He could choose to upgrade the blue excellent keyword "The Boy Who Lived" to purple 1 in a million, or activate the backup purple 1 in a million keyword, "The Little Match Boy." Without hesitation, Shen Yi reached out and chose the Little Match Boy. Combining 2 keywords with different effects was likely to be more effective than simply upgrading a single one. A new card manifested depicting a small boy in a bright red cloak holding a match that emitted a soft glow. System notification: received evaluation keyword from this gate opening, "The Little Match Boy." Purple 1 in a million keyword. Description: for every full day you do not enter the world on the opposite side of the gate, the probability of obtaining a better keyword will increase by 10 up to a maximum of 90. Remark: Human longing and love are unstoppable. They will continue to accumulate until one day they erupt like a flood. Shen Yi excitedly tossed the little matchboy's attire into the air. He cheered, "Whoa, this keyword is amazing. Now my time spent entering the gate can be more flexible. And the rewards will be even greater." Just then, in a dim space flickering with red light, the sound of slow clapping echoed. Clap, clap. Yi Bing appeared unexpectedly within a ring of red light, praising him in a mysterious tone. That battle just now was truly spectacular. Shen Yi jumped in fright. She stared at him, her eyes like hooks as she continued. "It seems my 10,000 fallen evil ghost king curse statue gave you quite a remarkable ability." Shen Yi was beyond shocked. He immediately turned and sprinted for his life, shouting, "Yi Bing, can you please stop haunting me? I'm sick to death of you." The skull hurriedly issued an urgent warning. "Shen Yi, her aura is more dangerous than ever. Open the gate and run. Don't hesitate. If you're caught, it's all over." Shen Yi grit his teeth, placing his hand on the manifested door, preparing to activate the non-dual gate. He replied, "I know that," but before he could act, countless red threads as sharp as blades pierced through his body. Blood splattered as he was pinned firmly before the door. He let out a pained cry. "Ah!" Yi Bing stood behind him at some point, whispering in his ear with a voice that was gentle yet lethal. "Don't be afraid. I avoided all your vitals. It will only hurt a little bit. Shen Yi, I truly admire you." She gently tilted his chin up with her hand, her eyes full of deep meaning. "Accumulated power is merely a dead object, yet you have allowed it to evolve into a remarkable ability, and utilized it so well. I hope you." Suddenly, the brown-haired girl appeared like a storm, barking in a fury. "Hey, didn't I tell you to get lost?" The girl hovered in midair, her face becoming terrifyingly grim as she asked in a low voice, "Do you really want to die that badly?" Yi Bing simply curled her lips into a cold smile, her tone filled with contempt. "Oh, do you really think you can kill me?" The girl's gaze narrowed and an invisible force erupted, causing the ground to vibrate violently. A terrifying earthquake occurred. The earth split open and debris flew everywhere as Shen Yi was sent tumbling into the air mid-flight. The brown-haired girl gently caught the falling Shen Yi as if he were a leaf. The two landed on a safe slope. The earthquake continued to rage around them. Shen Yi recognized the girl in surprise. "It's you, the little girl who asked me to help her find her mother. You're actually this strong?" The girl looked flustered, waving her hands in a hurried denial. "How, you still remember that?" No, you have the wrong person. Actually, I'm a proctor. Protecting the safety of examinees is my duty." Shen Yi barked. "Do you take me for a fool?" He followed up seriously. "Who exactly are you? Why did you save me?" The girl turned and pretended to leave to avoid the question. "I really am a proctor. I still have official business, so goodbye." Shen Yi grabbed her hand, locking it tight. "Stop lying to me." The girl sighed and looked back, her expression turning serious, devoid of her previous innocent playfulness. "Sigh, I guess I can't hide it anymore." "Fine, I'll tell you." Shen Yi was secretly alarmed. He couldn't see her keywords at all and had no idea which layer of the Dharma realm her strength resided in. The girl's expression suddenly turned melancholy, her voice low and mournful. "My young mistress. She is about to die. She said she has one last debt of kindness to repay, so she sent me, her servant, to settle it in her stead." Shen Yi asked in surprise. "Your young mistress is," the girl answered briefly, "Song Yinchen." Hearing that name, a memory flashed through Shen Yi's mind. He muttered to himself, "Song Yinchen, right. The younger of the Song sisters whose lives Shen Yi saved when they were children." He asked anxiously, "What happened to her? Is she sick or did something happen?" The girl lowered her head. "It is a curse. An extremely vicious curse that no one can break." The girl raised her head and looked him in the eyes. "All her other wishes have been fulfilled save for protecting you one more time to settle this debt." Shen Yi realized the truth. "So that explosion at the hotel was also your doing?" The girl nodded in admission. "It was me." Shen Yi took out his phone and suggested, "Give me your contact information. If I find a way to break the curse, I can get in touch with you." The girl shook her head repeatedly in surprise. "Why would you need my contact info? The young mistress doesn't want to see you and she's already fallen into a coma." The girl pouted, her face full of disbelief. "You and the world's top experts are helpless. What do you think a nobody like you can do?" Shen Yi looked at her, his gaze and tone as firm as iron. "I'll try once and do my best. If it doesn't work, please don't blame me. I only saved Song Yinchen once, yet you have already helped me twice." The girl hesitated for a moment before answering, "Thank you, but the young mistress has already given up. If you truly want to help, just record a message of blessing here, so she can leave this world in peace." Shen Yi refused decisively. "What kind of logic is peacefully waiting for death? I won't do it." He held the phone out to the girl, his tone brooks no argument. "Give me your contact info. If you don't, I'll find a way to track you down regardless." The girl eventually backed down, reluctantly exchanging contact information with him. Having finished the task, the girl turned to leave, her tone tinged with a bit of annoyance and shyness. "HMPH, such a stubborn blockhead. Now the debt of kindness between you and my young mistress is settled. I have nothing left to say to you. Goodbye." The girl vanished within a burst of golden light. Standing alone on the slope, Shen Yi shouted, "Hey," he turned to ask the skull. "Skull, you should have many ways to break curses on your side, right?" The skull manifested, showing doubt and wariness. "You really want to help her? You were tricked last time you helped someone find their mother, and yet you dare trust her again?" He replied with a deep tone. "At least the outcome was good. Besides, she saved me twice. I don't want to owe anyone a debt." The skull let out a snort of laughter, its tone carrying its habitual mockery. "Hey, a debt of kindness. How much is a debt of kindness worth? Shen Yi walked toward the gate, answering with a serious and sincere expression. According to the traditions of my hometown, if you owe someone a debt of kindness, you must find an opportunity to repay it. The skull asked curiously. Why? He paused before the door, gazing deep into the void, his voice low and full of philosophy. Because this world is heartless. He opened the door and left, the scene outside still a continuous heavy downpour. Atop another treacherous cliff, Yi Bing stood proudly as the Skinner knelt before her. The Skinner looked up, his face full of confusion. Master, you clearly could have killed Shen Yi just now and devoured his soul to reclaim your power. Why didn't you act? Yi Bing looked back, her tone as dismissive as if she were looking at an ant. Foolish human, your low-level thoughts are no different from those of a beast. Do you know how a deity feeds? The Skinner immediately lowered his head respectfully and tremblingly. Great master, please enlighten me. Yi Bing explained in a haughty and mysterious tone. Tujul, a deity residing in the depths of the universe, possessing power equivalent to a star. It treats planets as nurseries, sowing the seeds of life, and then quietly observes the multiplication of beings and the rise of civilizations until the entire planet reaches the peak of prosperity. When all things touch the edge of destruction, Tujul descends like a judging god, crushing everything in the ashes of a planetary collision, that terrifying meteor. It greedily harvests and devours all sinful souls. Once space returns to silence, it sows the seeds of life once more, beginning a new cycle of endless nurturing. This harvest is the eternal law of the universe. The woman turned her head slowly, her eyes shimmering with a demonic red light. To me, Shen Yi is that planet. The world connection ability within him is still growing and evolving. I will help him, patiently nurturing him until everything about him reaches its most mature and perfect moment. At that time I will personally pluck this fruit. Within the quiet wooden cabin, the prince woke up groggily. He rubbed his head, which throbbed with a pain as sharp as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He couldn't help but groan in pain. Ah, it hurts. Seeing this, Shen Yi quickly turned around, his face full of joy. Your Highness, you're awake. The prince looked at him, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. Suddenly he sprang up like a coiled spring, falling into an offensive stance and roaring in fury. Well played, Saint Peiki, you actually dared to conspire with the undead to ambush me. Shen Yi waved his hands in a panic, trying desperately to explain. Wait a minute, Your Highness, I didn't. However, the prince cut him off with an icy, decisive tone. Enough nonsense, royal knight swordsmanship. Immediately he gathered energy in his palm and let out a great shout. Transform? Shen Yi stumbled back in fright, his eyes wide with terror as he watched a brilliant golden light instantly envelop the prince. As the radiance dissipated, the prince appeared clad in a majestic royal knight uniform, wielding a longsword. He glared at Shen Yi with eyes like razor-sharp blades. Die, traitor! A magical information panel manifested. Royal Knight's Ring, an heirloom of the Holy Roland Empire's imperial family. Beyond its storage function, it seals various combat attires ranging from light armor to elegant formal wear. The wearer can switch between imprints in an instant to handle any situation from duels to full-scale wars. It is a secret treasure that perfectly blends honor and utility. Shen Yi hurriedly raised both hands, attempting to plead his case. Please, Your Highness, calm your anger. Fredge has already been destroyed by me. We are perfectly safe now. However, suspicion still clouded the prince as he growled with murderous intent. Your mouth is full of lies. You're still trying to deceive me. With that, he charged forward like a whirlwind, his extreme speed drawing out a series of afterimages as he repeatedly sent Shen Yi flying. Shen Yi cried out in pain. Ow! Shen Yi scrambled to dodge the icy sword aura. Meanwhile, the prince, his entire body radiating sword light, remained in hot pursuit, shouting, Where else do you think you can run? Pushed to a corner, Shen Yi hurriedly pulled out a glowing piece of magic stationery. Prince, look at your mail, he shouted to be heard over the whistling wind of the sword, announcing the critical news. The undead general is dead. We've won. The prince skidded to a halt, his face full of shock. The letter's contents clearly manifested. Prince, the undead army's positions have collapsed. Our forces are pursuing the victory and have secured a great win. We have learned from undead prisoners that the legendary assassin, Fredge the Snow Demon, is dead. The goddess of nature protects us. Please instruct our next move. Udria. Holding the stationery, the prince's expression gradually softened. He murmured to himself in amazement. The Snow Demon is truly dead. Our army has secured a massive victory. Seeing this, Shen Yi quickly added, I didn't lie to you, Your Highness. The prince began to wonder how the news from the undead army could travel so fast. At that moment, the skull manifested to explain. His subordinates can sense that their master's soul has been annihilated. Despite this, the prince narrowed his eyes, looking at Shen Yi with deep skepticism. But how did you do it? Fredge the Snow Demon was a legendary existence in the undead realm. Shen Yi gave a slight smile and began weaving a seamless story. Your Highness, it's all thanks to that undead friend of mine. He used a secret weapon of his race to blow the Snow Demon to bits. The prince pressed suspiciously. You mean that undead spy? I've seen him. Even so, was it necessary to knock me unconscious? Shen Yi replied wittily. Forgive me, Your Highness, knocking you out was partly to mislead the Snow Demon, and partly to protect the secret of the undead race's intellectual property from being leaked. The prince repeated, looking utterly bewildered. Intellectual property? Shen Yi seized the opportunity and launched into an impassioned speech. Precisely, Your Highness. Intellectual property is vital. Imagine if you worked tirelessly to create something expecting 100 people to pay for your hard work, only to have 80 of them use a pirated version. Your income wouldn't even cover your costs. This vicious cycle discourages creators and forces them to cut production costs, leading to a market flooded with shoddy goods or being completely replaced by cheap tech. The prince interrupted, confused. What is creating? Shen Yi concluded decisively. If creators cannot survive, true readers will have nothing left to see. Is that what you want? Therefore, please support the official release and protect intellectual property rights. It starts with you and me, the prince thought to himself. Pact is talking nonsense again, but he did save my life. Forget it, as long as he remains loyal to humanity. He slowly lowered his longsword and began to write a reply. Very well, I have wronged you, Pact. Regardless, you saved me. With that, he looked up and continued. You played an indispensable role in the coalition's victory. Think carefully about what you want, wealth, power, or treasures. I can grant them all. Within Shen Yi's mind, the skull shouted excitedly, the fastest way to understand someone is to know their desires. Shen Yi, this empire is not short on treasures. Seize this chance. Some things can increase your damage like Trinity Force or grant immunity to damage like the famous blade, simming, or even a dagger that allows instant teleportation. Choose carefully. This is a golden opportunity to drastically boost your strength. The prince was also seriously observing Shen Yi's reaction. Pact, if your answer makes me suspicious. Shen Yi suddenly looked up, his gaze exceptionally firm. Prince, there is indeed one thing I want, the prince announced coldly. Even though you saved me twice, if your request is too excessive, I will not hesitate to execute you. Speak. Shen Yi looked him straight in the eyes and pointed at the object on the prince's chest. It is the necklace you are wearing. Can you give it to me? An information panel regarding the jade manifested. Sacred mercy preservation. Epic grade. Can dispel all curses of epic grade and below. The prince took the jade and fell into contemplation. While sacred mercy preservation was rare, the empire possessed countless treasures far more powerful. Why do you only want this? Shen Yi replied calmly. A friend of mine is under a very deep curse. I heard this gem can save her. Inside Shen Yi's head, the skull roared in a fury. Out of all these treasures, you didn't choose any. You chose this for a woman you've never even met. After hearing this, the prince murmured to himself, muddled. Truly muddled, but then he started to laugh. It seems I underestimated you. The prince unfastened the necklace and handed it gently to Shen Yi. Take it, Pact. In case this stone proves ineffective, I will personally ask the great priest or the elves for assistance. Shen Yi bowed his head gratefully. Many thanks, your highness. A line of golden text manifested. To save a life without regard for fame or wealth. The prince patted Shen Yi's shoulder and praised him. You truly are Saint Pact. Shen Yi thought to himself that the items the skull mentioned required too much compatibility. If this jade truly worked, he would become Song Yinshan's benefactor. The skull continued to mutter sarcastically. Muddled, so muddled. Some time later, human reinforcements arrived. An old mage and a female elf were checking the prince's health. The old mage exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe it. The prince's body has fully recovered. His condition is even better than before, the prince replied indifferently. I told you it was fine. Pact has already healed me, the female elf said in shock. The goddess of nature protects us. Does Saint Pact truly possess such divine power? Once everything was settled, the prince stood up resolutely. It was time to return to the battlefield. Pact, pack your things. We're moving out. However, when he turned his head, Shen Yi had vanished without a trace. Where is he? A line of scrawled handwriting was carved into the wooden wall. Anxious to save a friend. I've left early. Below it was a comical drawing of a pig's head, signed Saint Pact. Looking at the writing, the old mage wondered. Pact left this, the prince also murmured with a puzzled expression. Why did he sign it with a pig's head and such an ugly one at that? Meanwhile, at the exam grounds, the rain had stopped and Shen Yi was on the phone with the brown-haired girl. Of course it's not. Take it back and try it. It's best if it works. On the other end of the line, the girl sounded skeptical. You didn't just pick up a random rock from the water and say it could heal my young mistress, did you? Shen Yi replied decisively. Enough, I'm busy. I'll find you after the exam. With that, he hung up, leaving the girl screaming in fury on the other end. A bulletin board manifested. The 3-day wilderness survival has concluded. 736 people have been eliminated so far. Shen Yi thought to himself, oh, the third round is over? The system continued to notify him that it was evaluating physical status to distribute rewards. In another space, a red-haired man was exerting all his strength to resist the power of a ring-shaped artifact. Someone beside him asked worriedly, Brother Guanshu, can you really withstand this artifact? Enveloped in raging flames, he roared savagely, Shut up and give it to me. The massive power caused his face to twist and deform as an earth-shaking energy erupted. Nangong Sirui closed his eyes, his entire body radiating a brilliant light amidst a swarm of souls. Someone possessed by a ghost asked in surprise, Nangong Sirui, what are you trying to do? Nangong Sirui didn't answer. Instead, he let out a roar as a massive energy lotus slowly closed, enveloping that person. After the light dissipated, only a bright red crystal flower remained on the ground. Nangong Sirui looked down mournfully. Brother Guanshu, you are no longer your original self. The Wang family's deity has eroded your soul. Perhaps it is better for me to help you find peace. he turned to leave, his heart full of worry over the corruption of the great families, silently deciding he must report back to his family as soon as possible. The world was no longer what it once was. All beings were like grass and all gods were mad. In a canyon, Shen Yi's group was on the move. Shen Yi asked, "This is the place, right?" Xiao Mengyu nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, these entrances are scattered all over the island." Beside them, the massive dog let out a low growl of warning. Shen Yi gestured, "Let's go, let's head down and see." After walking in the dark tunnel for a while, the system notification rang out again. "Time's up, 93 people have been eliminated. Prepare to enter the final round of the exam." Shen Yi muttered, "It's too dark, we've been walking for 10 minutes and still can't see the end." The purple-haired girl reminded everyone to stay alert. Suddenly the dog ran forward, barking wildly to signal that the exit was right before them. They stepped into a vast underground cavern. The blonde youth cheered, "Look, there are 3 doors." The system explained that the final round was divided into 3 types, corresponding to the 3 academies: Garen, Guishu and Shirong. Shen Yi silently marveled at the arrangement. Xiao Mengyu further explained, "Garen is the strongest but values lineage. Guishu is full of mystery but prone to driving people insane, and Shirong usually involves excavating underground ruins. To put it bluntly, tomb raiding." Shen Yi speculated the difficulty varied by academy. When he asked Xiao Mengyu, she decisively chose Garen. Shen Yi smiled easily. "I plan to choose Garen too." The blonde youth and Guo Yunya decided to choose Shirong for safety. They gave their sincere thanks and bid farewell. Xiao Mengyu pushed open the heavy gate of Garen Academy. A golden light poured out, and the two walked in together. But immediately after, Shen Yi found himself alone. The skull notified him that he had been teleported to another location for an individual test. The task required him to obtain a key from a criminal to escape the dungeon. Before him was a prisoner bound in chains with a golden key nearby. In another dungeon, Xiao Mengyu faced a similar challenge. A frail boy covered in chains cried out to her for help, insisting he was wrongly accused and that the key on the ground was a booby trap bomb. Xiao Mengyu looked at the boy suspiciously. "How can you prove what you're saying is true?" The boy pointed to her sword and mentioned the name Luo Feichuan with hope. Xiao Mengyu's gaze instantly became icy and alert. Back with Shen Yi, he was standing before a corpse that had died a gruesome death. As he prepared to take the nearby key, the corpse suddenly let out a click. Countless red-eyed snakeheads tunneled out, surrounding him. A massive 9-headed python revealed its true form. It radiated a foul, demonic aura. Shen Yi cried out in horror, "What on earth is this thing?" The skull comforted him, saying it was likely just an avatar possessing a fraction of the original's power. A surge of crimson energy slammed Shen Yi into a pool of viscous liquid. As the liquid began to bubble from the rising temperature, Shen Yi hurriedly cried for help. The skull shouted, "Don't panic, I'll save you." Instantly, the skull transformed into a massive dung beetle and lunged into the fray. Shen Yi said in surprise, "You can even transform? Is this the dung beetle king?" The skull snapped, "Shut up, don't say that last word." Shen Yi stood majestically atop the back of the skull, which had transformed into a giant dung beetle. Amidst the sea of fire, he raised his hand to the heavens and shouted with great drama, "Dung Beetle King, you are my king." While paddling desperately, the skull murmured in defense, "If my power hadn't only recovered by 30%, forcing me to use my shoulder blades and ribs as a boat, I wouldn't have ended up in this state." Immediately after, one of the 9-headed monster's hideous heads opened its maw and spat a pillar of crimson fire, incinerating the entire space. As Shen Yi and the skull wove through the heat waves, Shen Yi shouted excitedly, "Whoa, Dung Beetle King, let's go." The skull replied crossly, "Damn it, don't drag out the ending like that, or I'll always feel like you're going to add another word at the end." Shen Yi pointed at a faint light in the distance. "Look, the exit is over there." Then he looked down and asked, "Did you get the key?" The skull replied confidently, "Of course, you just focus on paddling for your life." Suddenly, another blast of fire shot toward them with incredible speed. The skull shouted in a panic, "Watch out, I can't dodge this one." Without hesitation, Shen Yi instantly leapt into midair. He looked back and shouted, "Keep paddling, don't stop." With that, he spun in midair and delivered a heavy horizontal kick against the incoming pillar of fire. The tip of his foot shimmered with a cold blue light. He roared, "Frost strike!" The freezing air from his kick collided violently with the flames, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire cavern. The skull sighed in surprise. "Oh, your kick carries a freezing power that happened to counter it. Pity you're still not strong enough. If you leveled up a few more times, you might actually be able to extinguish its fire." Shen Yi landed and replied, "I can't help it. I only learned this move 2 days ago. Garen Academy's exam is way too hard. If not for you, Dung Beetle King, I'd have been boiled alive." The skull snorted. "HMPH, luckily you didn't have to defeat this avatar of Jiang, you just need to escape. Hurry, the exit is right ahead. Grab the key and open the door." Shen Yi was about to rush over when he suddenly stopped. He saw Jiang's 9 heads simultaneously condensing energy, forming a massive sphere of destruction. His face paled and he stammered, "This Dung Beetle King, it looks like it's charging a ultimate move," the skull urged urgently. "Forget about it, just jump up and open the door." Seeing Shen Yi still hesitating, the skull roared, "Quick, there's no time left, trust me." Shen Yi grit his teeth, deciding to bet his life on his teammate. All right, he used all his strength to leap from the skull's back, shooting toward the gate like an arrow. At the same time, the monster's 9 heads fired simultaneously. The energy converged into a massive flame drill heading straight for the exit, attempting to incinerate everything into ash. At that life or death moment, the skull lunged between Shen Yi and the flames. It used its skeletal body as a shield, forcefully activating a defensive skill. Bones embrace. Shen Yi looked back, his eyes full of worry. Wodong Beetle King, can your absolute defense hold up? The skull grit its teeth, and despite its frame shaking violently, it held firm. Are you joking? This bit of firepower is nothing. But immediately after, a crisp crack sound came from its skeletal shell. Shen Yi muttered, I can see that, hang in there. He whipped his head back, inserted the glowing key into the lock, and shouted in joy, the door is open, let's go Dung Beetle King. He rushed through the light gate carrying the skull, which had shrunk back to its original size. A cheer echoed through the space. Yahoo level cleared, Garen Academy, here I come. Meanwhile, in Xiao Mengyu's dim cell, she still faced the frail boy bound by chains. Her gaze was cold as she repeated her question. Luo Feichuan, you said you know Luo Feichuan? The boy raised his tear-filled eyes and replied happily. Yes, big sister. He really was the one who sent you to save me. Xiao Mengyu let out a soft sigh and slowly lowered her sword tip. Fine, how can I save you? The boy said urgently. I know the true way to leave this place. Help me cut these chains. Seeing her silence, the boy continued to explain hurriedly. Cut the chains for me and I can take you out. That key is a lure. They just want you to detonate the bomb. If I die, you'll never get out either. Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu said no more and swung her sword, severing the chains on the boy's hands. She sheathed her sword and calmly ordered, All right, lead the way. The boy turned around, but his innocent face instantly contorted, becoming incredibly eerie as a sinister smile spread across his lips. No problem, big sister, but before that, the boy's body suddenly swelled, tearing through his thin clothes and transforming into a monster with bulging muscles enveloped in purple evil energy. It sneered triumphantly. Let me thank you for saving my life first. I'm going to crush every single one of your bones into powder one by one. Xiao Mengyu remained standing in place, asking calmly as if she had expected it. Was everything you just said a lie? The monster laughed wildly. He, that's right, what bomb? I just tricked you into destroying these magic-suppressing shackles. The key is real, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use it. It brandished its claws, its tone filled with mockery. Who told you to trust me so easily, fooled by my cute appearance? Xiao Mengyu interrupted coldly, her voice like eternal ice. No, I'm referring to the matter regarding Luo Feichuan. Was your claim that he wanted to save you also a lie? The monster replied with a face full of disdain. I fought him back when I was caught. That guy was incredibly rigid and caused me a lot of trouble. It continued in a teasing tone, the image of Luo Feichuan's death surfacing in its mind. But I heard he's already dead. Ha ha. Hearing this, a burst of killing intent erupted around Xiao Mengyu. In an instant she swung her long sword and countless invisible slashes tore through the air, shredding the monster's body into pieces before it could even feel the pain. She sheathed her sword and whispered to herself, I just thought it was strange. I thought I had investigated and completed every unfinished business of his. I thought I had truly missed someone. She bent down to pick up the key, her tone low and filled with mournful remembrance. My brother was insightful in life, neither accusing the innocent nor letting the guilty go. You weren't wrong to call him rigid. I really wish he could have been a bit more flexible, like Shen Yi. She inserted the key and the cell door rumbled open, swallowing her in a blinding light. The system announced solemnly. Level cleared, teleporting now. Congratulations to examinee Xiao Mengyu for being the first to finish, earning first place in this year's exam. She was teleported to a grand hall where senior proctors were waiting. Seeing her appear, the crowd below began to whisper, the first finisher has appeared. It's actually Xiao Mengyu, the future controller of the Luo family. Truly unfathomable, congratulations. An authoritative proctor on the high platform nodded in approval. Well done, Xiao Mengyu, you are this year's top ranker. Xiao Mengyu stepped forward, bowing seriously as she reported, Lords, I have something to report. An incident occurred within the exam grounds. The rules actually allowed students to kill one another, and many examinees have lost their lives. Another proctor frowned and asked, What happened? The authoritative proctor explained gently. The law realm of the exam grounds sometimes escapes our control. If the realm deems a battle necessary, the rules will change. This indicates that this year's students need to be thrown into a real battlefield for screening. You have passed the exam, do not overthink it. He waved his hand. Congratulations, Xiao Mengyu. You are now a freshman of Garen Academy. A beam of light shot from her card, marking her new identity. The proctor continued, Your card will gain many functions of Garen Academy. Your exam is now completely over. She looked at the card in her hand, thinking worriedly, the attribute doubling effect from the card has vanished. Shen Yi should be fine, right? The final round shouldn't be that hard anyway. With his strength he should be out soon, contrary to her thoughts. In another place, Shen Yi was falling from a great height toward an abyss. Splash, he fell into a cold underground river. Shen Yi surfaced, coughing violently and wiping his face as he groaned. Ow! The system's cold notification rang out. Your team has disbanded. You will face the current Law Realm Secret Realm alone. He cried out in surprise. Law Realm, Secret Realm, what's going on? Didn't I already pass the exam? The skull appeared, looking around the dim environment. This looks like an underground river. We need to leave quickly. If we run into that alien god called Yi Bing again, no one will be able to save you. Shen Yi asked blankly. What's an alien god? The skull explained seriously. It's a deity from another world, possessing planetary-level power. It's currently parasitizing Yi Bing. and its schemes are definitely not small. We must stay far away from it. Shen Yi's eyes widened. Huh, why haven't you told me this before? The skull replied with a tone full of emotion. Even though I'm just a skull, we've been through life and death together. I don't plan to hide it from you anymore. Shen Yi, we are comrades. Shen Yi turned red, feeling a bit awkward at this sudden sentimentality. Why are you suddenly acting all bromance? Why? The skull asked back blankly. Bromance, what does that mean? He scratched his head, changing the subject. Nothing, I'm getting more and more curious about your identity. Who exactly are you? The skull stammered, preparing to confess. Fine, actually I am. Suddenly, an enchanting voice interrupted the conversation. Shen Yi, you're actually still alive? Yi Bing appeared, hovering over the water like a blood-red phantom. She curled her lips. I'm truly surprised. I originally came to collect your corpse. Shen Yi pointed at her angrily. You jinx of a dung beetle king, everything you say comes true. HMPH, I thought it was strange. Why was the exam so hard? So it was all you're doing. The original opponent for that round should have been that criminal, right? You killed him and put in a monster instead, he continued to roar in fury. And this law realm, secret realm was also your doing, wasn't it? I'm telling you, it's useless. That little girl will come and save me again. You can just wait to die. Yi Bing remained terrifyingly calm. You're wrong, Shen Yi. These things weren't my doing. Killing your original opponent, putting in the monster, and even leading you to this secret realm, it was all done by your own kind, humans, she explained slowly. Your exam grounds are surrounded by a massive magic barrier, monitoring every examinee at all times. I spent quite a bit of effort intending to open an independent barrier to catch you, only to find that someone had already activated a similar one. That barrier is right here. Yi Bing radiated a blazing red aura as ancient magical script manifested around her. She let out a peal of giggling laughter. He, Shen family boy, guess what else they have prepared for you? Even as a god with boundless power, this body parasitizing a mortal requires a vast amount of blood and souls to unlock greater strength, but in the face of your human malice, even I can't help but hold my breath in awe. Shen Yi saw her power keywords clearly for the first time, and his heart was consumed by horror. This is the first time I've seen the keywords on her. Is this the alien god with planetary-level power the Dung Beetle King mentioned? Yi Bing reached out, her voice gentle yet full of authority. Shen Yi, in this burial ground humans have meticulously prepared for you. You are completely alone with no one to help you. But don't worry, I won't lift a finger against you. She floated over and tilted Shen Yi's chin, her gaze full of enchantment. On the contrary, I can save you from human brutality. Only I can. Even if all of humanity is your enemy, I will still stand by your side. Shen Yi sneered in disdain through gritted teeth. Hey, what a cheesy confession. As I see it, this is all just a play you've directed and acted in yourself to chase after me. I refuse. Yi Bing smiled mysteriously, reaching out a hand that invited death. No need to hurry with an answer. How about this, Shen Yi? Let's make a bet? Shen Yi was suddenly bound tightly by red threads suspended in midair. He struggled and asked, Bet on what? Yi Bing winked playfully. Your kind has prepared a hidden challenge for you. It is the hardest challenge in this law realm. I bet you absolutely cannot clear it. Shen Yi was startled. Hidden challenge? Then he let out a cold snort. HMPH, and what if I clear it? Yi Bing replied. Then it proves those people didn't make things difficult for you, and my judgment was wrong. The matter regarding that 10,000 fallen evil ghost king cursed statue will be written off and we shall meet again. She leaned in and whispered in his ear. But if you can't clear it, you're mine. Countless red and yellow threads tightened around Shen Yi even. The system issued an emergency notification. The bet with the Lord of the Demon Abyss has been established. This bet is a spell manifested from the other's primordial divine power. You cannot resist or refuse, you can only obey the terms of the bet. You are about to face the hidden level of this exam. If you succeed, the Lord of the Demon Abyss will let you go. But if you fail, your soul will belong to that mournful Lord of the Demon Abyss. A stone wall behind Shen Yi suddenly shattered, revealing a new passage. Yi Bing continued. Starting from the smallest stakes, until you willingly offer up your soul, that is her style. Shen Yi stared in shock at the newly opened passage. From the shadows of the cave came a frivolous, greasy voice. HMPH, to think you could break the stone wall and escape, how cunning. I haven't seen a handsome guy like you in a long time. Let me have a kiss, and I'll give you the key to clear the level. Nangang Sirui walked leisurely out of the passage, saying indifferently to the monster inside, the rules say leaving the dungeon counts as success. It didn't say you had to use the key. He waved goodbye. Keep the key for yourself, I can't afford it. The voice in the cave screamed in a fury. Just then, Yi Bing and Shen Yi saw Nangang Sirui at the same time. Yi Bing whispered with interest. Interesting. Shen Yi recognized a familiar face in surprise. I've seen this guy on the cards, it's the rank one, Nangang Sirui. Nangang Sirui was also shocked to see Shen Yi suspended in midair bound by a bunch of red threads. HMPH, Shen Yi. You passed the final test too. But what kind of bondage game are you playing here? A stranger had actually stumbled into the law realm's secret realm by mistake. What interesting things will happen? Shen Yi turned red with embarrassment and roared. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone caught in an SM calamity before? Do you want to die? Scram. Nangang Sirui froze. What? but immediately after, he sensed the terrifying energy radiating from the girl beside Shen Yi. He shouted in terror, "What level of calamity is this?" Without hesitation, he turned and bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. He realized that she was not an existence he could currently contend with. Yi Bing looked at the bound Shen Yi with a smile. "I like your cleverness, Shen Yi." She pointed at Nangong Sirui's retreating figure. "But for now I don't want him reporting back to the outside world." She flicked her finger, and a sharp red thread shot toward Nangong Sirui as she issued a cold pronouncement, "Die." Shen Yi roared, "Don't you dare!" He exerted all his strength to summon a spatial gate to block Nangong Sirui, non-dual gate. The red thread passed through the gate and vanished into another dimension. In a distant military camp, a soldier on guard duty was suddenly startled when a red light erupted from the void, blasting a nearby boulder into dust. He stood there dazed, completely unaware of what had just happened. Simultaneously, Nangong Sirui felt the breath of death brush past him as the system notification rang in his ear. "All tests detected as complete. Congratulations. Teleporting to the promotion hall." He gasped in shock. "What?" before vanishing into the teleportation light. Yi Bing turned back to look at Shen Yi, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. "You actually used the gate to move my technique, and that brat was teleported away. Was he expelled by the law realm?" Shen Yi let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. He had succeeded. He prayed silently, "Nangong Sirui, don't let my life-saving effort go to waste. You better report the situation here." Yi Bing looked at him, her tone carrying a mix of annoyance and amusement. "Shen Yi, you really are a bastard, always interfering with my fun." She offered an enchanting smile. "I'm starting to like you more and more. Let me give you another gift." Another red thread flew from her hand, hovering before him. She continued, "Shen Yi, in the hidden challenge they have prepared for you, your death is a certainty. I like you and I don't want you to die, so I have prepared another path for you." She revealed her cruel plan. "I have dispatched my subordinate, Skinner, to plant bombs all across Yunshan Port. If you concede now, I will detonate them. Yunshan Port will sink into the sea, the exam will be interrupted, and you won't be eliminated. Everything will start over. You can still go to the high school of your choice, but only as my subordinate. You won't have to risk your life walking into the trap humans have set for you anymore." A sarcastic, cold sneer curled Shen Yi's lips as his sharp gaze pierced Yi Bing. "Hey, you clearly want to blow up Yunshan Port yourself to absorb the souls on the island and restore your power, yet you claim it's for me. Do you really take me for an idiot?" Yi Bing didn't flinch. She simply shrugged her shoulders, her tone cold and indifferent. "Your reaction is exactly as I expected." Shen Yi interrupted her immediately, his voice sonorous and filled with resolve. "Sorry, but I've never been one to listen to advice. I have to see with my own eyes whether that challenge is a trap or not." The red threads binding Shen Yi began to dissipate into the void like mist. Yi Bing revealed a meaningful smile. "It is precisely this combination of cleverness and stubbornness that allows you to turn danger into safety time and again." A final red thread wrapped gently around Shen Yi's pinky finger like a pact of fate. Yi Bing whispered, "This red thread is my gift to you. With just a gentle tug I will come to save you. Of course that would also mean you have completely surrendered." She pointed toward the depths where the dark current surged. The hidden challenge lay deep within that subterranean river. Go and feel the deep malice humanity holds for you. I hope that one day you will use the power I bestowed upon you to kill them all. I will sit upon an altar of bone listening to the countless wails and personally preside over your corruption ritual." As Yi Bing's phantom vanished completely, Shen Yi slumped to the ground, gasping for air. He muttered to himself as if trying to soothe his own nerves, "You better not die before then." Then he grit his teeth and slammed a fist into the ground, his face full of resentment and confusion. "I'm not exactly Count Dracula or Lucifer, so why is everyone always trying to make me fall? HMPH, I'm definitely going to try this trap." Just then the skull appeared, hovering beside him with a rare look of concern. "Shen Yi, are you really going?" he responded irritably, trying to hide his inner unease. "Cut the crap, do I have any other choice?" The skull let out a long sigh. Its tone resigned. "Fair enough." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the promotion hall grew exceptionally tense as the system chime rang out clearly. "Congratulations, Nangong Sirui has secured second place." Xiao Mengyu stared intently at Nangong Sirui as he stepped out of the teleportation gate, then watched as others began to appear. The system continued to broadcast names. Third place Ma Jinlong, fourth place Wang Zan, fifth place. Her heart was burning with anxiety as she thought worriedly, more and more people are finishing, why hasn't Shen Yi come out yet? The authoritative proctor announced that only 5 minutes remained for the exam, emphasizing that once the deadline passed, any examinee who had not escaped would be immediately eliminated. Xiao Mengyu bit her lip, her gaze never leaving the teleportation gate. Suddenly she saw Nangong Sirui, standing in the center of the hall, begin to gather energy, his entire body surrounded by countless dazzling golden ancient characters. Someone nearby gasped, "That's a secret communication barrier." Xiao Mengyu froze, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. This technique was only used for top-secret messages. Nangong Sirui actually dared to use it in public. She suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Had something truly major happened inside the exam grounds? Meanwhile, Shen Yi had reached the end of the gloomy subterranean river. Blocking his path was a towering, majestic, massive stone gate. He looked up at it, his face full of gloom. So there's a gate this big at the end of the river. He used every trick in the book to push it, the veins on his forehead bulging. NNGH, the stone gate remained as immovable as a mountain. He backed away a few steps, panting heavily in profound disappointment. Damn it, I can't even open it with all my strength. Am I not even allowed to enter? The skull flew to the front of the gate and, after a careful observation, reminded him, Shen Yi, look at the patterns on the door. He squinted and saw 2 deep palm-shaped indentations carved into the stone surface, with a bizarre eye in the center of each groove. The skull explained, they're exactly the same as the hands of that multi-eyed giant you killed before. Shen Yi was consumed by horror. Are you saying this door can only be opened by that giant, but that giant was already slain by Xiao Mengyu? The skull suddenly asked an unrelated question. Remember when you fed me that giant's head? A shimmering sphere of energy appeared in Shen Yi's hand. He replied blankly. I remember, the skull announced confidently. I can simulate the skeletal structure of things I've eaten. With that, it began to transform. Deep blue energy erupted, enveloping the small skull and activating a special skill. Supermorphic transformation, Bone King of multi-eyed giants. In the blink of an eye, a massive white skeleton loomed in the cavern. But strangely, it only had an upper body. Shen Yi cheered excitedly. Whoa, that's so cool, but why is there only half a body? The skull replied crossly. Because my power hasn't recovered yet, you idiot. The bone giant swung its hand and struck the water heavily, sending a tsunami-like wave crashing against the stone gate. Shen Yi shouted encouragement. Amazing, Bone Giant King. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the heavy stone gate slowly ground open. Having completed the task, the skull immediately shrank back to its original state, panting and exhausted. Phew, that killed me. Shen Yi suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. By the way, those previous forms of yours, you didn't happen to eat spiders or the darkbolt crow, did you? The skull coughed violently, avoiding his gaze. Cough, you know, when it's a matter of life and death, you have to eat whatever you can find. The stone gate had opened completely, revealing a breathtakingly vast space inside. Shen Yi walked in, and what met his eyes was an ancient arena radiating a mysterious aura. In the center of the arena stood a warrior clad in full plate armor, wielding a long spear and radiating a thick killing intent. He whispered alertly, This is the hidden challenge. He observed his opponent closely, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the statue. The iron armor was covered in the rust of ages, but the pair of crimson eyes inside the helmet suddenly lit up like the fires of hell, and the stone platforms on both sides of the arena simultaneously ignited with eerie green flames. The warrior issued a low, sonorous voice that echoed through the space. It has been 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years since anyone came to take the challenge of the Huntian Gate. Shen Yi cried out in surprise. The statue talked. What is this Huntian Gate challenge? Is it hard? The statue responded, its tone provocative as the fire on its chest burned fiercely. Not hard, it's simple, just defeat me. Shen Yi swallowed hard, asking tentatively, Senior, you must be terrifyingly strong, right? Otherwise, why would no one have dared to come for 1,000 years? The statue let out a cold laugh and explained, Because the people of your era have grown increasingly weak, terrified by this challenge, but I didn't expect that in an age of cowards a young warrior like you would appear. It brandished its spear and charged, the weapon's whistle through the air piercing the ears. I am truly gratified. Shen Yi immediately fell into a defensive stance, and the skull shouted a warning. Shen Yi, this statue is about 3 times stronger than Jiang. The attribute panel manifested before him. All points allocated to agility. Shen Yi whispered a command and instantly activated the movement technique Flowing Moon. His body transformed into countless afterimages weaving through the air, skillfully dodging the statue's storm-like attacks. The moment he sidestepped the spear tip, he suddenly appeared behind his opponent, gathering all his strength into his fist. The panel switched states, all points allocated to strength. The statue let out an unexpected cry of surprise. Oh! Shen Yi delivered a thunderous punch to the statue's back, roaring thunderpalm. The counterforce of the thunderpalm sent him flying back a long distance while the statue remained as steady as a mountain, though its voice now betrayed a hint of surprise. Flowing Moon and thunderpalm. Having landed and panting for breath, Shen Yi heard the statue evaluate him. I didn't expect you to know the Frost Moon Heaven Shaker techniques, but you are still too green. You haven't even reached the first level of the Dharma realm. If your base attributes were a bit higher and your techniques 1 level stronger, perhaps you could have repelled me. Shen Yi asked in astonishment. You know the Frost Moon Heaven Shaker too, the statue replied slowly, its tone carrying a trace of nostalgia. The fame of the Frost Moon Heaven Shaker has stood for thousands of years, but I haven't seen a successor for several eras. I thought the Moonlight lineage had lost its inheritance. It raised its spear high in a salute to its opponent. Young man, your potential is limitless. For a hero like you, I shall go all out. Behind the statue, a massive ice dragon manifested, letting out a roar that shook the entire arena. The statue challenge states, Come defeat me and prove you are worthy of entering the Huntian Gate. You better not die. Shen Yi panicked, waving his hands repeatedly as if to surrender. Senior, I don't want to enter any Huntian Gate. I'll take you for a full maintenance service. Lubricate the joints, a full body polish wafer coating. I'll even get you a membership card. Just spare my life, okay? The statue laughed heartily. Haha, young man, I like your sense of humor. With that, it charged forward without holding back. Shen Yi hurriedly let out a wretched cry for help. Damn it, Dung Beetle King, come help me. The skull transformed into a majestic purple bone dragon, responding to the summons. I'll block this water dragon ice dragon for you. You deal with that statue. It let out a roar, activating supermorphic transformation bone extinctionist. The statue was slightly surprised. A creature of the netherworld, I didn't expect you to have such a battle pet. Just as the bone dragon charged up to lock the ice dragon in combat, the statue instantly turned and charged toward Shen Yi with startling speed. Shen Yi gasped in horror. So fast, the statue roared. Let me see how many more surprises you can give me. Shen Yi hurriedly sidestepped to dodge the lethal spear tip, then delivered a powerful spin kick to his opponent's spear shaft, shouting frost worm effect. Guaranteed weapon disarm. The statue was quick to catch the flying spear with its hand, praising the good move. But immediately after, it spun and slammed the spear shaft heavily into Shen Yi's chest. A brutal strike pierced through his body as the statue evaluated coldly. A pity, the same old problem. Without reaching the first level of the Dharma realm, the power is too low. Shen Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying, the red system notification lighting up. Meat Shield has helped you block a lethal attack, 3 charges remaining. He clutched his chest, grit his teeth and endured the pain. Damn it, this statue is just too strong. In that moment of despair he knew that with his current strength winning was impossible. Could it be? The image of Yi Bing's enchanting red eyes flashed in his mind. Must I really let Yi Bing save me? But immediately after, a spark of resolve flashed in his eyes as he growled in fury. Are you kidding me? The statue looked at the skewered phantom before it and nodded. To still be able to act after your body has been pierced, impressive. Following that, it swung its spear and shattered the phantom, continuing. But a heavenly shadow phantom of this level cannot deceive me. It turned out the real Shen Yi was hiding in another corner, clutching his wound and groaning. Ah, the prompt appeared again. Meat Shield has helped you block a lethal attack, 2 charges remaining. His gaze became as sharp as a razor, refusing to give up. He gathered all his remaining strength into a final strike, roaring frost worm. A massive burst of freezing air erupted with the attack, enveloping the statue. In the distance, the skull shrieked in terror. Shen Yi, could it be? The stone statue shattered the ice layer with ease, delivering a cold judgment. Don't you have a stronger move? At this rate, it's impossible for you to pass the challenge. You need to have trained to at least this level to be of any use to me. Suddenly, a flicker of extreme shock flashed through the statue's glowing red eyes. It felt a massive force pressing down from high above. A gargantuan stone gate unexpectedly emerged from the void, plummeting straight toward its head like the sky itself was falling. The skull shouted in excitement, "Whoa, your gate actually transformed into a massive stone door. This strike must weigh at least tens of thousands of pounds. Was being sent flying part of your plan too, Shen Yi?" At the same time, Shen Yi was hurled into the distance by the counterforce, his entire body covered in a layer of frost. A system prompt surfaced again. Meat Shield has helped you block a lethal attack, 1 charge remaining. He grit his teeth, his heart burning with resentment. You masterminds behind the scenes, you all calculated that I would surely die, didn't you? Zhao Yibing, or should I say, the Lord of the Weeping Demon Realm, do you also think I'm certain to lose? He let out a low growl, an unyielding aura erupting from his body. His eyes burned with intensity as he sneered. Ridiculous, do you really think I'm afraid to die? Do you really think I'll just accept the arrangements of fate? Just then the earth shook violently as a dazzling pillar of golden light shot into the sky from beneath the giant stone gate, pinning the statue, blowing the gate into fragments. The skull shrieked in panic. He can still move even while pinned by the stone gate. Damn it, he used brute force to destroy the door directly. It didn't trigger the teleportation at all. Shen Yi also looked up at this terrifying scene in shock as the statue soared into the air, then plummeted like a burning meteor. The long spear radiated a blinding light, piercing toward Shen Yi and triggering a world-shaking explosion of frost and holy light. The skull rushed over, shouting, "Shen Yi!" Before it could finish, the water dragon launched a fierce attack, instantly smashing the skull's entire skeletal frame to pieces, scattering them as countless shards. The system notification surfaced for the final time, sounding like the judgment of the god of death. Meat Shield has helped you block a lethal attack, 0 charges remaining. Amidst the flying debris, Shen Yi was severely injured and lay collapsed on the ground, the statue's spear pinning him firmly through the chest. The statue looked down at him, its voice low and tinged with a trace of regret. You did well, young man. You are the first person in thousands of years who managed to wound me. It's a pity your attributes are simply too low to pass the test. Shen Yi kept his head down, blood flowing continuously from the corner of his mouth as the statue continued. If you had come 10 years later, perhaps you would have had a chance, but there are no ifs. Farewell. In the lonely years to come I shall remember you. Unexpectedly, the corner of Shen Yi's mouth curled up and he let out a weak but disdainful and arrogant cold snort. HMPH, arrogant statue. He lifted his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he looked directly at his triumphant opponent. What makes you think I'm going to die? Another massive stone gate suddenly loomed behind Shen Yi. The statue narrowed its eyes and sneered. Clichés. Do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice? The pressure of death has driven you to make a desperate, foolish move. It violently pulled the spear out of Shen Yi's body. Then let this stone gate become your tombstone. The spear thrust out with terrifying speed, once again accompanied by a tooth-grinding squelch as it skewered Shen Yi's chest. Simultaneously, a bold and decisive thought flashed through Shen Yi's mind. I must utilize the final effect of Meat Shield, to use the force of the statue's attack to smash through the stone gate behind me. As his body slammed heavily against the stone gate, a string of system prompts popped up frantically. Lethal attack detected. Meat shield effect 2. Meat on white bones has been activated. When your life ends, the system will forcibly preserve a sliver of life, force your heart to beat, force the activation of physical potential, and forcibly repair wounds to a certain extent, limited to one use. The statue suddenly sensed something was wrong. Its glowing red eyes widened in extreme shock. It saw that Shen Yi had already passed through the stone gate and vanished from the trial space. The system alarm blared piercingly. Warning, you've left the exam grounds. This space is a portal you summoned. How can it cross time and space? Please return to the exam grounds within 5 seconds or you will be disqualified. Shen Yi grit his teeth, his mouth full of blood, and used every ounce of his strength to grip the spear shaft in his chest, letting out a roar of agony and sheer will. A new skill activation prompt appeared. Time fluid. When you cross a portal, you can freeze time on one side of the portal for 3 seconds. Limited to once per week. To the statue, time seemed to stop. 1 second passed, and Shen Yi poured all his remaining vitality into the sword in his hand, roaring to the heavens. Tai-Bai sword art, sacrifice strike. 2 seconds passed. He entered a state of selfless focus and unleashed the lethal strike, the sharp blade rending space as it slammed heavily into the waist of the motionless statue. 3 seconds passed, and time returned to normal. The statue froze in place as a sword mark deep enough to see bone appeared on its body. Crack, a crisp shattering sound came from the sword mark at the statue's waist. It looked down in shock as its body gradually began to break apart. In its eyes, Shen Yi was still skewered by the spear, but that strike just now had been too fast, so fast it hadn't even seen it. It praised silently, what a fast sword. Immediately after, Shen Yi let out a roar. Gate, dismiss. The giant stone gate behind him crumbled into countless points of light and his body lost all strength, falling into the cold water. Pant, pant. He breathed heavily, coughing up a mouthful of blood that dyed the water's surface red. In his exhaustion he asked himself, did I succeed? The statue's shattered head slowly rose from the water. It pondered for a moment and asked, that strike, could it be the Tai-Bai sword art? Shen Yi, currently enveloped in the green energy repairing his wounds, responded proudly and mockingly, that's right, I just learned it too. How was it? The statue's tone was filled with sincere admiration. I couldn't even see how you moved. Truly incredible. Possessing the moonlight lineage, the ability to cross time and space, and even the newly learned Tai-Bai sword art is so exquisite. Young man, no one is more qualified than you to enter the Huntian Gate. Congratulations on passing the trial, Shen Yi asked with a face full of exhaustion. You've been mentioning the Huntian Gate since earlier. What exactly is it? The statue answered, its voice echoing like an ancient bell. In this era, the 4 great sects have been wiped out. No wonder you don't know. As it explained, a string of profound symbols shimmered and appeared on the water's surface. Garen, Guishu, Shirung, and Huntian. These were the 4 strongest sects in the world, and the Huntian Gate stood at the head of them all. Shen Yi suddenly realized that the 3 major high schools had actually evolved from these sects. He asked in confusion, why was Huntian at the head? As far as I know, Garen is the strongest. The statue let out a disdainful cold snort. HMPH, Garen is strong, but compared to Huntian it is far lacking. Among the 4 great sects, only the Huntian Gate can communicate with the exchange platform. What is the exchange platform? Shen Yi pressed for more, but the statue shook its head firmly. I cannot tell you that. I have already said too much and violated the rules. A majestic scene appeared before Shen Yi, the afterimage of a solemn ancient city atop the clouds, bathed in the light of a bright moon. The statue's voice echoed through the space. You only need to remember that the Huntian Gate is the oldest and greatest place of inheritance in this world. It is the hope of all. If you wish to stand at the peak of the world, obtain unprecedented providence, and uncover the true secrets of the billions of worlds in the universe, then this is the only way. Go. The statue's massive head slowly sank into the cold water, its lips moving as it spat out the final 3 mysterious words, Huntian Gate. Shen Yi leaned forward, shouting in desperation, wait a minute, I still want to ask what the moonlight lineage actually is, but it was too late. The water's surface returned to silence, leaving only faint ripples. He murmured in a daze, it's gone. Immediately following, a string of magnificent system prompts appeared before him. Achieved extraordinary accomplishment. In a life-or-death situation, you created a miracle and defeated the stone golem of the Huntian Gate. Evaluation keyword, the boy who lived has been activated. All your attributes have increased by 2 points. Current attributes, Strength 10.3, Agility 12.1, Spirit 10.1, Savvy 10, Resonance 15, Moonlight Lineage Inheritance Resonance 20. Available attribute points. The shattered bone fragments of the skull began to gather and return to their original form. It floated before Shen Yi, its tone full of apology. Sorry, Shen Yi, I wasn't much help. Shen Yi smiled and shook his head, responding sincerely. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't blocked that water dragon, I would have been done for. Suddenly, in the original position of the dissipating water dragon, a small seed with a smiling face flew out, radiating a crystalline light. Shen Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, the water surged, reconverging on the seed that had stopped at the dragon's head position. Shen Yi immediately retreated, falling into a defensive stance. What's up with this water dragon? Do we have to fight again? The trial should be over. The seed erupted with light and dense green energy enveloped the entire body of water. Energy and water intertwined, transforming into a majestic and towering giant wood dragon. The voice it issued echoed like thunder. "Successor of the Moonlight lineage, congratulations on passing the trial. Your initiation ceremony will be presided over by me." The skull cried out. "It can actually transform into a physical dragon." Shen Yi quickly realized this was the effect of that wood carving. Suddenly the wood dragon stopped, its soft gaze instantly becoming as cold as frost, dripping with killing intent. It let out an angry roar toward the deep shadows. From the darkness a girl with purple hair and glowing red eyes walked out. She raised her hand, calming it flatly. "Don't get excited, I'm Zhao Yibing." She then turned to the dragon and said, "He has already won the bet, I won't move against you here." The wood dragon issued a low warning, its tone containing the pressure of the law realm. "Outsider, he has passed the trial and the blessing of the law realm has descended. If you dare harbor ill intent you will face the weight of the entire world." Zhao Yibing sneered disdainfully. "HMPH, truly annoying creatures. I already said I have no malice." Shen Yi pointed at her in anger, shouting indignantly, "Since you know you lost, what are you doing back here? Do you want to play more tricks?" Zhao Yibing gazed deeply into his eyes, her tone meaningful as she said, "Shen Yi, you won, but you should also know that the ones who truly plotted against you were humans, weren't they?" Seeing Shen Yi still looking bewildered, Zhao Yibing continued in a patronizing tone, "To reward you for winning the bet, let me tell you one more piece of news I just received." The scene before Shen Yi's eyes changed drastically. He found himself standing in the center of the vast universe, witnessing a planet violently exploding. Zhao Yibing's voice echoed through the space, "Your world will soon be destroyed." She looked at him with a gaze that mixed pity with possessiveness, continuing her temptation. "Only I can save you. Shen Yi, become mine. When this world comes to an end, I will protect your soul." Shen Yi interrupted her in fury, roaring like a wounded beast, "I only know one thing, and that is that I won. Don't talk to me about any apocalypse. As I see it, the person who most needs to vanish from my world is you." Zhao Yibing didn't mind at all. A flicker of insight and patience flashing through her red eyes, she answered calmly, "It seems you still don't understand. Every word I said is true. How about this?" She proposed an incredible suggestion. "Let's have another bet." Shen Yi's expression became one of extreme disgust, his brow furrowed in loathing. He pointed at her face and shouted decisively, "You're joking. I will never bet with you again. Don't think you can force me. You better vanish right now and never show up again." Zhao Yibing slowly retreated into the shadows, but her voice still came through clearly. "Gods never force mortals, mortals only force themselves." She lightly tossed out the final bargaining chip. "The list." Shen Yi froze in place, stunned into stillness by those two words. Zhao Yibing continued to reveal the lethal temptation. "The plan to kill you, the plan to kill your friends, the plan to kill Xiao Mengyu's brother, the plan to slaughter tens of thousands of lives in that block. All of this was ordered and permitted by the people on the list. The skinner is just the butcher's knife, but I suspect you're more interested in the butcher behind him than the hand holding the knife. Just win against me one more time and I will give you that butcher's list. How about it?" Shen Yi lowered his head, his teeth chattering, repeating her words bitterly. "What a line. Gods never force mortals, mortals only force themselves." He snapped his head up, his gaze as sharp as a blade, igniting with a spark of resolve. "Speak, how do you want to bet?" Zhao Yibing let out a satisfied giggle. "As a god, my bets are usually much fairer than you humans. In 7 days my vassal, the Skinner, will come for you. You two will fight." A seductive red thread flew from her fingertip, circling in the air before wrapping tightly around Shen Yi's wrist. Her voice rang out along with a cold system notification. "If you win, the list is yours. If you lose, your soul belongs to me. This bet is created by a spell manifested from the other's primordial divine power. Originally impossible to resist or refuse because you have already won once. The Lord of the Weeping Demon Realm requires your consent to restart the bet." Shen Yi clenched his fist tight. The demonic red threads bit into his flesh. Though the pain was excruciating, it kept his mind sharp. "The wager between you and the Lord of the Weeping Demon Realm has been set. The contract is officially in effect." Zhao Yibing offered a faint smile, waving farewell as her body gradually dissolved into the void. "Each tally represents a day. See you in 7 days, from the smallest stakes until you sell your soul." That is her style. As the final red thread vanished, the space returned to silence. Only then did the wood dragon speak, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "She is gone. Since you have inherited the Moonlight lineage, let us proceed with the completion of the ceremony." Shen Yi nodded in agreement. "Fine, but what exactly is the Moonlight lineage?" The wood dragon replied coldly. "I am only responsible for guiding you into the Huntian Gate. You must explore the rest for yourself. Prepare yourself, we are beginning." As soon as the words were spoken, a massive surge of emerald energy erupted from the wood dragon's body, enveloping Shen Yi in a dazzling cocoon of light. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, the atmosphere grew lively as other examinees finished their tests one after another. Xiao Mengyu stared at the countdown, consumed with anxiety. More and more examinees were emerging, and only 1 minute remained in the exam. She turned anxiously to ask Zhang Shaoyi and Guo Yunya, "Have you seen Shen Yi?" Guo Yunya cried out in surprise. Shen Yi hasn't come out yet. How is that possible? He's so strong. I thought he'd have cleared it long ago." Just then, the chief proctor stood on the high platform and made a solemn announcement, his voice echoing through the entire hall. "Time is up. The examination has ended. Congratulations to all examinees present. You have all successfully matriculated into the 3 major high schools." While the other students cheered and leapt for joy, Xiao Mengyu's face turned pale with worry. "Wait, don't end it yet." Shen Yi hasn't come out, something must have gone wrong. A nearby spoiled scion heard her and mocked with malicious delight. Haha, I didn't expect the controller of the Luo family to be such a fool. The fact that Shen Yi didn't come out proves he failed the final stage. He stepped forward, looking at Xiao Mengyu with contempt. You didn't actually think this exam was designed specifically for that blowhard, did you? What a stupid woman. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a cacophony of gossip. Look everyone, the top ranker is a lunatic. Ha ha ha, I bet she and that commoner Shen Yi are having a tryst. Tisk tisk, truly disgraceful for our great families. A proctor from Garen Academy stepped forward and said coldly to Xiao Mengyu, Xiao Mengyu, you have always been outstanding. Garen Academy welcomes you, but I hope your brain can match your strength. This is a piece of advice and a warning. Xiao Mengyu lowered her head, biting her lip hard, remaining silent amidst the crowd's humiliation. Suddenly, a steady voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. I have seen Shen Yi. Everyone turned to find that the speaker was the renowned Nangang Surui. He stepped forward and loudly confirmed Xiao Mengyu's words. Xiao Mengyu is right. There was indeed an issue with the exam grounds. Shen Yi was targeted by a certain calamity. A collective gasp broke out among the crowd. What? Even Nangang Surui is speaking up for that commoner? The chief proctor of Garen Academy narrowed his eyes, revealing a skeptical expression as he questioned, a calamity? Nangang Surui, are you certain you didn't see wrong? Nangang Surui calmly pointed two fingers at his own eyes, which instantly flashed with a mysterious golden light. He stated with absolute certainty, I utilized my Dharma Eye. I could not have been mistaken. A dissolute-looking man with long hair and sunglasses stepped forward and asked point-blank, Junior Nangang, when you saw Shen Yi, was he alive or dead? A nearby woman dressed in opulent clothing interjected, her tone dripping with biting sarcasm. HMPH, everyone knows that an ordinary person without a profession stands no chance of surviving alone against a calamity. She narrowed her eyes and added, unless he has already surrendered to it. Nangang Surui remained calm as he recounted the events. At the time he was being controlled by a contestant who was actually a calamity in disguise. They seemed to be talking. When he noticed me, he immediately signaled for me to run. That is how I managed to survive. I believe he has not surrendered to the calamity at all, otherwise instead of helping me he would have lured me over. The woman let out a cold laugh, waving her hand in dismissal. Hee, Master Nangang, those words prove nothing. At most it only shows that Shen Yi hadn't surrendered at that moment. She opened her arms, addressing the crowd like a judge. Everyone, if the calamity is real and Shen Yi is dead, then so be it. She continued to incite the crowd, her tone growing increasingly sharp and vicious. But if he is still alive, we must arrest him and interrogate him for all intelligence regarding the calamity. He was always an arrogant, self-important fiend. Defecting to the calamity was surely only a matter of time. Before her words could land, the ceiling of the hall suddenly shattered, debris scattering as it fell. A dark figure plummeted from above at incredible speed, letting out a wretched scream. Ah! Thump! The figure slammed heavily into the opulent woman, knocking her to the ground and rolling into a heap amidst the crowd's shock. Shen Yi, you're covered in wounds. He struggled to his feet, brushed the dust off himself, and shouted loudly, Damn it, I'm exhausted. This exam should finally truly be over now, right? Xiao Mengyu, Nangang Surui, and the others were first shocked, then overcome with joy. Shen Yi, Zhang Xiaoyi, and Guo Yunya ran over, cheering Brother Yi. You finally made it out. Shen Yi looked around somewhat blankly. Everyone's here. Does that mean everyone finished the exam? The spoiled scion and his cronies immediately pointed at his nose, shouting fiercely, He's still alive, how could he survive a calamity? He must have defected. Not only that, he took a statue out of the exam grounds without authorization. A severe violation. Before Shen Yi could figure out what was happening, he was suddenly enveloped by a stream of water, lifted into the air and imprisoned within a transparent water sphere. The chief proctor raised his hand to cast the spell, announcing with cold eyes, Shen Yi, you are under arrest, he continued in a voice filled with unquestionable authority. We suspect you have defected to the calamity. You must undergo investigation. Investigation? Shen Yi cried out in shock. He struggled inside the water sphere, explaining loudly, You've got it all wrong, I didn't defect. She made a bet with me and I won. Quick, send people to Yunshan port. She planted a massive amount of bombs there. If they explode, everyone on the island will die. The woman he had flattened scrambled up in a mess, smoothing her skirt and adjusting her appearance, her face full of disdain as she said, HMPH, a mouthful of nonsense. Faced with this utterly overbearing logic, Shen Yi froze. She continued in a forceful tone, Yunshan port is the territory of Garen Academy, the top-ranked school. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to plant bombs under their noses. I bet you're just trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain so you can summon the calamity to ambush us. Shen Yi let out a roar of despair inside the water sphere. Damn it, I'm telling the truth, let me out. The chief proctor remained stone-faced, delivering a cold judgment. Enough, you must undergo investigation. Once the matter is cleared up, your name will be cleared naturally. Shen Yi became even more agitated, shouting in grief and indignation, By the time you clear it up, the bombs will have already gone off. Hundreds of thousands of people in Yunshan port will lose their lives. Can you take responsibility for that? But the proctor was completely unmoved, coldly ordering silence. Instantly, the water sphere began to shrink violently, the pressure increasing sharply as Shen Yi could only issue muffled groans of pain. Just then, a finger emitting a blinding golden light suddenly pointed at the chief proctor. Stopping his cruel actions, the man with sunglasses, Qian Rushan, stepped forward to confront him, his voice booming with authority. "Release him," he announced decisively. "The matter has not been investigated yet. You have no right to touch a member of our mortal martial arts group." The chief proctor narrowed his eyes, adopting the posture of a superior. "Qian Rushan, stand down. Out of respect for the contributions the mortal martial arts group has made to humanity, I can overlook your insolence." However, Qian Rushan did not yield an inch, his eyes igniting with battle spirit as he struck back firmly. "Undo the spell immediately. Otherwise I will not hesitate to use force to defend the group's interests." This challenge left the chief proctor both shocked and enraged. Do you have any idea what you are doing?" Before either side could prevail, the small wood seed Shen Yi had brought back suddenly erupted with a brilliant emerald light. A powerful surge of energy swept out, shattering the water sphere, imprisoning Shen Yi into millions of tiny droplets. The green light gently enveloped Shen Yi, slowly lifting him into the air like a descending deity. The chief proctor and Qian Rushan were both stunned, staring at the incredible scene in silent shock. The crowd below immediately erupted into a frenzy. "What? Look, that statue actually broke the spell." Another person narrowed their eyes, filled with suspicion. "What right does this kid have to bring a statue out of the exam grounds?" Someone nearby speculated maliciously. "Need you even ask? It's definitely cheating." But immediately following, a sharp-eyed person saw the truth and cried out in terror. "Wait a minute, what's enveloping him is the blessing of the law realm." Qian Rushan let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the hall, sounding like a resounding slap to those who had just questioned him. "Ha ha ha, Shen Yi has received the recognition of the law realm. Even its blessing. A person who receives the blessing of the law realm could never defect to a calamity." The opulent woman had completely lost face, yet she still attempted to salvage a bit of dignity, saying in a venomous tone, "HMPH, so what? Since he exceeded the time limit, he has already failed. He can never enter the 3 major high schools, even if he is innocent. You'd better just take him back to your group and train him yourselves." Hearing this, Qian Rushan let out a cold snort, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "HMPH, what an insufferable woman. What, are you disappointed he didn't crush you to death just now?" Suddenly, the green light around Shen Yi began to burn fiercely. Like fire meeting a gale, the energy spun rapidly, forming a massive vortex in the center of the hall that drew everyone's gaze. From the heart of the storm, a majestic and towering giant wood dragon manifested, radiating an overwhelming aura that sent everyone present stumbling back in fear. Qian Rushan's mouth hung open in shock, while the opulent woman turned ghostly white with terror, stammering incoherently. This is a dragon." Everyone present, including Nangang Sirui and Xiao Mengyu, was rendered speechless by this supernatural phenomenon. A murmur rose from the crowd. "What on earth is going on?" Amidst the extreme horror of the crowd, the wood dragon's majestic voice echoed through the hall like thunder. "Before us stands the dragon descendant, Shen Yi, who has successfully passed the trial of the Huntian Gate and obtained the status of true disciple." As Shen Yi was lifted before it by the light like a young king, the wood dragon continued to announce, "He is hereby granted admission to the Huntian Gate as a true disciple. This is the law of the ancient law realm and shall not be violated." Following this resonant declaration, the wood seed on the wood dragon's forehead split open, revealing a mysterious jade plaque radiating a soft luster. The jade plaque slowly took flight, landing in the palm of Shen Yi's hand. Carved upon it were 2 ancient characters filled with power, Ancient Huntian. The moment he touched the plaque, a green light enveloped his body, and the system's mechanical voice followed, confirming the activation of the corresponding protocol. "Citizen Shen Yi is confirmed to have joined the ancient sect, Huntian Gate. Current personal authorization has been upgraded. Access level classified." As the light dissipated, Qian Rushan immediately rushed forward, excitedly throwing an arm around Shen Yi's shoulders. Even Kunlun has stepped in to verify it. "Shen Yi, you actually did it. How did you join the Huntian Gate?" Shen Yi was still dazed, as if walking on clouds. "I don't know either. By the way, where's the Huntian Gate?" Qian Rushan explained patiently. The Huntian Gate was the head of the 4 great ancient sects, but it gradually faded from history. Therefore you must first choose one of the remaining 3 high schools to audit as a guest student. If the ruins of the Huntian Gate are discovered one day, you can use this jade plaque to enter directly. Sensing the change in the wind, the representatives of the 3 major high schools immediately swarmed around Shen Yi. Their attitudes underwent a total 180-degree turn. The representative from Shirung was as warm as if they had found a long-lost relative. "Student Shen Yi, welcome to Shirung. All your expenses during this period will be covered by the school." The person from Guishu immediately squeezed in, shouting to not be outdone. "Whatever Shirung gives you, Guishu will double it." The Garen proctor, who had been as cold as ice moments ago, now hurriedly threw out an alluring olive branch. "Our Garen High School can give you triple. Student Shen Yi, please reconsider. Our Garen is the strongest." Faced with these people who changed faces faster than flipping a page, Shen Yi could only sigh inwardly at the ways of the world. "They wanted to arrest me just now, and now they've changed their tune just to recruit me." He pushed away the hollow invitations, shouting anxiously, "We'll talk about the school later. Send people to Yunshan Port to dismantle the bombs." The representatives hurriedly tried to soothe him with empty promises. The Shirung representative laughed heartily. Haha, actually, our Shirung has already dispatched an elite squad. They should be arriving any moment now, the Guishu representative echoed. Our Guishu team is also already on the way. The Garen proctor tilted their chin up arrogantly. HMPH, our Garen people have long since arrived at the scene to investigate. Suddenly the entire hall shook violently like an earthquake, and a piercing alarm tore through the tranquility. System warnings blared frantically. Warning, multiple explosions have occurred in Yunshan Port. Warning, multiple explosions have occurred in Yunshan Port. Just as Shen Yi froze in shock, the system continued to broadcast the dire news. Calamity of unknown grade detected. Assessing situation, assessment complete, incident grade A. Yunshan Port was about to fall, and the academies were ordered to organize the evacuation of students with the utmost speed. Flashing back to a few minutes ago, just before Shen Yi plummeted into the hall, the city of Yunshan Port was peaceful and magnificent. Zhao Yibing sat leisurely by a fountain adorned with an angel statue. White pigeons circled around, creating a picturesque scene. Children played innocently, and pedestrians bustled about. No one realized that disaster was about to strike. An elegant man with silver hair approached and began to introduce the sight with pride. This is a sculpture from over 300 years ago. It is said that the goddess of the spring once descended to the mortal realm, leaving behind her true likeness. Zhao Yibing curled her lips slightly, repeating in a tone of extreme irony, "The goddess of the spring." The man noticed nothing unusual and continued to recount with enchantment. Yes, the craftsmen of that time created many sculptures and oil paintings to record the goddess's miracles. There was once a kingdom that suffered from war and a rare severe drought. At the brink of life and death, the goddess descended with a water pitcher, creating an entire river to save all living beings. Just then, a little girl with twin tails ran over, her large eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Zhao Yibing. "Wow, big sister, you're so pretty." The little girl held out a small pink daisy and said shyly, "I have a flower and I want to give it to you." Zhao Yibing took the flower and asked with a gentle smile, "Oh, do you think that holy statue of the goddess is prettier, or am I?" The girl did not hesitate, answering happily with the purest innocence, "Of course you are prettier, big sister." Hearing this, Zhao Yibing revealed a proud and satisfied smile. She thought to herself, "A deity's most fundamental bargaining chip is charisma. Every law within my body manifests an order that makes all beings bow in worship, containing a beauty of creation that mortals can never understand." The silver-haired man marveled. "Praising the divine is exactly what this child should do." Zhao Yibing, however, retorted coldly, "No, there is nothing in this world that others are obligated to do for you." She looked at the flower in her hand and continued to utter a dark philosophy. "The vast majority of mortals do not understand this, which is why they can never find peace." As soon as she finished speaking, the flower in her hand instantly withered and crumbled. Then she turned and reached out to gently stroke the cheek of the terrified little girl. "Sweetheart, thank you for the flower." Immediately after, her eyes turned a bizarre gold, and her body shifted into a terrifying posture that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Her voice became bone-chillingly cold. "In return, I curse you. For the rest of your life, you shall endure endless suffering and torment. You will fall from heights of 1,000 meters, be swallowed by the sea, and feel excruciating pain at the brink of death before drifting to a deserted island. You will suffer thirst and hunger, be rescued by those with wolfish ambitions, and endure every form of humiliation before your ship sinks. Yet you will still be unable to die." As the little girl stood frozen in horror, Zhao Yibing's malicious curse continued to ring out like a death knell. "You shall grow up in pain, you will experience illness, betrayal, sorrow, and false accusations, toyed with by the unpredictable whims of the world." Her red eyes shimmered with ultimate evil. "Until the year you turn 99, you will draw your final breath upon a damp and suffocating sickbed, plummeting into the dark abyss. Only then shall your soul finally be released from my curse, and find salvation." Her voice echoed by the fountain, now stained with a tragic bloody hue. "If you still remember me, then I will come to fetch you. If you have forgotten, then in this vast world of men you are free to go wherever you please." Having heard this horrific curse, the girl stood dazed, tears streaming down in extreme terror and silence. After a moment of stunned shock, the girl wailed loudly, turning desperately to flee from the demon before her. The silver-haired man bowed his head respectfully, a bloodthirsty fanaticism in his tone. There are 300,000 souls on this floating island, a truly sumptuous banquet. Are you prepared to dine, my lord? Your subordinate is ready to serve you." Zhao Yibing glanced at him sideways and replied indifferently, "No, this sumptuous banquet is prepared for you." The man was beyond shocked. "For me," Zhao Yibing explained her ruthless plan while the girl continued her futile escape. "I will take a portion of the souls on the island to restore my strength, the rest belong to you. The soul altar is ready. Over the next 7 days you must use the altar to absorb as many souls as possible to prepare for my bet." She took one last look at the bustling city. "As for me, I am about to discard this mortal coil and head to the 3 major high schools. Those places connect this world's Dharma realm with reality. Security is tight. Do not come looking for me for the time being unless you hear my summons. All right, it's about time." Her eyes reflected the impending chaos as if it were a blood-colored artistic performance. She commanded, "Let the overture begin." The silver-haired man bowed his head in obedience. "By your divine decree." Just as the parents found the crying girl, the man lightly snapped his fingers. Boom, an earth-shaking explosion erupted behind them. The angel fountain shattered in a giant sea of fire, initiating a cruel destruction. The entire Yunshan floating island began to crumble, falling into a chain reaction of explosions. Alarms blared everywhere. Grade A calamity imminent, Grade A calamity imminent. Yunshan port is about to fall, everyone evacuate immediately. Yunshan port is about to fall, everyone evacuate immediately. Massive fragments of the city fell like meteors, raining death and panic upon innocent civilians. Amidst the ruins and debris, countless eerie blue souls were drawn toward Zhao Yibing like moths to a flame. She closed her eyes, her face full of enchantment as she enjoyed this feast of souls which poured in incessantly. Delicious as expected. Suddenly she opened her eyes, sensing the presence of others. Oh, those annoying little mice have arrived. Seeing the rescue teams arrive, the silver-haired man requested, "Master, let me deal with them." Zhao Yibing waved him off. "No, just focus on absorbing the souls." Elite warriors from the 3 major high schools descended from the sky, letting out a furious roar filled with a sense of justice. "Damn calamity, how dare you attack Yunshan port? We will surely seal you away in an eternal prison, where you will endure the agony of never seeing the light of day, unable to escape for all eternity." Facing the 2 assassins charging at the speed of light, Zhao Yibing merely revealed a deathly smile. The souls of these professionals were far more delicious than those of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, the 2 assassins' heads exploded like watermelons, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Yibing greedily licked her lips, just enough for a full meal. The other 2 powerful warriors did not retreat despite their companions' gruesome deaths. A man with tiger-striped tattoos roared, "Beast," while a woman wielding twin blades screamed, "Die." The 2 launched a pincer attack, but the tiger-tattooed man suddenly froze in midair, his face filled with extreme horror. In a brief instant, the warriors' bodies were torn to shreds by a terrifying invisible force. A masked swordsman witnessed this tragic scene, only managing to mutter, "Damn it!" Suddenly, a massive surge of cyan energy swept across like a storm. Immediately after, Zhao Yibing's head was actually severed by a streak of sword aura flying off from her neck. Dark blood splattered as a seasoned warrior, seemingly the commander, quickly ordered, "All units, use ranged attacks. Do not get close to her." The warriors responded in unison. Almost simultaneously, countless talismans, spells, and qigong attacks blasted toward Zhao Yibing from all directions like a torrential rain. All the attacks converged on a single point, triggering an earth-shaking explosion that submerged everything in a sea of destructive fire. When the dust and smoke cleared, only Zhao Yibing's lower half remained, lying motionless in the center of a deep crater. Seeing this, the masked swordsman shouted excitedly, "We did it!" However, before the smile could fully form, dark red blood threads erupted from the remains. They quickly intertwined, reshaping the body at an incredible speed. Another person shouted in terror, "Watch out, she's not dead yet." Zhao Yibing's eerie voice drifted out from the ruins, delivering a cold judgment. "You humans always do as you please, only regretting it after paying the price. Why did you lose your reason in the first place? No matter how the eras change, you will never change." Her body fully regenerated, but she had transformed into a naked demonic form, radiating pure evil. She continued to reveal a truth that made everyone tremble. To obtain water, you once sacrificed the souls of tens of thousands, even tampering with history so that future generations would praise this deal with a demon. Your stupidity has corrupted your souls, and I shall grant you an eternal and painless release. Become a part of me. Praise my name." She reached out, her red flashing eyes staring directly at the survivors, proclaiming arrogantly, "I am the goddess of the spring." All the surviving warriors froze, falling into extreme panic before the cruel truth. Immediately after, a terrifying mental pressure descended like the sky falling. They were all suspended in a space as dark red as blood, with countless red threads piercing through their bodies. Amidst the inhuman torture, they could only let out shrill screams. Zhao Yibing's voice rang out again like a final verdict, "I will use blood to extinguish the flames of your desires." As soon as she finished, the bodies of all the warriors exploded from the inside out. Blood dyed the entire illusory space red. After death, eerie blue souls slowly drifted from their corpses, hovering in the air. Zhao Yibing said flatly, "MMH, the souls are sufficient." Her pure energy form turned to the silver-haired man and said, "I am leaving. You stay here and use the altar to continue absorbing souls to prepare for the bet." The man replied respectfully, "As you command," she continued with calculation. "Finally, to ensure you can absorb enough souls, I will cast one more spell before I go." She raised her hand and cast a supreme magic, soul-wailing shadow gaze. A display board appeared, revealing the tragic fate of the entire island. The number of victims surged frantically. Number of cursed individuals 328,761. After completing the cruel ritual, her physical avatar vanished into the void. Her naked soul descended into an altar composed of flesh and blood, where the servant knelt in waiting. The silver-haired man closed his eyes, his face full of morbid piety. He clasped his hands, his voice trembling with extreme adoration. "Great Master, I thank you. It is you who has rescued me from despair time and again." He embraced her mass of energy. "I swear by the covenant of the curse I will win the bet. I will not let you down. I swear." The scene returned to the chaotic examination hall. Emergency notifications rang out one after another like a death knell. Warning, a violent explosion has occurred in Yunshan Port. It is about to sink. A grade A calamity has descended. Shen Yi grit his teeth, clenching his fist tight. Damn it, a proctor hurriedly gave orders, his tone urgent. All proctors escort the students to evacuate immediately. Shen Yi slammed the table in anger, questioning a proctor. Hey, didn't you say you already sent people to handle it? Why did Yunshan Port still explode? That proctor stammered, his face pale. This, a grade S calamity, is not something that can be handled so easily. The chief proctor stepped forward to stabilize the situation, trying to remain calm. It has come to this, organize the student evacuation first. Those who pass the Garen exam come this way, Shirung students over here. Those who pass the Guishu exam follow me. As everyone evacuated in a panic, Qian Rushan walked up to Shen Yi, his tone full of pride and trust. Shen Yi, you are the true top ranker. You are the only person in 1,000 years to obtain the qualification for the true inheritance of an ancient sect. You can freely choose to go to any high school. He gave a thumbs up and continued to encourage him. Whichever school you choose, both I and the group will fully support you. Once you arrive at the school, the group's rewards will be delivered. Hearing this, the representatives of Shirung and Guishu immediately rushed up, pestering him relentlessly. The Shirung representative spoke with a silver tongue. Come to Shirung, of course. In ancient times, the Huntian Gate and our Shirung had the best relationship, frequently exchanging with each other. The person from Guishu squeezed in, refusing to be outdone. Our Guishu has a better learning environment. The scenery under the sea is exceptionally brilliant and charming. Facing the tense situation, the Garen proctor cleared their throat, trying to save face for the strongest school. Cough, don't forget that our Garen is the strongest high school. Although there were some misunderstandings, Garen's doors are always open to student Shen Yi. Other students also gathered around to offer warm invitations. Xiao Mengyu asked worriedly, Shen Yi, which school do you want to go to? Shen Yi looked at the Garen proctor, his gaze playful and pointed. He shrugged and intentionally raised his voice to say jokingly, I was originally planning to go to Garen, but the Garen proctors didn't seem to think much of me, so I can only reluctantly give up on this strongest school. Hearing this, the Garen proctor's face instantly turned purplish red, trembling with both shame and anger. Shen Yi ignored him completely, turning to the Shirung representative with a brilliant smile. As for Guishu, I've had enough of soaking in water at the exam grounds. It's decided. I'm going to Shirung. His gaze happened to meet those of his two good buddies standing nearby. The Shirung representative beamed with joy, clapping in praise. An extremely wise choice. The Huntian Gate once left some things in our law realm. I can hand them over to you. Zhang Shaoyi and Guo Yunya went crazy with joy, jumping up and hugging each other tight. Awesome, Brother Yi, we're classmates again. Brother Yi, I love you. The female representative from Shirung also quickly followed up to solidify his decision. And who knows, maybe you'll even trigger some special events at the school. The completely ignored Garen examiner turned away indignantly, muttering a frustrated huff. Suddenly he let out a great shout and swept his hand through the air, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to tremble instantly. Space warped, and a majestic deep red staircase extended from the void to the ground. He ordered majestically, Garen Academy students, follow me. A student looked up in awe. Wow, is this the path to Garen High School? Someone nearby explained. That's right, Yunshan Port was Garen's territory to begin with. The examiner on the stairs shouted down anxiously, Xiao Mengyu, hurry up and follow. Just as she was about to take a step, Xiao Mengyu suddenly stopped. She turned around, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally landing on Shen Yi. Taking a deep breath, she announced with ringing clarity, Shen Yi, I'm going to Shirung with you as well. The entire field fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. The Garen examiner turned pale with shock and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Xiao Mengyu, you must think this through. Only at Garen High School can you obtain the most powerful resources to restore the Luo family to its former glory. Faced with this opportunistic and calculating persuasion, Xiao Mengyu merely responded coldly, her gaze unwavering. I'm sorry, Lord Examiner. She resolutely turned her back on him and stood side by side with Shen Yi. Her firm voice rang out, compared to power that must be exchanged for at any cost, I still prefer a place with a bit of human warmth. Standing beside her, Shen Yi broke into a mischievous grin and waved goodbye to the stunned examiner. The Garen examiner's face darkened like the sky before a storm, filled with both rage and frustration. He growled through gritted teeth, HMPH, we're leaving. That spoiled scion scurried along behind him, not forgetting to look back and hurl one last vicious insult. Morons, not even entering the strongest school, Garen. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Go ahead and dig graves in that gloomy underground hole. However, just as they were about to step onto the stairs, a flat voice rang out, halting everyone in their tracks. Forget it, I'm not going to Garen either. The examiner and the scion whipped around, eyes wide with shock at the speaker. Nangang Sirui smiled elegantly, waving with a polite yet provocative gesture. I want to see just how strong the descendant of an ancient sect truly is. I think Shirung will surely be quite interesting. Goodbye, Lord Examiner. His unexpected decision was like a bombshell exploding in the crowd, causing a violent tremor. What? Even Nangang Sirui gave up Garen for Shirung? Could it be that Shirung is actually the strongest high school? Immediately after, a domino effect occurred. A student shouted excitedly. The two strongest newcomers and the descendant of the Huntian Gate are all at Shirung. Then we have to go to Shirung too. Wait for me. I'm going too. Wave after wave of students turned around, surging toward the Shirung area like a bursting flood. The Shirung representative was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. She opened her arms in welcome. Ha ha, I didn't expect to recruit 2/3 of the examinees this year. She turned to Shen Yi and the others, her gaze filled with gratitude. Shen Yi, thank you, I've already handled the enrollment procedures for everyone. Welcome to Shirung. On the red staircase the Garen examiner stood all alone, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, able only to watch everything with resentment while remaining powerless. Suddenly the atmosphere changed. Countless eyes shimmering with an eerie red light appeared out of thin air above the hall, startling him into stumbling back in terror. Shen Yi and Xiao Mengyu also shuddered violently. Feeling a cold and bizarre aura, bizarre red threads suddenly appeared on them and everyone else, binding them tightly. A massive notification board manifested, as red as fresh blood. You have been struck by a large-scale mass curse. This curse blankets the entirety of Yunshan Port, affecting a total of 328,761 people. Its name is Soul Wailing Shadow Gaze. The Garen examiner was horrified. Oh no, it's a curse. A mass curse. Students began to scream in fear and chaos. He hurriedly shouted to urge them. Quick, everyone move, leave quickly. The notification board continued to display text like the word of a death god. You will be attacked by your own phantom. Duration 1 day. This phantom possesses your full strength. If you are killed by it, your soul will become a sacrifice for the Lord of the Weeping Demon Realm. The Guishu representative took action immediately, shouting to calm the crowd. Examinees of Guishu High School, come here quickly. He waved his arms, creating a massive water vortex in the center of the hall, and urged them. The other side of the current is Guishu's great ship, which is protected by an ancient magical barrier. The disaster cannot penetrate it. Don't hesitate. Jump in. Just as the Guishu students scrambled to jump into the vortex, the red thread on Shen Yi's wrist suddenly snapped and dissipated. Another exclusive notification appeared. You have won the bet with the Lord of the Weeping Demon Realm. According to the rules of the wager, the Master's curse cannot affect you. The current curse has been negated. Shen Yi curled his lips slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. Ha, there's actually a perk like this. The Shirung representative didn't delay either. He unfurled a massive landscape painting in midair. He shouted loudly, "Don't panic, students, enter the painting quickly." Everyone watched in amazement at the flat scroll. Nangong Sirui remained composed, walking straight into the surface of the painting with effortless steps, leaving everyone even more stunned. You can actually enter this painting. Upon entering the painting, his entire person transformed into ink and wash brushstrokes, riding a horse freely through the scene. Beside him, several lines of flowing cursive calligraphy appeared. Why not come in and enjoy? Guo Yunya muttered with a face full of jealousy. This guy really loves to show off. Shen Yi roared without hesitation. Let's go, we're going in too. Everyone jumped into the painting one after another. Inside was a vast, boundless grassland space, where the varying shades of ink strokes formed vegetation and flowers. The Shirung proctor also appeared in the painting, his voice drifting from afar. Now that you're in, hurry up and find a horse to ride, we're moving out. Shen Yi looked around, scratching his head in confusion. Wait, why do these horses look different from the ones outside? Suddenly, from the rolling dust, a phantom of Xiao Mengyu appeared. The real and fake Xiao Mengyus stood facing each other, dripping with killing intent. Both drew their swords simultaneously, clashing like two streaks of lightning in an instant and triggering a cyclone of red sword aura that sent the weaker students flying. The real Xiao Mengyu parried a heavy blow, exclaiming in surprise, "This is the bizarre Luotian sword style. That is me." Why? Shen Yi hurriedly shouted a warning. Careful, the curse creates a clone with strength identical to the original to attack you. Not many people can handle your clone. Mengyu anxiously drew her longsword. After the prolonged examination, her stamina was mostly depleted, yet this cursed doppelganger possessed the strength of her peak state. If the battle continued, a clone would likely gain the upper hand soon. Mengyu's movements faltered for a brief second. Damn it, the clone lipped suddenly, aiming straight for a vital point. Suddenly a foot slammed hard into the clone's face. Shen Meng unleashed a frost flood dragon kick, sending Mengyu's doppelganger flying. "Xiao Mengyu, I'm here to help." Mengyu looked toward the battlefield ahead where the curse was still spreading. "My doppelganger? Shen Yi, you all need to leave, I'll handle things here." A cacophony of shouts rose from every direction. Careful, more and more doppelgangers are appearing. Curse it, what kind of magic is this? The Shirung proctor suddenly sensed a dark shadow. Not good. She braced herself against an incoming strike as a burst of magical light erupted. Many students were blown back by the shockwave as the proctor firmly gripped the doppelganger's wrist. Her battle with this entity would inevitably endanger the other candidates. She had to lure it away. The proctor pulled her doppelganger and bolted toward the distance. Elsewhere, Mengyu was still locked in a fierce struggle with her own clone. The battle was clearly an even match, deadlocked in intensity. In another spot, two heavy fists collided as Xiao Yi and his doppelganger struck each other simultaneously. However, Xiao Yi suddenly collapsed to the ground. His doppelganger snorted coldly, seizing the opportunity to pounce. Die! Shen Yi appeared just in time, kicking the clone away. He reached out a hand. "Zhang Xiao Yi, let me help you." Xiao Yi let out a laugh and immediately kicked Shen Yi away. Thanks, Brother Yi, Xiao Yi's voice rang out. Brother Yi, I'm the real Zhang Xiao Yi. Shen Yi was shocked. What? The doppelganger revealed a triumphant look. Thanks for the assist, now go to hell. Shen Yi tightly locked the clone's hands. The thunderpalm Xiao Yi stared blankly at the overwhelming disparity in power before him. Brother Yi, is the gap between our strengths really this massive? You can actually one-shot me. Shen Yi showed a hint of guilt. Sorry, I didn't expect you to have the upper hand. Xiao Yi rubbed his aching cheek and complained. I used everything I had just to block that punch. I was so close to winning. At that moment, Manhua walked over carrying 2 dogs. Shen Yi, I found 2 guoyunyas, but I can't tell which one is real. Shen Yi instantly kicked Manhua's doppelganger away. She looked confused. Shen Yi, weren't you affected by the curse? He replied. I took a gamble and won. Her curse has no effect on me. Manhua panted heavily and said, that's a relief. But in my current state I can't defeat it. Shen Yi comforted her. It's fine. Together we can definitely win. He raised his arm high. Heavenly shadow. Shen Yi's heavy fist smashed into the face of Manhua's doppelganger. His thunderpalm exerted its force, but he suddenly paused. A system prompt appeared. Thunder counters evil. Your lightning attribute attacks have a 10-fold effectiveness against this cursed doppelganger. Manhua was stunned. You took it out in a single hit. Shen Yi looked at his hand. My attacks happen to be the perfect counter for these clones. She looked bewildered. Was it because you hit a weak point? No, it's elemental counter affinity. Manhua quickly ran off. Quick, let's go help the others. Shen Yi followed close behind. Right, Manhua picked up the 2 dogs again. Shen Yi, I found 2 guoyunyas, but I don't know which is the real one. Shen Yi smiled. That's easy. I'll know after one look with my Dharma Eye, Xiao Yi interjected. Then why didn't you use it just now? Shen Yi replied. I did, but I trusted the version of you that was getting beaten too much. I thought I'd misread it. Shen Yi activated his Dharma Eye, identified the one on the right as the clone and followed up with a thunderpalm. Manhua praised him. Impressive, let's move. Shen Yi nodded. We need to save people quickly. Prioritizing classmates who aren't from the great noble clans, she suggested. I recommend finding Nangang Sirui first. His combat prowess is formidable, and we can be certain he isn't an enemy. Shen Yi responded tiredly. You're right, we're racing against time. Suddenly his body went limp. Manhua asked in a panic, Shen Yi, what's wrong? Shen Yi replied, I'm okay, just a bit dizzy. Nangong's voice drifted over. He was already exhausted. From the start of the exam until now he had been through too many battles, and his mental energy was spent. He desperately needed rest. I won't be able to fight again for a short while. Manhua quickly raised her sword in defense. Halt, don't come any closer, Shen Yi reassured her. Don't worry, Xiao Manhua, I've already checked with my Dharma Eye. He's not a doppelganger. Manhua was surprised. You dealt with your clone that quickly, Nangang shrugged. How did you manage it? That's my personal secret. Back to business. The proctor lured her clone far away to avoid hurting the students. She is the strongest person here. We must deal with her doppelganger first. He looked at Manhua. The only ones who can help are you, me, and Shen Yi. But since Shen Yi can't fight now, Xiao Manhua, it's just down to the 2 of us. She lowered her head. No, I can't either. What? Manhua said. The exam has drained a massive amount of my energy. In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be of any help. I'd just be a liability. Nangang waved a hand and turned to leave. I understand. You 2 rest here. I'll go help. With that he vanished. Shen Yi worriedly asked, will Nangang be okay alone? Xiao Yi comforted him. He's ranked first. He should be fine. Manhua interrupted. No, Nangang Sirui is incredibly proud. For someone like him to actively seek help means he was certain he couldn't resolve this alone. They were surprised. Then why did he still go by himself? This painted world is a miniature Dharma realm created by the proctor. If she falls in battle, there's no telling what will happen to this realm. It might seal shut forever, shatter, or simply evaporate. In short, if she fails, we all die. Nangang Sirui had already reached the location of the proctor and her doppelganger. Both of them turned to look at him in surprise. Nangang Sirui? Nangang quickly formed a hand seal and pointed to the right. The one on the right is the doppelganger. Immediately he charged at the clone. The doppelganger snorted and splashed out a trail of ink. Black burst array, get lost. The proctor shouted a warning. Nangang, watch out for the black water. It's the myriad ink severing array, he cried out in alarm. Teacher, save me, the clone smiled maliciously. I'll kill your prize student first and see if you still have the heart to fight me. Ink sword circle. 2 minutes earlier, while Nangang Sirui was being tightly coiled by ink-black serpents, Xiao Yi had urged anxiously, if even Nangang lacks confidence, aren't we doomed? We have to think of something. The dog barked urgently as well. Manhua said, in our current state, going there would only make us a burden. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. We can't just wait for death. If Nangang Sirui loses, we're completely out of options. He struggled to his feet. Regardless, I have to go help him. Shen Yi, Manhua stopped him. Wait, your energy consumption is too high. Xiao Yi also shouted with concern. Brother Yi, you rest, let me, Guoyunya and Xiao Manhua go. Suddenly a dark shadow streaked across the distance. Shen Yi looked over warily as a jet black horse manifested. Everyone gasped. The horse bore a satisfied expression. You carry the scent of moonlight. Are you a disciple of the Huntian sect? Shen Yi replied. Yes, he thought to himself. This horse can actually talk. The black horse marveled. To even have the blessing of the Dharma realm, you truly are no ordinary mortal. I am the fastest and steadiest horse in this land. Mount me and let us depart." Manhua stood aside, her face full of shock. "It's Snow Treader," Shen Yi was surprised. "You know it," she nodded. "This horse is legendary, entirely pitch black with snow-white hooves. It's incredibly fast and is said to possess divine powers that can lead its master out of any desperate situation." "This is a famous divine steed of the Dharma realm," the horse replied proudly. "That would be me." Shen Yi was somewhat confused. "But didn't you say this is a small realm created by the proctor? Why is it here?" "What exactly is the Dharma realm?" Manhua explained. "Simply put, the Dharma realm is like an endless surging sea of energy. No matter who you are, your power is drawn from the Dharma realm. The realm we are in now can be understood as a bubble within that sea. There are countless bubbles of different sizes in the ocean. They are independent, yet there are ways to travel between them. Snow Treader possesses that very ability." Realization dawned on Shen Yi, and he said with pleasant surprise, "I see, you said Snow Treader has various divine powers. Can it help us fight?" Manhua muttered. "You'd have to ask it to find out." Snow Treader replied immediately. "Of course, there are two ways. The first is for me to borrow your strength, though that is limited. The second is for us to temporarily merge into one, allowing me to exert all the powers you have mastered." Shen Yi was thrilled. "Merge sounds interesting. Let's go with that," it replied. "Give me your weapon." "What is your name?" "Shen Yi." "Shen Yi, it's been a long time since I merged with a Huntian sect disciple. I'm excited as well. Let us chant each other's names in our hearts." A blinding light enveloped them, and Snow Treader's voice echoed, "Yes, I feel your call." Shen Yi's voice was laced with surprise. "This power, Shen Yi, you truly are extraordinary. Come, fusion transformation." A burst of intense light erupted, forcing Manhua and Xiao Yi to shield their eyes. Shen Yi appeared, but he had an ugly horse head. The two stood frozen on the spot. They screamed, "What the hell is that thing? Are you serious?" Shen Yi said embarrassedly, "I messed up, sorry. It's my first time using this power and I got a bit flustered." One more time, a blue light enveloped his body again. A hand reached out, followed by a hoof, and finally a face. This time, a majestic centaur appeared before their eyes. Xiao Yi's eyes gleamed. "So cool!" Guo Yunya also shouted with excitement. Shen Yi looked in the direction Nangang had gone. "You all stay here. I'll be right back." He then galloped away, turning into a streak of blue light. Xiao Yi remained ecstatic. "God, that is just incredible." "Xiao Manhua, do you think the one speaking just now was Shen Yi or Snow Treader?" Xiao Yi looked in surprise at Manhua, whose face was flushed red to her ears. "What's wrong with you?" Countless ink streaks shot toward Nangang as the doppelganger roared, "Die!" The attack was devastatingly powerful, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Suddenly, a light pierced through the pile of rubble, and the proctor's clone looked on in shock. A deity manifested to block the clone's weapon. The doppelganger stammered in terror. "That, an ancient deity!" Nangang instantly appeared behind it, thrusting his sword. "You fell for it," the proctor in the distance screamed. "No, Nangang, don't!" Black ink instantly skewered his body. The proctor was furious. "Damn it," the clone sneered. "Naive brat, you actually thought you could defeat me in my own domain?" Nangang spat out a mouthful of blood. "So I still fell just a bit short? Proctor, I'll leave the rest to you." The proctor realized with a shock. "Nangang Sirui, did you come to distract the clone with the intent to die?" The clone spoke. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dark ink greatsword perish." The proctor's heart sank. "Oh no, I won't make it in time." A beam of black magic surged toward Nangang. At the brink of life and death, a pair of large blue hands reached out. Shen Yi rescued Nangang at the critical moment. He asked with concern, "Are you okay? A noble scion like you should have some miraculous elixir to save yourself, right?" Nangang was still shaken. "You, who are you?" Stopping at a distance from the battlefield, he replied. "I am Shen Yi." Nangang cried out, "Huh? Shen Yi Xuanju." They watched the brutal battle over by the proctor with worry. Nangang was anxious. "Damn it, the distance is too great. My control over the deity is weakening." "It escaped," Shen Yi reassured him. "I'll go help her," and charged toward the clone. The clone snorted and launched an attack. Ink burst circle. Shen Yi blocked the attack instantly. The clone was shocked by the lightning magic that pushed it back. How is this possible? The next second, Shen Yi unleashed myriad thunder attraction. The clone was hit, its entire body trembling from the electricity. And the thunderous light wiped out all the other doppelgangers as well. Everyone marveled. "Our cursed clones were shattered by lightning." The proctor couldn't believe it. "To be able to direct power into another Dharma realm? Is this real?" She wept with joy, exclaiming repeatedly. "This year our Shirong Academy has actually recruited so many rare and outstanding students. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Sob, it's so moving, while the battlefield still trembled from the aftershocks of myriad thunder attraction. The candidates could only stare at the sky, dumbfounded. Those loathsome cursed doppelgangers had been blown to bits in an instant. At this moment, Shen Yi was still in his fused state with the divine steed Snow Treader, radiating a domineering and fearsome aura. However, all good things must come to an end, and the emerald spiritual pressure began to dim. Snow Treader's voice echoed in his mind. "Shen Yi, the fusion time is up." He only had time to click his tongue. So soon, immediately, with a bang, the light shattered. Shen Yi returned to his original form, performed a few somersaults in midair, and then landed gracefully and steadily on the horse's back. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with hushed conversations. Someone gasped, "What? That person was actually Shen Yi, another spoke in disbelief. Shen Yi is clearly a commoner. How could he have such divine powers? How is this possible? Wow, it turns out you can be this cool even without being from a noble family. That's Snowtreader. He actually got to ride a divine horse like that. Xiao Mengyu and Zhang Xiaoyi ran over concernedly to check on him. Shen Yi, are you all right? At this point, Shen Yi was pale and gasping for breath. He replied weakly, yeah, just a bit tired. Snowtreader chimed in. It's normal to be tired. Merging is extremely draining on the spirit, especially since your stamina was already overextended. Rest well, I will see you safely back to Shirong. Suddenly an elegant figure approached. It was Nangang Sirui. He held out a medicine bottle radiating a green glow. Shen Yi, take this. Shen Yi was stunned. This is a special medicine from my family. It should help you. Shen Yi hurriedly asked, Nangang, are your injuries okay now? Yes, I used this medicine as well. Standing to the side, Xiao Mengyu cried out in surprise. Is this the celestial jade dew, the legendary miracle medicine of the Nangang family that can instantly restore all vitality and spirit? Shen Yi looked at the precious bottle, hesitating. This thing is so valuable. Is it right to give it to me? I'm just a bit tired. I'll recover after resting for a while. Nangang Sirui turned to leave, answering without looking back. Given your current situation, I doubt you'll have much time to rest. Besides, I don't like owing favors. You saved me twice. I, Nangang Sirui, will surely repay this debt. With that he galloped away, but not before leaving a spirited challenge. Recover well. Once we reach Shirong, I want to spar with you again, to see who is truly the strongest. Shen Yi watched the genius's retreating figure, a slight smile touching his lips before he decisively drank the stamina recovery potion. Suddenly a magical white bird carrying news from the outside world flew in. Every candidate and proctor was stunned by the message. A great disaster had struck and Cloud Mountain Port was completely destroyed. However, the experts sent by the 3 major academies had joined forces to eliminate the threat. Rescue teams had been deployed and 3,000 people were saved. The crowd erupted in cheers. We won, the disaster has been wiped out. Shen Yi, however, sank into deep thought, his Dharma Eye narrowing with doubt. Is the Lord of the Magic Abyss really that easy to kill? He looked at the back of his hand. The red thread mark had indeed vanished. This news is fake, he gritted his teeth inwardly. The current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The proctor's solemn shout broke the atmosphere. Students, the disaster has vanished, but the curse might still linger. Our Shirong Academy excels at breaking curses. Once we arrive, we will be safe. Xiao Mengyu and Zhang Xiaoyi quickly found mounts as well. Other students were also frantically searching for horses. When the crowd saw the clumsy horses of the other candidates compared to the spirited Snowtreader beneath Shen Yi, laughter rippled through the group again. TCH, Shen Yi's horses too cool. Ours look like they escaped from a mental asylum. The main group galloped across the grassland, racing toward a new chapter in their lives. However, at the bottom of the deep sea, within the dark ruins, a horrific scene was unfolding. Eerie blue ghosts twisted around fragmented corpses as a giant maw let out a terrifying roar. It was devouring the souls of the unfortunate. A dark figure with blood-red eyes rose slowly, radiating a thick killing intent that seemed to freeze the entire sea. On the vast grassland within the painting, the candidates finally saw their destination. The lead proctor shouted, "We've arrived. Everyone dismount once you exit. Stay in place and wait for orders." After the long and exhausting journey, the candidates hopped off their horses and lined up for further instructions. At that moment, the divine steed Snowtreader bid Shen Yi a reluctant farewell. "It's time to part ways, brother. Before you go, I have a gift for you." Suddenly, a burst of blue lightning erupted from Snowtreader, enveloping Shen Yi and giving him a start. What is this? The thunderous light coursed through his entire body, bringing an unprecedented sense of power. Snowtreader explained, "This is the residual power left in another Dharma realm from our fusion. It will surely be of help to you in the future." Shen Yi felt the power gradually seep into his marrow and nodded slightly. The divine horse let out a neigh and vanished into the mist, leaving behind one final sentence, "Next time we meet, let me see you reach an even higher level of the Dharma realm." Shen Yi looked in the direction it had vanished and replied, "Until we meet again." After leaving that magical painting, Shen Yi and his companions stepped into a space so vast it was staggering, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before their eyes was a long corridor lined with countless bizarre exhibits. Shen Yi muttered, "Is this a museum?" Xiao Mengyu, walking beside him, replied calmly, "Exactly. This is the World Museum." Shen Yi asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to Shirong Academy?" She gave a meaningful smile. "You're so slow. This is Shirong Middle School." Shen Yi's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Xiao Mengyu began to explain the luxury of the place. The World Museum was located in Yujing, the capital of the world government. It housed the rarest, largest, and most valuable items on the globe. As Shen Yi scanned the display cases with his Dharma Eye, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The shed skin of an ancient god, egg sacs of star spawn, mysterious tools unearthed from antiquity used for mind alteration, conch shells recording the ravings of the dead, even fossilized dragon eggs and the shrouds of Fendek ghosts. It was a staggering array of items recording the world's development and secrets. The museum was built atop a massive tomb, and Shirung Middle School was located within that very tomb. This is information very few people know, Shen Yi thought to himself. So that's it. Shirung is hidden in the most obvious place. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly saw two blindfolded women in black standing in the shadows waiting. He stopped and asked, "Who are you?" The two women replied respectfully, "We are maids of the Song family, specifically sent to deliver a message from the eldest miss to Mr. Shen." They began to relay Song Qingyan's words. "Mr. Shen, I am deeply sorry for what happened to you. I have been in seclusion at the Celestial Dojo and knew nothing of the outside world. The person in the video is definitely not me. There may be a huge misunderstanding between us. I will contact you to clear things up once I finish my seclusion in a while." Shen Yi's gaze turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is your eldest Miss Song Qingyan?" The two maids affirmed in unison, not forgetting to add a few more words in defense of their mistress. "Yes, none of this has anything to do with Our Lady. We hope you won't misunderstand her." Shen Yi was silent for a moment before replying coldly, "Fine, go back and tell her I'm waiting for that explanation." After the maids left, Xiao Mengyu walked over to warn him, "Song Qingyan is a woman of unfathomable schemes. Shen Yi, if she really comes looking for you, you must be careful." Shen Yi gave a soft acknowledgement, his mind already on the highest state of alert. Just then a voice broke the silence. "All students, follow me to the room over here. Originally you would have gone home for summer break after the entrance ceremony. But due to the Cloud Mountain Port incident and the unknown curse, the school had decided on new regulations to ensure safety. We will now conduct an entrance training camp." As soon as she finished speaking, the proctor suddenly tore off her outer clothes, her entire body radiating a dazzling light. The candidates below watched with wide eyes, their faces turning beet red as they shouted. "What?" she announced loudly. "This training camp is to purge your curses and perform your initial class selection. Time is tight, pick a set of armor and let's go." She was clad in a highly alluring set of armor, introducing herself with a bright smile. "I am Yang Yingzhen, your guide at Shirung. You can call me Teacher Yang." Seeing the heavenly beautiful teacher, the boys below, especially Shen Yi, immediately turned scarlet, and some even had nosebleeds from the excitement. "Teacher Yang really doesn't treat us like strangers. This is awesome." Xiao Mengyu could only sigh helplessly at her leering companions. Teacher Yang further explained, "The environment of the underground tomb is extremely harsh, so from the very beginning cultivation here is exceptionally grueling. To combat the dark and dull life, our school has formed a very casual and informal atmosphere." After deciding to join Shirung, Shen Yi and the new students were taken to a preparation area. Teacher Yang instructed everyone to quickly pick a suitable set of armor to begin the training. The candidates crowded around a pile of old equipment with complaints echoing everywhere. "This armor is way too dilapidated. This smell, it probably hasn't been washed in thousands of years. It's disgusting." Guo Yunya, in his husky form, also let out a few panicked yelps. Shen Yi could only sigh in resignation, thinking he'd rather wear his own old clothes than this pile of stinking scrap metal. But no one dared to defy Teacher Yang's orders. Once everyone was dressed, Teacher Yang announced with grand momentum, "Next I will lead you into an anomaly." As soon as the words left her mouth, a wave of panicked commotion erupted among the students. "An anomaly? Isn't that place incredibly dangerous?" Before anyone could react, Teacher Yang performed a quick hand seal and shouted, "Are you ready? Let's go." A dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, sweeping the entire group of candidates into a violent spatial vortex. When the light faded, Shen Yi realized the scenery had completely changed. Before him was no longer a luxury museum, but an ancient, busy, and lethal military camp. The neighing of war horses and the clashing of weapons echoed through the space. He looked around blankly. What the hell is this place? Are we still in the country? It feels like another era. In the midst of the confusion, an imposing general rode up on a warhorse and asked sternly, "Who goes there?" Yang Yingzhen replied calmly, "Officer Wu, these are the recruits reporting for duty today." Officer Wu muttered in surprise. "Recruits?" Suddenly, Teacher Yang lightly snapped her fingers. Snap. Time seemed to stop. Every activity in the military camp froze instantly. She turned to explain to the stunned students. "Simply put, an anomaly is when another time and space suddenly invades our world. But this is a stable anomaly that has been controlled by Shirung Middle School and transformed into a secret realm specifically for training students." With a meaningful smile, she said, "From now on you will live and train here. Day 1 is basic training. Day 2 is for purging the curse and initial class specialization. As for Day 3, it's the welcome banquet. You can dress a bit more formally then to help the atmosphere." Before vanishing into a beam of light, she didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Have fun, everyone. Bye-bye." She vanished instantly, leaving the recruits stunned on the spot. Time resumed its flow, and the officer's face changed instantly as he let out a thunderous roar in the students' ears. "Recruits, look at your pathetic states. Neither human nor dog." His gaze swept over Shen Yi, Xiao Yi, and Guo Yunya like a blade, making the three of them shiver. He barked, From the moment you step foot here, you must remember the rules. My word is law. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Is that clear?" The students shouted in unison, trembling. "Clear, sir." He looked at Shen Yi with full suspicion. "What is your sole purpose for being here?" Shen Yi immediately replied loudly. "To obey your commands, sir," the officer snorted and muttered with contempt. "Damn, I don't know if you'll live up to being a genius or just a waste like I heard. All right, all recruits, 10 laps around the field. Let's see how much skill you have and if you're qualified for tomorrow's class selection. Adjutant, take command. Anyone running slow gets the whip." Under the scorching sun and amid swirling dust, the hellish training began. Xiao Yi grumbled in confusion while running. "They call this a controlled anomaly? I think it's just a prank." Just as he spoke, a sharp crack rang through the air and the adjutant's whip struck from behind, followed by a curse. "Waste? No shouting without permission. Get up and run." While Shen Yi was running for his life, Officer Wu suddenly rode up next to him. His tone shifted as he gave Shen Yi a bizarre and friendly smile. "Hey you, stop running. Since you're a genius, you don't need to mingle with this lot. Come, I'll take you back to the tents to rest." Shen Yi froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as an intense sense of unease rose in his heart. Are there even more terrifying trials waiting for me in the tent area? A moment later, they entered a tent, and Shen Yi's jaw nearly hit the floor when he saw the absurdly spacious room. There was even a steaming hot spring pool. The officer said calmly, "Feel free to use the facilities here. Wash up and rest well. No one will disturb you for a while." Shen Yi was still completely bewildered, wondering what was going on. Officer Wu suddenly gave a meaningful smile and asked tentatively, "Kid, I see you've got good potential. You definitely want to progress faster, right? Can you let me see your—" "That?" Shen Yi jumped in fright, reflexively backing away in alarm. "Hey old man, what do you want to see? I'm warning you, don't come any closer." Seeing his panicked state, the officer looked confused. "What are you so nervous about? I sensed a burst of noble chi from you. You must be carrying a token from a great sect, right?" Shen Yi finally exhaled in relief, cursing himself for having a dirty mind. He pulled out a glowing jade pendant. "Oh, you mean this? This is my identity jade." When he saw the inscriptions on the jade, Officer Wu was utterly shocked, his eyes wide. "A direct disciple of the Huntian sect? Haha, I knew it." His attitude did a complete 180, becoming exceptionally excited. "With a genius like you joining us, what is there to worry about for the future of the human race?" He quickly led Shen Yi to a table displaying 4 brilliant energy spheres and explained, "After recruit training, every student can choose a class to develop their potential. There are 4 types here. See which one suits you best. First is Demon Slayer, a strength-based warrior specializing in heavy artifacts to suppress and block enemy attacks. Next is Wind Seeker, an agility-based scout who moves like a ghost in the dark, responsible for intel or finding treasures. The third is Evil Exorcist, for those gifted in spells and Taoist arts to deal with monsters and spirits. Finally, this most mysterious black sphere is the Nightwalker. This was the exclusive class for Huntian sect disciples when they served in the military, but very few can inherit it these days." Looking at the 4 spheres, a bold idea suddenly popped into Shen Yi's head. "Sir, can I choose them all?" Officer Wu was stunned and tried to dissuade him. "Kid, don't be greedy. People have tried before, but because they lacked perseverance, they all met miserable ends. Besides having to complete several times the course load, you must pass the assessment for every single class." After a moment of thought, Shen Yi decided, "Then I'll pick 2 for now. Demon Slayer and Nightwalker." The officer nodded. "Fine. Starting tomorrow, you will begin an independent training plan. Remember, if you don't complete it, you will be eliminated and demoted to the lowest starting point." After Officer Wu left, Shen Yi muttered, "Nightwalker is for the Huntian sect, whatever. Let's try it out." He stripped off his clothes and jumped into the hot spring, enjoying the comfort that seeped into his bones. "Ah, this is the life. I'll rest for a bit. I still have to go to the nightmare world tonight to receive the keyword." As he lay there enjoying himself, Shen Yi peeked through the door at the field. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he saw Zhang Xiaoyi, Guo Yunya and Xiao Mengyu exhaustedly running their last 5 laps under strict supervision. Now that is the true essence of youth," he said to himself smugly. However, the peace didn't last long. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp rapping at the door was followed by a shout, "Hello, your delivery is here." Shen Yi practically jumped out of the pool in shock, a look of pure disbelief on his face. "Delivery? Who ordered a delivery? Wait, I'm clearly inside an anomaly. Where the hell is a delivery coming from in a place like this?" Half skeptical, he could only tiptoe toward the door, muttering under his breath, "A courier in an anomaly? Who the hell would have nothing better to do than order something for me at a time like this?" From behind the door, the mechanical voice spoke once more. "All right, there is one more package for you. I've left it at the entrance." Only after the sound of footsteps faded into the distance did Shen Yi dare to crack the door open. Floating nearby, the Skullfarron mocked him. "You're being way too overprotective. This is your school's territory after all." Shen Yi shot him a glare and retorted, "What do you know? Caution is the parent of safety." On the floor sat a tightly wrapped small gift box. He inspected it curiously and found a note attached to the outside. "This is a delivery ordered for you by Officer Wu. Please use it with confidence." Shen Yi was stunned. It really was a delivery. It seemed this bizarre anomaly was indeed completely under Shirang's control, even offering door-to-door service. That Officer Wu looked like a burly, simple-minded man, but he was actually quite thoughtful. However, as he moved to open the box, a flicker of worry crossed Shen Yi's mind. What exactly is in this package? It couldn't be a bomb, right? No sooner had the thought occurred than he lifted the lid, and a dazzling light burst forth, so intense it seemed to swallow the entire room. Simultaneously, fireworks erupted outside the military camp, echoing through the heavens and illuminating the entire dark region. Several lines of exaggerated golden glowing text appeared in the sky. Study tomb robbing. Ascend your realm and leave a name for eternity. The Human World Martial Arts Group congratulates Shen Yi on his outstanding performance in the examination. May your ambitions be grand and your path span 10,000 miles. The soldiers outside looked at one another, completely bewildered. What the hell, where did the fireworks come from? Inside the room, Shen Yi's face was darkened with embarrassment. He cursed inwardly. Old Qian made this way too flamboyant. This is absolutely mortifying. Setting the embarrassment aside, he focused on the item in the box, a mysterious black metal sphere radiating blue electronic currents. An AI system voice announced the introduction. Greetings, Shen Yi. The top-tier technological product of the Human World Martial Arts Group has been deployed for you. Biochemical doppelganger, solo combat type. Shen Yi blurted out in surprise. Top-tier tech, what is this thing? The system continued to explain. This doppelganger perfectly replicates your appearance, physique, voice, brainwaves, heartbeat, blood flow, and body dimensions. In the event of danger, you can send the biochemical doppelganger to face it head-on while you find a safe place to hide. Watching the blurry image of the clone gradually manifest before him, Shen Yi nodded. Another me, I wonder how it compares to the mask. Whatever, let it incubate slowly. Next, Shen Yi pulled out his tarot cards to check the status. System prompt, examination concluded. All candidate information has been updated. He nervously scrolled through the Shirang Middle School preparatory rankings. A new preparatory list with no rankings, but why are there star ratings? His gaze stopped at the first row. Nangang Sirui, 6 stars. Xiao Mengyu, 6 stars. Shen Yi gritted his teeth. Those 6 stars next to Xiao Mengyu and Nangang Sirui were a real eyesore. Wait, when he saw the unfamiliar name in third place, his pupils constricted sharply. Yun Ni, 6 stars. How is there another 6 star? Who is this Yun Ni? I've never seen the name before. The Dharma Eye's analysis showed that the information was hidden. A student from Galan Middle School, HMPH, she looks pretty cute. Probably another pampered heiress raised by some great noble family. Shen Yi sighed dejectedly and continued soaking in the water. This is so dull. Do I really have to have some ancestral divine weapon like them to reach 6 stars? Just then, the skull Farron popped out again, snickering. It seems someone is quite indignant about not hitting 6 stars, eh? They've been training for over a decade while I've only just started. It's only natural I can't keep up, Shen Yi insisted stubbornly. I'm not indignant at all, Farron suddenly turned serious. Shen Yi, I must remind you, I see a flicker of lightning within your life fire. That should be the power Snow Treader left you before departing. If you can digest it, your strength will surely increase significantly. Shen Yi suddenly remembered. That's right, there's still that lightning power. Perfect. I'll try it out now. He immediately circulated his technique and blue electric arcs began to dance around his body. However, a wave of heart-piercing pain hit him, causing him agonizing suffering. The system flashed a red warning. Due to insufficient resonance, you cannot tame the lightning from the Dharma realm. Shen Yi clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, a flash of determination in his eyes. If the resonance isn't enough, then I'll dump all my attribute points into resonance. System confirmation, all attribute points added to resonance. Current resonance 25, Moonlight Inheritance resonance 20, boom, an emerald spiritual pressure erupted frantically. Shen Yi endured the tearing pain and growled. Behave yourself. He mustered all his strength and struck forward with a fierce palm, shouting, Thunder Palm. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the roof of the tent and shot straight into the night sky over the military camp, letting out a world-shaking roar. The soldiers outside jumped in fright. What happened? Where did that lightning strike come from? Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Shen Yi stood proudly, his body wreathed in lightning. The system continuously popped up congratulatory notifications. You have absorbed the lightning power from the Dharma realm. Your Thunder Palm has officially broken through to Dharma realm stage 1. A line of majestic glowing text appeared on the system interface. As a disciple of the Huntian sect, you have activated the Moonlight Inheritance power of the Dharma realm. When your Frost Dragon, Heavenly Shadow, and Flowing Moon skills all break through to Dharma Realm Stage 1, you will obtain clues to the relics left by the Huntian sect in the Dharma Realm. Shen Yi looked at the tarot card in his hand. It was spinning and emitting an unprecedented brilliant radiance. Snap, a 6th star manifested dazzlingly. The system announced the card update. You have been promoted to 6 stars. A junior of exceptional savvy, you have ascended to become a progeny disciple of the Huntian sect in a single bound. Unfortunately, the Huntian sect has vanished in the river of time. What he will ultimately obtain, and to what heights he can grow, is truly something to look forward to. Shen Yi's overpowered journey in Gatekeeper of 10,000 Worlds concludes for now at chapter 130 of the original series. The man once branded as trash has now awakened the ultimate 6-star power, ready to shatter the chains of the noble clans and strike fear into the hearts of 10,000 worlds. Thank you for staying with BALA Manhua Recaps until the very end. If you enjoyed our style, please smash that like button and subscribe to support our team in bringing you even more epic content. For now, there are plenty of other fire series waiting for you to discover right here on our channel. Don't miss out, and we'll see you in the next one.